Hear this. There seemed to be a flash of disappointment in Lu Yinji's eyes. However, he still retracted the placket very calmly. He said calmly, since Mr. Yi doesn't mean this, then it's Yinji's turn to ask for something from Mr. Yi. Because you owe me this. Okay? Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows. He and Lu Yinji had only met a few times. Have you ever owed her anything? Lu Yinji said coldly, just a few hours ago, your wife Xiao Qingcheng used the 30 billion check I gave her and took out 20 billion to repay the loan. Yinji wants to ask you for this money. Is it feasible? Yi Tiance. Lu Yinji asked, is it inconvenient, Mr. Yi? If it's inconvenient, forget it anyway. This amount of money is just a small amount for Yinji. Yi Tiance said seriously, Xiao Qingcheng and I are already in the process of divorce. She owes you money. You can just ask him for it. It has nothing to do with me. If it were another beautiful woman with whom he has good connections, Yi Tiance might joke, isn't it a 20 billion project? I'll give it to you on my bed. After all, there are hundreds of millions at a time. But for a woman like Lu Yinji, Yi Tiance had no intention of having an affair with her. On the one hand, there are intuitive signals of danger, and on the other hand, there are warnings in master's letters. All right. Lu Yinji stretched out her waist, showing off her voluptuous curves. Since Mr. Yi is unwilling to change, I have no choice but to talk to Xiao Qingcheng. If the money is not paid in the end, Yinji will use this bamboo stick to slap her on the butt hard and say it was you who asked for it, Mr. Yi. He. Yi Tiance smiled coldly. Lu Yinji smiled lightly and said, Mr. Yi, don't show such a scary expression. Yinji was just joking. I know you are busy dealing with the problems with the Ji family's construction site project, so I won't disturb you. Next time you have time, you are welcome to visit the Lu family, and Yinji will cook for you personally. After saying that, he waved his hand, twisted his slender waist and stepped on high heels, and slowly left and disappeared from sight. This woman. Yi Tiance shook his head and walked into the villa courtyard. Zhong Tao trotted over, like a licking dog. Master, I just blocked that woman out without your permission. I will never let a dangerous person enter the villa. Yi Tiance glanced at the bandage on his head, still looking funny. You go to Jiangnan City No. 1 hospital later to find Wu Xingye and ask him for black jade intermittent ointment to apply on your head to heal the injury. Just say that I asked you to go. Zhong Tao nodded quickly and said, yes. Thank you, master. By the way, there is one more thing I want to tell you. Yi Tiance lowered his voice and told Zhong Tao a few words. The latter nodded repeatedly and trotted away. Yi Tiance opened the door and walked into the villa. Seeing Lu Ruyan leaning against the window in the living room, looking out the window nervously. What are you looking at? Lu Ruyan asked nervously, is she gone? Yi Tiance asked, who are you talking about? Zhong Tao? Lu Ruyan shook her head and said, no, I'm asking about Lu Yinji. Yi Tiance replied, she has left, but why do you look a little scared and nervous? Lu Ruyan curled her lips and said, sister, I don't know why, but when I saw that strange woman, I felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She came over barefoot. Are you sure you don't have a special relationship with her? Don't let her become your woman in the future. Yi Tiance shook his head. Of course this kind of thing won't happen. Call. Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. If she appears by your side in the future, sister, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay for a whole day. I guess the big cow thinks the same. Speaking of Han Ruoyun, Lu Ruyan suddenly remembered something. She asked seriously, by the way, the big cow said this morning that she would eat her oysters after completing the task you assigned her. Is that true? Why eat oysters? Yi Tiance was stunned for a few seconds, and then realized what it meant. I was speechless for a while. Good guy, I didn't expect that Han Ruoyun, a woman with thick eyebrows and big breasts, also has this side? You didn't even eat my banana, why should I eat your oysters? The complaints in my heart are complaints. However, in front of Lu Ruyan, Yi Tiance still wanted to give Han Ruoyun face. He coughed slightly and nodded. Yes. But the premise is that she completes the task, so it's not necessarily yet. Oh. Lu Ruyan pouted and responded, but her expression seemed a little unbalanced. He hesitated. She suddenly raised her head and stared at Yi Tiance, and asked with some embarrassment, "What do you need me to do, sister, so that you will eat my oysters?" Chapter 340. Yi Tiance ordered me. Yi Tiance? What kind of tiger wolf talk is this? Lu Ruyan also seemed to realize that this sentence was a bit abrupt. Swish. Her cheeks were flushed. Embarrassed and forced to explain, "You didn't get me wrong, that's not what I meant, it was just to." But he hesitated for a long time and didn't say a complete sentence. Yi Tiance patted her shoulder and joked, "When one day I feel completely comfortable serving my brother, I might consider it, ha." Humph. Lu Ruyan puffed her mouth. Somewhat unhappy, she said, "Sister, you look down on me. Don't forget that I was once a popular star. I am a national goddess. I don't know how many male fans like me. For this reason, they can't wait to, hum. On the contrary, it is your turn. You are in the midst of blessings and you don't know how blessed you are." Yi Tiance smiled and asked, "Oh? What do those male fans want to do?" Lu Ruyan raised her chin and said arrogantly, "Every time I took a video or posted a photo online, there would be a large group of male fans confessing to me, all kinds of things." Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and said, "Isn't the confession you're talking about wanting to lick your toes, or asking you if you can sell second-hand stockings?" Lu Ruyan was stunned. Indeed, quite a few male fans will send her these messages, and some even say they want to steal the high heels she wears to make lunchboxes. In short, there is a hint of perversion in the love. It's just that Lu Ruyan is unwilling to admit this kind of thing. She explained, "It's not as serious as you said. My fans are very positive. If you don't believe me, just look at it." As she spoke, she took out her mobile phone and opened the media software. "But I saw my name appearing again on the hot search bar. Hashtag shocked, the former national goddess was reduced to kneeling down to serve, hashtag. Clicking on the title showed a photo of her falling to the ground because of the shooting angle. It looked like she was kneeling down. Isn't this a photo of my sister being pushed to the Supreme box by the fifth elder last night? Damn it! Who took it and why is it on the hot search?" After clicking on the comment area below, the hot comments made her even more uncomfortable. Fashionable celebrities are not as good as chickens as long as you pay them. It's normal to take off their clothes, let alone kneel down for service. A bitch like this has the nerve to be called the national goddess, ha. Can you please stop this bitch from being on trending searches all the time? It hurts my eyes to look at it. She's actually reduced to kneeling down to serve her? I want to pay her 200 yuan to serve me. Yi Tiance glanced at her phone. Tutaying his tongue, he said, "Is this the positive energy of fans you are talking about? I don't even see any of your fans. They are all scolding you. I want you to take care of it?" Lu Ruyan's chest heaved with anger. Since withdrawing from the circle, it has been trending frequently, and without exception it has been a dark trend. Twice of them, Rong Nia was deliberately buying hot searches to accuse her of her mentality. The other times, I don't know who did it. A bunch of keyboard warriors. Sister, I will fight with you. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and trotted upstairs. Yi Tiance said, "Hey! What are you doing? Don't you want to serve me anymore?" Lu Ruyan said angrily, "The service is a piece of shit. Sister, I will fight with these keyboard warriors to the end. I am really desperate. Every one of them counts, and all the lawyers are warning me." She angrily returned to the bedroom, slammed the door, and began to communicate cordially with the keyboard warriors. Yi Tiance returned to his bedroom and lay down to rest. Who allowed it to happen twice in a row last night? It was somewhat physically taxing after all. There were more important things to do tonight. Lu Yenji's villa in Jiangnan City. Day. A woman wearing a gray hip-hugging skirt and professional attire, led by a maid, came to the door of the villa and stopped. She is tall, beautiful, and has a cool temperament. However, if you look closely, you can find a red and swollen slap mark on her cheek, and her eye sockets are also slightly red, which is obviously caused by crying before. She is Xiao Qingchang. After repaying the loan with the 20 billion from Lu Yenji's check, she took the initiative to call Lu Yenji, who asked her to come directly to Lu's house for a detailed chat. The maid said, "Miss, we have already brought you." A cold voice sounded from inside the door, "Let her in." "Yes." The maid said to Xiao Qingcheng, "You can go in." "Okay." Xiao Qingcheng nodded, took a deep breath, walked into the door and walked into the living room of the villa. In the large living room, the decoration is mainly black, and the atmosphere seems depressing. But her eyes were soon attracted by Lu Yinji, who was sitting on the sofa with the lady's legs crossed. Lu Yinji was wearing a black cheongsam, her two sexy legs were wrapped in black stockings, and her feet were swaying gently just sitting there. She exuded a heart-stopping sense of oppression. In her right hand, she held a goblet containing precious red wine, sloshing slightly. The two men looked at each other. For a while, no one took the initiative to speak. But Xiao Qingcheng could clearly feel greater pressure, and his breathing was trembling slightly due to nervousness. It's not like she hasn't met many big shots before. What Zhao Hailong, Ji Wuli, Han Tianzhong and so on. But in front of them, I can relax and feel comfortable. But only in front of this woman, she always felt a sense of fear from the bottom of her heart. Lu Yinji placed the goblet on the coffee table in front of her and spoke first to break the quiet atmosphere. "Mr. Xiao, are you making a choice and deciding to obey me?" Xiao Qingcheng's lips moved slightly and said, "I did spend 20 billion on your loan repayment, and I thank Miss Lu for your help, but I can't make a decision yet." "Ha ha." Lu Yinji smiled lightly and said, "I have spent Yinji's money and still can't make a decision. It's really enough for green tea." Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled slightly. Although she was very reluctant to this kind of evaluation, she didn't have the courage to refute anything in front of Lu Yinji. Lu Yinji slowly leaned back on the sofa, showing off her graceful figure. "Mr. Xiao, do you know where Yinji went just now?" Xiao Qingcheng shook his head. Lu Yinji's black lipstick curved her lips and said, "I just went to Mr. Ye's house and he came back from there." Xiao Qingcheng frowned subconsciously. She always thought that Lu Yinji was only in contact with her in private, but she didn't expect to have contact with Yi Tiance. Do they have another relationship that I don't know about? Lu Yinji raised her eyebrows and asked, "Mr. Xiao, do you know that Mr. Yi ordered me to do something and I must do it?" Xiao Qingcheng asked in confusion, "What happened?" Lu Yinji placed a small bamboo stick on the coffee table. He said with a smile but not a smile, "Mr. Yi ordered me that when I see you, I will use this bamboo stick to beat your ass hard." Now that he was in the limelight, Yanji was afraid of him like a tiger and had to obey him, so he asked Mr. Xiao to stick his butt up and let Yanji give him a few hard spanks. Chapter 341. Are you still worried about him? Xiao Qingcheng? She was completely embarrassed there, at a loss what to do. "Ms. Lu, are you kidding?" Lu Yinji said calmly, "Do you think I am joking with you?" Xiao Qingcheng clenched her fist tightly and muttered, "Why should he order you to do this?" She was so angry inside. "Because I filed for divorce, you, Yi Tiance, have not just retaliated against me in other ways, but now you want to humiliate me in this way? How shameful." Lu Yinji's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, and he shook the small bamboo stick. "So Mr. Xiao, are you willing to do what I do and stick your butt up?" Facing Lu Yinji's cold gaze, Xiao Qingcheng's heartbeat accelerated inexplicably. She bit her lower lip and said seriously, "I don't want to. If Yi Tiance really wants to hit me, let him come to me in person. There is no need for such nonsense." "Ha ha." Lu Yinji smiled and said, "Mr. Xiao is quite cute when he is serious. Now that you have said so, how can anyone be willing to hit you? Anyway, I didn't listen to his request. The worst I can do is never go to his house again." Xiao Qingcheng hesitated and asked, "Do you know where his home is?" Since mentioning divorce, she only knew that Yi Tiance lived outside, but the specific address was not clear, maybe at the Han family. Lu Yinji said lightly, "Mr. Xiao actually doesn't know about this? Who in Jiangnan City doesn't know now that Yi Tiance lives in Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong?" "What? Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong?" Xiao Qingcheng's pupils dilated instantly, and his face was full of disbelief. Isn't that the villa where the legendary Jiangnan god of war lives? How could he live there? It's impossible. Xiao Qingcheng felt that his outlook on life had been impacted. A bold idea couldn't help but come to mind. Is it possible that Yi Tiance is the Jiangnan god of war? Lu Yinji noticed the change in Xiao Qingcheng's expression and asked tentatively, Xiao always thinks that Yi Tiance's identity is the Jiangnan god of war? Xiao Qingcheng shook his head and said, he can't be the Jiangnan god of war. I have known him since childhood. Although he disappeared for more than 10 years after the fire, he has never revealed anything about the Jiangnan god of war in the 3 years since we were married. Learn. Lu Yinji nodded and continued, actually, Han Ruoyan and Lu Ruoyan both live in that villa now, and I heard that Rong Mei Yan often stayed there some time ago. The Golden House hides beauties, and 3 of them were hidden at once. Mr. Yi is so lucky. Put. These words were like a sharp knife, piercing into Xiao Qingcheng's heart. It hurt so much. But he still pretended to be calm. Who lives in his villa? What does it have to do with me? I don't care at all. Oh. Lu Yinji nodded meaningfully. She stood up, opened her long black stocking legs, and walked to Xiao Qingcheng with bare silk feet. Since Mr. Xiao doesn't care about Mr. Ye's affairs, does he care about the reason why your Xiao family has been going smoothly in the past 3 years and suddenly rose from the bottom? Of course these are inseparable from my efforts. Xiao Qingcheng subconsciously wanted to take the credit for herself, but thinking about the various failures she had experienced recently, she felt very inappropriate. Lu Yinji reminded, Mr. Xiao, please think carefully before answering. Xiao Qingcheng thought for a few seconds and then replied, actually, I had a vague feeling before that the reason why the Xiao family can make such rapid progress seems to be inseparable from the Tianlong Group. Our Xiao family has received a lot of cooperation from Tianlong Group and made a lot of profits, which has led to the glory of the past 3 years, but just after I filed for divorce, it seemed. Lu Yinji said calmly, it seems that everything has turned 180 degrees, right? Okay. Xiao Qingcheng nodded truthfully. Then she asked doubtfully, does Miss Lu know the reason? Lu Yinji took a deep look at Xiao Qingcheng, shook his head and said, how does Yinji know the reason? But what I know is that as long as you are willing to obey me and work with me, within 3 months, all the properties of Tianlong Group will belong to you. What? Xiao Qingcheng opened her mouth slightly, obviously shocked by Lu Yinji's words. You must know that Tianlong Group is the largest enterprise in Jiangnan City, with total assets of 1,000 billion, an absolute supergiant. Because of this, families and businesses of all sizes in Jiangnan City are asking for cooperation in every possible way. Even for a project with an order of 100 billion, the dog's head will be blown out. However, Lu Yinji said that in 3 months, it will belong to her. This sounds like a fantasy. Ms. Lu, Lu Yinji raised her hand to interrupt Xiao Qingcheng. I know Xiao will always have doubts, but Lu Yinji, never make empty promises when doing things. As long as I am willing, what's the difficulty in leaving the entire Jiangnan City business world to you? Dong dong dong. Xiao Qingcheng's heart was beating wildly. With a cold, arrogant and face-saving personality, her biggest goal is to achieve remarkable success in the business world. If I can do this, no matter who looks at me, I will be better than Yi Tiance, right? Xiao Qingcheng murmured secretly in her heart. Is this kind of thing really possible? Even though Lu Yinji looks unfathomable in front of her and is known as the business empress of Jiangnan City, this kind of thing still sounds too unbelievable. She hesitated and asked, Miss Lu, why did you choose me? Lu Yinji said lightly, although your abilities are average and your achievements are not outstanding, I have said that your personality is very similar to mine. You are eager to prove yourself and even have an obsession. This kind of person will become a demon if he doesn't become a Buddha. He is worthy of my cultivation, but the prerequisite is that he must obey me unconditionally and be willing to dedicate everything to me. Even if it's your innocence, even if it's your Xiao Qingcheng's life. How? Xiao Qingcheng kept digesting these words in his mind. After all, it was so unexpected that it was difficult to accept it for a while. Lu Yinji smiled lightly and said, Mr. Xiao, there is no need to rush to tell me the answer. According to the previous agreement, you still have 3 days to think about it. Just give me the answer after 3 days. Xiao Qingcheng nodded in a daze and said, "Oh, then I'll leave first." Lu Yinji said, "When you go back, don't forget to watch the great show that will happen tonight." "A good show? What?" Xiao Qingcheng frowned and asked in confusion. Lu Yinji crossed his arms across his plump chest and replied, "Mr. Yi decided to take over the Ji family's project with only 1 yuan in RMB transfer fee." "What?" Xiao Qingcheng was horrified again. "Taking over the project with a transfer fee of 1 yuan, doesn't this obviously transfer the risk of 30 billion liquidated damages to yourself? What did Ji Tiance think?" Lu Yinji raised her eyebrows and asked, "Mr. Zhao's expression, is he worried about Mr. Yi?" Xiao Qingcheng naturally shook his head and denied, "I won't worry about him. He'd better take the project into his hands and let him know the price of frivolity." "Ha ha." Lu Yinji smiled meaningfully, "Then let's wait and see." Chapter 342 Willow and #039, The Wisp. Night, 11:50. Yi Tiance received a call from a Qing. It is said that Ji Buduan agreed to sign the project transfer contract and the two parties have completed the signing of the agreement. Ah Qing complained, "I know Ji Buduan and the others are deliberately stalling for time. We only have 3 days left for the company. Are you sure you can solve the feng shui problem on the construction site?" Yi Tiance said calmly, "I'm here, don't panic. I'll see you at the gate of the construction site later." Hang up the phone. Yi Tiance packed up and was about to go out. At this time, Lu Ruyan pushed open the bedroom door and poked out her beautiful little head. He smiled and asked, "Where are you going? Can you take me with you, sister?" Looking at this happy look, he must have won the battle with the keyboard warrior. Otherwise, with her character, she would not give up the fight even if the outside world was destroyed. Yi Tiance replied, "I'm going to the construction site to solve the feng shui problem. It's dangerous there, so don't follow me. Stay at home and stay calm." Lu Ruyan said dissatisfied, "Why don't you let me go? I'm your fiancé. Didn't we agree that we will share hardships together? Or do you not like her anymore? If you don't go, sister, I will cry for you." Yi Tiance sighed helplessly and said, "There is really nothing I can do to you. I can take you there, but the ugly words are ahead. If you get scared and pee your pants when you get there, don't blame me." Lu Ruyan smiled brightly, "Don't worry, sister is not an unreasonable person. He. If you are really scared and pee your pants, at worst, you will be asked to wash your sister's pants. There is nothing to be ashamed of." Afterwards, the two went downstairs. Yi Tiance drove Lu Ruyan to Tadat Industrial Park. 12 p.m. The two arrived at their destination and stopped at the entrance of the construction site. At this time, the Ji family's construction team and engineering equipment had already moved outside the construction site, and the workers still looked a little lost. Ji Buduan saw Yi Tiance and Lu Ruyan getting out of the car. A flash of hatred flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for Yi Tiance, how could the Ji family be like this? Dead and crippled, now he is the only one left struggling to support him, wanting to kill Yi Tiance for revenge all the time. But know that you must not act on impulse. He could only say in a sullen manner, "Oh, I just signed the contract and I came here impatiently. It seems that you are confident about completing the project." Yi Tiance said calmly, "You are still hanging around here so late. Are you here specifically to see our jokes?" Ji Buduan sneered and said, "As long as we know this kind of thing well, why bother to single it out? Besides, Ji is very curious about how you can solve the feng shui problem here, but don't hang your life on it." Taoist Master Yunlong had said at the beginning that this place was a place of absolute evil and was extremely difficult to deal with. So Ji Buduan couldn't wait to see Yi Tiance make a fool of himself or even die here. Lu Ruyan raised her chin and responded, "My family is blessed with great fortune, so I will not die easily. On the contrary, you, a villain, will suffer retribution sooner or later if you misbehave." Ji Buduan frowned. In my impression, Lu Ruyan was not Xiao Qingqing's best friend, and she had always looked down on Yi Tiance. Why did she speak for him today? He asked in confusion. Miss Lu, what do you mean by this? Ji must have never offended you, right? Lu Ruyan said coldly, although you have not offended me, sister, why don't you think you are disgusting? You. The corners of Ji Boduan's eyes twitched fiercely, thinking that this woman's fighting prowess was so irritating, she was almost as good as Han Ruoyan. At the same time, he was a little jealous of Yi Tiance. Why is he always surrounded by so many beautiful and well-off girls? God is so fucking unfair. At this time, a red BMW stopped. The tall Ah Cheng got out of the car and trotted over to Yi Tiance. Depend on another pretty girl. Ji Boduan cursed in displeasure. Then he said to Yi Tiance, now this construction site belongs to you, you can do whatever you want, but a reminder, this construction site is very scary, especially at night. If you were scared, you can wait until dawn before going in. Ha ha. Gulu. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan glanced at the surroundings nervously. The moon in the night sky tonight is covered by a layer of dark clouds and the light is dark. The construction site in front of us was completely dark, and with the Ji family's workers and construction vehicles moved out, there was no one inside, making it even more eerie. Lu Ruyan asked softly, are you sure you want to go in now? Yi Tiance nodded calmly, if you are afraid, just stay outside with a Qing. With her protecting you, Ji Boduan won't dare to do anything to you. Who told you that you're scared? My sister has always believed in science, so she won't be scared by feng shui and feudal superstitions. Lu Ruyan said bravely. Okay, when you go in later, try not to leave my sight. No matter what you encounter, stay calm. I'm here, so there will be no accidents. After Yi Tiance finished explaining, he turned on the flashlight and led Lu Ruyan and a Qing into the construction site gate. Looking at the three people's disappearing figures, Ji Boduan sneered coldly, you don't know whether to live or die. I want to see if you can solve the feng shui of this evil place. Manager Ma came over and asked worriedly, Master, if all three of them die inside, will it affect us if this matter spreads? Yi Tiance has nothing to do with Ah Qing. The main reason is that Lu Ruyan is here. I heard that she is the eldest lady of the Lu family in the provincial capital, and even the young master in the provincial capital is pursuing her. Ji Boduan said indifferently, we have transferred this construction site. She can only blame her for being unlucky if she dies there. Does it have anything to do with us? You and I can just watch a good show here tonight. By the way, how about the things I asked you to do before? Manager Ma quickly replied, my subordinates have notified all the urban construction companies and construction teams in Jiangnan City, and they have secretly reached an agreement. No matter whether the feng shui here is solved or not, they will not come to do construction. Not bad. Ji Boduan said with satisfaction, in this way, the roads in front and behind are blocked. I want to see how Yi Tiance can turn things around. Ha ha ha. The construction site was in ruins and a mess. Hoo hoo. From time to time, gusts of cold wind blew by, revealing something strange in the gloom. Since I entered the construction site, I feel that the temperature is much lower than outside. It's so cold. Lu Ruyan rubbed her arms and sighed. Ah Cheng held a flashlight and looked at the surrounding environment with vigilance. She is a master of martial arts, and her perception is much more sensitive than ordinary people. As she walked deeper and deeper into the construction site, the dangerous atmosphere made her nervous. On the other hand, Yi Tiance acted like a normal person, strutting around and even humming a ditty. The vastness of the world is my love. The tone and rhythm were obviously deliberately imitating Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan pinched Yi Tiance's arm and complained, can you stop singing? It's so late at night, I'll attract the devil again. Just finished. Ah Qing suddenly froze, pointed forward, and said with a slightly trembling voice, look, what is in front of you? Okay? Lu Ruyan turned her head. My eyes suddenly widened. I saw a green ball of fire floating around the dilapidated factory ahead, jumping up and down, exuding a cold atmosphere. Chapter 343 The Tomb of the Great Evil. This is a will-o'-the-wisp. Lu Ruyan couldn't help shouting, her eyes trembling. Ah Ching also felt that his scalp was numb and cold sweat was flowing down his forehead. Is there a ghost here? Yi Tian smiled bitterly and said, what are ghosts and not ghosts? This will-o'-the-wisp is just a phenomenon naturally caused by the phosphorus substances in the body of animals after they die and are buried in the ground. There is no need to be so nervous. With a gentle wave of his hand, he whipped up a gust of wind and blew out the floating will-o'-the-wisp. Lu Ruyan and Ah Ching looked at each other. Is this over? Several people moved on. Ah Ching wondered, I collected relevant news about accidents at the construction site in the past few days, and learned that many workers committed suicide for no reason, and there were also many venomous snakes and insects in the center of the construction site. What are the causes of these? Yi Tian explained, the feng shui of this place gathers a lot of evil spirits, which is also called the place of absolute evil. If people stay in this environment for a long time, they will be affected. Their emotions, mentality, behavior, etc. will be abnormal, ranging from illness to serious illness. Die. As for those poisonous insects and snakes, they also felt the evil spirit and gathered here to make nests. This is naturally beneficial to their survival. Ah Ching continued to ask, what is the reason why the earth becomes a place of extreme evil? Yi Tian replied, there are generally 3 reasons for the formation of extremely evil places. One is the unique feng shui situation formed naturally, which kills people invisible. Just like the often mentioned Bermuda, Shenangjia depths, etc., but the number of such feng shui bureaus is very rare, and we may not even have one in Tiannan province. The second type is that many people died in this place, such as the ancient battlefield where the 2 armies fought, or the mass graves where the people were massacred, but this kind of area is rare. The third type is the tomb of great evil. In ancient times, some top dignitaries worried that the tomb would be stolen after their death and burial. They would ask feng shui masters to transform the cemetery into a place of great evil, so that the tomb robbers would never come back. So according to my guess, there should be a tomb of great evil in this underground area. Lu Ruyan's face was a little pale and she muttered, listening to what you said, why do I feel like listening to Tomb Raiders? Ah Ching said suspiciously, I heard what you said is very clear. Could it be that I already knew that there is a tomb of great evil underground? Okay. Yi Tian nodded. Before the Tianlong group bought this land at a low price, he came to explore it and analyzed it and came up with this answer. Lu Ruyan asked curiously, I usually like to read novels. In those tomb robbery novels, it is said that there are many treasures hidden in the tomb of the murderer. Why didn't you go down and look for it? What if you get rich? Yi Tian rolled his eyes. I'm not a tomb robber. Why do I care about those things? Besides, tomb robbing is detrimental to moral integrity. This is what Master told me. While talking, the group of people had arrived at the center of the construction site. What caught the eye was an abandoned factory building, and when the flashlight shone there were countless venomous snakes and insects entrenched around it. With the squirming and rustling sound, it makes people's scalp numb. Lu Ruyan had goosebumps all over her body and said in fear, oh my god, this is too much. Ah Ching also took a breath of cold air. No wonder the Jijia engineering team said they would not continue construction. With these things here, anyone else would be scared. Yi Tian said, you two stand still here and don't follow me. He walked forward swaggeringly. Day. When walking to the vicinity of the factory, the poisonous snakes and insects that had been staying quietly seemed to have been stimulated by some kind of stimulus. Suddenly, they rushed forward and backward to surround and attack Yi Tian. Swish, swish, swish. There are so many of them, they are like a tide, fierce and surging. Yi Tian just raised his eyelids slightly. A group of garbage. Push out with one palm of your right hand. Boom. A majestic wave of air in the shape of a palm pushed forward unstoppably and continued to expand. Those poisonous snakes and insects that touched the airwaves were strangled to pieces in the blink of an eye. The airwave was so powerful that it even left a clearly visible ravine on the ground. Saw this scene. Ah Ching's eyes suddenly widened and his mouth opened wide. Is this his true strength? 2. Before, she always associated Yi Tiance with being indifferent and distrustful of him. But if you think about it carefully, this man is the idol that your young lady worships, Jiangnan war god Lin Feng. Yes. Only a strong man with the god of war level would launch such a terrifying palm. Lu Ruyan's face turned red with excitement. As expected of being my sister's fiancé, it's just a shame. My sister clearly knew Yi Tiance before the big cow, but she ended up confirming their relationship behind his back. In the end, it's all Xiao Qingqing's fault. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have misunderstood Yi Tiance for 3 years. It's a good thing to cut off the relationship with best friends now, otherwise you might be tricked for a long time. Yi Tiance strangled half of the poisonous snakes and insects with one palm strike. Buzz. Then, an extremely powerful killing aura was released with him as the center. When the agitated and angry poisonous snakes and poisonous insects felt this aura, they instantly became frightened and panicked, and actually turned around and got into the factory. In less than a minute, there was no living poisonous snake or insect in sight. Yi Tiance walked to the factory and kicked the wall of the dilapidated factory. Rumble. The solid wall collapsed instantly, and the colored steel tiles above also flew far away and fell to the ground under the strong wind picked up by Yi Tiance's 2 palms. Crackling. After a while, the entire abandoned factory building became an empty space under the feet of Yi Tiance's simple fist. Ah Qing gasped and said, "No wonder they say that the strong god of war no longer belongs to the category of human beings, he is too fierce." Call. A dark wind surged inexplicably in the center of the construction site, mixed with some dust, and made people tremble all over. Ah Cheng and Lu Ruyan were both a little nervous. Don't let anything happen. Yi Tiance walked to the center of the vacant lot where the factory building had been bulldozed and saw a pit about 1 meter in diameter on the ground. There are traces of the activity of venomous snakes and venomous insects around. Obviously, they all just escaped here. When the flashlight shines in, the depth is bottomless. Hoo. Wisps of sinister aura emerged from the deep pit, and it was very strong. If it were an ordinary person, their mental and emotional state would definitely be impacted when they were in such an environment of strong and evil energy. But Yi Tiance was not affected at all. Instead, he calmly held his chin and analyzed, this deep pit is connected to the tomb of great evil underground, and the sinister energy is overflowing from it. Then what should we do? Lu Ruyan's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Yi Tiance turned his head. Ah Cheng and Lu Ruyan walked over. Yi Tiance said seriously, "I didn't tell you two to wait outside, why are you here?" Lu Ruyan said, "We both saw that the poisonous snakes and insects were scared away, so we came over." "Is there any problem?" Yi Tiance was about to speak. Rumble. The ground beneath my feet was shaking violently. Is this an earthquake? Chapter 344 Eyes. Lu Ruyan and Ah Cheng were shocked. What happened? Is it an earthquake? Boom. At this time, a strong sinister air spewed out from the deep pit in the ground, like a volcanic eruption, rolling up a lot of dust and gravel, and even poisonous snakes and poisonous insects. Not good. Yi Tiance's expression changed slightly, he held Lu Ruyan and Ah Cheng's waists with his left and right hands respectively, and stepped back to a distance of more than 20 meters. Just landed. He saw the evil energy emerging floating in the air, condensing into tentacle-like shapes, and encircling Yi Tiance and the other 3 people. Hunting noise. Lu Ruyan turned pale with fright. What is this? Yi Tiance explained, this should be the ancient evil spirit contained in the underground evil tomb, which is richer, older, and more powerful than the ordinary evil spirit. When the ancient evil spirit senses the movement of the human body, it will actively surround it. Once the human body is inhaled, it will immediately impact the brain nerves, ranging from dementia to death. What? Lu Ruyan and Ah Cheng were both scared. If I had known it was so dangerous, I should have stayed far away and watched. In fact, Yi Tiance didn't say anything, that is, this kind of ancient evil spirit emerged from the evil tomb, and it was very likely to be mixed with corpse poison. Once it was touched, it would be very troublesome. Hoo. At this moment, those ancient evil spirits were already surrounding several people. Hold me. Yi Tiance gave some instructions and moved his body around to avoid the encirclement and suppression of the ancient evil spirit. Both Lu Ruyan and Acheng hugged Yi Tiance tightly and dared not let go. Feeling the soft and delicate bodies on the left and right sides, as well as the light fragrance entering the nostrils, I can't put it down. But if you don't free your hands, you can't solve these ancient evil spirits. When Yi Tiance held the two ancient evil spirits and pulled them away from each other to a safe distance, he put the two beauties down. He warned, be obedient this time, stay here and don't follow me. Okay. Oh. The two of them responded, both still a little shocked. Yi Tiance jumped up and ran straight towards the pit. Hoo. When the ancient evil spirit in midair felt Yi Tiance, he rushed towards him crazily. As Yi Tiance waved his big hand one by one, those ancient evil spirits were blasted away. But soon these ancient evil spirits that had been blasted away reunited and continued to surround Yi Tiance. How this thing is a little trickier than I thought. Yi Tiance sighed softly. If you want to stop this ancient evil spirit, the best way is to solve them from the source, that is, enter this underground evil tomb. In that case, let's go down and have a look. Yi Tiance did not hesitate, jumped directly into the pit, and disappeared. Saw this scene. Lu Ruyan said worriedly, no, why did he jump in? She would subconsciously run over to save people. Acheng quickly stopped him and said, don't go there. Didn't you listen to what he just said to let us wait here? Don't cause him any more trouble. But Lu Ruyan bit her lip, confused. She thought that she had finally fallen in love with a man, and they had only been together for a short time. If something happened, wouldn't it mean that she would be left a widow? This is even more uncomfortable than letting her die. Acheng comforted him, you have to have confidence in him. He is the god of war in Jiangnan, the most powerful martial artist in Jiangnan City. Nothing will happen to him. Ha? Is he really the god of war in Jiangnan? Lu Ruyan blinked her big eyes, looking confused. Previously, she and Han Ruoyun both asked Yi Tiance if he was the Jiangnan god of war, but they were both denied. Acheng asked in confusion, you don't know? He is originally the god of war in Jiangnan, and he admitted it in front of my lady. Otherwise, why would my lady trust him so much? Good guy, this bastard knows how to lie to me. Lu Ruyan stamped her foot angrily, her face full of displeasure. Why should I tell Rome Mia this secret but not my sister? Just because she is 1 cup size bigger than me? What a double standard. Just wait until your work is done. Sister, I will clean your water pipes and make you smoke, and make you overdrawn. It's best to abolish it. Yi Tiance jumped into the pit, probably fell nearly 50 meters, and finally landed on the ground. Pat. The feet are on flat ground. The flashlight shined around and found that he was in a long and narrow tomb passage. The tomb passage is more than 2 meters high and 3 meters wide. The tomb walls, roof, and ground on both sides of the tomb passage are all made of long square stones. Each piece weighs 1,000 kilograms and fits perfectly. It's rare to see tomb passages of this size. I think the owner of this tomb is either rich or noble. Yi Tiance murmured and walked in the direction of the ancient evil spirit. Hoo. The ancient evil spirit inside the tomb passage was stronger than outside, and it surrounded Yi Tiance. Go away! Yi Tiance let out a majestic roar. With him as the center, a wave of air instantly rolled up and directly scattered those ancient evil spirits in all directions, making it impossible to get close. Along the way, Yi Tiance saw many corpses of poisonous snakes and poisonous insects, as well as destroyed flowstones, poisonous pits, broken arrows, etc. It seems that there are many mechanisms set up in this tomb passage, but they have all been cracked. Did they encounter tomb robbers a long time ago? Or is it due to other reasons? Yi Tian's frowned and analyzed, and continued to move forward. As we move forward, the ancient evil spirit becomes more intense, and we get closer and closer to the source of the ancient evil spirit. 5 minutes later. Yi Tian's walked to the end of the tomb passage. At the end is a giant bronze door with various rare and exotic animals carved on its surface, as well as incomprehensible runic fonts. Bronze material? This was the most popular material during the Shang, Zhou, and spring and autumn periods. How can this ancient tomb be so old? Yi Tian's also noticed that there was a gap between the two giant bronze doors. It was about an inch wide, and a large amount of ancient evil spirit overflowed from this gap. Behind this huge bronze door should be the tomb owner's tomb chamber, right? That's why the ancient evil energy that has been gathered for thousands of years can continuously emerge. If you want to prevent the ancient evil spirit from continuing to emerge, you must close this giant bronze door. Yi Tian's opened his hands, placed them on both sides of the giant bronze door, and pushed forward with all his strength. Only to find that the giant door didn't move at all. It shouldn't be. Yi Tian's raised his eyebrows slightly. These two giant doors only weighed about 10,000 pounds at most. With his strength, he should be able to push them easily. Is there a mechanism behind this huge door? Do I have to turn on the mechanism to push it open? This is really troublesome. Yi Tian's held his chin and thought. He stepped forward and shined his flashlight into the crack of the door, wanting to see if there were any mechanisms inside. But he found that after the flashlight light shined through the door, it was completely swallowed up by the darkness inside, and he couldn't see anything. At this time, Yi Tian suddenly saw that behind the inch-wide crack in the door, a scarlet eye suddenly appeared, looking into Yi Tian's eyes. Blink, blink. Chapter 345 Key. Even though Yi Tian was well informed, he was also shocked by this sudden scene. But when he took another closer look, he found that there was nothing behind the crack in the door. Are you hallucinating? This place is rich in ancient evil spirits. Staying here for a long time will inevitably affect your spirit, and hallucinations are no exception. Yi Tian took a deep breath and calmed down. He carefully inspected the area around the giant bronze door and saw a square groove on the tomb wall to the right of the door. In the very center of the groove is a protruding bronze needle. But from the curved shape, it looks like a key fixed on it. Yi Tian walked over and touched the bronze key. Buzz. A cold feeling suddenly penetrated my thighs and my trouser pockets. Hiss. Yi Tian took a breath, grabbed it into his trouser pocket, and took out a square wooden box. He put this thing in his pocket before going out. Because it is an evil weapon and is sensitive to evil spirits, I thought of solving the feng shui problem here, so I brought it here. Keys, evil weapons, ancient evil spirits, holes, could they be? A flash of inspiration flashed in Yi Tian's mind. He aligned the hole at the bottom of the square wooden box with the protruding bronze key and inserted it. It just fits perfectly. Click. The bottom of the entire square wooden box just fits into the groove on the surface of the tomb wall. Buzz. This moment. The entire giant bronze door and the surrounding tomb passages shook slightly. Yi Tian's face lit up. This wooden box is actually the key to controlling the closing of the giant door. What a coincidence. It's no wonder that it contains so much evil energy. It should have been placed here for thousands of years and was constantly corroded by the ancient evil energy, naturally forming an evil weapon. Yi Tian pressed the surface of the square wooden box and prepared to control the giant bronze door to close. But the moment his palm touched the surface of the square wooden box, an ancient and deep voice seemed to sound in my heart. Open the door. Open the door. This voice shocked the soul, and even made Yi Tian feel a strong sense of oppression, which was even irresistible. This sound seems to come from the tomb behind the giant door? Yi Tian shook his head to wake himself up a little. Although the sound disappeared. But inexplicably, a bewitched curiosity kept amplifying, which actually gave him the idea of opening the giant bronze door. How about giving it a try? By some strange mistake, he held down the square wooden box and slowly rotated it clockwise. Rumble. The gap in the two giant bronze doors gradually widened, and more rich ancient evil aura spewed out. When I looked at it, the gap was almost as wide as a person. Click. Yi-Tiance felt a sound coming from the wooden box under his palm. Yi-Tiance stopped spinning the wooden box. He raised his hand and saw that the lid of the square wooden box opened automatically, revealing the inner space of the wooden box. There is a piece of craft paper placed inside. This is? Yi-Tiance took out the brown paper and spread it out. There is a line of words written on it: "The ancient tomb is very dangerous. There is opportunity inside. The time has not come. Do not enter, remember." Damn it! Yi-Tiance's eyes suddenly widened. What shocked him was not the content of this line. After all, it was easy to understand. But I was shocked that the person who left these words was actually Master. That's right. Yi-Tiance has been with his master for many years and is very familiar with his handwriting. There is no way anyone in the world can imitate it. This line of writing was specially left for me by Master? Did he already know what was going to happen today? Yi-Tiance couldn't help but make a bold guess. Although this sounds a bit weird, because whether Yi-Tiance got the square wooden box or decided to deal with the feng shui problem here, it was all his subjective thoughts or coincidence. And the Master left 5 years ago. Logically speaking, it is impossible to predict the future. But just because of this impossibility, it seems very possible when it comes to Master. Because Yi-Tiance has been learning skills with him for many years, even if he reaches the top, he still can't see through that old guy. Besides being mysterious, it's still mysterious. If it is really the words he left behind, it not only means that Master already knew the location of the murderous tomb, but also knew about the Hulu Mountain. Even the square wooden box may have been thrown into the Hulu Mountain well by him. It's just that he has done so much. What's the purpose? Yi-Tiance was puzzled. Forget it, since it is Master's reminder. Although I am curious about what is in this ancient tomb, let's stop here for today. When the time comes, we can enter the tomb to find out. Anyway, the key to open the giant bronze door is here in my hand. Yi-Tiance rotates the square wooden box counterclockwise. Rumble. The two huge bronze doors closed slowly, and finally closed completely without any gaps. The ancient evil spirit no longer pours out. It's done, you can go out. Yi-Tiance pulled the square wooden box out of the groove and put it into his pocket, hummed a tune, turned and left. Construction site outside. Lu Ruyan and Ah Qing were still looking nervously in the direction of the pit, their expressions unable to hide their nervousness. Hua hua hua. At this time, a burst of footsteps sounded behind him. It turned out that Ji Budwan came here with Manager Ma and a few thugs, and they all looked a little nervous. Lu Ruyan frowned and said, "What are you doing here?" Ji Budwan mocked, "You haven't come out for so long." "I'm worried that something happened, so I came here to collect the corpse." He looked around. "It's just you two. The one named Ji isn't here?" Lu Ruyan and Ah Qing looked at each other but did not answer. Ha ha. Ji Budwan couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, "I knew that the man named Ji pretended to be awesome, but in fact he couldn't solve the feng shui problem at all. He is probably dead." "It's so cool." Lu Ruyan said displeased, "You want to take care of it? Get out of here." Ji Budwan was not annoyed either. "Miss Lu, there is something sinister about this place. Something will happen if you continue to stay here. I only dare to come in with so many people protecting me. I am a person who cares about beauty and cannot bear to see beautiful women suffer. How about going out with us now? If it were any later, it might be difficult to get out." Lu Ruyan cursed directly. "Can you please stop being a bitch in front of my sister? If you're afraid of death, just take the others and get out. Except for Yi-Tiance taking me, I won't follow anyone else out." Ji Budwan said sarcastically, "That bastard Yi-Tiance is already dead. There are no corpses left, so stop fantasizing." At this time, Manager Ma suddenly muttered, "Huh? Do you feel that the temperature around you is not that cold anymore? Being reminded like this. The thugs behind him said one after another. Yes, not only is it no longer cold, but the eerie feeling has also disappeared. Look, even the moon is out in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw that the dark clouds that had shrouded the sky disappeared, and the bright moonlight sprinkled on the earth, a silvery white. Swish! A figure in the distance jumped out of the pit and landed lightly on the ground. He walked slowly with his hands in his pockets, his figure stretched under the moonlight. He said in an indifferent tone, "Hey! Did you give me the courage to say that I, Yi Tiance, died?" Chapter 346. Grandma doesn't like money. You are actually still alive? Seeing Yi Tiance coming over, Ji Budwan took 2 steps back nervously, and his legs were a little weak. When he saw this evil star, he was filled with fear from the bottom of his heart. Wow! It's great that you are indeed okay. Lu Ruyan ran over excitedly and threw herself into Yi Tiance's arms, her voice choked with sobs. Yi Tiance patted her back. I have already said that this matter is nothing to me, so there is no need to worry so much. Lu Ruyan responded and asked, have you solved the feng shui problem in this place? Yi Tiance nodded and said, of course, don't you feel the changes around you? Yeah, I feel it. Lu Ruyan nodded. At this moment, she didn't feel the gloominess around her at all, and the original feeling of chest tightness and discomfort disappeared. Ah Ching also came over. I found that all the evil spirits around me have disappeared. How did you do that? This is a secret. Yi Tiance smiled mysteriously and glanced at Ji Budwan. I hate people cursing me, but you just cursed me to death. This sentence makes me feel a little unhappy. Yi Tiance held his chin. His voice became colder and he said, it just happened that there was something wrong with the feng shui of this construction site and many people died. So if someone died here tonight, no one would be suspicious if word spread, right? Hear these words. Thump. Ji Budwan knelt down to Yi Tiance very simply. With a face full of fear, he said, Grandpa, I am your grandson. This matter is all a misunderstanding. How can I dare to curse you? I'm really worried about your safety, so I brought people to protect you. Don't kill me. Finished speaking. He even kowtowed to Yi Tiance 3 times. Manager Ma and the thugs standing behind Ji Budwan looked at each other in confusion. I thought to myself that your face changes too quickly. Could it be that you learned this acting skill from 2.5 years of further studies at the film school? Yi Tiance looked down at Ji Budwan from a high position. Ha, so that's what happened. Grandson, you are so filial. Ji Budwan nodded repeatedly. He continued to boast, that's necessary. I can learn from my filial piety towards you, especially Grandpa, you solved the feng shui problem here in one go. It's really awesome. I'm very happy to congratulate you. Well, it's time to celebrate. A harmless smile appeared on Yi Tiance's lips. Then as your grandson, what practical actions are you going to take to celebrate? Ji Budwan was confused, blinking his big eyes. What does it mean to express celebration through practical actions? Didn't I kneel down and kowtow just now? Isn't it practical enough? I have a very bad feeling. He asked with a mournful face, Grandpa, could you please clarify? Yi Tiance hugged Lu Ruyan. He introduced with a smile, this is one of your grandmothers. Recently, she had a little conflict with her family. Her bank account was blocked. As the eldest grandson, why don't you express your gratitude? What? Ji Budwan almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Now that our Ji family is in such a miserable state, how dare you ask me for money? Do you still want to be embarrassed? Lu Ruyan angrily punched Yi Tiance on the chest. I hate it, sister, I'm only 26 years old, why did I suddenly become a grandma? Although there was a complaining tone in these words, the pride was still obvious. After all, to a certain extent, Yi Tiance officially recognized the relationship between the two. Yi Tiance asked Ji Bo coldly, "You are hesitating, are you going to express your intention?" "I am a grandson and I must show it." Ji Boduan asked submissively, "How much does it cost?" Yi Tiance asked Lu Ruyan, "Tell me the number." Lu Ruyan glanced at Ji Boduan. Her beautiful face was full of innocence and she said, "I've never been interested in money. I only like a plain and simple life, so just a little pocket money is enough." "Well, this amount is barely enough for me." Lu Ruyan raised a finger. "This is 10,000? Ji Boduan asked subconsciously. Lu Ruyan shook his head. "Ha? 1 million? Lu Ruyan shook his head again. Ji Boduan said bitterly, shouldn't it be 10 million? Lu Ruyan sighed and said, "Grandson. Why are you so stingy with Grandma?" "Grandma, I only want 1 million, so I can spend it as much as I can." "I won't force you, right?" Ji Boduan almost hit him. 1 million is still called pocket money? Why are you never interested in money? Listen, is this human language? Seeing Ji Boduan's expression, Yi Tiance's voice became colder and said, "What? You're reluctant?" Ji Boduan quickly shook his head and said, "No. Not forced at all, huh? If you don't force it, why are you waiting? Transfer the money quickly. It's inconvenient for your grandma's account to be blocked, so just leave it with me for safekeeping first." Oh. In Ji Boduan's heart, 10,000 grass and mud horses galloped past, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. In the end, I had to reluctantly transfer 1 million to Yi Tiance's account. This is undoubtedly making things worse for the current Ji family. Ah Qing, who saw this in his eyes, was filled with emotion. Thinking that Yi Tiance just spent 1 yuan in transfer money today to get the project contract, and in the blink of an eye he extorted 1 million from Ji Boduan. This man really can't bear any loss. Jingle bell. At this time, Ah Qing's cell phone rang. It's the marketing manager of Fingrong Group calling. Press the answer key. A panicked voice immediately came from the other side. "Sister Qing, something's wrong. There's trouble." Ah Qing frowned and said, "Don't be in a hurry. If you have something to say it slowly." The marketing manager said, "This morning, Mr. Yi asked us to prepare in advance to take over the construction project. Today we spent our network and energy on talking to many construction companies and engineering teams. But no matter which company it was, they all encountered rejection in the end. They said there was a feng shui problem at the construction site and they were afraid of killing people. No matter what conditions are offered, they will not come to do the construction. What should I do?" What? Ah Qing's eyelids twitched. She hurriedly said, "Tell the engineering teams and construction companies that the feng shui problem on the construction site has been solved and there will be no risks." The marketing manager said helplessly, "After I finished talking to them, they were blocked by the other party." Judging from their tacit understanding, it seemed that they had been secretly communicating with each other for a long time. No matter whether the feng shui problem was solved or not, they would not agree to come to the construction. Ah Qing's delicate body trembled and her face turned pale. She originally thought that the feng shui problem at the construction site would be solved and everything else would fall into place. With 3 days of full-scale construction, the demolition work can be completed. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. In the end, how to do? At a loss, she hung up the phone and could only report everything to Yi Tiance. After listening, Yi Tiance did not express his position. Lu Ruyan's happy expression just now turned worried. Ji Boduan sneered in his heart. Fortunately, Mr. Luo laid an ambush in advance. Even if the feng shui problem was solved, the project would still be completed before the deadline. Yi Tiance. After fighting for a long time, in the end you still missed the mark. Ha ha ha. At this time, an excited voice sounded in the distance. "Xiao Sisi, I'm back after completing my mission." Chapter 347. Go back to bed together? Several people turned their heads. Seeing Han Ruoyan trotting over, the cup on her chest was shaking up and down, almost popping out of her collar. Lu Ruoyan tilted her head and asked in confusion, "How does the big cow know we are here?" Yi Tian said, "I told her." While talking, Han Ruoyan had already run up to several people. She feigned a salute to Yi Tian's. "Report to Sir Yi. This lady has completed the task, please give instructions." Yi Tian's raised his hand and rubbed it on Han Ruoyan's head. He smiled softly and said, "Thank you. Hee hee, I will help you with your work, it won't be hard at all." She naturally pulled Yi Tian's from Lu Ruoyan into her arms, hugged Yi Tian's arm, and rubbed it with 2 cups. "Big and soft, it makes your heart happy." Seeing the two of them talking like this was like playing a riddle. Lu Ruoyan pouted and asked with some dissatisfaction, "You two are secretly waiting for your sister to do something? What kind of mission is it?" Han Ruoyan said proudly, "You'll know later, little tablet, don't be scared." The voice just fell. There was a roar from the direction of the construction site entrance and the lights flashed. "Turn around and look." Construction vehicles drove in one after another, forklifts, excavators, dump trucks, etc. were all available. Then one bus after another stopped, and construction workers in work clothes got off. Just at a glance, there are almost hundreds of people. "See this." Ah Ching said in surprise, "Oh my god, it's actually the engineering team? What the hell is going on? Didn't it mean that the engineering team from Jiangnan City didn't come? It's not just her." Ji Budwan's eyes almost popped out. He slapped Manager Ma directly. Snapped. Manager Ma was so beaten that stars appeared in his eyes. Ji Budwan lowered his voice and scolded, "Fuck. What the hell is going on? Didn't I tell you to tell other engineering teams and construction companies not to come here? How come they are all here? This shouldn't." Manager Ma broke into a cold sweat. He quickly glanced around the engineering teams and saw the names on the workers' safety helmets and overalls. He couldn't help but said in shock, "Master, this is wrong. Look at these engineering teams, including Sanda Group, Anton Urban Construction, Phoenix Engineering. They are not companies from our Jiangnan City, but from other surrounding cities. How can this be?" Ji Budwan was stunned, his body swayed, and he collapsed directly to the ground. He originally thought that he could use encirclement and suppression methods to restrain Yi Tian's, but he never thought that the other party would actually mobilize engineering teams from other cities, which was unexpected. "It's over, everything is over, hee hee." At this time, a very familiar middle-aged man walked quickly from the engineering team, wearing a white safety helmet on his head. He is none other than Han Tianzheng, the head of the Han family. Yi Tian's took the initiative to say hello. "Uncle Han, I'm so sorry that I asked you to come here so late." Han Tianzheng smiled heartily and said, "What did nephew Yi say? Your business is our Han family's business. Even if uncle doesn't eat or drink for 3 days and 3 nights, he still has to help you take care of it." He looked at Han Ruoyan dotingly and said, "What's more, my precious daughter has given orders, saying that this is a task assigned by her man and must be completed. How dare I, the father, not handle it properly?" Swish. Han Ruoyan's face turned slightly red. He said angrily, "How could anyone say this? Don't make up your mind. Ha ha ha. Xiaonizi is so shy." Han Tianjing said again, "Nephew Yi Xian, I will arrange for the construction team to work immediately and ensure that the demolition project will be completed within 3 days." Yi Tian's cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Uncle Han." Han Tianzheng waved his hand and said, "What can I thank my family for? From now on, I will be nicer to Yun, my family, and try to let me have my grandson as soon as possible." He turned around and left, and the company explained to the various heads of the construction team about the start of construction. Soon, construction began, with bright lights and constant roar. At this time, Qing was filled with excitement. She knows very well how great the benefits will be brought by the completion of this project and how important it is to Rome Mayen. She couldn't help but ask, "Did you arrange all these in advance?" Okay. Yi Tiance nodded, and then briefly described the matter. In fact, he had already expected that after winning the project with a transfer fee of 1 yuan, Ji Jiaxi was likely to make small moves on the construction team. Therefore, arrangements were made in advance for Han Ruoyun to go home and ask Han Tianzheng for help. You must know that the Han Jiagui is one of the 3 major families in Jiangnan City, and is also the richest man in Jiangnan City, officially. His industries are not only spread across Jiangnan City, but also very influential in surrounding cities. After Han Tianzheng learned the news, he didn't waste a second and personally took Han Ruoyun to surrounding cities to negotiate with construction companies. Construction companies in surrounding cities didn't know about the feng shui incident at the construction site, and Han Tianzheng directly offered double the price. These construction companies signed contracts at the speed of a hungry tiger, gathered as quickly as possible, and rushed over. After listening, Qing breathed a long sigh of relief and looked at Yi Tiance in a daze. You must know that before this, she always felt that Yi Tiance's attitude towards the project was nonsense and did not take it to heart at all. For this reason, I often complained to Yi Tiance, feeling that the young lady had misjudged the person. But at this moment, she finally understood what it means to make a decision and then act. He is worthy of being the god of war in Jiangnan, and worthy of being the man that the lady likes. It's really charming and reliable. Just when she was hesitating to praise Yi Tiance. But he saw Yi Tiance open his hands and take Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan into his arms respectively. He said with a somewhat wretched smile, "It's getting late, let's go home and sleep together?" Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan's faces were slightly red, but they both nodded without refusing. Qing. What is attractive? What is reliable? Pooh. It's all nonsense. Just pretend I didn't think about anything just now. Yi Tiance had just taken a few steps with the 2 beauties in his arms when he suddenly thought of something. He turned to Ji Buduan and said calmly, "Our construction site has already begun. If we continue to stay here, we will charge a visiting fee? How about 10 million per minute? Hear this." Ji Bo, who was deflated just a second ago, stood up with a carp in his hand. He hurriedly took Manager Ma and others to escape in a hurry, for fear that his parents would lose some legs. Wait until they leave. Yi Tiance then told Qing, "You stay here later, take over Uncle Han's baton, and ask the workers to cover the pit with huge rocks, surrounded with guardrails, and don't allow anyone to enter. The construction site has been busy in the past few days. It's in your hands." Qing curled his lips and complained, "Why do you leave me here? Go back and sleep on your own?" Yi Tiance said as expected, "Your lady asked you to obey my orders unconditionally, have you forgotten?" Qing opened his mouth, Yi Tiance asked with a wicked smile, "Or do you not want to stay here, but want to go back with me to sleep?" Ha! Chapter 348 Taoist Priest Yunhai. Hear this. Qing's eyes suddenly widened, and his little face turned red. He shouted angrily, What are you talking about? You bastard! Who wants to sleep with you?" Lu Ruyan and Han Ruoyun also pinched Yi Tiance's waist on the left and right sides respectively. "I think you, a big pervert, are still shameless in seducing other women in front of us? You are not satisfied that Rong Meiyan is your fiancée, now you want to take her as well as her assistant?" Hiss. Yi Tiance was pinched so much that he took a breath of air. He explained with a wry smile, "Why are you excited? I was just joking. I'm not a fan of airports. I can only be a buddy at best. That's pretty much it." Humph. It's still a human saying. Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan looked a little better. On the other hand, Qing had a slight breach of defense. She first looked down at herself, and then at Lu Ruyan. The C-cup was considered to be above average, and Han Ruoyun was a talented player who couldn't see her toes when she lowered her head. A feeling of inferiority and unhappiness arises spontaneously. Humph. Just watch the scene. Go back and have a good sleep. Sooner or later, you will die on a woman's belly. Putting down these words, he left angrily and went to the engineering team. Humph. She doesn't have big breasts and a bad temper, so she has to suffer here for 2 days. Yi Tiance murmured with a wicked smile, and then led Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan away from the scene. The living room of Ji's villa. What? Luo Yuanliang stood up from the sofa with an incredible expression on his face. Ji Buduan stood in front of him with a worried look on his face. He had just described everything that happened at the construction site. Ji Buduan said bitterly, "Mr. Luo, what on earth should we do? Now with the help of the engineering team, Yi Tiance and the others will definitely be able to complete the construction period within 3 days. In the end, not only will they receive a down payment of 50 billion from Tianlong Group, but they will also receive the 20 billion we mortgaged there. This is simply... Shut up! Useless thing." At this moment, even Luo Yuanliang, who had always been good at planning, felt a little depressed. He thought that all his plans were perfect. But I didn't expect to fall into Yi Tiance's hands again and again. This was something I had never encountered before, and I couldn't bear it. At this time, Dr. Fuji, who was sitting on the sofa at the other end, hesitated and spoke. "How about we contact the second master? Let him send more people to help? No matter what, we can't let the man named Ji successfully complete the construction period." Luo Yuanliang shook his head and said, "No. Let's not talk about it for now. If we do this task given to us by the second master, he will definitely be angry and punished. The important thing is that Rong Mei Yan is in the provincial capital now, and the second master has to focus on dealing with her. I can't let him be distracted at this time. What should we do?" This one. Luo Yuanliang was about to speak. Bang bang bang. Ah! 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 Suddenly there was a sound of fists, kicks and screams outside. Several people turned around to take a look. I saw several thugs guarding outside being knocked to the ground, thrown into the living room, and passed out. Several figures walked in slowly. One of them was wearing a blue monk's robe with gold trim. He was nearly 70 years old, with a thin figure and a fleshy face. He looked like he had a bad temper. Next to him was Taoist Master Gongsun, who was wearing a yellow robe. Behind them were 2 dark-skinned martial arts masters, both of whom exuded the tyrannical strength of late-stage masters. Ji Buduan said in surprise, "Master Gongsun, who are you?" Snapped. Taoist Gongsun slapped him in the face. "Pindao is here today to avenge Taoist Master Yunlong. There are other bastards in your Ji family, why don't you just kneel down and be captured without mercy?" What? Ji Buduan was stunned for a moment. Then I remembered that after Taoist Master Yunlong was killed, Taoist Master Gongsun said they were the ones who did it, and went to Yuanyang Valley to bring in reinforcements. You came back so quickly? Luo Yuanliang and Tang Bai also felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Because they felt that this old Taoist priest wearing a blue gold-trimmed robe was already at the peak of the master's level, and even vaguely reached the perfect state of the master. This kind of existence is definitely one of the strongest people in Yuanyang Valley. Not to mention that there are 2 later followers of the Grandmaster behind him. Don't dare to offend easily. After all, his strength is only that of a late-stage master. Fujibuchi mainly focuses on medical skills, and his strength is only that of an early-stage master. Once there is a conflict, they are no match at all. Luo Yuanliang hurriedly said, "Everyone, please don't be impulsive. Please allow me to explain." Snapped. Taoist Gongsun slapped Luo Yuanliang directly. "Explain it to me. Senior brother Yunlong died in your hands. Pindao saw it with his own eyes. What else do you have to explain? I will fuck your mother." Luo Yuanliang's eyes twitched and he cursed fiercely in his heart. Normally, if someone like Taoist Gongsun dared to slap him, he would tear him into pieces. But at this moment, he could only endure it. He looked at the old Taoist priest wearing a blue gold-rimmed Taoist robe. "Dare you ask about your name? Luo wants to explain it to you personally. You still want to make excuses, right?" Taoist Gongsun's face darkened, and he was about to slap him again. Wait. The old Taoist priest interrupted his movements. He looked at Luo Yuanliang, his tone indifferent and condescending. The poor Taoist name is Yunhai. Taoist Master Yunhai? Luo Yuanliang's pupils shrank slightly, and his expression couldn't help but become serious. Ji Buduan, who noticed this detail, lowered his voice and asked, Mr. Luo, is Taoist Yunhai very powerful? Luo Yuanliang nodded and said, that's natural. This Yunhai Dao elder is actually senior brother Yunlong, the third elder of the entire Yuanyang Valley. He is a very powerful existence regardless of his strength or status. Ji Buduan took a breath of air. He didn't dare to look directly into Taoist Master Yunhai's eyes. Because this person gave him a very fierce feeling, and he felt uncomfortable being stared at. Luo Yuanliang said respectfully, Taoist Master Yunhai, we all work for the Rong family in the provincial capital, and we have no intention of offending Yuanyang Valley. The death of your junior brother, Taoist Master Yunlong, was caused by the Tianqin sect's gold medal killer. We definitely had no intention of secretly instigating it. Taoist Master Yunhai asked coldly, you said Yunlong was killed by the gold medal killer, but where was the killer? Luo Yuanliang was stunned for a moment, a little embarrassed. The killer escaped and disappeared, we didn't catch him. Taoist priest Yunhai narrowed his cold eyes, humph. Do you think I can be bullied? Boom. A strong pressure was released. Luo Yuanliang and Tang Bai, who were standing in front of them, both had cold sweat on their foreheads and felt extremely stressed. Ji Buduan's legs became weak and he fell directly to the ground, almost peeing his pants. Luo Yuanliang held on and explained, Taoist Master Yunhai, what I say is all true, and I have no intention of deceiving you. It doesn't matter even if the killer can't be caught, because I have already suspected someone who was inextricably involved in this matter. Taoist priest Yunhai raised his eyelids. Who is it? It's Yi Tiance. Chapter 349. What are you doing standing at the door? Yi Tiance? Taoist priest Yunhai narrowed his eyes. This name Pindao has been mentioned by junior brother Gongsun. He has been very active in Jiangnan City recently. How do you conclude that he is inseparable from this matter? Luo Yuanliang said seriously, because your nephew, Taoist Master Yi Hong, died in the hands of Yi Tiance, and the man named Zhong Tao was also seriously injured, which shows that this person is cruel and does not take Yuanyang Valley seriously at all. Moreover, that kid had a lot of damaging tricks. He must have used some means to coerce the gold medal killer, so he assassinated Taoist Yunlong. The purpose was to frame us and frame us. Please be aware of it. Taoist priest Yunhai stared at Luo Yuanliang, and he didn't look like he was lying. Then he said domineeringly, in that case, Pindao will personally come to find Yi Tiance and kill him to avenge Yunlong. Where does he live? By the way, burn his house to the ground. Luo Yuanliang replied, Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. Okay. Taoist priest Yunhai nodded and said to Taoist Gongsun, you lead the way. Taoist Master Gongsun was a little confused, brother, the place where that boy lives is the villa left by the god of war in Jiangnan. Are you sure you want to raise it to the ground? Ga. Hear this. Taoist priest Yunhai's old body trembled visibly, his eyes widened and he asked, wait a minute, you said that villa belongs to the god of war in Jiangnan? Yes. Taoist Master Gongsun nodded and said, everyone in Jiangnan City knows about this matter. Taoist priest Yunhai twitched his eyes, waved his hand and said, let's go. Taoist priest Gongsun said, okay, I will take you to the purple gold heavenly palace. Snapped. Taoist Master Yunhai slapped him directly on the back of the head. What I'm saying is that we quickly go back to Yuanyang Valley and go to villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong? What? Taoist Master Gongsun's eyes widened, didn't you say that he would go and avenge senior brother Yunlong? Everyone else was stunned. I didn't realize why Taoist Master Yunhai's attitude changed so much before and after, just because he heard the name of Jiangnan war god? But hasn't he been missing for 3.5 years? As for being so scared? Taoist priest Yunhai kept a dark face and remained silent. Because there is a past event that is hard to look back on. Before the rise of Jiangnan war god Lin Feng, his favorite thing to do was to challenge the masters everywhere. Once the two of them met outside. Taoist master Yunhai saw that the other party was young at the time, so he accepted the challenge without paying attention at all. The result was that he was beaten to the ground in less than 10 rounds, his beard was almost removed, and 5 teeth were knocked out. In the end, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed more than 100 times before he was let go. He was too embarrassed to talk about this matter when he returned to Yuanyang Valley, and it still left a psychological shadow. Therefore, when I heard the name of Jiangnan war god, I subconsciously felt weak. Luo Yuanliang seemed to have guessed something. He raised his hands and said, Taoist priest Yunhai, according to our investigation, Yi Tiance has nothing to do with the Jiangnan god of war. The reason why he was able to live in Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong was because he occupied the magpie's nest, so there is nothing to fear. Seeing Taoist master Yunhai, his expression didn't change much. He continued to add, both Taoist master Yunlong and his disciples died in the hands of Yi Tiance. If this matter spreads, it will definitely affect the reputation of Yuanyang Valley, right? Taoist priest Yunhai frowned. Are you deliberately trying to make someone angry? I don't dare. Luo Yuanliang said sincerely, I just have a plan. If you, Taoist master, are willing to join, I guarantee that you can kill Yi Tiance to avenge your junior brother and nephew. Afterwards, I am also willing to report the matter to Mr. Rong. Some benefits that belong to you will naturally be indispensable. This. Taoist priest Yunhai looked at Luo Yuanliang's sincere attitude and thought for a moment. Finally, he nodded and said, in this case, Pindao is willing to participate in this plan. I hope the result will not be disappointing, otherwise Pindao will be angry and his blood will be splashed 100 steps. Luo Yuanliang nodded repeatedly. There was a flash of coldness in his narrowed eyes. Yi Tiance, this time, Luo will definitely set up a dragnet to completely cut off your life. At the entrance of Tada Industrial Park. A Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle parked not far away. The rear window of the car was half open, and a person was watching the construction work in full swing. He actually did it. Xiao Qingqing bit her lip and sighed softly. Previously, she visited Lu Yinji, who told her about the 1 yuan transfer gold construction site project and reminded her to watch a good show tonight. So she came over secretly. I originally thought that after Yi Tiance got this project, he would smash it into his hands, but the result was that it came back to life, beyond imagination. Why? She clenched her fists subconsciously. Why is it that no matter what Yi Tiance does, God favors him and there are so many noble people helping him? Why is it that whatever I do, I either have bad luck or someone is secretly holding me back? What's wrong with me, Xiao Qingcheng? Assistant Sun in the driver's seat noticed that Xiao Qingcheng was depressed. Comforting, Mr. Xiao, Yi Tiance is just lucky to be able to do this. Besides, there are still 3 days before the deadline, and there is no guarantee that it will be completed on time. Don't comfort me. There are so many professional engineering teams, and 3 days is enough to complete the construction period. I just feel a little empty. After all, this project is an order worth 100 billion. It has been known that it belongs to her by default. In the end, it was in the hands of Yi Tiance. Emotions are naturally hesitant and complex. Assistant Sun asked, then what are your plans next? Call. Xiao Qingcheng exhaled, and her expression returned to its former cold and confident expression. It is impossible for a person to succeed in his life only by luck. I will definitely prove that I can defeat him with my strength. Let's go. Oh. Assistant Sun responded, started the car and left. Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. When Yi Tiance and the others came back, it was already 2:30 in the middle of the night. After a simple wash respectively, Yi Tiance returned to the bedroom and lay down. Ding! A WeChat message was sent from Han Ruoyun. Han Ruoyun, did you forget to do something? Yi Tiance, what's going on? Han Ruoyun, you clearly promised this lady to help you complete the task, and you will reward others. Have you forgotten? Angry expression. Yi Tiance, sweating expression. Yi Tiance, it's getting late, I'm sleepy and tired, how about we talk another day? Dog head expression. Ding. Han Ruoyun sent a selfie. She was actually wearing a stewardess uniform, black suspender stockings, the collar was slightly open, and the ravine was clearly visible, white and deep. Fuck. Yi Tiance couldn't help but exclaimed. Not sleepy at all. Han Ruoyun, since you are sleepy and tired, go to bed early. During the long night, I had to study the structure of the garter stockings alone. Yi Tiance, stop. I am the best at studying the structure of garters. Wait for me to pass. Yi Tiance suddenly stood up and rushed out of bed. Wait for the door to open. But he saw Lu Ruyan standing blankly at the door, wrapped in a pink bath towel, like a hibiscus. Yi Tiance, what are you doing at the door? Lu Ruyan giggled and said, Sister is here to clean your water pipes. Are you welcome? Chapter 350 I can push from behind. What? Yi Tiance was stunned by this sentence and didn't know how to answer. Lu Ruyan's eyes rolled around. When looking below Yi Tiance, his pupils instantly dilated. Let me go, your little King Kong has actually transformed? It seems that Sister is still very charming. Come in quickly, Sister will help you release it. This one. Yi Tiance smiled awkwardly. He really wants to say that this matter actually has nothing to do with you, but was instigated by Han Ruoyan. But he knew that once he said these words, this girl would definitely be jealous and angry. At this time, Han Ruoyan's bedroom door opened and she walked over quickly on black high heels. Full of displeasure. You're such a small tablet. Why don't you be shameless when you block my little Sesei's door and cut him off? Lu Ruyan turned around and saw Han Ruoyan wearing a stewardess uniform, and she looked sexy. Guess something instantly. Hey! Someone does all kinds of tricks to seduce people, but he has the nerve to talk about me, sister? Oh no! What's wrong? Did you forget about wearing teacher's uniform last night? I want you to take care of it? Lu Ruyan snorted coldly, stepped forward, and grabbed Yi Tiance's arm. She said coquettishly, Sister, I'm afraid of sleeping alone at night. Let's go together tonight? If you have any needs, Sister will satisfy you. See this. Not to be outdone, Han Ruoyun came over, grabbed Yi Tiance's other arm, put it on his chest and rubbed it. This lady is not here to do more things than my aunt. I can do whatever you want. How about you and me? Feeling the beauties on the left and right acting coquettishly, Yi Tiance's heart was surging. What a comfort. Knew it. It feels so good to let yourself go after divorce. Master, these 9 engagement contracts you left for me are so damn correct. Hey. Yi Tiance showed a satisfied smile and said to the two of them, how about the 3 of us come together tonight? Anyway, the big bed in my room is spacious enough. Can I perform any action? Hear this. Han Ruoyan pinched his waist hard. You bastard, what are you talking about? You actually asked me to serve you with a tablet? Lu Ruyan was even more angry and stamped her feet. Pervert. What are you thinking about every day? Shameless. Yi Tiance? I wipe. Are you two trying to seduce me one after another? You are even more experienced than the experienced driver, and now you are calling me a stinker and a pervert? What is the truth? Han Ruoyan said angrily, if you like to play with 2, go to the club and pay for 2. Anyway, I, Han Ruoyan, will not sleep with you with other women even if I starve to death and jump off the building. Go to hell. Scumbag. He turned around and left quickly. Lu Ruyan also pushed Yi Tiance away. He said unhappily, Sister, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Go and reflect on your own. After saying that, he returned to his bedroom and slammed the door. I'm so happy. It's really June. A woman's face can change at any time. Yi Tiance shook his head helplessly. But thinking about it carefully, I seem to have been a little carried away and too anxious just now. Although now, his ambiguous relationship with these two women is getting deeper and deeper, they have never reached the final step. In this case, it should be okay to let the two of them be alone with him and let them go a little bit. However, with their arrogant personalities, they would never agree to have a threesome together. Not to mention that these two people usually don't deal with each other and are jealous of each other. What a misstep. It seems that the best way to defeat them one by one in the future is to defeat them one by one. Yi Tiance returned to the bedroom unwillingly. Just lie down. Rong Meiyan called him to make a video call. Are you still making a video call so late? Yi Tiance didn't think much and pressed the answer button. At the other end of the video, Rong Meiyan was seen lying on the bed, wearing a set of cool pajamas. Although she was bare-faced, she could not hide her extremely beautiful face. What's the point of calling so late? Rong Meiyan held her chin with one hand and said with a charming smile, I miss you, isn't that okay? With stars shining in her eyes, she continued, I feel more and more that choosing you as a partner is the right choice. How can there be such an outstanding man like you in the world? I like you so much. You must know that Rong Meiyan usually gives the impression that she is the queen of business circles in the provincial capital. Act decisively and show no mercy. At this moment, it was like a little girl in love, which was full of contrast, which made Yi Tiance feel itchy. Do you know everything about the construction site project? Well, Ah Qing just told me everything, as expected of you. Rong Meiyan was in a happy mood. Even though she trusted Yi Tiance, she really couldn't think of any chance for him to turn things around. When Ah Cheng reported the matter to her, the shock and excitement it brought was indescribable. She wished she could kiss Yi Tiance in person and take a big bite. In a happy mood, she raised her two calves and swayed back and forth, her pink feet curling up and down, looking very cute. Yi Tiance asked, does your idiot second uncle also know about this? Rong Meiyan nodded. I definitely know. I can even imagine how angry he is, but there are a lot of things going on here in the provincial capital, and he can't leave at all. But I speculate that Ji Budwan and the others will never give up just like that. They will even jump over the wall in a hurry and make some big moves in the past few days. Yi Tiance smiled confidently. It's just a bunch of clowns, I have a way to deal with them. People believe in you. Rong Meiyan blinked her big eyes. He asked with a slightly curious smile, you come back to sleep with two beauties in your arms tonight, and it's over so soon? Is it exciting? Yi Tiance had a dark look on his face. Needless to say, Ah Qing also reported this matter to her. Grandma, this small airport doesn't have a gatekeeper. One day I will push her to the ground and spank her ass hard to teach her a lesson. It didn't excite them at all, but offended both of them. Yi Tiance briefly told the story. After listening, Rong Meiyan covered her mouth and smiled, you really can even say that kind of thing? It's strange that they don't get angry with their personalities. To deal with them, they can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, take your time, and after you get rid of it, give them a lesson, so that they can't get out of bed, and they won't dare to be angry with you again in the future. You are still awesome. Rong Meiyan bit her lip, her voice suddenly became charming and said, but if it were another person, I would definitely agree to it. After all, how lively are three people? Giggle after you complete our agreement, even if you ask me to help push hard from behind, people will still enjoy it. Boom. Upon hearing this, Yi Tiance immediately thought of this scene and felt his whole body getting hot. So exciting. Rong Meiyan's eyes were flowing. Are you feeling depressed now? Yi Tiance nodded without denying it and joked, yes, it's a pity that you were so far away and can't help. Rong Meiyan giggled. What can't be done? The original stockings I gave you before are hidden in your bedside drawer? You can barely use them to make enough food and clothing for yourself. As for me. Her voice paused, and she pulled the collar down with her right hand. The proud white snow comes into view. Because of the lying position, under the action of gravity, it looks even more plump. If I show you this again and add a little visual impact, is it enough? Call. Yi Tiance took a deep breath. Looks like this is another relaxing night. Chapter 351 hit my leg lightly. The next day. Yi Tiance slept until the sun was shining brightly before he got up. It was too late to rest last night, and I spent a lot of energy doing some needlework, so my kidneys are exhausted. Wash up, change into clothes and go downstairs. I saw Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan sitting in the living room, with leftover milk and bread waiting for breakfast on the coffee table. Yi Tiance said, "You two didn't even call me for breakfast. Isn't it too interesting?" Han Ruoyun rolled her eyes at him angrily. Yin and Yang said angrily, some people are so lucky that they go out to eat with other girls. How can the two of us be worthy? Lu Ruyan agreed, that's right, it's best to have a threesome with a girl and eat some bananas, oysters, or something like that with each other. Isn't it more interesting than having breakfast with the two of us? Yi Tiance. Good guy, these two are still angry about what happened last night. As for? Han Ruoyun stood up and stretched his waist, feeling waves in his chest. Yen, let's go shopping. It's too boring to be at home with someone. Okay, sister, I took a fancy to a bag a few days ago. I will buy it for you later. I just received 1 million in pocket money from my eldest grandson last night. I will give you a gift later. The two of them walked out the door hand in hand, leaving only Yi Tiance's two arrogant backs. Yi Tiance was speechless for a while. Oh, these two women are so difficult to deal with. If the remaining fiancés are involved, it will give me a headache just thinking about it. Yi Tiance sighed softly. The vastness of the world is my love. The cell phone rings suddenly. Answer the phone. A female voice came from the other side, Miracle Dr. Yi? I'm Lin Jiaoyang. This is an unexpected person. Yi Tiance asked, I'm Yi Tiance, what's the matter? Lin Jiaoyang said, my second uncle came to Jiangnan City. He learned that you had treated my grandfather before and wanted to express his gratitude in person. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to come. My grandfather and my father also want to see you. Lin Jiaoyang's second uncle? Isn't that Lin Yuanxuan's second son, a big official in the officialdom who now serves as the inspector of Tiannan province? Of course, this kind of official is nothing special in Yi Tiance's eyes. He has a more important identity, the father of Lin Yuyan, the most beautiful woman in Tiannan province. You must know that Lin Yuyan is also one of the 9 fiancés left to her by her master. To a certain extent, Lin Jiaoyang's second uncle is his unmarried father-in-law. Is there a possibility that Lin Yuyan also came to Jiangnan City? If that's the case, then we have to leave anyway. After all, who doesn't want to see the true face of the legendary most beautiful woman in Tiannan province? Yi Tiance made a decision in his heart and told Lin Jiaoyang that it was okay and would go there immediately. After hanging up the phone, Yi Tiance put on a new set of clean clothes, straightened his hair, and rushed out of the door angrily. Half an hour later, Yi Tiance arrived at Lin Wanda's home in Yunlong Manor. The living room of the villa was bustling with activity. Lin Wanda held Yi Tiance's hand. He praised, Mr. Yi, I haven't seen you for a while. Your reputation in Jiangnan City has become more and more prominent. Especially regarding the construction site project, you have put the Ji family in a bad position. You are at a high level. Yi Tiance smiled and said, thanks for the compliment, this matter is not worth mentioning. That's humble. Lin Wanda turned around and introduced the middle-aged man who looked similar to him sitting on the sofa. Second brother, he is the Dr. Yi that I often mention to you. The middle-aged man stood up and walked over to Yi Tiance and stretched out his hand. I, Lin Wantai, have long admired the name of Miracle Dr. Yi. Thank you for saving my father's life before. His voice was calm and warm, but he unconsciously exuded the temperament of a man who has been in power for a long time. After all, the official position of the inspector is among the top 5 in the entire Tiannan province. Yi Tiance responded neither humble nor arrogantly, Mr. Lin killed the enemy and served the country in his early years. He is a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. It is natural for him to be treated. Aha! Lin Wantai was very satisfied with Yi Tian's answer. It was really unusual for him to be so calm in front of him. Several people took their seats. Lin Jiaoyang asked, Yun Yun didn't come with you? She went shopping with her friends. Oh. Yi Tian subconsciously glanced around the living room and outside, but did not see the figure of the beautiful woman. I wipe it. Didn't Lin Yuyan come with you? Lin Yuanchuan noticed Yi Tian's expression. Some people asked out of curiosity, Dr. Yi, what are you looking for? Ha? No. Nothing. Yi Tian responded awkwardly. He changed the subject and said, Mr. Lin looks good. It seems that his body has recovered well recently and the poison in his body has been completely eliminated. Lin Yuanchuan nodded and said, Old man, I can clearly feel that my body is much lighter recently. Your medical skills, divine Dr. Yi, are indeed divine. Yi Tian smiled calmly. I have long been accustomed to this kind of praise. Who made me so outstanding and handsome? Lin Yuanchuan complained to Lin Wantai, you are really not a father, so why did you let that bastard Gao Qiqiang sign and seal Yuyan's engagement? Otherwise, divine Dr. Yi happens to be single, how great would it be to become the son-in-law of our Lin family? Dad, this is me. Lin Wantai hesitated and felt helpless. This Gao Qiqiang is none other than his father-in-law. In his early years, this person was involved in the Grey Underground forces in the provincial capital. He once became the super-existence of the Underground King in the provincial capital. He has seniority in the circle and has wide connections. However, Gao Qiqiang got tired of fighting and killing many years ago, so he came ashore and is now enjoying his old age. Despite this, the prestige remains unchanged. Even Emperor Qin Shing, who later unified the underground forces in Tiannan province, had to give him 3 points. Of course, this Emperor Qin Shang went abroad and disappeared 5 years ago. Lin Yuanchuan said dissatisfied, you are hesitating, how can you act like you are following the mission? Yu Yan is not young, but she has always been bound by an engagement, but her fiancé has never appeared. What's going on? Then if her fiancé doesn't show up for the rest of her life, then Yu Yan will be single for the rest of her life? Lin Wantai sighed and said, oh, Dad, I don't want to be like this, but you don't know my father-in-law's temper. He is very tough if he doesn't get enough oil and salt. He kept saying that this engagement was very important and could not be changed even if the King of Heaven came. What could I do? Bang! Lin Yuanchuan patted the armrest of the chair in dissatisfaction. This Lao Dang is really stubborn. This time I go to the provincial capital to ask for advice from him. Why should I restrict my granddaughter's marriage? Lin Wanda coughed lightly and reminded, Dad, you have been talking for a long time and you didn't ask divine Dr. Yi what he thought. Isn't that rude? Hear the words. Lin Yuanchuan was slightly embarrassed. He could only complain in a low voice, in the final analysis, it's all Yu Yan's fault that that bastard fiancé didn't show up. When he shows up one day, the old man will break his legs. The voice just fell. Yi Tian scratched the back of his head. Somewhat embarrassedly, he said, then please, Mr. Lin, please be gentler when you hit my legs later? Chapter 352 I agree to cancel the engagement. Yi Tian's sudden words made Lin Yuanchuan unable to react. He subconsciously said, Dr. Yi, what are you talking about? You have saved my life, how could I hit your leg? Yi Tian smiled bitterly and said, didn't you just say that when you see your granddaughter's fiancé, you will break his legs? What a coincidence, I should be that fiancé. Boom. The entire living room exploded instantly. One by one, they all stood up and were stunned. Lin Yuanchuan said in disbelief, what? Are you Yu Yan's fiancé? Is it true? Lin Wanda said in confusion, Dr. Yi, are you kidding me? Lin Wantai said blankly, my daughter's fiancé is actually you? Lin Jiayang frowned and said, "Young man named Ji, don't think that just because you are our family's benefactor, you can say whatever you want. This kind of joke is too much." Yi Tiance touched his nose. "I know this news is a bit unexpected, but I am indeed Lin Yuyan's fiancé. This engagement should have been made by Master and Gao Qiqiang together." This. Everyone in the Lin family looked at each other, still unable to believe it. Lin Yuanchuan said in confusion, "Dr. Yi, since you have this level of status, why didn't you tell me earlier? I personally asked you, old man, if you wanted to marry my eldest granddaughter." Yi Tiance answered truthfully, "To tell you the truth, at that time I only knew my fiancé's name, and the person who signed the marriage certificate was Gao Qiqiang, not you, so I didn't know about this relationship." "So that's it." Lin Yuanchuan nodded, then showed a bright smile and said, "If this is true, then it is a perfect match from heaven. My Yuyan and you are the most suitable." It was clear that he was very pleased with the result. Lin Jiaoyang said, "That's wrong. As far as I know, Yun is obviously your fiancé, so how can Sister Yuyan be your fiancé? You don't have two fiancés, do you?" As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Lin family looked at Yi Tiance and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. After all, the dignified Lin family is not only the strongest family in Jiangnan City, but also the top existence in the entire Tiannan province. Lin Yuyan is the most beautiful woman in Tiannan province and the apple of the eye of the entire Lin family. How is it possible to marry a man who has two fiancés? Yi Tiance shook his head. "That's not true, I don't have two fiancés." Everyone in the Lin family breathed a sigh of relief. "That's more or less." But then Yi Tiance coughed lightly and said, "Actually, I have 9 fiancés. Ga." Everyone in the Lin family who had just breathed a sigh of relief was shocked again. Lin Jiaoyang's eyes widened. "What? 9 fiancés? Is there such a thing in the world?" Yi Tiance said truthfully, "I didn't tell a lie, not only Han Ruoyan, even Rong Meiyan and Lu Ruyan are my fiancés. As for the remaining fiancés, I haven't seen them yet." At this moment, everyone in the Lin family felt that their outlook on life had been impacted. Even the servants serving around him couldn't help but whisper, "Oh my god, Han Ruoyan, Rong Meiyan, Lu Ruyan, which one of these are all stunning beauties and well-off families, and they are all his fiancés? Doesn't this sound too ridiculous? You're not bragging, are you? It doesn't sound like it." I've heard that Yi Tiance has been very close to these women recently, much closer than ordinary friends. This news was so shocking that it took a long time for everyone in the Lin family to recover. Lin Wanda frowned and asked Lin Yuanchuan, "Dad, do you think this is happening?" This. Lin Yuanchuan hesitated for a moment and asked Yi Tiance what he meant. "Dr. Yi, I wonder what you personally think of the engagement with our family Yuyan." Yi Tiance replied truthfully, "Let nature take its course." Lin Jiaoyang said displeasedly, "A promise is a promise, a no promise is a no promise. What does it mean to let nature take its course?" Yi Tiance said, "Lin Yuyan and I have never met before, and it's not clear whether we can see each other in the eye. Naturally, I'm not sure whether I can agree." Lin Jiaoyang curled her lips and said, "Sister Yuyan is the most beautiful woman in Tiannan province. Anyone who pursues her can go around the provincial capital. What man can't fall in love with her?" Lin Wanda asked doubtfully, "Dr. Yi, since you and my niece have been engaged for a long time, why didn't you show up earlier?" Yi Tiance also told the truth about this. He described all the things that happened in the past 3 years because he was married to Xiao Qingcheng and he forgot about the engagement. Of course, no information about the identity of the master and the fallen city has been revealed. After listening, everyone in the Lin family looked at each other again. Good guy. First, she was married to Xiao Qingcheng, the most beautiful CEO in Jiangnan City, for 3 years. After she just filed for divorce, she had 9 more stunning fiancés. What a blessing! What's even more outrageous is that after learning that he had 9 fiancés, he actually wanted to cancel the engagement? So crazy? Lin Jiayang asked, since you keep saying that you want to cancel the engagement of all 9 fiancés, then why are Han Ruoyan, Rong Meiyan, and Lu Ruyan so close to you? How does this look like canceling the engagement? Yi Tian smiled confidently, maybe it's because my personal charm is too strong that they are reluctant to cancel. Lin Jiayang rolled her eyes, obviously not believing it. The fact is that the reason why Yi Tian's changed his mind about canceling the engagement was that these 3 women were all excellent and very comfortable getting along with each other, but he was a little reluctant to let them go. What's more important is that the letter the master left for him clearly requires that all 9 fiancés must be taken in. This is a very important matter. It's just the secret that he won't tell anyone. In fact, Rong Meiyan still mistook him for the Jiangnan god of war and didn't know about their engagement. When she comes back to meet her, she must explain it clearly. While he was thinking about it in his mind, Lin Wantai, who had not spoken for a long time, slowly spoke. Since Dr. Yi has the idea of canceling the engagement, then I will make the decision and agree to cancel the engagement between my daughter and you. Wow! This sentence immediately caused an uproar. Lin Wanda took the lead and said, second brother, what are you doing? Lin Wantai raised his hand to interrupt him. His tone was irresistible. Yu Yan is my heartthrob and the apple of our Lin family's eye. I can't bear to see her be wronged. He looked at Yi Tian's. He said solemnly, Dr. Yi, you have cured my father and Yang Yang. This kindness will never be forgotten by Lin. However, one code must be the same, and marriage matters are nothing to play with. I, Lin Wantai's daughter, will never marry another woman. Share the same man. After these words were spoken, everyone in the Lin family was silent. They actually agreed with this statement. After all, the Lin family had a great business and their daughter would marry someone else as one of their many wives. What's the point of spreading the word? The point is, even if they don't take a stand on this matter, Lin Yuyan herself will definitely not agree. Chapter 353, Born to be Short-Lived. Lin Wantai's reaction was actually within Yi Tian's expectation. This is human nature after all. Seeing that Yi Tian didn't respond, Lin Wantai thought he was angry. Then he added, of course, if Divine Dr. Yi is willing to cancel the engagements of the other fiancés and sever relations with them, Lin will still approve of your marriage to Yu Yan. Lin Yuanchuan also advised, Dr. Yi, please consider this matter. I'm not bragging, I'm not an old man. Yu Yan is very good, she deserves it. Not to mention, once you agree to this matter, you will become the son-in-law of our Lin family from now on, with all resources at your disposal, in addition to the resources of that old guy Gao Qiqiang. Although he and I can't urinate in the same pot, in terms of connections, background and power, the Gao family is not inferior to our Lin family. On this point, even if the Han family, Lu family and Rong family are put together, they are not as good as us. Isn't it worth your consideration? Father and daughter Lin Wanda and Lin Jiaoyang nodded. In their view, this condition is very fair and equitable, and I believe Yi Tian will most likely agree. But something unexpected happened. Yi Tian shook his head, I'm sorry, I'm not Shin Shimi, and I will never do anything like looking at the height of a mountain. What's more, if I am this kind of person, when I meet a family more powerful than your Lin family and a woman more beautiful than Lin Yuyan, will I also abandon her? Everyone in the Lin family looked at each other, choked. Of course, if someone asks at this time, how would you choose Yi Tian based on your character? Yi Tian will definitely answer, children only do multiple choice questions, of course I want them all. Lin Wantai took a deep breath. He solemnly said, now that Divine Dr. Yi has made up his mind, Lin will no longer persuade me, in short, my personal position will not change, so I will make the decision to cancel this engagement. No problem. Yi Tian nodded without any hesitation. Now that someone has proposed to cancel the engagement, he certainly won't pursue it to the end. This is no different from when Xiao Qingqing filed for divorce. Once you decide, you won't regret it. As for what Master said in the letter, let it happen naturally and never force it. However, Yi Tian's answer made the atmosphere in the living room slightly silent for a moment, which was very awkward. Yi Tiance is also a knowledgeable person. Then he stood up and said, "It's getting late, I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. See you next time." Lin Yuanchuan stood up and said, "Dr. Yi, can I see you off?" Yi Tiance declined politely and left directly. Lin Xiaoyang curled her lips and complained. TCH. The grown man is so petty, he actually got angry. We obviously didn't do anything wrong, right? Lin Wanda said calmly, "Don't look down on Dr. Yi. He is not so narrow-minded. He just thinks that saying goodbye first will make us less embarrassed and not affect our friendship. On the contrary, you should learn more from Dr. Yi in terms of emotional intelligence, and stop being so showy." Oh. Lin Jiaoyang nodded absently. Lin Wanda asked again, "Second brother, this engagement was made by Uncle Gao. Are you sure he won't be angry if you terminate the engagement on your own initiative?" Ugh. Thinking of Gao Qiqiang, his father-in-law, Lin Wantai also had a headache. But he could only hold on and said, "What if he gets angry again? For Yu Yan's happiness, I, as a father, must make a choice. Even the King of Heaven will not change my mind." After Lin Yuanchuan thought for a few seconds, he spoke quietly. "I think you are a little anxious in rejecting Dr. Yi. Dad, what do you mean by this? Do you want your precious granddaughter to marry a man with a bunch of wives?" "Of course I don't want to," Lin Yuanchuan said seriously, "but have you ever thought about why I insist on bringing together divine Dr. Yi and Yu Yan? With the conditions of our family, isn't it easy to find any conditions? The reason why I'm like this is because I'm worried about Yu Yan's health. Her condition is getting worse day by day. Hear this." The Lin family and others all looked worried and lonely. Few people know that although Lin Yuyan is the most beautiful woman in Tiannan province, her family background is very wealthy. But she has been frail since she was a child and is very prone to illness. This has been especially true in the past 2 years. The situation has become worse day by day, and I rarely even go out. With the strength of the Lin family, it is not like they have never sought treatment from famous doctors or strange people. But many big shots came to the conclusion that Lin Yuyan was born with a weak life, just like Lin Daiyuan a dream of red mansions. And the boss asserted that Lin Yuyan can only live to be 26 years old at most. Lin Yuanchuan continued, "Now that there is less than half a year left, I thought that Dr. Yi might have a chance to cure her body, so we got together. If he can really do it, even if he makes Yu Yan suffer some emotional grievances, so what?" Lin Wantai said helplessly, "Dad, I understand what you mean. But Yu Yan is not sick, but is born with a defect in her personality. Unless he can change his fate against the will of heaven, is this kind of thing something ordinary people can do? Even Dr. Yi can't do it." Everyone in the Lin family was silent. Indeed, let's not talk about whether there is a person in this world who can defy heaven and change his destiny. Even if there is, where should we look for it? At this time, Lin Wantai continued, "But it is not without opportunity. After a while, the Tiannan province's once-in-a-decade Shinmen competition will be held. Different from the competition between martial arts masters on the Dragon List and Tiger List, the participants are all kinds of Taoism, strange people and strangers gather together, and the winner is said to have very generous rewards, so it will attract many strong men who don't usually go out. Bye. I think there might be a big shot among them who can change her fate. I plan to go there in person. If I meet such a big shot, I will ask him to treat Yu Yan no matter how much it costs." Lin Yuanchuan nodded and said, "At this point, we can only try our luck." Lin Wantai checked the time on his watch and said, "Dad, third child, it's getting late, and we should leave for the provincial capital." I just happened to tell my father-in-law about this, and completely cut off his thoughts. It is good. Yi Tiance left the Lin family. On the way back, suddenly I received a call from Xiang Hongda, president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan City. "Hello? President Xiang, do you have any advice?" Xiang Hongda said with a smile, "Dr. Yi, are you kidding? Who am I qualified to advise you? I have good news to inform you. Guess what? Is there any news about Qinglong Veng? Ha, as expected of Dr. Yi, he can guess right. Xiang Hongda smiled heartily and continued, according to the internal investigation of our Sihai Chamber of Commerce, an auction will be held in Anchuan City the morning after tomorrow, and there will be Qinglong Vine in it, do you think? Yi Tiance didn't hesitate at all. Then he nodded and said, no problem, I will personally go to Anchuan City to participate in the auction. Chapter 354. If you can't do it, just throw a brick. Xiang Hongda said, then I will help you book the admission ticket to participate in the auction. You can go to Anchuan City at noon tomorrow. After resting there for a night, you can participate in the auction again. After all, it takes 5 days to drive from our Jiangnan city. It's a long drive and the time is tight. Okay. Yi Tiance nodded. Xiang Hongda smiled bitterly and said, I originally thought of accompanying you there in person, but the death of Morong Fan and his son 2 days ago requires investigation by the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in the provincial capital. Therefore, I need to cooperate with the past investigation. I will leave for the provincial capital later, so this time I can only let Ruiji and Muhan accompany you there. Yi Tiance asked, will it be inconvenient for you to go to the provincial capital? After all, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in the provincial capital is the territory of the Tong family. To some extent, he has offended Mr. Tong, and may implicate Xiang Hongda. Ha ha. Xiang Hongda smiled heartily. Don't worry, Dr. Yi. I know everything in my heart. The provincial capital won't do anything to me. I'll finish my work in 2 days and let's get together. No problem. The two hung up the phone. Yi Tiance was in a pretty good mood. With the green dragon vine, the remaining toxins in Su Changwei's body can be easily eliminated. I hope your participation in the auction goes well. Jiangnan City. In the basement of Ji's villa. There was only a table and chairs in the small space, with a kettle and leftover food on the table. A man wearing a black leather jacket, a cap and a mask on his head was huddled in the corner. His head was buried low and he remained motionless. Click. At this time, the basement door opened. Luo Yuanliang walked in slowly. The man in the peaked cap did not raise his head. But he made a hoarse voice, are we going to take action? Luo Yuanliang nodded. According to reliable information, Yi Tiance will leave for Anchuan City at noon tomorrow to participate in an auction. What you have to do is very simple. No matter what the cost, make sure he never returns to Jiangnan City. The man in the peaked cap slowly raised his head. The pair of eyes exposed between the peaked cap and the mask were covered with bloodshot eyes, and the whole pair of eyes were almost red. His eyes were fierce and hateful. He made a horrifying voice, Yi Tiance. I will tear you into pieces and strip you of your bones and cramps. Bang! While talking, he punched the ground. Boom! The entire basement was shaking violently. A circle of cracks spread out around his fist, and a deep pit about a foot in diameter appeared. Hiss! Luo Yuanliang took a deep breath and secretly clicked his tongue. The strength shown by this punch far exceeded his. Not bad, not bad. Luo Yuanliang placed a small glass bottle on the table. He told the man in the peaked hat, in case the operation is going to fail, use it. The man in the peaked cap narrowed his eyes, after using it, will I? Okay. Luo Yuanliang nodded and said, just do it for yourself. If you can succeed this time, I will definitely take credit for you. Don't let him down again. Just pack your fingers and get ready for action. After saying that, he turned and left the basement. The man in the peaked cap was left leaning against the wall and letting out a meaningful smile. Ha ha. Don't let him down again? Ha ha. Time flies and it's noon the next day in a blink of an eye. Zhuge Ruiji personally drove to Villa No. 1 of Zijin Tiangong and took Yi Tiance to Anchuan City. After Yi Tiance got in the car, he saw Wu Muhan sitting in the passenger seat. Today, she is wearing a set of sports and leisure clothes, with a curvy figure and light makeup. She still has the same heroic style. Zhuge Ruishi asked, Brother Yi, won't the two sisters-in-law come with you? They won't follow them. I can just go by myself. When mentioning this matter, Yi Tiance was also a little speechless. Because Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan didn't come back to sleep last night. He called Yi Tiance and said that they were tired from shopping all day and went to sleep at Han Ruoyun's house that night. He also said that he would not go back to Zijin Tiangong for the next few days, and would consider coming back when he behaves well. Just wait, these two stinky girls will definitely ravage you so hard in the future that you will be unable to get off the bed. They will have to call you daddy 100 times before they let you go. Yi Tiance thought angrily in his heart. When Wu Muhan pricked up his ears and listened to Yi Tiance saying that only he could make it through, he felt inexplicably happy. He also straightened his hairstyle and clothes in the rearview mirror. I thought to myself that compared to those two, my figure seems to be about the same. Buzz. The car started and left Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong and headed for Anchuan City. While driving, Yi Tiance asked, Are you familiar with this auction? Zhuge Ruishi nodded and said, The Jubao Pavilion in Anchuan City holds an auction every month, mainly auctioning some rare treasures, antique calligraphy and paintings, precious herbs, etc. In addition to dignitaries, many martial arts masters will participate in the auction. I have participated in it several times before, and it is quite interesting. Moreover, there are dozens of Jubao Pavilion chain stores across the country. It is said that the annual profits earned alone exceed 100 billion, which is terrifying. Is this treasure-gathering pavilion very powerful? Zhuge Ruishi replied, The specific origin is not very clear, but there are rumors from the outside world that the support of the Su family in the capital is behind Jubao Pavilion. You must know that it is a top big family. Even if our Zhuge family comes back, we will be afraid of it. Whether this news is true or not is unknown. But for so many years, very few people dared to cause trouble in Jubao Pavilion. Even if they did, they would evaporate and disappear the next day. So even without the support of the Su family, the background is definitely not simple. The Su family in Beijing? Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly. If I remember correctly, one of my 9 unmarried children seems to be from the Su family in the capital. Wu Muhan glanced at the rearview mirror. He reminded, Anchuan City is no better than our Jiangnan City. It is second only to the provincial capital in Tiannan province and is located at the junction of neighboring provinces. There is a large flow of people and various forces are complicated. When we get there, we will come back after participating in the auction and getting the green dragon vine. Don't cause trouble. Yi Tiance said helplessly, Do you think I am a troublemaker? Wu Muhan replied, If you are not, then who is? Yi Tiance leaned back. Whatever you think, I never provoke others, but if someone comes to provoke me, don't blame me for having a bad temper. Zhuge Ruishi echoed with admiration on his face. My brother Yi is right. No matter if he is from Anchuan City or not, if you encounter someone who is not smart enough to provoke you, just go ahead and kill him. After all, Confucius once said, if you panic, you will do it to your death when something happens. If you can't do it, just smash it with bricks. Right, brother Yi? Yi Tiance gave a thumbs up. Congratulations, you have enlightened. Hey, thanks for the compliment. Zhuge Ruishi grinned happily. Ugh. Wu Muhan sighed helplessly, she had a vague intuition that was not good. I'm afraid there will be some misunderstandings during this auction trip, I hope it's not an illusion. Chapter 355 Tiger-Shaped Gate. Not long after Yi Tiance left Jiangnan City. It was just evening. Jiangnan City, Han family. In the living room, Han Tianjing's family of 3 and Lu Ruyan were preparing to have dinner. Lu Ruyan came to the Han family for the first time. From the etiquette point of view, the Han family naturally had to treat her well. However, we didn't wait for the meal. I saw several people breaking into the villa yard. The leader was Taoist Master Gongsun, who was wearing a yellow Taoist robe and looked like a Taoist immortal. Behind him followed a fat martial arts master and dozens of thugs dressed in black. Saw this scene. The expressions of Han Tianjing and Li Xiuqin changed slightly. Both Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruoyun frowned, having a very bad feeling. Taoist Gongsun stroked his beard and laughed. As expected of the richest man in Jiangnan City, his home is really lively. It's so interesting. Han Tianjing took a step forward. Taoist Master Gongsun, what are you doing here? Taoist Gongsun sneered and said, Yi Tian's killed Taoist brother Yunlong. You people always help others do evil and get involved with him. Do you know your guilt? Han Tianjing responded with a cold face. What crime can we have? It's your crime to break into a house privately. Take your people and get out of here before I get angry. Ha ha ha. Taoist Master Gongsun laughed wildly with pride. What you say is very domineering, but Pindao and the others just won't leave, so what should you do? Somebody come. Han Tianjing waved his hand. I saw dozens of figures appearing from all directions in the villa. The 5 leaders among them all exude a strong martial arts aura. Everyone's strength has reached the peak level of a warrior. You must know that in the entire Han family, only Butler Wang was a master of martial arts, and his strength was only that of a late-stage martial artist. Since the last time Rong Zidong brought Tiger List Master Kong Xingde and the Ji family to make trouble, Han Tianjing made up his mind to improve the protection power of the Han family. So they spent a lot of money to hire many martial arts masters and bodyguards to guard the Han family. It really came in handy today. Han Tianjing said in a cold voice, Taoist Master Gongsun, you and I have no enmity in the past and have no enmity in the recent past. Han does not want to quarrel with each other. I would like to remind you to take your people and leave as soon as possible, otherwise. Taoist Master Gongsun interrupted him and said, I would like to see what would happen otherwise? You asked for this. Han Tianjing directly ordered, kick them all out. Yes. The voice just fell. The 5 peak warriors attacked Gongsun Taoist priest and others. A peak martial artist may not be outstanding enough in a provincial capital, but in Jiangnan City, he is definitely at the level of a top expert, let alone 5 of them together. But facing them, Taoist Gongsun, who was not a martial arts master, did not panic at all. I saw the fat martial arts master behind him taking 2 steps forward and blocking everyone. Then he clenched his fists and rushed towards the 5 peak warriors, waving his fists like a hungry tiger pouncing on food. Boom boom boom. Every punch he threw seemed to have tens of thousands of kilograms of power. And the speed was so fast that the top martial arts masters could not avoid it, and the fist had already landed on them. Almost 1 punch at a time. All these top martial arts masters were beaten to the ground, each one was seriously injured, and they were vomiting blood. From the beginning to the end of the fight, it didn't take more than 10 seconds. It scared everyone in the Han family and the remaining thugs present. How is this possible? Han Tianjing had a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. He thought that hiring so many experts to protect the Han family would be effective, but he didn't expect to be killed instantly. Butler Wang next to him looked ugly. Dare you ask me your senior's name? The fat martial arts master put his hands behind his back and said calmly, I, Wei Xinghua of the tiger-shaped gate. It's actually Wei Xinghua? Butler Wan's eyes widened. This is really troublesome. Han Tianjing asked, is this Wei Xinghua very powerful? Butler Wang nodded and said, Hu Xingmen is a famous martial arts sect in the provincial capital. Its unique skill is Tiger Fist. Its moves are fierce and very powerful. And Wei Xinghua is the deputy sect leader of the tiger-shaped sect. It is said that his strength has reached the late stage of Grand Master, and he is also very close to the ranks of Dragon List Masters in Tiannan Province. What? A master in the late stage of Grand Master? Han Tianjing felt his whole body tremble. A strong man of this level was something that a businessman had only heard of from other people before. Why did you come here with Taoist Gongsun? Han Tianjing frowned at Wei Xinghua and said, Master Wei, our Han family has never offended you. What do you mean? Wei Xinghua responded calmly, I'm just doing things for Taoist priest Yunhai of Yuanyang Valley. Taoist priest Yunhai asked me to follow Taoist Gongsuan's command, so naturally I will do whatever he asks me to do. Hear this. Taoist Master Gongsun couldn't help but said proudly, "Ha, Master Han, do you understand now? If you understand, just confess your guilt honestly, sort out and submit all the assets of your Han family, and you may still have a chance to survive, otherwise all of you will die without a burial place." Face threats. Han Tianjiang looked serious. Han Ruoyun stepped forward at this time. "You shameless people only know how to take things by force. Don't you know that Yi Tiance is my man? Believe it or not, I called him and asked him to come over. You are the ones who died without a burial place in the end?" Taoist Master Gongsun sneered, "It's already now, and you're still thinking about your Yi Tiance? Let me tell you the truth. He already knew that we would retaliate, and he was so scared that he fled Jiangnan City. Don't think that he can come to save you." Fart. Han Ruoyun was furious. Although Yi Tiance's lecherousness usually made her angry, she believed that Yi Tiance was definitely not a coward. He took out his cell phone and was about to call Yi Tiance. Wei Xingguo was one step faster, stepped forward, grabbed her phone, and threw it to the ground. Click. Under the huge force, the phone instantly shattered into pieces. Snapped. Then, Wei Xingguo lightly slapped Han Ruoyun in the face, causing her to take several steps back. The corners of his mouth are bleeding. Taoist Master Gongsun ordered, "Come here, collect everyone's mobile phones and never allow them to contact the outside world." Yes. Behind them, the black-clothed thugs rushed forward and confiscated the mobile phones of everyone in the Han family, including the hired thugs. Including Lu Ruyan's mobile phone was also confiscated. Lu Ruyan said angrily, "You bastards are bullying others. You will definitely not end well." Taoist priest Gongsun said nonchalantly, "Miss Lu, you don't want to stay in a good provincial capital and insist on coming to Jiangnan City to wade through the muddy waters. It's no wonder that we are here." Ha ha. Han Tianjing said seriously, "Han will not cooperate with you today. Do you really dare to kill all of us? Once this matter is leaked, even if Yi Xianye is not here, the consequences are not something you can bear." Taoist priest Gongsun raised his eyebrows and said, "Do you want to say City Chief Lin? Or can the Black Tiger Society help you? It's a pity that Lin Shishou's family, who are friends with Yi Tiance, have all gone to the provincial capital. As for Zhang Xiaohu's Black Tiger Club? Ha ha. He has no time to take care of the situation there. No one can save you from this disaster, so give up." Chapter 356 I won't be willful anymore. Taoist priest Gongsuan's words made everyone in the Han family present look ugly. Judging from the emotion in his words, it seems that he was not lying at all. It seems that they have already planned today's raid. Taoist Master Gongsun put his hands behind his back. He said coldly, "Before 12 o'clock tomorrow night, your Han family must hand over all your assets. This time is enough for you to consider and count your assets. Once the time is exceeded, every one of them will disappear from the world." Hateful. Han Tian was clenching his fists, his eyes almost spitting fire. But in this situation, I really can't think of a way to resist. Later, Taoist Master Gongsun ordered the thugs below to block all the entrances and exits of the Han family. Butler Wang, the martial arts masters hired by the Han family, and servants were all locked into the Han family's garage. Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan were locked into the bedroom together. Food and water are provided regularly, and there are 2 thugs standing guard at the door, making it impossible to escape. Han Tianjiang and Li Shouqin were personally taken to the Han group by Taoist Gongsun and some thugs. The lives of everyone in the Han family were threatened to force them to inventory and transfer all the assets of the Han family. Wei Xingguo, who was in the later stage of the Grand Master, sat in the living room of the Han family villa with great skill to prevent anyone from coming to the rescue. For a time, the entire Han family was shrouded in the shadow of an unprecedented threat, and everyone was in danger. In the bedroom, Han Ruoyun kicked the head of the bed angrily. "These bastards, bastards!" Lu Ruyan asked worriedly, "Big Cow, will we be okay?" Han Ruoyan said seriously, "No, I believe Yi Tiance will definitely come to save us. None of these bastards will end well. But they said Yi Tiance has fled Jiangnan City. Han Ruoyan said coldly, can you not be as brave as your breasts? As Yi Tiance's fiancé, you don't even know his character? He must be stuck on something important right now. He will definitely come to us when he is done and will not leave us alone. Lu Ruyan's eyes were slightly red and she said, Sister, I'm not afraid. The worst case scenario is death. I just feel like I've gone too far. He is obviously so good to me, but I'm deliberately angry and ignoring him, and now I can't even explain to him. No chance at all. Han Ruoyun's eyes drooped, and he didn't feel very happy. What a pity it would be if we never see Yi Tiance again in the end. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have been so willful. Lu Ruyan raised her chin. Sister has decided that if he can really come to save us this time and we can survive the crisis together, I will apologize to him. It's just 3 people sleeping together. What's the big deal? Anyway, there are so many people and it's quite exciting. It makes sense. I'm willing to go all out. Whatever he wants to do, I'm willing to let him do it. Anyway, sooner or later, she will be his wife. Han Ruoyun bit his lip and nodded. Jiangnan City, Black Tiger Club headquarters. In Zhang Xiuhu's office, there were many corpses lying on the ground. There is a smell of blood in the air. Zhang Xiuhu himself was leaning against the wall, covered in injuries and breathing heavily. There were 2 people standing in front of him. Ji Buduan was wearing a white suit with his hands in his pockets, his face full of mockery. Next to him was a tall, thin, middle-aged man with a flat nose, exuding the martial arts aura of a late master. There were drops of blood on the fist and fell to the ground. Just now, Ji Buduan led in to easily kill Zhang Xiuhu's direct bodyguards and seriously injured Zhang Xiuhu himself. Ji Buduan mocked, I never thought that the dignified president of the Black Tiger Association, known as the Tiger Lord of Jiangnan City, would have such an embarrassing day? If you want to survive, it's very simple. You just need to kneel down and obey me. From now on, our Ji family will just follow our lead and act like cows and horses. Bah! Dreaming! Zhang Xiuhu spat on the ground, showing no intention of giving in. Ji Buduan said coldly, every time I see you, I can remember the scene when you and Yi Tiance forced me to bulldoze the Ji family cemetery. I have long wanted to settle this debt. Since you don't want to if you give in, then die. Zhang Xiuhu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You can kill or behead me as you please, but the ugly words come first. After I die, the remaining 3,000 brothers of the Black Tiger Society will not let you go. Be careful when you go out in the future. Hear this. Ji Buduan sneered, how long has it been since you still miss your 3,000 brothers? If you miss them, can they miss you? Without you, they will only be happier. Zhang Xiaowu's face darkened, what do you mean? Bang bang. Ji Buduan slapped his palms twice. I saw someone pushing a wheelchair in from outside. Sitting on it was a young man with half of his face bandaged and his legs disabled and deformed. It was Zhang Chunlei, Zhang Xiaohu's only nephew. At this time, Zhang Chunlei held a pistol in his right hand, and the black muzzle was pointed at Zhang Xiuhu. And the person pushing the wheelchair in was also a familiar face, Ji Buoxiao. Zhang Xiaohu's pupils shrank slightly. Chunlei, what are you doing? Zhang Chunlei grinned and let out a cold smile. My good second uncle, you still don't understand it this time? Nephew, I want you to die. Only if you die will the entire Black Tiger Guild fall into my hands. Zhang Xiuhu clenched his fist. Why are you doing this? Have you forgotten my kindness in raising you? Grass. Zhang Chunlei swore and said, how dare you fucking talk about it? Because of Yi Tiance, an outsider, you almost beat me to death twice and made me feel like a human being or a ghost. Now in my eyes, you are just a brainless coward. With someone like you as the boss, the Black Tiger Society will never have a future. This is also what the 3,000 brothers really think in their hearts. Now only my cooperation with young Master Ji can lead the Black Tigers to glory, and you are destined to be eliminated. Idiot! Zhang Xiaowu said, hating that iron cannot become steel. At this moment, he finally understood why Yi Tian said in the first place that Zhang Chunlei was a rebellious person by nature, so he must be careful. Young master, he will not deceive me. Zhang Chunlei smiled coldly. Ha! You are the one who is the idiot. Go to hell, Zhang Xiaowu. He didn't hesitate and just pulled the trigger. Bang! At the same time as the gunfire sounded, Zhang Xiaowu's body also started to move. The bullet hit his abdomen, but Zhang Xiaowu did not stop, but forced himself to rush towards the window. No! He's trying to escape. The masters and late-stage masters around Ji Buduan wanted to step forward to stop him. But it was still a step slower. Zhang Xiaowu was one step faster, smashed the window open, turned over and jumped out from the third floor. There happens to be a deep river downstairs. Thump! Zhang Xiaowu's body fell into the water and disappeared, leaving only circles of water rippling. Chapter 357 Sister Hong. Fuck! This bastard got away. Ji Buduan complained unhappily. Zhang Chunlei said confidently, he is seriously injured and cannot run away. I will summon the brothers below to search for him along the river. Once found, I will kill him without mercy. Ji Buduan patted him on the shoulder. Satisfied, this cooperation is a pleasure. When this matter is over, I will ask Dr. Tang to heal your legs. You will benefit from our cooperation in the future. Even the underground forces in Tiannan province will be under your command in the future. Ha ha. Zhang Chunlei was excited. Thank you, Mr. Ji. I will summon the brothers below to search for that bastard Zhang Xiaowu. He wheeled away. The only two brothers Ji Buduan and the late-stage master were left in the office. Ji Buxiao asked, Brother, do you really believe that Zhang Chunlei? Ji Buduan sneered, how can I believe the rubbish that even my second uncle can betray? After this incident is over, find an opportunity to kill him secretly, and then you will be the new member of the Black Tiger Society. People in power. Ji Buxiao looked overjoyed and said, Hey, thank you, brother. Ji Buduan said seriously, do we need to say thank you to each other? Now we are the only two brothers left in the Ji family. We must support each other and trust each other in the future. We can no longer do things without thinking as before. Okay. Ji Buxiao nodded vigorously. Buzz. The WeChat alert on Ji Bo's mobile phone sounded. After reading the news, he couldn't help but smile proudly. Ha, Mr. Luo has already brought people over to the construction site in Fengrong Group to take complete control. After the construction team completes the project, we will directly transfer the project back to our Ji family. In this way, we will get back everything we lost, and everything Yi Tiance has done will be in vain. Submit Yi Tiance. Ji Buxiao's face became extremely gloomy. It's a pity that bastard is not in Jiangnan City, otherwise I would like to peel off his skin, gnaw his bones, and eat his heart. After all, the result that he was completely destroyed and could no longer be a man was all caused by Yi Tiance. During this period of recuperation, he thought about revenge almost all the time. Ji Buduan patted him on the shoulder and comforted him, that bastard Yi Tiance has only one person to deal with. When he dies, you and I can humiliate him as much as we want on his body, so that he will not be reincarnated even after he dies. Hey. Ji Buxiao grinned. Then he seemed to think of something, and said gloomily and greedily, before I see Yi Tiance's body, there is another thing that is more worthy of my doing. I hope you can promise me. Anshuan City. Yi Tiance still doesn't know about the undercurrents happening in Jiangnan City. He, Zhuge Ruizhi and Wu Muhan arrived at a 5-star hotel to stay, preparing to attend the auction of Jubao Pavilion tomorrow morning. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after dinner, Zhuge Ruizhi pointed out that Anshuan City is a famous entertainment city in Tiannan province. It is a pity not to go out for entertainment and relaxation after finally coming here once. So he took the initiative to take Yi Tians to the most luxurious bar in Anchuan City, the Red Fox Bar. Also accompanying him was Wu Muhan. In the bar, the lights are flashing and colorful, and the music is surging like a tide, stirring everyone's heartstrings. On the dance floor, figures of handsome men and beautiful women intertwined. Many women dress sexy and revealing, and their body movements are very bold. Even if they are occasionally taken advantage of by some men, they not only do not resist, but cater to them. The air was filled with a strong smell of hormones and alcohol. Yi Tians and the other two randomly found a booth to sit down, ordered a few cocktails and tasted them. Zhuge Ruizhi is a regular at the bar. After drinking a glass of wine, he quickly got into the dance floor and started swinging, which was quite coquettish. Yi Tians leaned on the sofa and sipped the cocktail quietly. Thinking that he was either in the fallen city or living in seclusion in the Xiao family, this was the first time he came to such an entertainment occasion. Although those white thighs looked quite eye-catching, their appearance was far different from that of Han Ruoyun and others. Even the Wu Muhan next to them was far inferior. I really can't arouse the slightest interest. Wu Muhan looked hopeless. After all, she is the captain of the criminal investigation team and knows a lot about the shady things in bars and nightclubs, so she is naturally quite repellent. At this time, there was a sudden noise in the bar, and then the crowd automatically moved out of the way. Then a woman wearing a red cheongsam and red high heels walked in. She wore dark red lipstick, had a curvy figure, and exuded the air of an unrestrained young woman. Especially walking. The looming black stockings exposed at the placket are even more enchanting and sexy. Sister Hong. Sister Hong is here. Good evening, Sister Hong. The customers who saw her there greeted her very politely or offered to toast. Sister Hong nodded slightly, with a charming smile on her lips. Many men swallowed their saliva, but no one dared to do anything excessive. After Sister Hong briefly greeted everyone, she disappeared in the crowd. After finishing a dance, Zhuge Ruizhi came back and sat down. He sighed with emotion. I didn't expect that we would all meet Sister Hong tonight. What a good luck! Wu Muhan asked in confusion, do you know her? Zhuge Ruizhi said wisely, who in the entire Anchuan city does not know Sister Hong? She is the owner of the Red Fox Bar. She has a distinguished status and is a prominent figure in the entire Anchuan city. She is beautiful and has a good figure. She is the dream lover of many men. It's a pity that with Sister Hong's vision, ordinary men can't get into her eyes, let alone the man who is rumored to be relying on her, and he is a big boss who never sees the end. Yi Tians took a sip of wine and joked, I heard you brag about how good she is, are you attracted to her? Zhuge Ruizhi hurriedly shook his head and said, I only admire Sister Hong. We will always only have one woman in our hearts, Jingjing. But Brother Yi, with your personality charm, will definitely be able to win over Sister Hong. Do you want to give it a try? Hear this. Wu Muhan on the side subconsciously pricked up his ears, wanting to hear Yi Tians answer. Yi Tians said lightly, this kind of woman is not worthy of being in my eyes. This is not a boast, but a fact. Although this Hong sister looks good, her actual appearance is only about 85 points. This is also due to the makeup. And among the women around him currently, all of them have looks above 95 points? As for the enchanting and sexy temperament, Su Changwei and Rong Meiyan are one level ahead of Sister Hong. So she really couldn't arouse much interest in Yi Tians. Zhuge Ruizhi gave a thumbs up, as expected of me, Brother Yi, awesome. Wu Muhan breathed a sigh of relief inexplicably, and his originally depressed mood seemed to be much better. At this time, suddenly a man came over and slammed a wine bottle on the table. He blew a rogue whistle, smiled lewdly at Wu Muhan and said, Hey! Girl, how about having a drink with your brother? Chapter 358 Is it my turn? Wu Muhan raised his head. I saw a young man with a yellow comb hair standing in front of the table. His arms and neck are covered with fancy tattoos. After seeing Wu Muhan's more detailed and beautiful appearance from a close distance, greed appeared in the eyes of the coxcomb-headed young man, and he licked his lower lips. Tisk, tsk. This little girl looks so exciting, why don't you come over and sit on brother's lap and have a few drinks? Wu Muhan responded without a good face, I don't like drinking, you can find someone else to drink with. The coxcomb-headed young man grinned. Hey, don't. Brother in this bar only thinks you are the prettiest. Drinking with you is not as interesting as drinking with others. He took the wine glass on his own. Pour the wine from the bottle into the glass. This scene happened to be seen by the surrounding booth customers. No, that beauty is caught by a gangster. Hey! This is nothing unusual, it's so common in the Red Fox bar. If you ask me, the two men around her are too cowardly. They were bullied by the gangsters and they didn't even dare to fart. If it were me, I would have gone up and slapped those two gangsters. What the hell do you know? That coxcomb head is the famous spotted dove Brother Hua. Do you dare to slap him twice? Ah? Is he the turtle dove? Ahem, you didn't hear anything when I didn't say anything just now. Everyone stopped discussing and continued to secretly watch the developments. After Piebald Dove poured the wine into the cup, he pushed it to Wu Muhan. He said very forcefully, come on, listen to my brother and stuff it up. As for the two men sitting in the booth, he didn't even look at them and didn't take them to heart at all. Yi Tiance and Zhuge Ruizhi looked at each other and smiled. The reason why they didn't stand up and speak out was because it was really unnecessary. If it were any other woman, she would naturally not ignore things. But Wu Muhan. Offending her is no different than kicking an iron plate, it's just an itchy skin. As predicted. Wu Muhan's face immediately darkened. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I just said? Hey! The little girl has a bad temper? Interesting. The spotted dove stepped on the table with one foot. He squatted on it and arrogantly handed the wine glass to Wu Muhan. One hand pinched Wu Muhan's chin. He threatened, girl, don't toast me and eat as a fine. My brother's patience is limited. Court deaf. Wu Muhan grabbed the wrist that was holding her chin and pulled her down hard. Click. The wrist was immediately dislocated. Oh shit. The spotted dove let out a shrill scream and opened its mouth wide. You like drinking, don't you? I want you to drink as much as you can. Wu Muhan grabbed the wine glass and poured a glass of wine into the turtle dove's mouth while he opened his mouth wide. Ton. The spotted dove, who choked on the spicy drink, coughed and even shed tears. Ahem. You fucking dare to make me drink, I'll. The spotted dove was furious and was about to get up and have a fit. Wu Muhan raised his leg and kicked the spotted dove off the table. The latter fell to the ground with a plop, and rolled on all fours. Ouch, my butt, hiss. Humph. Wu Muhan clapped his hands and warned, didn't your mother teach you that standing on the table is impolite? I'll teach you a lesson this time. If you do it again next time, the basket will burst in my hands. Hiss. The onlookers gasped as they watched. Come on, this beauty is so fierce. Can she even hit a spotted dove? You look like Lian Jiazi at first glance, no wonder you dare to refuse a Karuga's date for a drink. Paidoji was a very respectable person. If the beautiful woman offends him, she will not end easily. As predicted. The spotted dove covered its buttocks and got up from the ground, furious. He covered his dislocated left hand and yelled, damn it, where have all the people died? Didn't you see me being beaten? Wow. More than 20 people trotted over from all directions in the bar, all of them looking very angry, holding sticks and other weapons in their hands. Brother Hua, we are here. Who doesn't have the guts to hit you? Brothers, kill him now. With these younger brothers standing up, Pied Dove is naturally arrogant and confident. He pointed at Wu Muhan. He ordered forcefully, Dai Sanba, I order you to kneel down immediately and come over and give me a blow. Otherwise, I will let the brothers arrest you and kill you one by one. Wu Muhan has a bad temper, but he heard such humiliating words. He immediately slapped the table angrily. A bunch of stinky hooligans, worms in society. I won't kneel down today. How will you deal with me? Juga Rueji lowered his voice and asked, Hey! Do you want us to help? Wu Muhan said angrily, I'm still using you to clean up a few rubbish, and you're looking down on me? At a glance, these people in front of me are just ordinary gangsters, not even martial arts practitioners. She is definitely no match for her peak warrior strength. The spotted dove, which had no idea about this, sneered. You bastard, you can still put on a show, but if we beat you to the ground and we take turns fucking you, can you still show off? He waved his hand. Brothers, give it all to me. The gangsters swarmed forward with sticks in hand. Wu Muhan was not afraid at all and bravely faced them. This time when he went out, Wu Muhan did not wear law enforcement uniforms or martial arts uniforms, but a white t-shirt on the upper body and denim shorts on the lower body. On the surface, he looks full of youthfulness, but when it comes to fighting, he is unambiguous. Especially the two long white legs, walking among the gangsters, eye-catching and cruel. Bang bang bang. Each of her kicks hit the gangster's vital points accurately. Ouch. Ah. My Kuan. Hiss, it's broken. Just over a minute later. Nearly 20 gangsters were kicked to the ground by Wu Muhan. All of them were holding their crotches and twitching, unable to stand up. All the men present subconsciously tightened their legs. How is this possible? The spotted dove was stunned. She was already 5 points drunk and now she was completely sober. Wu Muhan walked over. Snapped. A slap in the face. Come on. Didn't you say it was my turn? Come on. The spotted dove covered her cheek. He knew that he was no match for Wu Muhan, so he could only tremble. Beauty, this is all a misunderstanding. Don't be angry, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Snapped. Wu Muhan slapped her again. Louder. I didn't hear you. The spotted dove's cheeks were swollen, feeling extremely aggrieved. Shout loudly, I was wrong. I never dare again. Please let me go. Humph. Those who bully the weak are afraid of the strong. Wu Muhan kicked the spotted dove to the ground. Remind you, now is a harmonious society. Stop bullying others, otherwise you will suffer greater losses sooner or later. The voice just fell. An unhappy voice sounded from behind the crowd. Ha! I would like to see who can make our brothers from the Flying Wolf Gang suffer greater losses. Chapter 359, How to Treat Beasts. Hula la. The crowd moved aside and 3 people were seen striding over. The leader was a young man in his 20s or 80s. He has dyed yellow hair and a wolf head tattoo on his arm, looking arrogant. There were 2 people beside him. One was a man in his 40s, naked from the waist up to his waist. He had horny muscles and a fierce look in his eyes. The other was about the same age as him, with a bald head and high cheekbones. The most eye-catching thing was that he had a clear scar across his nose. The onlookers were all surprised and said, Oh my god, it's Wu Fei, the young leader of the Fiancees gang, here. The Fiancees gang is one of the largest underground forces in Anxuan City. Wu Fei's status in the Fiancees gang is second only to his father, which is quite impressive. I remember that Pied Dove is a member of the Fiancees gang. He was beaten by others. Wu Fei will definitely not be able to swallow this breath. Yes. Last month, a rich second-generation man from a provincial capital offended Wu Fei. In the end, his limbs were cut off and thrown on the street. When his family learned about this, they didn't even dare to fart and took him away in despair. Wu Fei walked forward and put his hands in his pockets. What the hell is going on? Pied Dove quickly stepped forward and flattered, Master Fei, I just found a pretty girl and wanted to invite you to drink with you. Unexpectedly, this girl not only refused, but also mocked me and the Fiancees gang, and finally took our everyone was beaten. 2 girls can't handle the useless things. Wu Fei glared at him. He looked at Wu Muhan and couldn't help but narrowed his eyes slightly. Gee. The figure and appearance are definitely over 90 points. Although he had played with a few of this kind of top-notch women before, their temperaments were all coquettish and tacky. Compared with the heroic spirit in front of him, they were 1,000 miles away. It would definitely be exciting if I could hold her down and output it. Wu Fei got straight to the point and said, Miss, I am Wu Fei, the young leader of the Filon gang. You hit one of my men. This is not giving our Filon gang face. Tell me, have you figured out how to make up for it with your body? Do you want to apologize? He has been around Anchuan City for many years, and he always speaks directly to the women he likes. Those women were as fearful as tigers and could only agree obediently. After all, if you don't agree, the end will be as miserable as possible. But unexpectedly, Wu Muhan corrected him, it's obviously your people who are looking for trouble. I'm just giving them the lesson they deserve. Why should I apologize? Don't forget, this is a society governed by the rule of law. Hear the words. Everyone in the audience couldn't help bursting into laughter. Isn't it funny to talk about a society governed by law in front of the Flying Wolf Gang? You must know that the so-called rule of law is just a beautiful vision for the people at the bottom. Even the rule of law itself is used to manage the powerless people at the bottom. In front of the powerful, the rule of law can only give in. Wu Fei laughed and said, Miss, I really want to know what the rule of law is? Or can you represent the rule of law? Wu Muhan took his police officer ID card out of his pocket and almost slapped Wu Fei on the face. Watch your dog eyes and see what this is? Wu Fei took a closer look and his pupils could not help but shrink slightly. Damn it! He's actually from the law enforcement team? And he is also the captain of the criminal investigation team? The onlookers were also shocked. No wonder you were so confident, she turns out to be a policewoman from the law enforcement team. She should have practiced all her skills in the law enforcement bureau, right? The official people are not easy to move, now the problem is thrown to Fei Xiao. Wu Fei's expression was slightly ugly. Although he is the young leader of the Filon gang, he is extremely powerful in Anchuan City, but in the final analysis he is still an underground force that cannot be brought to the forefront, and he still has to be polite in front of the officials. After all, once the official Iron Fist becomes angry, no one can withstand it. What's more, the woman in front of me is the captain of the criminal investigation team. She can be regarded as a powerful figure. She is not a frontline grassroots person who can be manipulated at will. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of the unit where police officer Wu Muhan's ID card was. He immediately laughed out loud and said, Ha, after making trouble for a long time, it turned out to be a police beauty from the Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Bureau. What's the matter, do you, a law enforcement officer from Jiangnan City, still want to control Anchuan City? Come on, this young master is standing here. You take me away and see if your behavior complies with the rule of law? You. Wu Muhan was stunned for a moment. According to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, she did not have the authority to arrest Wu Fei. Not to mention, Wu Fei did not do anything illegal at this moment. Wu Fei noticed the change in Wu Muhan's expression. Then he took the next step and said, and I now have reason to suspect that your police officer certificate is forged, let alone be afraid of you. So before I get angry, serve me immediately. Serve your grandma! Wu Muhan shouted loudly, and then kicked Wu Fei in the abdomen. Wu Fei was not a martial artist and was immediately kicked backwards. Crackling. He knocked over a wine table before stopping, and the wine and fruit desserts on it were scattered on him. Extremely embarrassed. What? Wu Fei was furious in pain, fuck. Give this bitch a good beating, I will make her know the price of beating me today. Understand. The muscular horned dragon man who came with him suddenly stepped out and punched Wu Muhan. The speed was so fast that Wu Muhan had no time to dodge, so he could only cross his arms in front of him to block. Bang! The punch landed on her arm. It shocked her so much that she took 3 or 4 steps back before stopping, and she felt a burning pain in both arms. He's actually an early-stage master? The muscular horned dragon masterman puts his hands behind his back. He snorted lightly. I only know now that it's too late. It's better to think about how to apologize to my young master while you have this time. The onlookers whispered to each other. This is one of the guest officials of the Fiancees gang. His name is Tang Hu. He is quite an important person. If this little police beauty falls into his hands, it can be said that he has encountered a serious problem. I heard that this Tang Hu was a disciple of Hu Xingman in the provincial capital. Who doesn't know about Hu Xingman? He is also quite a powerful force in the provincial capital. No one can save her tonight, I say. Even Jesus comes and can't save her. Listening to the crowd's adulation, Tang Hu felt very comfortable. Young ladies, you still haven't apologized, right? Then don't blame me for destroying the flower. He yelled loudly and rushed over again, intending to knock Wu Muhan down completely. But a figure appeared at a faster speed and easily blocked his attack. Hey! You are bullying a little girl at such an old age, do you want to show off? Zhuge Ruizhi raised his chin and looked like he was soaring to the sky. What? He's actually a middle-level master? Tang Hu's expression immediately became very serious. Then he threatened in a cold voice, Boy, since you are a master of martial arts, you should know that I am from the tiger-shaped sect. There will be no good results if I get involved in the affairs of the tiger-shaped sect and the Fiancees gang. Zhuge Ruizhi did not answer. At this time, Yi Tiance was sitting in the booth with his legs crossed. He said with a faint sneer, Tiger-shaped gate? Flying wolf gang? Ha ha. A group of organizations that only use the names of animals, I guess they are also a group of animals. Naturally, you should treat animals the same way you treat animals, wisely, what do you think? Chapter 360 The deputy sect leader is too lazy. Zhuge Ruizhi grinned. Brother Yi has a point. Whatever you do to treat the beast politely, you'll be done with it. He charged up a high whip kick to Tang Hu's head. The latter quickly raised his right elbow to block quickly. Bang! In the middle stage, the Grandmaster struck with all his strength, with a force exceeding 10,000 kilograms, and immediately kicked the latter away. Rumble! A lot of tables, chairs and benches were knocked over. Before Tang Hu could stand up, Zhuge Ruizhi had already rushed to him and stepped on his chest. Remind you not to move around, otherwise I won't pay you for medical treatment if your ribs are broken. Tang Hu didn't dare to move. The corner of Zhuge Ruizhi's mouth curled up, feeling very proud that the peach blossoms were blooming in his heart. Gee! Since hanging out with Brother Yi, my ability to show off has become more and more proficient. How can this kid be so powerful? He even defeated Tang Hu. I thought he was a coward when he didn't stand up to speak for the policewoman before. It turns out he was keeping a low profile to hide his strength. On the other hand, Wu Fei, Pied Dove and others looked very ugly. Even the guest officials from the Fiancees gang were beaten to the ground. What should we do now? At this time, the man behind him with a scar on the bridge of his nose slowly spoke. Our tiger-shaped gate has been established for more than 20 years, and no one has ever dared to use this name to humiliate us. There is nothing wrong with young people showing their sharpness, but it is wrong to be too sharp. Wu Fei suddenly felt happy. Yup. Why did I forget this big boss? You must know that Tang Hu is from the Huxingman, and the Fiancees gang spent a lot of money to hire him as a guest. And this man with a scar on his nose happens to be one of the two deputy sect masters of the tiger-shaped gate, Fan Taijin. This time Fan Taijin and their sect leader came to Wanchuan City together to prepare for the auction tomorrow morning. Tonight, the leader of the tiger-shaped sect and his father were meeting alone to discuss matters. He brought the deputy sect leaders Fan Taijin and Tang Hu over to relax, and they happened to come across this conflict. Wu Fei rolled his eyes and immediately struck while the iron was hot. Chief Fan, you are right, these people humiliate our Fiancees gang and your clan, we must not take advantage of them. Fan knows it well. Fan Taijin nodded. He took a step forward, and the master's late-stage martial arts aura swept across him. It was so overwhelming that everyone present could hardly breathe. Is this the aura of the deputy master of the tiger-shaped sect? He is too tyrannical. There have long been rumors from the outside world that the strength of the two deputy sect masters of the tiger-shaped sect is close to the top 100 on the dragon list, and their sect leader is the 10th super strong man on the dragon list in Tiannan province. It's so scary. It's just that the tiger-shaped sect was just a small sect in the provincial capital before. Why has it been completely transformed in just a few years? How can we know such a secret? We might as well enjoy the next show. Tang Hu, who was stepped on by Zhuge Ruizhi, proudly threatened. Boy, if you are wise, move your feet away quickly, otherwise you won't be able to withstand Master Fan's anger. Oh. Then I'm really scared. Zhuge Ruizhi made an exaggerated expression of fear, but he sincerely increased his strength with his feet. Tang Hu's ribs creaked when he stepped on them. The pain is unbearable. Ouch. It hurts. Master Fan, save me. You brave boy, you are seeking death. Fan Taijin was full of murderous intent and walked towards Zhuge Ruizhi step by step. With every step he took, the floor of the bar trembled slightly, and cracks even appeared, showing the strength of his steps. Some sharp-eyed people among the onlookers could not help but exclaim. This is one of the tiger-shaped steps of the tiger-shaped sect. It is like the footsteps of a tiger hunting. When this unique skill is used, no one can stop it. Wu Fei said excitedly, if Master Fan takes action, these trash will surely die. The spotted dove said proudly, Master Fan is so awesome, let them see the invincible potential of the tiger-shaped sect. In the midst of public praise, Fan Taijin suddenly moved. His feet suddenly kicked out a deep pit with footprints, and his hands turned into claws, like a jungle tiger, leaping towards Zhuge Ruizhi. He was confident that this blow would definitely seriously injure Zhuge Ruizhi. But the latter just stood there motionless, with no intention of even escaping. Ha ha. Go to hell for being bold and ignorant. Just as the attack was about to fall on Zhuge Ruizhi. Call out. A sound broke through the air suddenly. I saw a wineglass flying out of nowhere and accurately hitting Fan Tiajin's waist in the lightning flash. It looks like a small and ordinary wineglass, but it seems to be a super hammer with tens of thousands of kilograms of strength. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Fan Tiajin's body was blown away like a broken sack. The whole person flew more than 10 meters away, and finally fell into the pool in the center of the dance floor, becoming a drowned rat. Ah! My waist. Fan Tiajin's right waist is almost sunken. He screamed in hysterical pain, but the severe pain soon caused his eyes to blacken and he fainted. Wow! Everyone present was shocked by this sudden scene and dumbfounded. Good guy, 1 second I saw you displaying a sweeping posture, but in the blink of an eye, you've been fucked to pieces and you're lying on the ground. Is this what the deputy master of the dignified tiger-shaped gate did? Of course, in shock. Everyone is curious, who made the wineglass? When everyone looked at each other, a slightly disappointed voice sounded, sigh. I thought the tiger step was so strong that he couldn't even catch a wineglass. For someone of this level, he should go back to the countryside and sell sweet potatoes. Everyone turned their heads. I saw a rather handsome young man sitting there leisurely in the booth. Obviously, he was the one who just took action. It turns out that he is the most secretive one among these three people? It's not just these melon-eating customers. Even Wu Muhan looked shocked. Even though she had seen Yi Tiance take action many times, she felt refreshed every time she saw him take action. It seems that everything in the world is just a matter of one move in his eyes. Thinking about it carefully, every time this guy takes action, he can't even detect his most basic martial arts aura. How powerful does this strength have to be to reach this level? Wu Fei and Turtle Dove were so surprised that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Master Fei, what should we do now? Gulu. Wu Fei swallowed nervously, sweat dripping from his back. I thought to myself, what the hell am I going to ask you about? Or should the 36 strategy be the best strategy? Think of this. Wu Fei stepped back in small steps, step by step, the devil's minions. But before he could step back even 1 meter, Yi Tian's indifferent voice sounded. You've done something wrong and want to run away without apologizing? Wu Fei hasn't reacted yet. Swish. Yi Tian's figure appeared in front of him with lightning speed. He held the back of his head and pressed down. 1,000 pounds fell. Wu Fei's body couldn't bear it anymore and he immediately knelt on the ground with a plop. His head hit the floor hard, blood flowing. Chapter 361, Get Under My Crotch. Ah! My head. Wu Fei grimaced in pain and his body twitched. Especially when he opened his eyes, he could see the blood from his head being knocked out, slowly spreading on the floor. The visual impact is even more shocking. When the spotted dove next to him saw this, he was frightened and screamed. How about you call me Mom? Yi Tian's gave him a headache. Bang! It seemed like a bomb exploded on his head. The turtle dove flew out and rolled on the ground several times before stopping. Most of the comb on his head was cut off, and blood was flowing out. He didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Boom! There was an uproar and shock in the bar. Killing! Killing! Oh my God, this guy looks so elegant and easygoing, but he can be so cruel? Doesn't he know that this kind of behavior is a complete slap in the face of the Flying Wolf Gang? Isn't he afraid of the revenge of thousands of brothers from the Flying Wolf Gang? The fact is that Yi Tian's doesn't care at all about the revenge of the Fiancees Gang or the Lying Dog Gang. He stepped on the back of Wu Fei's head. Admit your mistake and apologize to my friend. Otherwise you will see your own brains. Wu Fei was trembling all over and wanted to cry but had no tears. Who would have thought that just a few minutes ago, he was threatening others to apologize? In the blink of an eye, he was stepped on and forced to apologize. If it weren't for the onlookers, he might have admitted his mistake and apologized. But in front of so many people, once word spreads that he admitted his mistake and apologized, not only his father would be furious and punish him. The Flying Wolf Gang will also lose all face. Thinking of this, he decided to take a gamble. I bet Yi Tian's didn't dare to really kill him. I did nothing wrong, why should I apologize? If you can, let me see your brain. Oh? Really? Then let me help you. Yi Tian's was about to gather his strength and crush Wu Fei's head. Wait. An enchanting and slightly majestic voice suddenly interrupted. Clatter! 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 I saw a sexy and enchanting young woman wearing a red cheongsam slowly walking in from behind the crowd. It's Sister Hong. Sister Hong is here. Sister Hong must have been attracted by the sound of fighting. The crowd automatically made way for Sister Hong to come to the front. She glanced around. Somewhat unhappy, he asked, what happened here just now? Wu Fei seemed to have seen a life-saving straw. He quickly struggled and shouted, Sister Hong, it's me. It's me, Wu Fei. This kid is making trouble in your bar. He beats our brothers from the Flying Wolf Gang and wants to kill me. Please help me. Wu Fei. Sister Hong raised her eyebrows slightly. As the owner of the Red Fox Bar, she cannot avoid dealing with people from the Airwolf Gang. Although it usually belongs to the well water and does not interfere with the river water, there are no conflicts and disputes. If Wu Fei died here, she couldn't just sit idly by. So Sister Hong said to Yi Tian's, Sir, this is my bar, everyone is here to have fun, don't shout and kill because of trivial matters. For my sake, let's just forget about it and I won't hold you responsible for causing a scene in the bar, how about that? As soon as these words came out, the onlookers all said. As expected of Sister Hong, she went straight to the point of the matter. It wasn't a big deal in the first place. Boy, Sister Hong has already given you a great gift by not holding you accountable. Why don't you hurry up and obey her orders? Yeah, People who cause trouble in the Red Fox bar never end well, that's pretty much it. Everyone present, including Sister Hong herself, believed that Yi Tiance would definitely do what he said. But what everyone expected was. Yi Tiance glanced at Sister Hong indifferently. Who do you think you are, asking me to do things? Boom. This sentence was like a bombshell, shocking everyone. Damn it, is this kid crazy? How dare you speak to Sister Hong in this tone? Don't he know Sister Hong's identity? In Anchuan City, even top forces like the Phylon Gang have to show courtesy. Sister Hong gave this boy face and refused to hold him responsible for causing a bar scene, but he was shameless. Wu Fei was even more delighted. The silly boy didn't even give Sister Hong any face, so he's going to suffer a lot now. Sister Hong's face darkened. She narrowed her pupils slightly and said with some displeasure, Sir, everyone is just here to fool around. Don't toast me or eat as a penalty. Yi Tiance sneered slightly, you alone are not qualified to toast me. This sentence once again caused an uproar. I thought to myself that this guy really didn't know how high the sky was, and he repeatedly refused to give Sister Hong face. Wu Muhan also noticed something was wrong in the atmosphere at this time. She quickly walked forward and gave Yi Tiance a hand. He reminded, why don't we forget it? We agreed that we should come over and try not to cause trouble, and don't make things bigger because of me. Yi Tiance said in a calm tone, friends around me do not allow anyone to offend or insult anyone. If Wu Fei does not apologize and admit his mistake, the matter will not be settled. No matter who intercedes, it will be useless. Don't worry, no matter how big the issue is, I can handle it easily. In an instant, Wu Muhan felt like a deer bumping into each other. The sense of security is overwhelming. She couldn't help but think of Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan. He seemed to be equally overbearingly protective of his two girlfriends. And I am his friend. What if? Bang bang bang. A sound of applause suddenly interrupted Wu Muhan's thoughts. Sister Hong clapped her hands. Ha ha. This is the first time that someone has dared to be so arrogant in front of me after the Red Fox bar has been open for so long. Sir, you have successfully aroused my anger. The words fell. Hua hua hua. I saw bodyguards dressed in black pouring in from all directions, a total of 18 people, each of them exuding martial arts aura. Their strength has actually reached the level of an early master. The core reason why Red Fox Bar can stand out in the crowded city of Anchuan is that it can convince people with reason. Sister Hong. These martial arts masters shouted in unison, deafening and powerful. Sister Hong lit a lady's cigarette, took an elegant puff, then raised her right high-heeled foot and stepped on the chair, exposing her long black silk legs under her cheongsam to the air. Sexy temptation explodes. She raised her chin and said coquettishly, because you look a little handsome, let Wu Fei go tonight, and then kneel down and crawl under my crotch, I can spare your life. As soon as these words came out, everyone present couldn't help but cheer, and some even whistled. Boy, it's your blessing to be able to get under Sister Hong's crotch. Why don't you hurry up and obey? Ha ha. That's right, we don't know how many men in Anchuan City want to get drilled once in their dreams. Yi Tiance glanced at them and sneered. If you like to get into your crotch, you can come over and give it a try, as long as you don't mind the fishy smell of seafood. After all, someone's gynecological disease is serious. Sister Hong's face changed. How did this kid know this secret? This is the most unspeakable thing for her. Feeling the strange looks from the surrounding customers, Sister Hong gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, don't listen to his nonsense. I will make him pay the price of humiliating me today. Wave your hand. Fuck me, all of you. Yes. 18 masters and early stage masters swarmed forward. Wearing black uniforms, they are like a black tide sweeping away, seemingly capable of defeating everything. Chapter 362 Are you worthy of eating chicken? At this time, the loud music in the bar had stopped long ago, and the onlookers had all moved back some distance. Hey! These are the 18 diamonds under Sister Hong. I heard that they were personally trained by the man behind Sister Hong and specially protected her. That's right, these 18 people have a tacit understanding of their minds and can cooperate with each other to form a formation. Even the masters at the peak of the master's level will find it difficult to resist them. This time that boy has to pay the price for offending Sister Hong. Facing the black bodyguards surrounding him, Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly. The formation formed by these 18 people seemed familiar? But this little doubt disappeared in a flash. He took action calmly and slapped each of the bodyguards in black, who were powerless to resist. Crackling! In less than half a minute, all 18 bodyguards in black were knocked to the ground and fainted. Wow! Everyone in the bar was horrified. The 18 King Kongs under Sister Hong were defeated so easily? Is it true or false? Are we watching a science fiction movie? Wu Fei, Tang Hu, and others were so scared that they peed. I'm shocked, is this guy so fierce? If we had known he was so powerful, we would rather go out and eat shit tonight than mess with him. It's going to end now. Sister Hong herself was so wide-eyed that the cigarette in her mouth fell to the ground. How could this happen? You must know that these 18 diamonds have never failed in the past few years since that man gave them to me. But tonight in front of this young man, he was crushed like a little chicken. When she was stunned, Yi Tiance walked up to her. Ha ha! Is this the price you make me pay for humiliating you? It's not good enough. Gulu. Sister Hong swallowed nervously, panicking and not knowing how to answer. Snapped. Sudden. Yi Tiance slapped her. Sister Hong's delicately made-up face left a clearly visible slap mark. I'm talking to you, do you have donkey hair stuffed in your ears? You? Sister Hong's eyes were filled with disbelief. He can actually hit a woman? The onlookers, especially the men, showed distressed expressions. Are you willing to part with such a pretty face? Isn't this a waste of natural resources? But how did they know that there are many female criminals imprisoned in the fallen city, and some of them have top-notch figures and looks, much prettier than Sister Hong? When Yi Tiance punishes them, he will not have any sympathy for them just because they are women, and he will not punish them any less than men. There is no way, this is equality between men and women, implemented to the end. When Sister Hong was stunned, Yi Tiance gave her a big mouth again. Snapped. What are you? You usually eat too much chicken, and your mouth is so full that you stutter? Sister Hong bit her lip and clenched her fists tightly. I think she came from a humble background, and because she has a good skin and knows how to please men, she wanders around all kinds of them and rises to the top step by step, enduring all kinds of hardships. Later, she was fortunate enough to be appreciated by that man, who opened the Red Fox Bar in Anchuan City and arranged for her to be a bodyguard of the 18 King Kong. Since then, he has been in the limelight, and it can be said that no one dares to mess with him in Anchuan City. Tonight I was humiliated like this in public. This breath is really hard to swallow. However, after years of hard work, she has long understood the truth of enduring for a while just to settle the score later. I saw her suddenly smiling coquettishly. Ouch. Handsome guy, it was all my sister's fault just now, why don't I have to compensate you? Don't be angry. She stood on tiptoes. The red lips were close to Yi Tiance's ear, and he breathed orchid and continued in a low voice. You're right. I've eaten a lot of chicken, but a mighty and handsome guy like you has never eaten it. As long as you nod, I don't mind discussing it with you. How about it? While talking, her thighs in black stockings rubbed against Yi Tiance's crotch intentionally or unintentionally. This is her favorite way to manipulate men. She has never failed before, and I believe the man in front of her will be no exception. But unfortunately, she thought too much again. Snapped. This time, Yi Tiance's slap knocked her back 2 steps, tripping and falling to the ground. Even the high heels rolled off her feet, revealing a pair of black silk feet. The toes were dyed with red nail polish, making them sexy and mysterious. However, Yi Tiance looked down at her with a look of disgust. You don't even urinate and take care of yourself, you're worthy of it? Although he is a little lecherous, he also has a bottom line. Sister Hong's glance at a shabby bus like this will only make him feel sick. He would rather chop the chicken into pieces than let such a woman take a bite. Afraid of getting sick. Sister Hong herself was completely off guard at this moment. After all, her weak point was poked. She said furiously, "You are so shameless, I will fight with you." She suddenly tore open the placket of her cheongsam with her right hand, took out a pistol from her inner thigh, and pointed it at Yi Tiance. No matter how powerful you are, can you still be more powerful than a bullet? Hiss. Everyone onlookers took a breath. As expected of Sister Hong, she still has some backup plans. This kid is going to be doomed. Some men present also took the opportunity to look at the torn cheongsam. It was full of benefits and a feast for the eyes. On the contrary, Yi Tiance treated him coldly. Ha ha. The gun is hidden in the thigh. Could it be that you learned this from Rong Mei Yen Nenizi? It's a pity that the gap between the two is as big as heaven and earth. Yi Tian said coldly, "Come on, shoot me. Let's see who is better with bullets, me or you." He stepped forward and walked towards Sister Hong, without any intention of seeing the opponent's pistol in his eyes. Sister Hong gritted her teeth and threatened, "Don't come over, or I will really shoot." Yi Tian's face was calm and calm. "Whatever you want, but let me say something first. I have a habit, that is, anyone who shoots at me will let them see their own brains. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." Me? Although Yi Tiance was only a few meters away from her, it seemed that he could kill him with one shot. But for some reason, she felt as if she was being targeted by a devil crawling out of hell, making her afraid to move. Yi Tiance shouted loudly, "Shoot! Come on!" What? Somehow, Sister Hong was so frightened by this roar that she even dropped her pistol to the ground. Yes, she didn't have the guts to shoot Yi Tiance and didn't dare to bet on the consequences. She was kneeling on the ground in black stockings, her voluptuous buttocks sticking out high. Fear said, "I was wrong, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I can do anything you ask me to do." At this scene, the onlookers were stunned. Oh my God, Sister Hong, who has always been ruthless, was actually scared like this. To be honest, what this man shouted out just now made me feel so cold that I almost wet my pants. I've finished peeing. Yi Tiance walked to Sister Hong. "I only ask you one question, answer it honestly, and I will spare your life tonight, or you will go to hell." Sister Hong nodded hurriedly. "Say. I will tell you everything." Yi Tiance asked, "Who taught the kung fu of those 18 losers under your command?" Chapter 363 Zhao Feiyu. This. Sister Hong's delicate body trembled, and a tangled and worried light appeared in her eyes. These 18 diamonds were given to her after the man personally trained them. In the past few years, many people in Anchuan City knew that there was a man behind her, but they did not know the specific identity of the man. The reason was that he was unwilling to announce the matter. She never spoke to anyone else, for fear of his wrath. Yi Tiance noticed the change in Sister Hong's expression. "Don't tell me? Then go die." He raised his right foot, and the tip of his toe was already aimed at Sister Hong's head. "Don't! I said." Sister Hong quickly said, It's Zhao Feiyu from the provincial capital." Boom! There was an uproar in the bar and living room. My God, Zhao Feiyu from the provincial capital, isn't that one of the 3 outstanding figures alongside young Master Tong? Although he does not have a wealthy family like Mr. Tong, he has relied on his own strength to establish the Shanshan Martial Arts School. In terms of scale and power, it is the top martial arts school in the provincial capital. I heard that Mr. Zhao's strength is extremely close to the realm of the god of war. Even the 4 major families in the provincial capital are vying to win over him. It's so terrifying. It turns out that he is the man behind Sister Hong. No wonder Sister Hong has been confident all these years. But having said that, Sister Hong doesn't seem to be worthy of Zhao Feiyu based on her beauty. Why does he still support her like this? Who knows, maybe this is what Zhao Feiyu likes. Yi Tian's narrowed his eyes slightly. Ha, after all the fuss for a long time, it turned out to be Xiao Yuzi's woman. No wonder the formation of those 18 losers looks a bit familiar. Sister Hong begged for mercy. Sir, I have said what I should say. Did you follow the agreement? Yi Tian said calmly, what I said will naturally count. Besides, you have some connection with Zhao Feiyu, so I won't kill you, but if this doesn't happen next time, don't get into my hands again. Yeah. Got it. Sister Hong nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yi Tian turned his head and looked at Wu Fei, who was still kneeling on the ground. The latter noticed Yi Tian's gaze. Hurry up and get excited. He started kowtowing to Yi Tian and said, Boss, I deserve death, I was wrong. I apologize. I apologize to you and your friends, please treat me like a fart, don't do this to me seems like a maggot. Even a ruthless woman like Sister Hong knelt down and apologized. How could he still worry about his face and dignity? Wu Muhan came over. Since he apologized like this, that's pretty much it. Don't be impulsive and cause death. After all, she comes from the law enforcement system, so she still prefers to follow the formal way of doing things, and it is not easy to accept the behavior of committing suicide in private. Okay, you've already said it, then let him live tonight. Yi Tian nodded and said, it's getting late, let's go. It is good. Okay. Wu Muhan and Zhuge Ruizhi responded respectively and followed Yi Tian towards the door of the bar. The onlookers who were accustomed to eating were very discerning and made way for them. They didn't even have the courage to look directly at Yi Tian and the other three. When walking to the door of the bar, Yi Tian suddenly stopped and turned around. Hiss. Everyone in the bar felt excited. Good guy, is this guy going to regret it? Sister Hong's toes curled up nervously, and her heart was beating wildly. Yi Tian said, our table hasn't paid the bill tonight, do you think? Sister Hong trembled and said, it's all, free of charge. From now on, whenever you make a purchase, it will be free of charge. Ha! Thanks. Yi Tian waved his hand and led Wu Muhan and Zhuge Ruizhi out of the bar. After a few seconds. Call. Everyone in the bar breathed a sigh of relief. It's time to leave. Sister Hong sat down on the ground, regardless of whether it looked good or not. She just felt that her legs and feet wrapped in stockings were soaked with sweat. Finally dodged a bullet. Wu Fei was tremblingly helped up by Tang Hu. Wu Fei clenched his fists tightly, his whole face was almost as dark as a pot background, and his face was full of reluctance. Especially when many people onlookers were whispering to each other and looking at him from time to time, it made him even more uncomfortable. He gritted his teeth ferociously and said, I am incompatible with that bastard, and I will never let him go. Let's go. He left in despair with his injured brothers. As soon as he stepped out of the door, someone took a look at the ground where Wu Fei had just knelt down. There was a pool of yellow turbid liquid left on the ground, which exuded a stinky smell. Wu Fei was so scared that he peed his pants. Ugh. The old face of the Fialong gang has been completely disgraced by him. How can someone like this be a young gang leader in the future? Based on my understanding of Wu Fei, after suffering a big loss this time, he will definitely not let it go. After all, the Fialong gang is one of the top underground forces in Anshuan City, and they are not just freeloaders. Yes, I heard that the owner of the tiger-shaped sect is also in Anshuan City. He will not just sit idly by. After the farce ended, the original bustle in the Red Fox bar quickly returned to normal. Sister Hong walked through the corridor behind the bar without wearing high heels and walked through the corridor behind the bar, walked to a small room and sat down. He was still in shock and his body was still shaking. She lit a cigarette and took a puff, and the fear gradually dissipated. Creaking. She clenched her fists tightly. The feeling of humiliation that she had not experienced for a long time tonight was hard for her to accept, and she was so angry that she couldn't bear it. Jingle bell. At this time, her cell phone rang. Look at the caller ID, Zhao Feiyu. A complex fear flashed in her eyes. She hesitated and pressed the answer button. A cold and condescending voice sounded on the other end of the phone. My identity was exposed by you? Sister Hong nodded. With Zhao Feiyu's methods, it's not surprising that he found out about this so quickly. You really disappoint me. Yes, I'm sorry. Sister Hong's voice trembled again. The other side was silent for 3 seconds. Have you figured out the other party's identity? No. I have never seen him before. He seems to have come from other places. Sister Hong bit her lip and said aggrievedly, Mr. Zhao, I want him to die. Please help me, no matter what the cost. Zhao Feiyu said coldly, I will come to Anchuan City tomorrow, and I want to see who this person is. On the way back to the hotel, Zhuge Ruizhi waved his fist, still a little unfinished. Ha, the fight just now was really great. Brother Yi, you are so awesome, even the top people in Anchuan City will kneel down to you. Yi Tian said calmly, they are just a few clowns, not the top ones. Zhuge Ruizhi said helplessly, that's for you, Brother Yi, I can't be so calm anyway. Brother Yi, what can I do to become as powerful as you? Yi Tian smiled and said, 4 words for you. What word? Just practice more cooking. Zhuge Ruizhi was momentarily speechless. At this time, Wu Muhan asked curiously, I noticed that when you just heard the name Zhao Feiyu, your expression changed. Do you know him? Chapter 364 The auction begins. Barely so. Yi Tian gave an ambiguous answer. In fact, Zhao Feiyu, like Jiangnan war gods Lin Feng and Zhang Xiuhu, were prisoners imprisoned in the fallen city back then. Although Zhao Feiyu was not very strong, he relied on his excellent flattering ability to follow Yi Tian's, serving tea and water, squeezing shoulders and legs. Yi Tian's had a good impression of him. 3.5 years ago, shortly after Lin Feng was imprisoned, Zhao Feiyu was released after serving his sentence. I haven't seen him for a few years, but I didn't expect that this kid would suddenly turn into one of the 3 heroes in the provincial capital, and he would be in the limelight. You must know that when Yi Tian was training his jailers in the prison, he taught them the 36 Tiangang and 72 Earth Evil formations. Cooperation with each other can bring out greater strength. Xiao Yuzi is always by his side, and he has learned a little bit about it. When Yi Tian was fighting those 18 losers just now, he felt that their formation was a bit familiar, so he asked Sister Hong who taught the kung fu of these 18 people. When I found out it was Zhao Feiyu, I understood. Only he can come up with a bankrupt version of the 18-man formation that competes with the 36 Tiangang and the 72 Disha. But Yi Tian didn't understand. He had the impression that Zhao Feiyu liked very pure girls. Why did his taste change after he came out? Do you even like women like Sister Hong? Seeing that Yi Tian didn't answer in depth, Wu Muhan didn't continue to ask. She analyzed that Yi Tian and Zhao Feiyu should know each other, and the reason why they were unwilling to mention it more was probably because they suffered a loss at the hands of Zhao Feiyu back then. This logic is also very smooth. After all, Zhao Feiyu was about to enter the realm of the god of war. Humph, I didn't expect that this bastard would suffer sometimes. Shortly after the 3 people left, a head slowly poked out from an alley. He was wearing a peaked cap and a mask, and his eyes were shining with scarlet light, full of restlessness and hatred. Yi Tian. It's 8:30 the next morning. Yi Tian and the others came to the auction house of Jubao Pavilion. Xiang Hongda had reserved box number 3 for Yi Tian and the others in advance. Standing in front of the glass platform, he could have a clear view of the entire auction house. Directly below the box are ordinary customer seats, and along the front is the auction table, which is spacious and bright. At this time, nearly 100 people had already taken their seats, and people were still coming in continuously. There are a lot of people here today, even the box is full. Today's auction, I heard that there are many good treasures being auctioned, which will definitely attract a lot of big shots, and the box will naturally be full. Did you hear that Wu Fei from the Phylon Gang and Sister Hong from the Red Fox Bar were beaten up by an arrogant boy last night, which caused uproar in the city? I heard that everyone from the Phylon Gang is looking for him again. Will he also come to the auction? What are you thinking about? Wu Kuan, the leader of the Phylon Gang, also came to participate in the auction today. If that kid came over, wouldn't he take the initiative to give away his head? The customers were talking about it. Yi Tiance did not hear these remarks. At this time, the three of them were sitting in the box, waiting for the auction to start quickly. After winning the Qinglong Vine, they set off back to Jiangnan City. 9 o'clock in the morning. All seats and boxes throughout the auction were occupied and the auction began. The lights in the entire venue went out, and a white beam of light hit the auction table. The auction room immediately fell silent and there was no sound. Then a tall woman wearing a sexy cheongsam walked up. The cheongsam is deliberately designed with a heart shape hollowed out on the chest, and two white masses are ready to pop out, which is very eye-catching. The woman held the microphone and showed a sexy smile. Hello. Good morning everyone, I am Bai Jia, the host of Jubao Pavilion Auction. It is my first time to come to Anchuan City. I am honored to meet you all. Thank you all for coming to participate in this auction. Wow. The audience burst into applause. Let me go, it's Bai Jia Ye. She is the signature host of Jubao Pavilion. She usually only serves as the abbot of Jubao Pavilion in a few first-tier cities, but today she came to Anchuan City. Bai Jia is the abbot personally. Either the treasures being auctioned today are very important, or senior officials from Jubao Pavilion have come to Anchuan City. TSK, she's so damn beautiful. If I could marry her home, I'd be happy to eat delicacies from the mountains and seas every day. Bai Jia? Why does this name sound so familiar? I seem to have seen it in a novel. Yi Tiance glanced at Bai Jia. In his opinion, this woman's figure and appearance were just so. She couldn't even compare to Wu Muhan, let alone Han Ruoyun, who could bewitch them. Bai Jia on the stage smiled and said, let's stop chatting. Today we are going to auction our first auction item. This is a green hairpin from the Kanchi period. The jewelry has an excellent luster and will never fade. The starting price is 500 million. Each bid must be no less than 50. A hostess came on stage, holding the box in both hands, and saw a hairpin lying inside. The kingfisher feathers on this hairpin are inlaid on the metal base. It is a perfect combination of traditional metal craftsmanship and feather craftsmanship of the Dragon Kingdom. It is very beautiful. The customers in the audience were also attracted by this green hairpin and were amazed. Yi Tiance's eyes lit up. It just happened that I had a cold war with those two girls in 2 days. I finally came to Anchuan City once. It would not be good to go back empty-handed. I simply gave this green hairpin as a gift to Han Ruoyun, and later gave it to Lu Ruyan to bid for a treasure. No one takes sides. In the audience, some customers have already started raising signs. I'll pay 500. I'll pay 550. I'll pay 600. Yi Tiance didn't show any hesitation and directly raised his sign, I will offer 1,000 million. The whole place fell silent immediately. I go. Raise the price to 1,000 million in one breath? Isn't this too overbearing? Although the Diansui hairpin was precious, everyone felt that 1,000 million was still beyond its value, so no one raised a placard to bid. Bai Jia smiled and said, congratulations to guest number 3 in the box, for successfully taking a photo of the green hairpin. The applause of the audience was thunderous. Bai Jia began to introduce the second treasure to be auctioned today. In box 3. Zhuge Ruizhi asked with a smile, Brother Yi, is this green hairpin for your sister-in-law? Yi Tiance nodded. Zhuge Ruizhi sighed, as expected of Brother Yi, you are so generous to your sisters-in-law. No wonder they all like you so much. Yi Tiance smiled and said, you rarely come out and you don't plan to take a photo of a gift for Jingjing? Zhuge Ruizhi sighed, alas. Your brother, I am short of money, I really can't come up with this money. Yi Tiance rolled his eyes. I thought that you, the second young master of the Zhuge family, have no money to bid, so only a ghost would believe it. Wu Muhan's eyes flickered slightly as he sat on the other side. Although she is not a vain woman, if someone can spend 1,000 million to buy her a gift without blinking an eye, she will definitely be happy for a long time. Alas, I don't know if I will meet such a man. At the same time, in the number 9 box diagonally opposite, a pair of eyes suddenly stared at Yi Tiance. The emotions include surprise, anger, and some fear. You bastard, you can't find anything even after you've worn iron shoes. It took no effort to get here, but I've been able to find you. Chapter 365 Auction of Green Dragon Vine. The person in box number 9 is Wu Fei. There were 3 other people in the box. The man sitting in the middle, about 50 years old and with a sinister face, was Wu Fei's father, Wu Kuan, the leader of the Fialong gang. On the right side is a middle-aged man with a strong back, a high nose, and piercing eyes, Wang Wanchun, the master of the tiger-shaped sect. The remaining person is Tang Hu, the guest of the Fialong gang. When Wu Fei saw Yi Tiance in box number 3, he quickly turned to Wu Kuan and said, Dad. I found it. I found it. The arrogant boy last night was in box number 3. Okay? The other 3 people looked towards box 3. Tang Hu's expression became excited first. Yes, those are the 3 people. The guy sitting in the middle is the bastard who humiliated our Flying Wolf gang and the Tiger Gate. Humph. Humph. A sharp look flashed in Wang Wanchuan's eyes. It turns out that boy was the one who seriously injured Fan Taijin. There is 1 master and 2 deputy masters in the tiger-shaped gate. The deputy sect leader Wei Xinghua has had a close friendship with Taoist master Yunhai of Yuanyang Valley in the past 2 years, and he always does things for him. I heard that he recently went to Jiangnan City, and I don't know what he was busy with. Therefore, the only deputy sect leader left in his sect is Fan Taijin, but he was injured in the waist last night and is still hospitalized. Now that this kid has arrived, I'm going to kill him right now. Wang Wanchun stood up immediately. Wu Kuan said, Brother Wang, please stay. Wang Wanchun frowned and said, Brother Wu, my enemy is right in front of me. Why are you stopping me? Wu Kuan reminded, don't be impatient. This is the territory of Jubo Pavilion. Remember not to act rashly to avoid getting into trouble. Wang Wanchun frowned and sat back on the chair again. There have long been rumors from the outside world that the Su family in the capital is behind the Jubao Pavilion. They are a very influential family in the capital, and they don't dare to provoke them. Brother Wu, is this the end of the matter? A coldness flashed across Wu Kuan's eyes. Ha ha. How can we just let it go if we offend our Fialong gang, injure my son, and humiliate the reputation of the Fialong gang? Now that we know that he is here, we can't let him run away easily. Wu Kuan said to Tang Hu, please Tang Chongfeng, contact the brothers and masters in the gang immediately, and gather them over. After the auction is over, it will be time to settle accounts with him. Yes. Tang Hu left the box. Wu Fei looked in the direction of box 3. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ha, boy, you don't have much time left to be happy, so cherish it. Not just box 9. At this time, someone in box 5 also noticed box 3 where Yi Tiance was. It was Sister Hong. Today she put on a light pink cheongsam. Although she was wearing heavy makeup, there were still red and swollen marks on her face that had not subsided. The Fialong gang searched all night but couldn't find any news about you. They thought you had left Anchuan City. Mr. Zhao will be arriving soon. She couldn't stop the joy of anticipation in her heart. It seems that after the auction, Yi Tiance was knocked to the ground by Mr. Zhao and knelt down to plead for mercy. After hanging up the phone last night, she thought about it carefully. Although the boy showed great strength, after hearing that the man behind him was Zhao Feiyu, his attitude towards the other party seemed much better. Therefore, from this detail, she concluded that the other party must be very afraid of Mr. Zhao. The auction is still ongoing. Soon, the seventh treasure came. Bai Jie smiled and introduced, the next treasure is a pair of jade earrings. They were made by a palace craftsman during the Wanli period. The starting price is 800 million, and each bid must not be less than 50. A maid brought the tray. I saw this pair of emerald earrings like 2 drops of crystal green tears, shining with a warm luster. In particular, jadeite has a delicate texture and is as transparent as ice. At first glance, it looks like the top imperial green material. The customers in the audience looked sideways, especially the eyes of many female customers with lights shining. What beautiful jade earrings, I want them, 800 million. Husband, buy it for me quickly, or we will get divorced. Then I'll pay 850 million. If I give it to the goddess, she will definitely agree to my proposal. I will pay 950 million. Husband. Okay, I'll pay 1,000 million. 1,100 million. The audience raised their cards one after another, and the competition was very fierce. At this time, I'll pay 3,000. Wow. Everyone was shocked and turned to look in the direction of the source of the sound. Box number 3. Is it him again? Many guests looked at each other in confusion. Where did this guy come from? As soon as he opened his mouth, he doubled the price, which made them lose the desire to continue to increase the price. Some women complained and glared at Yi Tiance, threatening to increase the price. Bai Jie looked around and no one raised a sign. Then he dropped the hammer and said with a smile, "Congratulations again to the gentleman in box 3 for successfully taking the photo of the jade earrings." Yi Tiance put down the sign and was in a good mood. In this way, the remaining gift is finished. Zhuge Ruizhi gave a thumbs up and said, "Brother Yi, you are really interested in your sister-in-law. I admire you." Wu Muhan was displeased and said, "How can you bid like this? Whether it is the hairpin or these earrings, the actual value is not worth the money. It is a waste of you to increase the price. Besides, we have to bid for the green dragon vine later. Don't we have no money to bid by then?" Yi Tiance smiled and said, "Don't worry about the money. As long as Jubao Pavilion dares to auction the treasures, there is no treasure that I can't afford to pay for. After all, his Black Supreme Emperor card has more than 100 million in savings, which he can't spend all. Not to mention bidding in the treasure pavilion, it is more than enough to buy all the treasure pavilions in the country. So I don't have to worry about money at all. Even if all these billions are spent one day in the future, just call Fallen City and ask Bill Musk to give him more money and that will be it." Wu Muhan shook his head slightly. According to his understanding, Yi Tiance seemed to be a partner of Rome Mayen, and he had just made some money, but he was so wasted. Alas, is this the mentality of the nouveau riche after suddenly becoming rich? Bidding is ongoing. Since jade earrings, some famous calligraphy and paintings, various antiques and other treasures have appeared, causing many customers to enjoy the carnival. Yi Tiance was not interested in these and did not participate in them anymore. However, after the 15th auction item, the treasures changed from antique items to various specially made cold weapons, martial arts techniques, and precious herbs for treating injuries. Obviously, these treasures are mainly needed by martial arts masters. Start here. The main participants in the auction are no longer ordinary customers in the audience, but dignitaries in the boxes. The bidding price is much higher than the previous treasures, with a minimum starting price of 1,000 million. Among them was a pill that could expand meridians and enhance martial arts potential. In the end, it was auctioned for a high price of 2 million. This shows how crazy these martial arts masters are in order to improve their strength. Of course, some were taken by dignitaries as a way to make friends with martial arts masters. Half an hour later, Bai Jie smiled and announced, "Here is the second to last auction item today. It is a very rare and precious medicinal material. It has the functions of removing toxins, promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis, and increasing the strength of the meridians. The starting price is 2,010,000 yuan. Chapter 366 Black Fox Club. Yi Tian's eyes lit up. Finally come. The maid brought up a tray, and there was a green vine lying on it, more than a foot long. The surface seems to have a scale-shaped texture, and the raised petioles look like claws, so this vine looks very similar to the legendary dragon. Yi Tian's murmured, "It is indeed the genuine Qinglong vine." At this time, someone had already started calling out the price. "I'll pay 2,100. I'll pay 2,200. I'll pay 2,400. Everyone submitted their bids fiercely. After all, this green dragon vine is a rare and precious medicinal material. Many of its effects are very effective for warriors to practice, so it will naturally attract many comers to covet it. Yi Tian's didn't hesitate at all and wanted to end the auction as soon as possible. So he directly raised his sign and said, "I will offer 1 million. Wow! There was an uproar immediately in the auction house. They couldn't help but look at box 3 again. Is this guy getting involved again? Why do you take the unusual route every time you quote? Damn it, you must be so rich that you're so crazy. Grass. My green dragon vine, it looks like I have to let it go tonight." After the 1 million bid was shouted out, the bidding volume in the auction room immediately weakened. Yi Tianji smiled slightly. It seems that the azure dragon vine was captured by accident. But that's it. Suddenly someone in the box number 4 next to him raised a sign and said, "I will offer 2 million. Swish. Many people present looked at box 4. If I remember correctly, this is the first time anyone in box 4 has participated in the bidding tonight. I'll go. Look, box number 4 is actually Pang Huayuan, the president of the Black Fox Club. TSK, the Black Fox Club is one of the 2 major underground forces in Anchuan City. They have been fighting openly and secretly with the Fiancees gang for many years, and no one can do anything about the other. In my opinion, the Black Fox Club has a much brighter future than the Fiancees gang. After all, the Fiancees gang's high-end combat power relies on tributes and external connections, but the Black Fox Club is different. Pang Huayuan is extremely powerful as the president. Now, it is already the 12th ranked terrifying existence on the Tiannan province dragon list. I agree with what you said, but the threshold for joining the Black Fox Club is extremely high. So far, there are only 100 members in the entire club, while the Fiancees gang has more than 1,000 members. Why does Pang Huayuan want to bid for the Qinglong vine? You don't even know this? Pang Huayuan has a younger brother who was also talented in martial arts and had outstanding combat power in his early years. But later he became a disabled person for unknown reasons. Over the years, Pang Huayuan has been trying to find ways to cure his younger brother, seeking medical advice. He reckons that Qinglong Tang may be the key medicinal ingredient to cure his younger brother. Everyone was talking about various things. Yi Tian's didn't know anything about this, and of course he didn't care. He did not hesitate, raised his sign again and said, "I'll pay 3 billion. Pang Huayuan, who was in box number 4, raised his sign with a frown and said, "I'll pay 4 billion. Pang Huayuan looks to be about 40 years old, with a medium and strong build. Especially his 2 fists are covered with calluses, like 2 big sandbags, and they seem to be out of proportion to his body and arms. This is all achieved through rigorous training." He glanced at box 3. Yi Tian's in box 3 barely paused. "I'll pay 5 billion. The whole place was in an uproar again. Over 5 million babies showed up tonight. You must know that the high price of the treasures usually auctioned is around 1 million, and the price exceeding 5 million is only possible once a year. Bai Jia on the stage was even more excited, her face flushed red, and she couldn't express her excitement. You must know that as the host of the auction venue, she is responsible for stimulating the atmosphere and stimulating customers to spend money. Therefore, when the treasure sold at auction reaches a premium, she will also receive a certain percentage of commission. According to the historical average price of this Qinglong vine at usual auctions, it is only around 5,000 million. It has now exceeded 5 million, and this time she can get at least 1 million in commission alone. Pang Huayuan looked a little embarrassed. Previously, a famous doctor said that if he could possess the green dragon vine, he would have at least a 50% success rate in treating his younger brother. Just this 50% is worth his effort, and he is bound to win it. It's just that a lot of money has been spent on treating his brother over the years, and now he only has about 6 million left on hand. Judging from the previous auction process, the young man in box number 3 does not seem to be short of money at all, at least richer than he is now. If the bidding continues like this, the green dragon vine will definitely fall into his hands in the end. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll pay 6 million. After calling out the offer, he stood up and gave Yi Tiance a fist in box 3. "This little friend, the green dragon vine is really important to Pang. I ask you to bear the pain and give up your love once. Pang will definitely remember this favor and will not hesitate to go through fire and water in the future." As soon as these words came out, many people present were surprised. In order to get the Qinglong vine, Pang Huayuan actually negotiated with him and surrendering his identity, and even offered a huge favor. You must know that if you can get Pang Huayuan's commitment in Anshuan City, it will be enough not to walk sideways in the future. I think the young man who comes to box 3 will definitely accept this huge favor. But Yi Tiance's next response was far beyond everyone's expectations. Yi Tiance said calmly, "The green dragon vine is equally important to me. I'm sorry that I can't give it to you. I don't need you to go through fire and water for me." Wow. This guy is so brave. He didn't even give Pang Huayuan face. Fuck, you can show off so well, so arrogant. I really want to learn from you. What a fool. His arrogant character will suffer a big loss sooner or later. In the discussion room, Yi Tiance has already raised a sign and said, "I will offer 7 million. Boom. Pang Huayuan sat back on his chair sadly, with a lonely expression. This price has exceeded all his net worth. Ha ha. Is this life? Bai Jia looked at Pang Huayuan and stopped bidding, and no one else present had any intention of bidding either. Then Drop Hammer announced, "Let us once again congratulate the gentleman in box 3 for successfully obtaining the green dragon vine." Pang Huayuan looked at this scene with a look of reluctance. After all, according to the historical bidding price, he would definitely be able to buy the Qinglong vine with his assets, but because of the interference of the young man in box 3, the matter came to nothing. Jingle bell. At this time, Pang Huayuan's cell phone rang. I looked at the caller ID, but there was an unexpected name, "Wu, you were so beautiful," note, Wu Kuan. What's this guy doing on the phone? Pang Huayuan frowned and answered the phone. Wu Kuan's laughing voice came from the opposite side. It's rare to see Brother Pang with a hot face but a cold butt. Pang Huayuan shouted coldly, "Wu, if you call me specifically to mock me, think about the consequences. I'm not in a good mood right now." Brother Pang, don't be angry, I was just joking. Wu Kuan continued, "I just called you to tell you that even if the Qinglong vine is not auctioned, it will belong to you from today to the end." Ha? What do you mean? Wu Kuan said coldly, "This is not easy. Kill that kid after the auction is over, and won't the green dragon vine belong to you?" Chapter 367, the last auction item. Pang Huayuan's face immediately darkened. "Wu, who do you think I am? Although I am involved in gray forces, it does not mean that I have no bottom line. I can't do this kind of murder and robbery." Wu Kuan sneered, "After all these years, you, Pang Huayuan, are still so pedantic. No wonder you have less than 100 brothers under your command now. But having said that, I just appreciate this energy and am willing to make this call to you. To tell you the truth, the boy in box 3 also has a sworn feud with our Fiancees gang. Even if you don't participate today, we will kill him, but the green dragon vine will not belong to you by then." Pang Huayuan raised his eyebrows slightly. It is said that Wu Fei suffered a loss at the Red Fox Bar last night. The Fiancees gang searched all night but could not find their enemy. Could it be the young man in box 3? Wu Kuan continued, "Brother Pang, that kid is not a local of our Anshuan city. Even if he is killed, it will not be spread out and affect your reputation. So as long as you nod, we can work together to kill that kid, guaranteed. Besides, don't forget one thing. Your brother's current health may not last long. If you hesitate, you will be defeated, ha. Peng Huayuan frowned, thought for a few seconds and then said, I need some time to think about it. After that, he hung up the phone. He looked towards box 3, thinking for a moment. At the same time, Wu Kun in box 9 was playing with his mobile phone. He snorted coldly, that fool Peng Huayuan even thinks about such a thing. Wang Wanchun sneered and said, that guy has this kind of temper. He used to be too upright when he participated in the dragon ranking competition. As long as the lower limit is lowered, he might be able to enter the top 10. Wu Kun said, we kindly invite him to join us. If he doesn't want to participate, forget it. We alone are enough to kill him. Wang Wanchun nodded, but before that, we must get the last auction item, and it must not fall into the hands of others. The last auction item has begun. Bai Jia on the auction stage smiled and introduced, let us announce the last auction item. I believe you have been waiting for a long time, so let's not talk nonsense. It will be the 10-year Xianmen conference held in Tiannan province in 10 days. Invitation. Various discussions in the audience. The last auction item is actually this? I've heard a little bit about the Xianmen conference. Are invitations really that important? What you don't know is that this Xianmen conference is a grand event for all the major Xianmen in Tiannan province. It is much more important than the ranking of martial arts masters like the Dragon List and Tiger List. Yes, all those who are qualified to participate in the conference are respectable Xianmen disciples. Even the audience must be dignitaries to receive invitations. Not only can you see the various Xianmen big shots competing there, but you also have the opportunity to do so. Make connections and reap the benefits. Despite this, it won't become the final auction item. I can get the invitation even if I work hard. Bai Jia on the stage continued, everyone, my introduction is not over yet. The invitations for this auction are the most precious supreme invitations. Only 5 of them were issued in the entire Xianmen conference this time. With this invitation letter, you can not only travel throughout the Xianmen conference, but also let the winner fulfill one of your wishes after the conference. Whether you ask him to refine elixirs for free, give you talismans, learn skills from a teacher, etc., as long as the conditions permit, you will be satisfied. Wow! At this moment, the whole audience was shocked. I'll kill you. Such a big deal? If you can grant the winner a wish, then can I just ask for a pill that will give me 10 more years of life? It's not just that. I heard that there are some Xianmen in Tiannan province that specialize in female disciples. If a certain beautiful fairy wins, can we let her? He. How damn vulgar. Can you think of something healthy? If I ask the winner to find a way to lengthen my brother by 10 centimeters, he will be unfavorable on the battlefield from now on. After lengthening by 10 centimeters, you are only 11 centimeters, and you are still a noob. Should I draft it? There was a commotion in the audience. Yi Tiance was not very interested in this Xianmen conference. Because in his eyes, the competition between these so-called Xianmen big guys is no different from children playing house. If he hadn't waited until the auction ended to get the auction items, he would have left and returned to Jiangnan City long ago. But this time, Zhuge Ruishi muttered, I heard that this Xianmen conference will be held at the top of Huzhou Mountain. It will be very lively. Tiger Mountain. When he heard this name, Yi Tiance's pupils shrank slightly. At the end of the letter that his master left for him, he clearly stated 2 tasks. One of the tasks was to collect some horseless action movies for him, which Yi Tiance simply ignored as if it didn't matter. The main thing is the second one, which requires him to go to the top of Huzhou Mountain on the full moon night of July 15th this year. When he gets there, he will naturally know what to do. If you think about it carefully, won't it be July 15th in 10 days? Is it? Yi Tiance asked Zhuge Ruishi, are you sure this Xianmen conference will be held in Huzhou Mountain? Zhuge Ruizhi nodded. Yes, as early as half a year ago, the entire Hujiu mountain was sealed off. If you want to participate in the Xianmen conference, you must have an invitation letter. I heard that at every conference, many strange people and strangers will be present. Very soon. Interesting. It's a pity that participating in such a grand event places great importance on the identity of the inviter. Our Zhuge family is okay in Tianbei province, but our influence in Tiannan province is limited, so we are destined to be unable to participate. But my uncle and the others should be qualified. Yi Tiance didn't listen to what he said next. Because he once again analyzed the task requirements in the master's letter in his mind, and what he said seriously was definitely not groundless. It seems that the task requested by master must be related to the Xianmen conference. That being the case, Bai Jia on the stage twisted her waist, walked around, and said with a smile, for this supreme invitation to participate in the Xianmen conference, our starting price is 3 million yuan, and each increase in price must not be less than 5,000 million. The voice just fell. Quotations came one after another from all the major boxes. I'll pay 3 billion. I'll pay 4 billion. I'll offer 4 million. I'll pay 6 billion. Quotations kept rising. The conditions for the Xianmen winner to fulfill a wish are too tempting. The rich, powerful, and noble naturally want to increase their health and longevity, while the martial arts masters want to increase their strength. The tiger-shaped door king Wanchun in box 9 looked excited. He came to Anxuan City to participate in the auction this time just for the supreme invitation. Over the years, the reason why their tiger-shaped sect has grown rapidly is inseparable from taking the forbidden drugs in Yuanyang Valley, but the drawbacks have already emerged. Severe addiction occurs and various organs in the body begin to fail. If not dealt with in time, sooner or later it will be over. So he thought about getting the supreme invitation and asking the Xianmen winner to help him deal with it then. He glanced at Wu Kuan. The latter raised a sign and said, I will offer 10 billion. Wow. The whole audience was shocked that 10 billion was given so quickly. It's so fierce. Many competitors put down their brands in despair because the price was beyond their ability. As expected of the Flying Wolf Gang, they just have money. Wang Wanchuan's face lit up, just when he thought he had received the supreme invitation. A voice sounded faintly from the other side of box 3. I'll pay 20 billion. Chapter 368 pressed one more one. Boom. The whole audience was shocked, and everyone turned their attention to box 3. Oh my god, 20 billion. Since the establishment of Jubao Pavilion in Anxuan City, we have never bid for such a high price, right? This kid again? Where did he get so much money? Doesn't his family run a banknote printing factory? I previously snatched the green dragon vine from the Black Fox Club boss Pang Huayuan, and now I want to snatch the supreme invitation from the Filong gang leader Wu Kuan. How brave! If he offends the two most powerful underground forces in Anxuan City in one fell swoop, isn't he afraid that he won't be able to walk out of Anxuan City alive? There were various discussions in the audience. In box 3. Zhuge Ruizhi and Wu Muhan also didn't expect that Yi Tiance would suddenly hold up a sign and shout out the bidding price of 20 billion. Zhuge Ruizhi asked, Brother Yi, are you planning to participate in the Xianmen conference and want the winner to fulfill your wish? Yi Tiance replied, I want to participate in the Xianmen conference. It doesn't matter whether the winners fulfill their wishes. After all, their level is mediocre in my opinion. Zhuge Ruizhi gave a thumbs up. As expected of you, Brother Yi, I'm convinced again, little brother. Wu Muhan frowned and said, if you just attend the Xianmen conference, we can think of ways to help you get the invitation letter. There is no need to spend 20 billion to bid, right? This is 20 billion. Yi Tiance said indifferently, money is only called money when it is spent. It is just a number lying in the account. Besides, 20 billion is nothing. Wu Muhan. In her impression, Yi Tiance has been helping Rong Meiyan handle the 100 billion order recently, and he had a fierce quarrel with the Ji family for this. Now I heard from him that the number 20 billion is nothing. Is it possible that you are so serious about the 100 billion order and you are just deliberately playing with others? No one would believe this. Wu Muhan couldn't help but lamented to Adu, oh, this guy is really hopeless. I really don't know why those women like him wholeheartedly. Could it be that he was really a freeloader, and even if he ran out of money, those rich women would still be willing to continue spending money on him? At the same time. In Box 9. Wu Kuan and Wang Wanchun looked at each other with ugly expressions. You must know that they spent a lot of effort in advance to win the supreme invitation letter for this auction, so they are bound to win it. Wu Kuan clenched his fists. Damn, it's this kid again. Did you do it on purpose? Wang Wanchun frowned and said, then what should we do next? Continue bidding? Or let him buy it and snatch it back after the auction is over? Wu Kuan said worriedly, this supreme invitation is different from other treasures. There are only 5 open in this conference. If that kid succeeds in taking the photo, everyone will know it. When we go there with the supreme invitation in 10 days, people will definitely suspect that we stole it secretly, and it will be easy to prove it, but there are some. Wang Wanchun said indifferently, this world is dominated by the weak and the strong. What's more, the Xianmen conference has no regulations. This supreme invitation cannot be snatched from others, so what if it is confirmed? Wu Fei said coldly, Uncle Wang is right. If that doesn't work, let's just tell the public that this guy gave us the invitation. Anyway, he will have been killed by us by then, and there will be no proof. Wu Kuan narrowed his cold eyes and said, okay. In that case, it's decided. He stopped bidding to hold up signs. Other box customers were also frightened by the figure of 20 billion and gave up bidding one after another. On the auction stage, Bai Jia showed a charming smile. Then I announced that the supreme invitation to the Xianmen conference was finally bought by the guest in box number 3. Let us congratulate him. At this point, today's auction will come to an end. Let us look forward to seeing you at the next auction. Thank you. The auction ends here. Unrelated guests got up and left. The customer who took the photo of the treasure went to the backstage of Jubao Pavilion to collect the auction items and make payment. Yi Tiance and the other 3 came to the backstage and waited for the staff to deliver the auction items. Unexpectedly, I finally saw Bai Jia twisting her sexy waist and leading several staff members to serve her in person. Other guests in the backstage were talking. Let me go, it turns out that Miss Bai Jia came to serve in person, it's quite a show. That is to say, Miss Bai Jia is the signature host of Jubao Pavilion. If she can serve in person, the bidding price for box number 3 must be high enough today, so we must pay attention. Bai Jia and others came to Yi Tiance and the others. She blinked her charming eyes and said, Sir, you have taken a total of 4 auction items. They are a green hairpin priced at 1,000 million, a pair of jade earrings priced at 3,000 million, a green dragon vine priced at 7 million, Xian the auction price for the supreme invitation to the gate conference is 20 billion, totaling 27 billion. How do you think you will pay for it? While speaking, she looked at Yi Tiance curiously several times. I found that this young man was very handsome. Which rich family did he belong to? He could have so much money to bid for it? She knows many young masters from rich families, but she has never met this one. Yi Tiance took out the Black Supreme Emperor card. I swiped my card. Several people present were a little strange when they saw this bank card. Because the surface of the card was pitch black, with only a golden oriental dragon pattern in the middle, there was no bank name or card number. This scene was witnessed by other customers not far away. Good guy, are you sure this is a bank card? Not a supermarket shopping card? Is this guy deliberately causing trouble because he has no money to bid? If it's true, Jubao Pavilion would be in disgrace today, being deceived by such a little thief. When Bai Jia and the staff heard these words, their hearts twitched and they were inevitably worried. Yi Tiance handed over the black card. What are you doing standing there? Swipe your card. Oh. A little staff member took the black card with some uncertainty and nervously operated the card machine. Is this black card sure that I can withdraw money? Enter the consumption amount and swipe the black card. Drop. Successfully swiping the card, your total consumption this time is 274 billion. When you hear the voice announcement. The Little Sister, by Jia, Zhugaruizhi, Wumuhan, the staff and other guests around all had their eyes popped out. What? Did we hear that right? The total consumption this time is 274 billion? But isn't the cumulative bidding price 27 billion? This black card can really generate money? Is it a real card? This is impossible. I used to work in a bank and I have never seen such a card. Then there must be something wrong with the credit card machine. Otherwise, how could such an outrageous number as 274 billion be printed? Everyone was talking in various ways. Bai Jie frowned and said, "Check the card machine quickly, there is something wrong at the critical moment." The little girl looked at the receipt and then carefully checked the card machine. Finally, he raised his pale face and said tremblingly, "Swipe." There is nothing wrong with the card machine. It seems that I pressed an extra zero just now and input 27 billion into 4,000 billion. Chapter 369. Come on together. What? Bai Jie's expression instantly turned horrified when she heard these words, and her lips painted with red lipstick opened wide. It seemed like it had been struck by lightning. Are you sure you made a typo? Bai Jie asked again to confirm. The little sister staff member nodded, her eyes were red and she almost cried. Swiping a customer's card and swiping an extra 200 billion at once was a huge disaster. If she took the responsibility, it was not something she could bear. Jingle bell. Bai Jie's cell phone rang, and it was the manager of the financial department of Jubal Pavilion calling. Just got the call. An anxious and surprised voice came from the other side. Just now, a huge sum of 274 billion was suddenly transferred to our account. What is going on? When did our Jubal Pavilion auction a treasure with such a sky-high price? Could it be a jade seal passed down from the country? Gulu. It's actually 274 billion. Bai Jie felt sweat dripping down her back. He forced himself to calm down and said, "The guest made a mistake in swiping his card. I will explain the details to you later." Hang up the phone. She looked at Yi Tiance with eyes that were not only horrified but horrified. You must know that due to her professional status, she often interacts with the wealthy circle, and there are many wealthy people pursuing her. So she is not very sensitive to the number of money. Millions and tens of millions are just small amounts of money, hundreds of millions are just barely good, and billions and above are considered really rich. But this terrifying figure of 274 billion is definitely the first time in her career that she has seen such a large amount of money. Moreover, rich people with such cash assets are very rare. It is estimated that there are not many in the entire Tiannan province. What is the origin of this handsome guy? She took a deep breath and explained with some trembling, "Sir, I'm really sorry. I blame our staff for accidentally entering the money incorrectly. I will immediately notify the finance department to refund the extra amount to you." As soon as these words came out, it was completely confirmed that Yi Tiance's black card really contained 274 billion, and it was not a useless card. The other customers around were stunned and their legs were weak. Oh my god, he actually has 274 billion. It's because we are ignorant and are looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. 274 billion. 274 billion. You can't spend it all in a lifetime. Haha, I must be dreaming. Can someone slap me in the face to confirm if this is true? Snapped. Oh shit, are you really hitting me? Not only these guys, but also Zhuge Ruizhi and Wu Muhan were shocked. Since they came to Anchuan City this time, they were surprised by Yi Tiance time and time again, and felt that they knew very little about Yi Tiance. Especially Wu Muhan felt his face burning. After all, she had reminded Yi Tiance to spend less money in the box before, and even questioned whether Yi Tiance was squandering the money given by other women. But at this moment, Yi Tian's card was able to generate 274 billion in one go. This is not a number that a rich woman can give. What's more, these are just the numbers that have been brushed out. How much is the remaining balance? 100 million? 1,000 million? Could there be more? Just thinking about it makes me feel incredible and my scalp is numb. On the other hand, Yi Tians himself didn't show any emotion on his expression, he just nodded. Then I'll trouble your finance department to make a refund. I'll leave now if I have anything else to do. He took several auction items from the staff, and Zhuge Ruizhi took them into his hands with great discernment. Brother Yi, leave this matter to my little brother. Your hands, which can be worth tens of billions at a glance, are too precious. I can't let you be tired. You. Yi Tian smiled helplessly. Sometimes even he had to admire this guy's ability to flatter him. At this time, Bai Jia proactively asked, Sir, would it be convenient for you to add your contact information? If you have any questions later, please feel free to communicate with me at any time. While speaking, she also deliberately bit her lower lip, straightened her towering breasts, and made subtle and non-provocative movements. Yi Tians refused directly and said, there is no need to add contact information. You can just make a refund. Unless something unexpected happens, I will not come to Wanchuan City again. After saying that, he turned around and left with Zhuge Ruizhi and Wu Muhan. Bai Jia was left standing there, a little hesitant. Is this handsome guy so abstinent? You didn't even add your contact information to this beauty? You know, she is hosting an auction in a treasure house in a first-tier city, and every time it ends, countless rich people take the initiative to add her contact information, which is almost overwhelming. But I was frustrated in front of this man. How did she know that Yi Tians was not unwilling to add, but felt that Bai Jia's beauty level simply did not meet the threshold for adding contact information? Ever since he was divorced by Xiao Qingcheng and decided to be a scumbag from now on, Yi Tians has set a rule for himself. There must not be a woman in your WeChat circle of friends whose figure and appearance score is lower than 90 points. A woman with low scores will only lower his aesthetic level. Yi Tians and the others left Jubao Pavilion. As soon as I walked out of the gate, I saw dense crowds of people standing on both sides of the road. At a glance there were at least several hundred. The roads on both sides were blocked, and some passers-by who wanted to pass by were ordered to pass elsewhere. There were a few people standing at the front. Wu Kuan, Wu Fei, Tang Hu of the Flying Wolf Gang and Wang Wanchun, the leader of the tiger-shaped sect. Yi Tians glanced around them. Ha, are you waiting for me? Wu Fei sneered and said, you bitch, you know what you're asking, why don't you just kneel down and wait for the consequences? As soon as these words came out, the guys from the Flying Wolf Gang behind him all spoke at the same time. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The sound is deafening and extremely powerful. These are the core boys of the Flying Wolf Gang, and they are famous for being good at fighting. Zhuge Ruizhi and Wu Muhan's expressions changed. This bastard from the Flying Wolf Gang spared them last night, and now he's here to take revenge? Don't be shy. So many people? This is trouble. The voice just fell. Hua hua hua. Then more than 100 people appeared, forming a very neat queue. Taken individually, each one of these people is more powerful than the younger members of the Flying Wolf Gang. The first person to stand up was a man with a stocky build and huge hands covered with calluses. He was Pang Huayuan, the president of the Black Fox Club. Pang Huayuan folded his arms around his chest. Not only these people, but also our Black Fox Club. Yes, after careful consideration, he finally decided to agree to Wu Kuan and others' conditions. Haha, what's so interesting? Do you want me to come and watch the show too? Day. The sound of high heels sounded, and Sister Hong, who was wearing a cheongsam and had a sexy figure, walked out. Her eyes were always locked on Yi Tians, and the anger in her eyes was clearly visible. Behind her were many brothers, full of fighting spirit. These three forces all had conflicts with Yi Tians to some extent. At this moment, Wu Fei was in a good mood. It was a great feeling. You must know that these three parties can represent the top forces in Anxuan City. Together, no matter who it is, we can destroy them with force. He raised his chin and shouted an order to Yi Tiance and the others, "Why don't you kneel down quickly?" Yi Tiance put his hands behind his back. He said in an indifferent tone, "I'm pressed for time, don't waste your time, let's go together now." Chapter 370 Su Haoshuan. Wow! As soon as these words came out, everyone standing opposite immediately made a noise. Holy shit! Isn't this kid too damn arrogant? Facing the top three forces in Anxuan City, he actually wants us to join him? The young man is so arrogant, he must pay the price for it. Little Beezy, stop bragging, there are so many of us who can drown you with just one mouthful of spit. Wu Fei's face is even more ferocious. You are still talking so loudly at this time? I will definitely make your life worse than death today. He waved his hand. Brothers, pick up the guy and get ready. The brothers of the Fiancees gang were howling, and they were all eager to rush forward together. Yi Tiance's eyes were already beating with excitement. It seems like I haven't gone on a killing spree in a while, so it's good to stretch my muscles today. At this moment, the door of Jubao Pavilion was pushed open. Stop it all. I saw a young man in a gray suit walking out. Behind him were two middle-aged men, both martial arts masters, each with late-stage master strength. When I saw this young man, the expressions of everyone in the Fiancees gang and others changed slightly. Why did he come out? Although the young person in charge of Jubao Pavilion in Anxuan City in front of him rarely shows up and interacts with others, he has little contact with others, but given his status, he must give him basic face. Wu Fei raised his hand and said, "Brothers, wait a moment." The brothers of the Airwolf gang stopped. Wu Fei asked, "Young Master Su, what do you mean by asking us all to be assistants?" The young man frowned and said displeasedly, "I would like to ask you, this is the entrance to the treasure collection pavilion. What do you mean with so many people surrounding us here? Do you want to besiege our treasure collection pavilion?" These words are very serious. It made the whole atmosphere weird. Besieging Jubao Pavilion is such a big deal that no one in Anxuan City would dare to take it. Wu Fei was sweating and hesitating, not knowing how to answer. Wu Kuan smiled heartily and said, "Ha! Mr. Su, Jubao Pavilion is a huge force with business all over the country. How can I have the courage to attack it?" He raised his hand and pointed at Yi Tiance and others. "I just had a bit of a holiday with these people and wanted to chat alone. It happened that we met at the door of your treasure gathering pavilion. That's all. I had no other intentions." The young man said calmly, "So that's it. But it just so happens that this gentleman is a distinguished guest of our Jubao Pavilion. I have something to ask him to come in as a guest. Please go back." Ga. This sentence confused everyone. Wu Kuan, Wang Wanchun, Peng Huayuan, including Sister Hong, all had shocked faces. When did this kid become a distinguished guest of Jubao Pavilion? Just because I spent a few $100 million more to bid? Such blatant protection? Actually, it's not just them. Even Yi Tiance and the other three were stunned for a moment. The young man walked up to Yi Tiance, showed a kind smile and said, "Mr. Yi, do you still remember me?" This young man actually recognizes me? Yi Tiance was stunned at first. Then I looked the young man up and down carefully and saw that he looked quite handsome and kind, and he did look a bit familiar. But I forgot where I saw it. The young man reminded with a smile, "Do you still remember that the white jade bracelet I customized was dropped at Jinbao Pavilion in Jiangnan City?" Swish. Yi Tiance's eyes lit up, and memories came to his mind instantly. When he went to the Jinbao Pavilion to glue the tiger-shaped jade pendant left behind by his grandfather, he encountered a young man whose bracelet made of white jade had been dropped. When he tried to argue, he was pushed to the ground by the people from the Jinbao Pavilion. Later, Yi Tiance couldn't stand it anymore, so he helped to rescue him, and gained a fanboy in the form of Master Xiaoping. After the matter was settled, the young man left a business card for him before leaving. He said that if you have any trouble in the future, you can contact him anytime and he will try his best to help. It's this young man in front of me. Moreover, that day happened to be the day when he and Xiao Qingcheng went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to apply for divorce, which eventually became the divorce cooling-off period, so he remembered it very clearly. Yi Tian said, I remember your name is Su Haoxuan, right? The young man nodded excitedly. I am Su Haoxuan, and Mr. Yi still remembers me. I didn't expect such a coincidence that you would come to Anchuan City and we would meet again. It's quite a coincidence. Yi Tian smiled. The young man who was bullied at Jinbao Pavilion turned out to be the person in charge of Jubao Pavilion in Anchuan City. Zhuge Ruizhi and Wu Muhan looked at each other. I was horrified again. This Yi Tian is not only powerful and rich, but also has such unfathomable connections now? His people are everywhere? Su Haoxuan said, Mr. Yi, this is my territory of Jubao Pavilion, and you are my benefactor. As long as I am here, I will never let them hurt you. Yi Tian smiled and said, I just acted randomly at the beginning and was not considered a benefactor. There is no need for you to get involved in this conflict for me, and besides, these people do not pose any harm to me. Su Haoxuan didn't know Yi Tian's strength and thought he refused to help because of face. He said seriously, Mr. Yi, your kindness to me is beyond heaven. I will not just sit idly by regardless of emotion or reason. His words came from the bottom of his heart. As a descendant of the Su family, he was of low status and was not taken seriously. It happened to be the birthday of the old man of the Su family last month. He worked hard to prepare a piece of Haitan jade and asked the master of Jinbao Pavilion to make a bracelet as a gift, but the package was dropped. If it weren't for Yi Tian's help, the consequences would have been disastrous. Fortunately, this gift successfully made the old man happy, and he was finally given the job of the person in charge of Jubao Pavilion in Anchuan City, and his status soared. Just at today's auction, the sales of Jubao Pavilion hit a new high. Su Haoxuan, who was having a meeting with suppliers outside, rushed back immediately. When he saw the replay video of the auction, the customer who contributed the most sales to this auction was Yi Tian's, and he was instantly dumbfounded. So I immediately chased him out to express my gratitude to Yi Tian's, but I saw the Fialon gang and others looking for trouble for Yi Tian's. Of course he wouldn't just watch. So I stood up. Su Haoxuan said to everyone outside, didn't you hear clearly what I just said? Why don't you take the people and leave immediately? Wu Kuan, Wang Wanchun, Pang Huiwan and others looked at each other. After several eye contact, Wu Kuan took a step forward as a representative. He said with a smile, young Master Su, since this guy is a distinguished guest of Jubao Pavilion, of course we don't have the guts to break in and cause trouble for him. But if he steps out of the gate of Jubao Pavilion, it will not be Jubao Pavilion's territory, so don't blame me for being rude. Su Haoxuan's face was serious. He didn't expect that Yi Tian's would offend the most powerful three parties in Anchuan City like this. He turned around and reminded, Mr. Yi, hurry up and follow me into the Jubao Pavilion. As long as you don't come out, they won't dare to do anything to you. Wu Kuan sneered and said, young Master Su is right. As long as this kid is willing to hide in and be a coward, we will never rush in to cause trouble for him. The most we can do is guard outside and see how long he can last inside. As soon as these words came out, everyone behind him, especially everyone in the Fialong gang, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I'm a turtle. Coward, hide in there and get some milk. There's no shame in being a turtle. Just as everyone continued to jeer. Swish. Yi Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had arrived in front of Wu Kuan, grabbed his neck with his right hand, and lifted him up forcefully. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and asked, what did you just say? Louder, I didn't hear you. Chapter 371 Wu Kuan is dead. Yi Tian's speed was so fast that no one could even realize what was going on. He saw Wu Kuan being picked up by him. His cheeks were red and almost blue, and his legs were twitching and struggling. Wow! Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. No, the gang leader was caught by him. Damn it, it was so fast, I didn't see anything clearly. Hurry up and put down our gang leader, or we will chop you into pieces immediately. You bitch, didn't you hear what we said? Why don't you put the gang leader down quickly? Yi Tiance turned a deaf ear to these threats. Instead, he slightly increased the strength of his right hand on Wu Kuan's neck. He said with a faint smile, the old guy is not very strong, but he is good at pretending. Are you here to take it if you want my life? Wu Kuan's eyes widened, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. He didn't expect that he would be caught instantly by this kid just by standing up and threatening him. Is this really the speed that humans can achieve? The suffocating feeling on his neck became stronger and stronger, making him panic. But in front of so many brothers and other forces, you must not show your soft side. He bit the bullet and threatened, boy, I remind you to let me go immediately. Young man, think carefully about the consequences, otherwise a disaster will happen. Really? Really? Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows and murmured, then suddenly exerted force with his right hand. Click. Wu Kuan's neck was twisted immediately, and his whole body went limp in an instant. Only his wide eyes were filled with disbelief. If he was given another 10,000 chances, he would never have thought that Yi Tiance would actually kill him. Dude. If you had done this earlier, I wouldn't have said anything to you. Unfortunately. He could only go down and say these words to the Lord of Hell. Yi Tiance casually threw Wu Kuan's body in front of everyone in the Fiancees gang, raising a cloud of dust. Everyone in the Flying Wolf gang was so frightened that they instinctively took several steps back. Yi Tiance glanced around them. This old bidding just said that a disaster is bound to happen to me. I don't believe it, so I want to see what this disaster will look like. Do any of you want to demonstrate it to me? Boom. It wasn't until Yi Tiance said these words that the group of people finally recovered from the shock. The dignified leader of the Flying Wolf gang, a super boss with thousands of brothers under his command, was killed so easily in front of others? This result is not only incredible, but also unacceptable. Especially the brothers of the Flying Wolf gang, all of their eyes turned red. Wu Fei even knelt on the ground with a plop. Ah! Dad! Please wake up, how can I live without you? Hoarse and full of grief. Wang Wanchun was immediately furious. You bastard, you actually killed Brother Wu. One will use your head to pay homage to Brother Wu today. It's not just them. Pang Huayuan, Sister Han, and others were also shocked and angry. This kid directly killed Wu Kuan in front of so many people. On the one hand, this group of people is not taken seriously, on the other hand, it makes them capture a strong sense of crisis. It seems that today, no matter what, this kid is going to be killed. Otherwise, everyone will not be stable in the future. A series of murderous gazes focused on Yi Tiance, ready to go. Standing at the door of Jubao Pavilion, Su Haoxuan's expression changed drastically. He knew very well that after such a fuss, things would definitely come to a head-to-head situation. He immediately spoke to remind. Mr. Yi, come back quickly and hide in the treasure collection pavilion. Yi Tiance was unmoved. Su Haoxuan gritted his teeth and rushed over to pull Yi Tiance back. But at this moment, the door of Jubao Pavilion opened, and Bai Jia ran out in a panic. Master Su, Miss orders you to go back quickly and not to participate in this matter. Su Haoxuan was stunned. How does my sister know about this? Bai Jia said, just a few minutes ago, the young lady rushed to Anchuan City and entered through the back door of Jubao Pavilion, so she naturally knew about this. It was she who ordered me to call you back and not to interfere under any circumstances. No, I, Su Haoxuan, am definitely not an ungrateful person. I will take care of this matter. In this case, Master Su is offended. Bai Jia turned to the two late-stage masters and ordered, Miss, I order you two to take Master Su back. Yes. After hearing that it was the young lady's order, the two late masters controlled Su Haoxuan from the left and right sides without saying a word. Let go. I order you to let go of me. although Su Haoxuan struggled hard. But Naiha is just an ordinary person, how can he be the opponent of two grandmasters in the later period? He was easily controlled and dragged into the gate of the treasure pavilion. Su Haoxuan shouted, "Mr. Yi, come in with me quickly, these people don't dare to do anything to you. I'll go back and discuss it with my sister and ask her to protect you." Yi Tiance turned his head. He smiled faintly and said, "I appreciate the kindness. I can handle this little thing." After Su Haoxuan was taken away, Bai Jie looked at the angry people who were gradually gathering around her. The strong aura caused a layer of cold sweat to break out on her forehead and her legs became a little weak. Even though she has seen a lot, this is the first time she has seen such a scene. She cupped her fists and said to everyone, "My young lady said that this matter is a conflict between you and has nothing to do with our treasure Ju pavilion. I will not disturb you from now on, please help yourself." After saying this, Bai Jie turned and left. But before leaving, he gave Yi Tiance a sympathetic look. It's a pity that such a young and handsome guy, who is rich, has offended someone he shouldn't have offended, and he will definitely die here today. Perhaps, this is God's will. Bai Jie walked into a room in the backstage of Jubao Pavilion that was not open to the public. Just went in. When he saw Su Haoxuan said angrily, "Sister, why did you drag me in? Mr. Yi is my benefactor, I must help him." Standing opposite Su Haoxuan was a woman with a beautiful face. Her eyebrows are long and powerful, like two sharp swords, her nose is high and her lips are full and powerful, giving people a very insightful and oppressive feeling. Wearing a well-tailored white shirt, the collar is slightly open, with a proud career line hidden deep inside. She chose a pair of dark blue straight-leg pants for her lower body. The pants are slender and perfectly outline her slender legs. As a woman, Bai Jie thinks that she has excellent appearance and figure. But every time I see this woman, I feel ashamed of myself. She is not on the same level at all. Faced with Su Haoxuan's complaints and questioning, the woman's voice was cold, without any emotion. "No matter who he is, he cannot affect our plan. Anchuan Jubao Pavilion is the key among the keys, and there is no room for any mistakes. That man provoked the three most powerful forces in Anchuan City. We must avoid his edge. Don't say he is your benefactor. Even my fiancé, who I have never met, will not help him. Do you understand?" Su Haoxuan was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly thought of something. But sister, I vaguely remember that Mr. Ye's name seems to be Yi Tiance, which seems to be exactly the same as your fiancé's name? Chapter 372 Su Zishi. After Su Haoxuan said these words, the woman's expression, which had always remained cold, finally changed slightly. "Are you sure his name is Yi Tiance?" Su Haoxuan nodded heavily in affirmation. When the commotion occurred in Jinbao Pavilion, many onlookers mentioned the name Yi Tiance. At this time, Bai Jie standing aside was slightly thoughtful. There have long been rumors from the outside world that the backers behind Jubao Pavilion are the Su family in the capital, and this is indeed the case. You must know that now, the person in charge of all treasure-gathering pavilions in the entire Dragon Kingdom is the young lady of the Su family in front of you, Su Zishi. Even though Su Zishi was born as a commoner in the Su family, she has been extremely intelligent since childhood, has outstanding abilities in all aspects, and has one-of-a-kind looks, so she is highly valued by the senior leaders of the Su family. In just a few years of being in charge of the Jubao Pavilion business, she has expanded from the original 3 Jubao Pavilions to more than 3 in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and her profits have increased dozens of times. Even the direct descendants of the Su family must be polite when facing Su Zishi. Not only that, there were countless young men from rich families who admired Su Zishi, and there were even more people who came to propose marriage. But many years ago, Su Zishi's parents had arranged a marriage for her, and not long after that, her parents died unexpectedly. Therefore, the engagement contract became their last words to a certain extent. Su Zishi refused the pursuit of all men on the grounds of complying with her parents' will. Even though the senior members of the Su family were not happy, they could only turn a blind eye. However, in recent years, the Su family has faced many crises inside and outside. So the senior management of the Su family brought up the marriage contract again and requested that before the end of this year, if the fiancé does not show up again, the Su family will arrange a marriage for her with a well-matched family. In fact, countless people have been curious over the years, who is Su Zixie's fiancé? If such a superb fiancé doesn't come to your door, do you have the brains to go clubbing? But unexpectedly, this fiancé seemed to appear today? At this time, Su Haoxuan struck while the iron was hot. Sister, if Mr. Yi is really your fiancé, that is, my brother-in-law, we must not leave him alone until death. Su Zixie's expression returned to its previous coldness. I'm not sure yet whether he is my fiancé, maybe it's just the same name. After all, there are a lot of people named Ji Tiance in the world. Besides, even if he is my fiancé, we can't interfere in today's situation. Offending the three top powers in Anshuan City in one fell swoop, even if they don't attack us, they will find ways to hinder our business in the future. Once the performance of the Jubal Pavilion you are responsible for declines, the family will immediately replace you. What chance is there to take over my position? Su Hao snapped. Su Zixie slapped him directly. The cold voice was already mixed with anger. Do you know what you are talking about? It's not like you don't understand what's going on inside our Su family. If you can't climb to a higher position, those guys hiding in the gutter will definitely eat you alive. If you interfere in this matter today, someone in the family must use the situation to pull you down. Su Haoxuan said anxiously, but I... Cough cough cough. Su Zixie, who was standing in front of him, suddenly coughed violently and quickly covered her mouth with a handkerchief. Wait until the coughing is over. It can be clearly seen that Su Zixie's face has become much paler than before, and the handkerchief in her hand is stained red with blood. Several people present were startled, with worried and distressed expressions. Su Zixie started having health problems for no apparent reason since she arrived last year. After visiting many famous doctors, they could not find out the cause, but Su Zixie could clearly feel that her body was getting worse day by day. It was precisely because of this that she eagerly protected her younger brother Su Haoxuan and helped him successfully take over her position before she collapsed. In this way, even if she dies, she will have no regrets. Su Haoxuan quickly stepped forward to help Su Zixie. Worried, sister, your body. Su Zixie interrupted and said seriously, you don't need to care about my health. My parents are gone. All I do is to ensure that you are safe. For this, I would rather lose everything else, including my so-called fiancé. Su Haoxuan's body trembled obviously, and his eyes were red. Su Zixie saw her brother's disappointed expression. He comforted, I know my physical condition very well. I won't die for a while. Besides, the Tiannan Provincial Xianmen Conference will be held in 10 days. I will also participate then. Maybe I will be lucky enough to meet a Xianmen master who can cure my body. Worried. She then turned to the two late-stage masters and ordered, you guys should keep an eye on Haoxuan and don't allow him to go out until the matter outside is resolved. Yes. Yes. She turned and left the room. Accompanying him was an old woman with a withered face. Her eye sockets are sunken and her back is slightly rickety. Su Zixie said coldly, Granny Lu, was my decision just now a little too ruthless? The old woman said calmly, this world is inherently ruthless, so why ask everyone to be affectionate? Su Zixie said, but the man outside is probably my fiancé. The old woman snorted coldly, you have never met before, so there is no reason to save him. Besides, this person has not come to you to fulfill the engagement for many years, which shows that he is not reliable at all, let alone helping him. Su Zixie continued to ask, how strong are those people outside really? Have you dealt with me? The old woman answered truthfully, the strongest ones are ranked around 10 on the Tiannan province dragon ranking, and they are considered the top in Anshuan City, but the old woman can only use 10 moves at most to deal with them. Although the old woman looks old and frail. But Su Zixie didn't show the slightest doubt in what she said. She said it can be solved with up to 10 moves, just 10 moves at most. Su Zixie ordered, please, mother-in-law, please keep an eye on me secretly later. If possible, try to save that person's life, even if you can breathe. It is good. The old woman nodded, and then the figure disappeared at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Su Zishi was left standing where she was. She stared blankly at the ceiling, thinking a little. The entrance of Jubo Pavilion. The surrounding air was shrouded in a chilling atmosphere. Juga Rueji and Wu Muhan were both visibly nervous, and they were sweating for Yi Tiance. At this time, the brothers of the Filan gang had surrounded Yi Tiance on 3 levels inside and 3 outside. Just waiting for an order, it will launch an attack and charge. Wang Wanchun stood in front of the crowd. Boy, now that you don't have Jubao Pavilion to protect you, even if I give you a pair of wings, you won't be able to escape death. Yi Tiance said speechlessly, if you keep trying, will you get it? If not, then I will take action first? Bold and arrogant. Seeking death. Wang Wanchun shouted and rushed towards Yi Tiance first. Chapter 373 Dragon List Masters Unite. Every time Wang Wanchun took a step, the ground seemed to shake. Waves of powerful martial arts aura spread wantonly, making many people breathless. Wang Wanchun has now reached the state of master perfection, and his strength is the 10th on the dragon ranking of Tiannan province. If he goes down personally, that kid will die. Master Wang, you must avenge our gang leader. Look, Master Wang has used the tiger-shaped sex secret skill, tiger-shaped diamond legs. Each of his legs can explode with tens of thousands of kilograms or even more force. It is unstoppable. That's right, I heard that last month a master ranked 20th on the dragon ranking challenged Sec Master Wang. After receiving a strong kick, he died within 3 days of being carried back. In this case, even if that kid kneels down and kowtows to apologize, it will be too late. Use his life to pay tribute to the gang leader. In the midst of the crowd's praise and cheers, Wang Wanchun was full of confidence, and he suddenly accelerated and rushed to Yi Tiance. Without reservation, he kicked Yi Tiance directly in the heart with a tiger-shaped diamond leg. The force was so great that the air erupted into screams. Go to hell! Wang Wanchun is confident that with this foot, even a 1-inch thick steel plate can make a hole. This kid in front of me could easily kick his chest to pieces. Bang! In the midst of lightning and flint, this kick hit Yi Tiance's chest as expected, and there was a deafening sound. With the two of them at the center, a wave of air arose. The shock caused everyone in the circle to take 2 steps back, which shows how powerful this kick is. Everyone couldn't help but cheer. Ah, this kid is so boastful, but in the end, he can't even dodge the moves of Master Wang. Is there no way to avoid it? From my perspective, I was frightened by Master Wang's aura and didn't dare to move at all. Master Wang is mighty, Master Wang is awesome. At this time, Wu Fei, who was squatting in front of Wu Kuan's body, was even more excited and flushed. Well done. Fuck this bastard. Pang Huayuan sighed with emotion. Kicked in the front by Wang Wanchun, this kid's life or death is uncertain. Sister Hong sneered. Ha, I performed very well in my bar last night, but today I was kicked to death by a real strong man. It's really boring. While everyone was discussing with various emotions, a disappointed voice sounded faintly. These are the so-called tiger-shaped Vajra legs? I think your kick is not as strong as the rooster that has been raised at home for 2.5 years, right? Boom. The whole audience was shocked and dumbfounded. Wang Wanchuan's scalp was numb. He looked intently and found Yi Tiance standing there, looking at him with an unharmed expression. He was the one who said just now. You are okay? How, is this possible? Wang Wanchun was shocked. You must know that he used all his strength in this kick just now. Except for the top 3 players on the dragon list, no master dared to take it easily. But this kid. Where do so many Ys come from? Did you watch too many 100,000 Ys when you were a kid? The words fell. What followed was Yi Tiance grabbing Wang Wanchuan's ankle. Pinch hard. Click. You must know that the master is a perfect master. His body has been tempered thousands of times, and his quality has far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even ordinary cold weapons cannot cause damage, and even bullets hitting the body only cause minor injuries. Wang Wanchun, who specializes in martial arts, has developed legs that are as hard as metal. At this moment, it was like a twist under Yi Tian's palm, soft and deformed. There were bursts of bones cracking and shattering sounds. Ah! Damn it! Wang Wanchun roared like a killing pig, echoing throughout the square in front of Jubao Pavilion. Everyone who saw it turned pale and gasped. The dignified master who ranks 10th on the dragon ranking of Tiannan province, the chief of the tiger-shaped sect, is so vulnerable in front of this kid? What is his origin? What about the real strength? At this moment, Wu Fei's eyes almost popped out. In his heart, Wang Wanchun has always been an unattainable super strong man, but he didn't hurt that kid? Sister Hong's expression was also astonished. Even an old woman standing behind the gate of Jubao Pavilion narrowed her aged eyes and thought a little. Asshole! Wang Wanchun roared unwillingly. He actually endured the severe pain of his right foot being twisted, gritted his teeth and freed himself from Yi Tian's hand, and his body flew back more than 10 meters. He was breathing heavily, and cold sweat was streaming down his forehead. He shouted to Pang Huayuan, "Brother Pang, this kid is very weird. Come and help me kill him together." Pang Huayuan frowned. You must know that from the moment Yi Tian's and Wang Wanchun fought, he found that he could not detect the slightest fluctuation of Yi Tian's martial arts aura. Can't judge the opponent's strength. You know, he has never felt this way even when facing a superpower ranked higher on the dragon list. His intuition told him that the young man in front of him might have extraordinary strength, so it was best not to continue to provoke him. At this moment, Pang Huayuan was stunned. Wang Wanchun has shouted again, "Don't you want Qinglong Vine to save your brother? What are you still waiting for?" This. Pang Huayuan clenched his fists, and after struggling for a few seconds, he finally nodded in agreement. There is no other way. Okay. Pang is here to help you. He quickly jumped out of the crowd and jumped next to Wang Wanchun. Put on a charged fist stance. Those two calloused hands were like metal sandbags, and they looked powerful just by looking at them. This is the iron-shattering fist that Pang Huayuan has been practicing for many years. It is said that when he reaches the peak level, he can break steel with one punch. The brothers from the Filong Gang, Black Fox Club and others who were originally frightened saw Pang Huayuan coming out. They all breathed a sigh of relief. President Pang has also taken action. The 10th strongest man on the dragon ranking, plus the 12th strong man, will definitely be able to kill that arrogant boy. That's right, Sect Master Wang must have suffered a loss just now because of his carelessness. He will definitely not look good next time. Master Wang is mighty. Come on, President Pang. Wang Wanchun said coldly, "Boy, you should feel honored to have two of us dragon rank masters join forces to kill you." Yi Tian said indifferently, they are just two toads sitting in a well and looking at the sky. They really think that the dragon list is the same thing. How funny. Suffer to death. Watch out. Wang Wanchun and Pang Huayuan looked at each other, and the next second they attacked Yi Tian's from the left and right. Swish. The speed of both of them exploded to the extreme, even Wang Wanchun, who had already broken a leg. At a speed that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye of ordinary people, the two people quickly rushed to Yi Tian's. On one side are tiger-shaped Vajra legs, on the other side are iron-shattering fists. Under attack from both sides, with such attack power, even the top 3 masters on the dragon ranking had to avoid its edge. As for the top 3 masters, no matter which one is old, they are old guys who have been practicing martial arts for decades. I think no matter how talented this kid is, he will never be better than the top 3 experts on the dragon list. The old woman standing behind the gate of Jubao Pavilion had her pupils narrowed and her feet moved slightly, as if she was about to make some move. But that's it. An unexpected scene occurred. Chapter 374 Forceful Killing. From the old woman's perspective. The young man standing in the center of the attack did not choose to evade or beg for mercy. Instead, Feng Qingyun calmly responded. At the same time, he used a punch and a kick to meet Wang Wanchuan's Vajra kick and Pang Huayuan's Iron Fist. Fist to fist. Feet to feet. Boom. Boom. At the same time, two loud noises erupted, two air waves swept around, and the ground sank into a circular pit 3 inches deep and about 2 meters in diameter. Then, Wang Wanchuan's legs and Pang Huayuan's arms were visible to the naked eye, rapidly deforming, compressing and bursting, and finally turning into a bloody mist. What? Fuck! With 2 sharp screams. Their bodies flew upside down like tattered kites, and were eventually thrown miserably to the ground more than 20 meters away. He kept vomiting blood and couldn't even stand up. Wow! At this moment, the square in front of the huge Jubao pavilion was extremely quiet. Everyone's eyes widened and their jaws dropped to the ground in shock. Damn it, 2 super strong men on the dragon list were defeated by 1 move. Am I not dreaming? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Is there such a strong person in the world? What level of strength has he reached? It won't be 1 step higher than the master's perfect state, half step to the god of war, right? Or should it be said that it has broken through the shackles and reached the legendary state of the god of war? It is absolutely impossible to be in the realm of the god of war. Such a powerful person is rare, especially in Tiannan province. Who is not a famous existence? We have never heard of him. Wu Fei, Sister Hong, and others all looked pale, and their bodies had long been shaking uncontrollably. The 2 top masters on the dragon list jointly attacked and were defeated with 1 move. The result was beyond expectations. It's not just them. Even the old woman's pupils shrank. Just based on that shot just now. She thought that even if she were herself, she might not be able to defeat the 2 of them so easily. What is the origin of this boy named Yi Tiance? If he is really the young lady's fiancé, this matter may be. At the same time, Yi Tiance seemed to have just done something insignificant. He sighed. I'm just saying, the so-called masters on this dragon list are just rankings for your own entertainment. You really take yourself seriously. It's boring. Hey! Hey! He walked straight forward, in the direction of Wu Fei, who was kneeling on the ground. The latter was so frightened that his scalp was numb and his face was pale. What are you going to do? Doing what? A sneer appeared at the corner of Yi Tiance's lips. Of course I will send you down to reunite with your father. Boom boom boom. Wu Fei's heart was beating wildly, and a strong sense of crisis emerged deep in his heart. He knew that the guy in front of him was not joking and would definitely kill him. I absolutely cannot sit still and wait for death. He waved his arms and ordered to the brothers of the Flying Wolf Gang, are you all just standing there doing nothing? Why don't you rush up and kill him? Hurry! The brothers of the Flying Wolf Gang looked at each other one by one, and then took half a step back in unison. I think you sound nice, why don't you do it yourself? Even top players like Wang Wanchun and Pang Huayuan are no match for him, so why don't we take the initiative to kill him? You only earn a few hundred yuan a month, why are you trying to kill yourself? See this. Wu Fei's heart skipped a beat. He gritted his teeth and shouted, no matter who it is, as long as one of you can kill that kid today, I have decided to make him the deputy gang leader of the Flying Wolf Gang from now on, and reward him with assets worth 5 million. I will never break my promise. As soon as these words came out, the effect was immediately different. Brothers, rush for the position of deputy gang leader. As one of the younger brothers raised his arms and shouted. In the next second, all the brothers shouted and responded, carrying sticks, machetes, axes and other weapons and rushing towards Yi Tiance from all directions. The brothers of the Airwolf Gang all wear black clothing. Yi Tiance in the middle is wearing a white t-shirt. Looking down from above, it looks like a black tide trying to completely swallow up the only white color in the middle. Kill him! Kill him! Wu Fei glared angrily, his confidence greatly increased. You must know that the hundreds of young men present today are all core members of the Filon Gang, although their individual combat capabilities are definitely not comparable to those of dragon rank masters like Wang Wanchun and Pang Huayuan. But there are a small number of martial arts masters among them, and with so many other thugs, I believe there will be a scene like ants devouring elephants. After all, didn't Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Shu who was known as the Invincible in ancient times, end up drinking and hating the Wujiang River under siege by countless soldiers? In the face of absolute numbers, no matter how strong your personal strength is, it will not help. But Wu Fei wouldn't know that Yi Tian's strength was not ordinary, it was already so powerful that it exceeded the standard. When the brothers of the Flying Wolf Gang were about to approach Yi Tian's, bang! He raised his right foot and stamped it hard on the ground. Boom! In an instant, the entire ground shook violently, and a wave of air spread and impacted all around. In an instant, the young men in the front circle of the Flying Wolf Gang were shaken and flew backwards. They fell one after another, crackling and spreading like dominoes. With one move, he defeated nearly 100 boys. Although the remaining people were extremely horrified, they fired their bows without turning back and rushed forward with roars. Ha! A bunch of people who don't know how to live or die. Yi Tian's murmured and took a few steps forward. Just kick the guy from the Flying Wolf Gang who was lying on the ground and struggling to stand up. Bang! That boy flew out like a bowling ball. It is extremely fast and carries unparalleled destructive power. I saw that in the straight line where he flew out, all the younger brothers of the Flying Wolf Gang were hit. Any younger brothers who were affected would fly out in all directions. Goddess scattered flowers. Finally, it fell to the ground and fell to the point of death. The poor guy who was kicked flew 70 or 80 meters away, and finally stopped when he hit the wall on the street. Rumble. The body has sunk into the wall and turned into a puddle of mud. With this kick, he knocked down nearly 100 people again. Wow. Everyone in the square at the entrance of Jubao Pavilion felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and they were all frightened. This is not a siege. It was obvious that a dinosaur had broken into the ant nest and was killing them indiscriminately. Is this guy really a human? It's fake, it must be fake. I won't fight anymore, I want to go home to find my mother. What bullshit is the deputy leader of the Flying Wolf Gang? I don't deserve it anymore, I don't deserve it anymore. Although the young men of the Flying Wolf Gang are usually very fierce, when faced with a strong man who is far more fierce and cruel than themselves, their defenses are broken in an instant. They didn't have the courage to continue fighting, dropped their weapons, and fled in all directions. No matter how Wu Fei shouted, no one was willing to stop. In less than 10 seconds, except for the younger member of the Flying Wolf Gang who couldn't stand up, all the other members of the Flying Wolf Gang disappeared. And Yi Tian's finally strolled up to Wu Fei. Looking down at him from above. He said indifferently, I said last night, don't provoke me again, right? Congratulations, now you can say your last words. Chapter 375 Xiao Yuzi, long time no see? Ha? I. Wu Fei was trembling, he had been frightened to the point of losing his soul. In less than 10 minutes. His father died, the Flying Wolf Gang fell down the tree and the Hosen dispersed, leaving him alone. This was a major setback that he had never experienced before. The usual rebelliousness can only turn into cowardice in the face of death. Boss, I was wrong. I never dare to do it again, please let me go. Wu Fei was so frightened that he kowtowed to Yi Tian's. By the way, he said, this is all because my father is determined to target you. It has nothing to do with me. As long as you let me go, I am willing to give you all the assets of the Phylon Gang. Please. Yi Tian's interrupted disdainfully, just the 3 melons and 2 dates from your Phylon Gang, do you really think anyone is interested? The words fell. Yi Tian slapped Wu Fei on the forehead. Bang. Wu Fei's body trembled violently, bleeding from all his orifices, and then he fell straight down, dying with his eyes open. Yi Tian's didn't even look at Wu Fei's body. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Sister Hong. I spared your life last night, and you still have the guts to get involved today. It seems like you have to prepare your last words, right? What? Sister Hong's delicate body trembled and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Her scalp was numb. Her long black silk legs were trembling under her cheongsam. It's not just her. The brothers under her command, as well as the brothers in the Black Fox Club, were all confused and didn't know what to do. But, right now, a black Aston Martin sped past in the distance, making an ear-splitting roar. After a flick of the tail, it stopped gracefully. The car door opens. I saw a tall man stepping out of the car. He was wearing a pair of sunglasses and his face was as sharp as a knife and an axe, revealing an unruly evil nature. There was also a folding fan shaking in his hand, with several big characters written on it, sitting on the land and the beauty. The moment I saw this man, Sister Hong, who was almost in despair, seemed to have found a life-saving straw. She stepped forward quickly. She said in a coquettish voice, "Mr. Zhao, please come here. If it's later, I'm afraid you won't be able to see me." The man put away the folding fan and lightly poked Sister Hong on the tip of her nose. He smiled and said, "Isn't this what happened? As long as I am here, no matter who bullied you, I will let him know how to write the word regret today." At this time, the rest of the people present also discovered that Zhao Feiyu was present. "Oh my God, Mr. Zhao is here. Ha ha. We are finally saved." Mr. Zhao is one of the 3 heroes in the provincial capital. His personal combat prowess has long been at the level of a half-step god of war. With him taking action, no matter how powerful that kid is, he is still no match. "Mr. Zhao, you must avenge Sister Hong." Everyone shouted. "Who? I'm saved." Wang Wanchun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He already knew about Zhao Feiyu's strength. 3 years ago, this person participated in the Tiannan province dragon ranking competition for the first time and reached the top 3 rankings. Since then, he has not participated in the 2 dragon ranking competitions. But everyone in the martial arts circle knows that it is very possible for Mr. Zhao to get the top spot based on his strength. The reason why he does not continue to participate must be that he does not care about such a title. Of course, this kind of master is not alone. Today's ranking of masters on the Tiannan province dragon list does not represent the true ranking of Tiannan province's martial arts masters. There are some top players who are beyond the dragon ranking list and do not participate in the dragon ranking. Zhao Feiyu is one of them. After all, even though he is not a real strong god of war at half-step to the god of war realm, he has vaguely touched the threshold of the god of war realm, which is many times more powerful than a master like them. With Mr. Zhao here, I believe that boy will be doomed this time. On the other hand, both Zhuge Ruizhi and Wu Muhan were worried about Yi Tian's. Especially Wu Muhan. Yesterday, she noticed that Yi Tian's expression changed when Sister Hong mentioned Zhao Feiyu's name, and she subconsciously concluded that he had suffered a loss at the hands of Zhao Feiyu. If the conflict breaks out later, Yi Tian's will probably suffer a big loss. What should I do? It seemed it was too late to call home for help. At the same time, the old woman standing behind the gate of Jubao Pavilion frowned slightly. Even Mr. Zhao from the provincial capital has been attracted. This boy named Ji is really capable of causing trouble. Once Mr. Zhao takes action, I'm afraid. Everyone has their own thoughts. Sister Hong lightly punched Zhao Feiyu on the chest. She said coquettishly, "Mr. Zhao, you still feel sorry for me, but you don't know something. Not only was I bullied miserably, both the father and son of the Fialon gang were killed by that kid, and President Pang, the leader of the Wang sect, was also seriously injured." Oh? When did Anchuan City have such awesome people? Zhao Feiyu raised his eyebrows slightly and said dissatisfied, "However, without my nod, Anchuan City will never allow such an awesome person to exist." Where is that kid? Sister Hong quickly pointed to Yi Tian's. That's him. Mr. Zhao. She folded her arms across her chest again. Boy, if you don't kowtow and confess your sins when you see Mr. Zhao, why are you pretending to be calm? Really? A smile appeared on Yi Tian's lips. Xiao Yuzi, she wants me to kneel down and apologize to you. What do you think? At this time, Zhao Feiyu's eyes happened to fall on Yi Tian's, and the moment he heard this familiar voice, his whole body was stagnant, sweating profusely. Damn it, why is this Lord of Hell here? You must know that in his nearly 30 years of life, the most profound memories he had were those years when he was imprisoned in the fallen city. Just thinking about the stimulation of criminal law that I suffer every day makes my scalp numb. To this day, he still often has nightmares about his encounter in the fallen city, and when he wakes up, the bed is soaked through. It was caused by sweating, and twice it was caused by bedwetting. I thought that after leaving the fallen city, I would never see this living king of hell again and live happily ever after. I never wanted to meet again today. His face couldn't help but start to turn pale, and his calves couldn't stop swaying. Yi Tian squinted his eyes and smiled. Xiao Yuzi, I haven't seen you for a few years, you are getting more and more awesome. Once you put on those little sunglasses, you don't even take me seriously? Zhao Feiyu was excited. He quickly said with a sad face and a smile, Young master, Mr. Yi, what are you talking about? Xiao Yuzi, I will always be your most loyal slave, and I will never have second thoughts. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. What? Mr. Zhao, one of the three great masters, actually treated Yi Tian's with such flattery, and the two of them seem to have known each other for a long time? What is going on here? Sister Hong's eyes widened. Mr. Zhao, why do you treat him like this? Who is he? Zhao Feiyu didn't answer at all, and he didn't dare to answer. Could the identity of the young master be exposed casually? Yi Tian said calmly, since you don't take me seriously, why does your woman still want me to kneel down and confess? Hear the words. Zhao Feiyu suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Sister Hong's neck. Under the latter's incredible gaze, he actually broke her neck with a snap. Clean and no mercy. In the end, the body was thrown casually on the ground, the high heels fell aside, and the black stockings and jade feet were exposed, looking very embarrassed. Zhao Feiyu broke into cold sweat and explained with a grin, Mr. Yi, she is not my woman at all. Don't listen to other people's nonsense. Chapter 376 Let's hit the road. Sister Hong's body was lying on the ground with her arms and legs spread out. She was not as beautiful and sexy as before. She was dead with her eyes open and was undignified. When everyone looked at her body, they were so shocked that their senses were about to explode. Isn't Sister Hong the favorite woman of young Master Zhao? How could? There was no hesitation at all in taking action, it was too scary. I think Mr. Zhao is very afraid of that kid. Does he really have a terrifying background that we don't know about? Within one day, the leaders of two of the three major forces in Anchuan City died. Now Anchuan City is really going to change. That boy was indeed right. We are worse than toads sitting in a well looking at the sky. Wang Wanchun and Pang Huayuan were trembling all over. Based on their impression of Zhao Feiyu, he was an unruly, arrogant and terrifying existence. The fact is that in the entire Tiannan province, very few people dare to go against him, so when he appears, they will subconsciously think that he can definitely solve the opponent. The result was such a 180-degree reversal. At this moment, there is nothing but despair. Zhuge Ruizhi and Wu Muhan were both numb. TSK. Now I understand more and more that hanging out with Brother Yi is the most correct choice I have ever made. I will hold on to these thick legs no matter what. Wu Muhan murmured, even a terrifying existence like Mr. Zhao must be careful with him. Could he really be the god of war in Jiangnan? The old woman behind the door of Jubao Pavilion could no longer hold back the horror in her eyes. The surname Yi is so unfathomable. It seems necessary to inform the lady. She turned and left. Let's talk about Yi Tian's and Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu was sweating profusely and didn't even have the courage to look directly at Yi Tian's. He knew Yi Tian's strength so well that killing him was no different than crushing an ant to death. Yi Tian's glanced at Sister Han's body. He asked calmly, isn't it necessary to kill her? Zhao Feiyu immediately explained, this stupid woman deserves death for daring to offend you. I have already exhausted my kindness and justice by treating her like this. Hey, Mr. Rui, if you still don't feel relieved, let me cut her body into pieces and throw it into the river to feed the bastard." He said these words without any psychological burden. It was as simple as drinking a glass of water, and he did not show the slightest sadness. Yi Tian sneered, "When did your taste become so bad that you even like this kind of stuff?" Zhao Feiyu scratched the back of his head and said, "Hey, to tell you the truth, this girl looks a lot like me, Bai Yue Guang, so when I first met her, I was a little nicer to her. But I didn't expect that this stinky bitch is so arrogant that she doesn't want to mess with you. The little one will naturally clean up the house and let her know the price of arrogance." Yi Tian narrowed his eyes and said, "Don't feel bad at all? After all, he is Bai Yue Guang's substitute." Zhao Feiyu grinned and said, "There are more than one little Bai Yue Guang, why should I feel bad? If the old ones don't go, the new ones won't come. He. Ah." Yi Tian sneered. This Zhao Feiyu is still as virtuous as before. He is very smart and knows what is best for him. Of course, I also know that even if I give this guy 10 more courages, I will never dare to have the slightest disobedience to him. Zhao Feiyu rolled his eyes. He said flatteringly, "Mr. Yi, since the little one is here, I don't need to trouble you to do it myself. Just leave this kind of dirty work to the little one, and you can rest aside." He walked straight towards Wang Wanchun. Both of Wang Wanchun's legs were useless. Feeling the killing intent released by Zhao Feiyu, he dragged his useless legs and squirmed backwards on the ground. Who in the provincial capital doesn't know that Mr. Zhao is famous for being ruthless when he shows his true strength? Who is not afraid of fame? He begged for mercy with a trembling voice, "Mr. Zhao, Mr. Yi and I both have misunderstandings. Please spare my life, please?" Zhao Feiyu shook his folding fan. He sneered and said, "Stop pretending to be confused at this time. Everyone is here to fool around. Don't you understand the principle of success and failure?" Wang Wanchun's body trembled. He seemed to have thought of something and decided to give it one last shot. He gritted his teeth and yelled at Yi Tian, "Wei Xinghua, the deputy sect leader of the tiger-shaped sect, works with Yuanyang Valley. If you kill me, he will definitely avenge me when he learns about it. Then you will be the equivalent of enemies of Yuanyang Valley. Yuanyang Valley is one of the top Xianmen forces in Tiannan province. Can you afford to offend it?" Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but sneer. The old guy is quite capable of using Yuanyang Valley to threaten Mr. Yi? It's a pity that in front of Mr. Yi, not to mention one of the strongest Xianmen in Tiannan province, even one of the strongest Xianmen in the entire Dragon Kingdom is just a sign. It's just for sale. This statement is not something he is bragging about. When he was in the fallen city, he saw with his own eyes many leaders, elders, etc. of top Xianmen. Which one of them was not the one who was able to control the wind and rain outside and be invincible? As a result, in front of the young master, everyone wanted to stick their butts out and lick the soles of their shoes, as humble as they wanted. Just Yuanyang Valley. Not even a piece of shit. Zhao Feiyu raised his right foot and said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense and get on the road. Let's go." Phew. He stepped on Wang Wanchun's head and it exploded immediately. The remaining people present took a deep breath and sighed in their hearts. One of the top forces in the provincial capital, the leader of the tiger-shaped sect, died just like that. Next, it can be predicted that the entire tiger-shaped gate will fall down and disperse. After Zhao Feiyu finished dealing with Wang Wanchun. First, he smiled flatteringly at Yi Tian, and then trotted up to Pang Huayuan. He sighed with emotion, TSK. Old Pang, I see that you are quite upright on weekdays. I didn't expect that you were confused at the critical moment. I killed you for Mr. Yi. Don't you feel aggrieved?" Pang Huayuan was not as fearful and disrespectful as Wang Wanchun showed. He endured the pain of his broken arm and stood up. "Since I, Pang Huayuan, have done what I have done, I will never regret it. Mr. Zhao, please kill or behead him as you please. But please hope it doesn't affect my brothers and let them leave. They came here following my order today. They are innocent from beginning to end, and they have not taken any action against Mr. Yi. Please agree. He bowed heavily to Zhao Feiyu and Yi Tiance. When the brothers of the Black Fox Club heard these words, their eyes instantly turned red and they were excited. President, if you die, what will happen to your brother's illness? Mr. Zhao, I am willing to sacrifice my life for the president. Please let him go. I am also willing to exchange my life for the president. Please do it. I do too. Nearly 100 brothers from the Black Fox Club all knelt down to Zhao Feiyu and Yi Tiance. From beginning to end, no one chose to escape or retreat. Peng Huayuan's eyes were red and he shouted loudly, "Are you all fools? There is no need to sacrifice your life for me. Get out of here. Get out of here." But no one got up and left. Zhao Feiyu was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. I never thought that the younger brothers of the Grey Forces would have such a loyal side. He looked at Yi Tiance and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Yi, do you see? Chapter 377 Cancel the engagement, is there a problem?" Yi Tiance's expression did not change much. He stepped forward and walked towards Peng Huayuan, exuding a chilling aura with every step he took. Feeling this aura, everyone present subconsciously became nervous and on tenterhooks. Despite this, the brothers under the Black Fox Club still bravely shouted, "Mr. Yi, please don't kill the president. If you want to kill, just kill us. I kowtow to you, kill me." "President," he was confused for a moment, "so he targeted you." "I am willing to take full responsibility for his fault. I beg you to make it happen. See this." Peng Huayuan knelt down heavily in front of Yi Tiance. "Mr. Yi, one person is responsible for everyone's work. This is all my fault. If you want to kill me, kill me. Don't listen to them. I don't need anyone to take my life." Yi Tiance walked to Peng Huayuan. He slowly raised his right hand and said indifferently, "I can fulfill your wish, but you have to answer a question." Peng Huayuan nodded repeatedly, "You say it." Yi Tiance asked, "Why are you colluding with Wu Kuan and others and participating in this matter?" Peng Huayuan replied without any concealment, "My brother is seriously ill and his time is running out. Only Qing Longteng has the chance to save him. I did this because I had no other choice. Of course, no matter what the reason is, if something is wrong, it is wrong. I will not shirk responsibility. I also ask Mr. Yi to follow the agreement and let my brothers go after killing me." Peng Huayuan closed his eyes and was ready to die. "All right." Yi Tiance's raised right hand suddenly fell down. At this moment, all the brothers in the Black Fox Club are desperate. But just when it was about to land on Peng Huayuan's head, Yi Tiance's palm suddenly stopped and retracted his hand. "Okay?" Feeling that Yi Tiance's palm did not fall down, Peng Huayuan slowly opened his eyes. He asked in confusion, "Mr. Yi, what are you?" Yi Tiance said calmly, "From today on, you owe me a life. During this period, I have the power to take it back at any time. Do you understand?" Boom. Peng Huayuan's body trembled. "Are you planning to spare my life today?" Shocked and excited, he quickly kowtowed deeply to Yi Tiance. "Peng Huayuan understands that from today on, my life is yours. As long as you have any needs, whether it is going to the Mountain of Knives or the Sea of Fire, I will not frown." It's not just him. The brothers from the Black Fox Club were also excited. They all kowtowed in thanks. "I am willing to follow Mr. Yi's lead from now on. Thank you, Yi Tiance, for letting the president go. My life will be yours from now on. I will go through fire and water for Mr. Yi, no matter what." Nearly 100 brothers from the Black Fox Club shouted from the bottom of their hearts, and many of them were moved to tears. Zhuge Ruizhi came over and couldn't help but give Yi Tiance a thumbs up and flattered him. "Brother Yi, you are so awesome. You conquered one of the top underground forces in Anchuan City in just a few seconds. You will be even more powerful in the future." Zhao Feiyu glanced at Zhuge Ruizhi. How can a low-level force like the Black Fox Society have the guts to be Mr. Yi's wings? It's not even a hair, right? It's their blessing to be able to lean on Mr. Ye's thigh. Hear this. Juga Rueji instantly felt a strong sense of crisis. You must know that I have been flattering Brother Yi during this period. Now that you suddenly appear, aren't you threatening my position of flattering? He responded without saltiness, you don't need to remind me, I just know that no matter what Brother Yi does, he is right and everything he does is awesome. I'll wipe it. Zhao Feiyu was stunned. Back in the fallen city, there were many people rushing to flatter Yi Tiance every day, and they were so embarrassed. Now that he has come out, are there still people following him? Is that too much? Buzz. Yi Tiance's mobile phone text message alert sounded. Turn on your phone. The text message read, the Ji family and other forces have taken large-scale operations. Although Miss Han and others are trapped, they are safe for the time being. Please give instructions. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes slightly, flashing with cold light. Ha ha. Sure enough, after I leave, these trash can't hold back and prepare to fight to the death? In that case, let you all disappear this time. He turned to Zhuge Rueji and Wu Muhan. Let's go and return to Jiangnan City. Okay. It is good. The two of them responded separately. Zhao Feiyu said flatteringly, Mr. Yi, has something happened? Do you want one of us to follow him and give him a hand or something? Kneeling on the ground, Pang Huayuan rolled his eyes. If Mr. Yi needs it, all our brothers in the Black Fox Club will work hard and never slack off. Yi Tiance thought for a moment. He nodded and said, if you are willing to go, just follow. The prerequisite is that you must obey my orders. Yes. Order. Pang Huayuan stood up and ordered his Black Fox Club brothers to immediately arrange vehicles and weapons and set off for Jiangnan City immediately. Zhao Feiyu's face was full of excitement and anticipation. Ha ha. There was actually someone who was not smart enough to go against the young city lord. Now he just had the opportunity to go over and show off. It was best to kill a few people quickly. At this time, the door of Jubao Pavilion opens. Several people slowly walked out from inside. Su Haoshuan, Bai Jia, an old woman with a stooped figure. But the most eye-catching thing is the woman standing in the middle of these people. She is tall, beautiful, and exudes a unique aloof temperament. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he attracted a lot of attention. Zhao Feiyu narrowed his eyes slightly and joked, I didn't expect Miss Su to be here, what's the matter? Are you planning to come out to wash the corpses of the Filong gang and this bunch of trash? Su Zishi said in a cold voice, leave the floor washing to professionals. I came out to have a brief chat with Mr. Yi. Looking for Mr. Yi? Zhao Feiyu was stunned for a moment. Does this eldest lady of the Su family know the young city lord? Wu Muhan looked at Su Zishi from the side and found that this woman was very beautiful, especially her arrogant and cold temperament, which made her even more attractive. Inexplicably, it made her feel very conflicted. So he frowned and said, we have urgent matters to return to Jiangnan City, and we don't have time to talk to you. Su Zishi ignored Wu Muhan. Her eyes fell on Yi Tiance. Let me meet you. My name is Su Zishi. I come from the Su family in the capital. I would like to ask if Mr. Yi has a fiancé named Su Zishi? As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar and surprise. On the one hand, what is surprising is that the power behind Jubao Pavilion is finally confirmed to be the Su family in the capital. On the other hand, it was the eldest lady of the Su family who actually asked Mr. Yi such an explosive question. Yi Tiance himself was slightly stunned. What a coincidence! The fourth fiancé in my marriage certificate actually met here today. The body, appearance, family background are indeed all top-notch. The old man sincerely did not deceive me. He nodded and admitted, yes, I have a fiancé from the Su family in the capital, her name is Su Zishi. Hear the words. Su Zishi nodded. Then he said coldly, very good. When we meet for the first time, we will open the skylight and say it openly. I want to cancel my engagement with you. Is there any problem? Chapter 378, one more fiancé than you is not too much, but one less than you is not a lot. Boom. This sentence once again caused an uproar. What? This Miss Sue is really Mr. Ye's fiancé? But why did she want to cancel the engagement? Mr. Ye is so good at fighting and quite handsome. Does he think he is not good enough for her? There have long been rumors that Miss Sue has a weird temper. Who knows what the reason is? Sue Hao. Shut up. Su Zishi interrupted him seriously. At this time, Zhao Feiyu immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Hey! Miss Sue, do you know what you are talking about? Mr. Yi dares to cancel your engagement? Do you know how many beauties dream of marrying him? Don't think that just because you are a Miss Sue family, you are so amazing. This is not him bragging on behalf of Yi Tiance. When he was in the Fallen City, there were many people introduced by top criminal Yi Tiance, and he saw them all with his own eyes. For example, let's talk about the daughter of the world's richest man. A royal princess of some country. Female heads of top international organizations and more. They are all excellent women. At this point, the young city lord didn't even take a second look. You are a young lady from the Su family in Beijing, and you are a concubine. Why should you take the initiative to cancel the engagement? Also match? Faced with Zhao Feiyu's doubts, Su Zishi answered calmly. I didn't expect that the dignified Mr. Zhao actually has a side that is subservient to others. It seems that one of the legendary three heroes of the provincial capital is not that good either. Zhao Feiyu curled his lips and said, I'm willing to do it, can you take care of it? If this woman hadn't dared to use this attitude towards the young city lord because she was the young city lord's fiancé, he would have gone up and given the two big-eared melon seeds. This is the realization that has followed Yi Tiance for many years. No matter who was on the other side, as long as Yi Tiance was behind him, he would dare to go up and ridicule them. At this time, Yi Tiance finally spoke. He ordered Zhao Feiyu and others, you leave for Jiangnan City first. I will catch up with you after I resolve my personal matters. Zhao Feiyu nodded, no problem, I'll go with Lao Pang and the others, and I'll leave the Aston Martin behind for you. Zhuge Ruizhi said worriedly, Brother Yi, can I stay with you? What if? Zhao Feiyu rolled his eyes. You stay here doing nothing? You can't help us. Why don't you lead the way for us? No matter what the mess, Mr. Yi can't be troubled. Well. Zhuge Ruizhi nodded, turned around and left with Zhao Feiyu, Pang Huaduan, and the brothers from the Black Fox Club. Wu Muhan glanced at Su Zishi with complicated eyes, and then at Yi Tiance. He hesitated and said, Yi, hurry up and follow me. I'm warning you not to fall into any woman's tenderness. Yi Tiance. Am I just such a superficial person in your eyes? I know, let's go with them. Okay. Wu Muhan left with everyone. Yi Tiance was the only one left in the square at the entrance of the huge Jubao pavilion. The ground was still littered with the corpses of brothers from the Flying Wolf Gang, or those who were too seriously injured to get up. However, these people were also ordered by Zhao Feiyu in advance to his brothers, those men brought by Sister Hong, to clean up the scene and not cause any additional trouble. Yi Tiance stared at Su Zishi, thinking a little. About half a minute later, he suddenly said, You are sick. Su Zishi frowned slightly and said displeasedly, Just because I proposed to cancel the engagement, you said that I am sick? You are such a narrow-minded man. Yi Tiance said calmly, Don't get me wrong, I mean you are sick, and you look extremely ill. You shouldn't live long, right? Wow. Hear this. The expressions of Su Zishi and others changed slightly. How did this guy figure it out? Su Haoshuan was even more excited and said, Mr. Yi, can you cure my sister's illness? Without waiting for Yi Tiance to answer, Su Zishi said coldly, Don't ask him. Even the top famous doctors in the capital can't cure my disease. How can he cure it? Although her serious illness has been kept secret, it is not airtight. It's normal for someone outside to know. Su Zishi continued, since you know that I am seriously ill, it is just right. Let's simply cancel the engagement. It is much better than marrying a woman who dies within a few days. Hear this. Yi Tiance shook his head. Su Zishi thought he was stalking her. After all, there have been countless men stalking and pursuing her over the years. Mr. Yi, marriage has always relied on the consent of both parties. I have no feelings for you, so please don't force me. You seem to be a little bit good, but you are not my type. Yi Tiance, who was standing opposite her, put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, don't be too narcissistic. I shook my head and meant that I was the one who proposed to cancel the engagement. You are not qualified to cancel the engagement. What? Su Zishi, who had always had a cold and calm expression, couldn't help but shudder. I think she is the miss of the Su family, and she is now responsible for all the treasure collection pavilion business in the entire Dragon Kingdom, with assets covering tens of billions. Not to mention her figure and beauty, even in the capital, she considers herself to be at the top. Therefore, I have long developed the character of telling the truth. It was obviously him who took the initiative to cancel the engagement, but now the other party said that he was the one who took the initiative to cancel the engagement. This made her feel strongly offended. The old woman next to her looked ugly. Young man, you have to know the rules. The initiative in this matter is not in your hands. Or do you want to use this argument to retreat in order to advance? Do you think my lady can think highly of you and give up on canceling the engagement? Don't have such wishful thinking. Yi Tiance smiled bitterly and said, are you people from the capital so narcissistic? Let me make it clear that I don't have time to retreat with you, because my fiancée is not more if I have more of her, and not less if I have less of her. Su Zishi's pupils narrowed. What do you mean by this? Yi Tiance replied truthfully, it means that I have a total of 9 fiancés and 9 engagements. Each one is as good as you in body and appearance, so canceling the engagement with you will not affect me at all. Don't take yourself too seriously. What? Su Zishi, the old woman, Su Haoshuan, Bai Jia and others all looked shocked. A man has 9 fiancés? Are you sure this isn't a joke? Yi Tiance continued, I didn't bring the marriage certificate with me this time. When I return to Jiangnan City, I will mail the marriage certificate. At this point, our engagement is cancelled, bye. He put down these words. He turned around and got into Zhao Feiyu's Aston Martin sports car. There was a roar when it started, and it drove away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 379 Big Mistake. Standing where they were, Su Zishi and others were still in a state of shock. The old woman said dissatisfied, Miss, don't listen to his nonsense. He must have hurt his self-esteem when you mentioned the cancellation of the engagement, so he deliberately said that he has 9 fiancés. From the old woman's point of view, it is impossible to talk to such a man. It's a good thing to cancel the engagement. Su Zishi took a deep breath and nodded. This is not the first time I have met this type of man, and I have never expected to marry such a man. Su Haoshuan frowned and said, Sister. Mr. Yi is really outstanding, why do you have to cancel the engagement? Su Zishi replied coldly, whether he is excellent or not is not up to you to measure, but based on my personal opinion. His martial arts skills are very good, but it is not important to me, because now our brother and sister are stared at by countless pairs of eyes in the family, and there are countless people who want to add insult to injury. To get the two of us out of this situation, we need him to have a stronger influence than the Su family. In other words, he has enough assets to make the Su family bow obediently. But since he is so young, it is obviously impossible. Do this. What's more, I don't have the energy to worry about the engagement now. The most important thing is to make you grow up as soon as possible. Of course, there was one thing she didn't say. That is, since Yi Tiance knew that he was engaged to her, why didn't he show up earlier? This made her feel very unbalanced. I feel like I'm not valued enough. Ugh. Su Haoxuan sighed. My sister is good at everything, but she is too opinionated. As long as it is her opinion, no one can change it. A woman wearing a black uniform and short skirt quickly walked out of the Jubal pavilion. He said respectfully to Su Haoxuan and Bai Jie, Mr. Su, Miss Bai, the extra 3 billion that the VIP guest in box 246 just swiped his card has been returned. Do you have any other instructions? Hear this. Su Zishi frowned and asked, where did the 246 billion come from? Why didn't I know? Only then did Bai Jie realize that Miss Su Zishi had just arrived temporarily. After arriving, all his attention was drawn to Yi Tian's fiancé. Regarding the wrong card swiping incident, I haven't reported it yet. Immediately, she quickly recounted what happened. After listening, the old woman's eyes widened immediately. What? 274 billion was easily transferred with one bank card? Are you serious? Bai Jie said seriously, how can I have the courage to lie about this kind of thing? Many staff can testify. Is this boy named Ji actually so rich? The old woman could not hide the horror in her eyes. You must know that for a big family like the Su family, although the family's accumulated assets are hundreds of billions, most of them belong to fixed assets like Jubal Pavilion. The cash circulating on the books is only 1/10 of the fixed assets, which is almost tens of billions. And this Yi Tian's just swiped his card and got 274 billion, which sounds really incredible. The point is, this is just the money spent by swiping the card, the balance on the account is still unknown. Could it be that this kid is really the super rich second generation from a mysterious family? The old woman glanced at Su Zishi from the corner of her eye. The latter's expression was a little serious and astonished at this time. After all, just now, she kept saying that Yi Tian's didn't have enough assets, and she was slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. Su Haoxuan said helplessly, Sister. Let me tell you that you misunderstood Mr. Yi. He is better than you thought. If you miss this time, what if you regret it? Su Zishi narrowed her eyes. Leng Qing said, I, Su Zishi, will never regret the decisions I have made. So what if he has assets? I will not take the initiative to ask him for money. Is it possible that I should ask him to save my life? Ha ha. The words fell. Jingle bell. The old woman's cell phone suddenly rang. Press the answer key. A respectful voice came from the other side. Mother-in-law, the news that you asked me to find Zhou Shanshui, the king of Zhou medicine, to consult the young lady has come to fruition. The old woman asked, what was the result? King Zuoyao said that Mrs. illness is too rare, he has never heard of it, and there is no cure. Ugh. The old woman sighed. Su Zishi's expression remained calm and did not change much. She has heard this result too much and has long been numb. However, the other person on the phone continued, however, Zui Yaowang said that he knows a very young miracle doctor whose medical skills are far superior to his. As long as he takes action, he will definitely be able to cure the lady. The old woman looked happy. Looking forward to asking, what is this young man's name? I will take the lady over to visit him right now. Su Zishi's cold eyes also rarely showed excitement. After all, who is willing to die if he can live well? The person on the other end of the phone replied, that young miracle doctor lives in Jiangnan City, and his name is Yi Tian's. Boom. The moment I heard this familiar name, Su Zishi, the old woman and everyone present were all stunned. What? Is Yi Tian's the miracle doctor? Real or fake? The old woman said with a face full of horror, not only is he powerful in martial arts and has so many assets, but he also has more powerful medical skills than Zui Yaowang. How is this possible? Su Zishi also bit her lip and shook her head. She doesn't believe this kind of thing either. Which of the top famous doctors is not over 60 years old? This Yi Tian's is about the same age as himself, and he is so decisive and even cruel in his attacks. Such a person has no trace of kindness at all. Are you sure he is a doctor? Su Hao rejected. So, he looked at Su Zishi and others. He said seriously, so in my opinion, there is nothing in this world that Mr. Yi cannot do. Sister, the decision you made this time was really hasty and a big mistake. Su Zishi's delicate body trembled and her eyes flickered. I think that over the years, no matter what she did, everything went smoothly and she was always much better than others. No one ever said she did anything wrong. This was something she couldn't accept no matter what. She bit her lip and said, I can't be wrong, ahem. While she was talking, she suddenly became excited and couldn't stop coughing, and the corners of her mouth started to bleed. Then his eyes went dark and he fainted. Miss! Wake up! My lady's condition has worsened again, what should I do? Listen to me, let's immediately take my sister to Jiangnan City to find Mr. Yi and ask him to help. Oh, that's all we have to do. Yi Tiance drove his Aston Martin out of Anchuan City and just left the city and entered the uninhabited countryside. Boom! A large truck suddenly sped out from the side road ahead and crossed directly across the road. Yi Tiance immediately stepped on the brakes. The Aston Martin made a sharp turn and stopped steadily, leaving clearly visible car marks on the ground. Then, immediately follow 2 cars from behind the car and stop. 8 people came crashing down from above. Everyone pulled out a pistol, pointed it at the driver's seat of the Aston Martin, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang bang bang. Chapter 380 Identity of Employer. Day. The gunman's bullets poured out like crazy. Soon, all the bullets in the gun case were empty. The Aston Martin was badly beaten, and the front windshield was shattered everywhere. Ha! Ha ha! After taking so many bullets, this guy must have died inside. No matter how powerful his martial arts skills are, can he still be faster than we have so many pistols? Hey! I thought this mission was going to be so difficult. I spent a long time bragging about it, but I didn't expect it to be solved so easily. The 8 gunmen were all discussing proudly. The leader ordered one of them, go over and take a look. Once we confirm that he is dead, we will leave as soon as possible. If we delay for a while, people from the law enforcement bureau may come over. It is good. The man responded and walked to the Aston Martin. However, when he stretched out his head and looked into the driver's seat, his eyes immediately widened. Damn it! Where is the person? Why is the person missing? The other 7 people were stunned. People are missing? How is this possible? Are you sure you read that correctly? The man shook his head and said, that's right, there is indeed no one in the driver's seat. If you don't believe me, come and take a look. Wow! The remaining 7 people quickly gathered around. Sure enough, there was no one in the Aston Martin's driving seat. Is this a ghost? We clearly saw someone. Just when the 8 gunmen were confused, a silent voice sounded from behind. Are you looking for me? Swish! The 8 gunmen turned their heads at the same time, only to see a handsome young man standing behind him with his double thrust in his pockets, looking at them with a cold expression. Is it him? Is this kid not dead? The expressions of the 8 gunmen changed drastically. Subconsciously, he raised his gun and shot at Yi Tiance. However, the bullets in their gun magazines had just been exhausted, and they had not had time to change bullets. Of course. Even if there were bullets, it would be too late before Yi Tiance's speed. Yi Tiance's body turned into an afterimage and rushed towards them. He threw out a punch and hit one of the grabbers in the chest. Bang! The gunman's entire chest was sunken, and his body flew out like a small cannonball under the force of inertia. Finally, it hit a large truck crossing the road. The truck weighing dozens of tons was slightly shaken by the impact, which shows how powerful the force was. The gunman's body was almost broken into pieces and stuck on it. He couldn't be more dead. Just one blow. The remaining 7 gunmen were stunned. You must know that when they received this mission, they learned that the target was a powerful martial arts master, so they avoided a head-on conflict and solved the battle directly with guns. So they did. But I didn't expect that the target's strength was not strong, but that it was exceedingly strong. Not human at all. Just when these 7 people were shocked and stunned, Yi Tian's attack had arrived. Crackling. There was no hesitation or mercy. In just a few seconds, 6 more bodies fell on the roadside, each of them in a miserable state of death. Only the leader of the gunmen, Yi Tian's, did not directly kill him. After knocking him to the ground, he stepped on his head. Looking down from a high position, he asked indifferently, "Where did you come from? And who ordered you to kill me? Answer honestly, otherwise I guarantee that you will see your own brains." The leader of the gunmen had long been frightened out of his mind. He begged loudly, "I said, I will say anything, please spare my life." Yi Tian said, "Why don't you fart quickly?" The leader of the gunmen said, "We are professional killers from the provincial capital. Yesterday, someone hired us for 1,000 million to buy your life. We set up an ambush here in advance." Yi Tian's had a dark look on his face. Damn, spend 1,000 million to buy his life? When did my life become so cheap? Who is the employer? The leader of the gunmen said, We are all in contact through an intermediary. I don't know anything about the employer. By the way, why don't you ask the truck driver? He seems to have been sent by the employer as well. Yi Tian's glanced at him. I saw the door of the cab of the large truck that had been ignored suddenly opening from the other side. Then a figure jumped out of the car, ran through the woods on the roadside at very fast speed, and disappeared in a few seconds. The leader of the gunmen begged, "Boss, I have said everything I need to say. Can you let me go as promised?" A harmless smile appeared on Yi Tian's lips. I have a habit of letting the person who shot me see my brain. Just now, none of your 7 brothers saw it, so in order to maintain my rules, I can only let you suffer a little. The leader of the gunmen instantly felt his whole body go cold. He glared and shouted, "No! Put!" Yi Tian's didn't show mercy at all, he directly used his feet to hit his head. Red blood and white brain matter mixed together, gurgling out, everywhere. Yi Tian's didn't even look at these corpses. His eyes were fixed on the woods on the roadside. He murmured, "Now that you have shown your face, don't even think about escaping from my eyes." Swish! The figure flashed and his body disappeared. The explosion surged into the woods as quickly as possible. Deep in the woods. Hoo. There was a man leaning against a big tree, breathing heavily. He was wearing a peaked cap and a mask covering his face, revealing only a pair of bloodshot and ferocious eyes. This bastard is still so difficult to deal with. These gunmen are fucking useless. He clenched his fist tightly and punched himself hard in the face. Fuck. I had a chance to attack him just now, but I didn't dare to do it in the end. I'm a loser too. Why? Why can't I overcome my fear of him? He was in a restless mood. At this time, a familiar voice sounded from the direction overhead. Punching yourself is boring, why not kill yourself with a knife in the chest? Okay? The man in the peaked cap immediately looked up. Seeing Yi Tian squatting on the tree branch above his head, he looked at him with a smile. It's you! He was horrified, he didn't expect the other party to catch up so quickly. However, this shock only lasted 0.5 seconds before it turned into immense anger. Yi Tian's, I'll fucking kill you! The man roared loudly. He raised a punch and jumped up to attack Yi Tian's. Accumulate a punch and the air will roar. Yi Tian's turned over and easily dodged the punch. Bang! The fist hit a tree branch as thick as a bowl and was immediately broken at the waist. Yi Tian's fell lightly to the ground. The strength of this punch is not bad, it is at the level of a peak master. I wonder how much money my employer who wanted to kill me spent to let you take my life. The man in the peaked hat suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. No need to ask, I am the employer. There was a hint of madness in the hoarse voice. Cheer. He pulled off his mask and cap, revealing his face. What kind of face is that? The eyes were bloodshot and red, and the capillaries on the entire face were bulging, and the lines were like spider webs, appearing blue and black. He was grinning with no teeth left in his mouth. The top of the head was also completely missing, and was pathologically bald. It seemed like he was suffering from a terminal illness. You are? Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he had never seen this person before. The other party said ferociously, Yi Tiance, don't you even remember me? It's because of you that I was killed like this. Today I, Rong Zidong, will take your life even if I give my life here. Chapter 381 The Strength of the God of War? Rong Zidong? When he heard this familiar name, Yi Tiance's eyes flashed with surprise. I remember that at the last bidding meeting, he took action to destroy Rong Zidong's little brother, broke his limbs, and seriously injured him. It is estimated that there is only one last breath left before death. During this period of time, I haven't heard any news about Rong Zidong. Thought he was dead. Still alive? But why did he become like this? Moreover, this guy was just an ordinary person, so why did he suddenly have the peak martial arts strength of a grandmaster? It's a bit weird. Yi Tiance thought secretly in his heart. He. Rong Zidong smiled sinisterly. Yi Tiance, you really remember me, that's great. I'll save you from not knowing how you died later. Yi Tiance said calmly, so this time I came to Wanchuan City, you have been following me just to ambush here? Rong Zidong sneered, isn't it too late to know this now? I thought you would return to Jiangnan City with Mr. Zhao and the Black Fox Society people, and it would be difficult to find an opportunity to make a move. In the end, you let them go back first. This is a God-given opportunity to kill you, so accept your fate. Rong Zidong roared. He jumped towards Yi Tiance and punched him in the face. Call. However, just when Yi Tiance's powerful fist was about to touch his face, it was easily caught by the opponent's right palm. Although you have become different from before, your strength is still far behind. Done. The right palm exerts force suddenly. Click. Rong Zidong's entire arm was twisted and almost twisted. However, a strange scene occurred. Rong Zidong didn't seem to feel any pain and didn't scream at all. Instead, he smiled hoarsely and said, it's just too far away, so I have to stay closer to you. Suddenly there was a dagger in his left hand, and without any hesitation, he aimed it at Yi Tiance's chest and stabbed it. Swish. At such a close range, with such surprise and speed, even a half-step God of War level warrior would be stabbed. But the person he attacked was Yi Tiance. Not only did he not choose to dodge, but he quickly stretched out his fingers to clamp the blade of the dagger. Clang. No matter how hard Rong Zidong exerts himself, the dagger cannot advance even half an inch. Damn it! Rong Zidong shouted, veins popped out on his forehead. Yi Tiance's expression was calm and he used his fingers slightly. Click. The dagger actually broke into two pieces in the middle. Huh? How come? Rong Zidong's eyes widened. He spent a lot of money to buy this dagger. It is made of special steel and is said to be able to withstand the force of several tons or even more than 10 tons. However, just when he was horrified, Yi Tiance kicked out. Go away! Bang! A kick hit the lower abdomen, and Rong Zidong's body flew backwards with a roar. It hit a big tree behind me. The big tree with a diameter of 1 foot trembled violently, and a large piece of its branches and leaves fell off. Puff! Rong Zidong spit out a large mouthful of blood, and his lower abdomen was sunken into a large area. He looks like he's about to die. He. He grinned and let out a horrifying laugh, as if he didn't feel any pain at all. Yi Tiance, I still underestimated you. You are indeed very powerful, but I haven't given up yet. No. With difficulty, he slowly took out a small syringe from his trouser pocket with his left hand. It contained a dark red liquid, and it was hard to tell what it was. Without any hesitation, Rong Zidong inserted the syringe needle into his thigh. Put. Red liquid is pushed into the body. The next second. Ah! Rong Zidong suddenly opened his mouth wide and screamed hysterically. I saw blood vessels all over his body bulging, every muscle and bone twitching and trembling, blood quickly pouring into his eyeballs, making his already scarlet eyes even more terrifying. Moreover, the originally twisted right arm and sunken lower abdomen are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, pictures that he remembered deeply began to appear in Rong Zidong's mind. The last encounter at the tenderer meeting was the saddest and most depressing experience he had ever experienced. He thought he would lose his life, but Fujibuchi pulled him back from hell. When he woke up, he learned good news and bad news respectively. The good news is that he not only recovered his life, but also became a martial arts master. The bad news is that he spent 30 years of his life for this, and his body has become like this. He is neither human nor ghost. At that moment, Rong Zidong even thought about death. After all, he was once a handsome and wealthy young man, enjoying himself in the flower city and walking among all kinds of beauties. He was so happy. Now not only has he become so ugly, he can no longer even be considered a man. Even if you become a master of martial arts, what's the point of living? But Luo Yuanliang and Tang Bai comforted him by saying that as long as they could kill Yi Tiance and atone for his sins, there would be a way to restore him to his original state and regain the recognition of his father Rong Tianli. So he, who was already full of resentment towards Yi Tiance, decided to take revenge and kill Yi Tiance even at the cost of his life. Before setting off from Jiangnan City, Dr. Fuji gave him a syringe and warned that it should only be used in desperate situations. But the price is that the remaining life after use is only 24 hours. At this moment, Rong Zidong had no choice but to use it. At the same time, Yi Tiance did not stop Rong Zidong from taking the injection and quietly observed his changes from beginning to end. Rong Zidong's changes were not only physical. There is also an explosion of breath. He actually went from the pinnacle of a grandmaster to a perfect master, and was quickly promoted to a half-step god of war. Even the forbidden drugs in Yuanyang Valley are far from being able to improve strength in such a short period of time. Even I have never heard of it. It seems that the red liquid in this syringe is a bit weird. Boom! A stronger aura spread from Rong Zidong. Circles of powerful airwaves instantly pushed the weeds under his feet flat, and the tree behind him was shaking violently, as if he was about to fall down at any time. Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly. The aura of martial arts has actually been elevated to the pseudo-god realm. Although it is only the last step away from the god of war realm, it is not much different. Ho ho! Rong Zidong's throat burst into horrifying laughter. At this moment, he felt that his body was filled with unprecedented power, as if everything standing in front of him could be destroyed with one blow. He slapped it down. The big tree behind him exploded instantly, and its trunks and branches were scattered all over the place. One step out. Leave a clearly visible footprint on the hard ground. Is this the power of the god of war? Yi Tiance, now I will let you see the horror of the god of war. Go to hell. Ah! He roared and his speed instantly reached the extreme, and his whole body was as fast as lightning. Even the ground shook slightly as he ran. This is the power of the god of war, with courage that is unworthy of all men. Yi Tiance's expression was calm and calm. A mere god of war has the nerve to call himself a god? Then, the one-eye, Yi Tiance, want to kill as a god. Faced with the powerful attack of Rong Zidong, Yi Tiance gave a seemingly simple slap. Chapter 382 Rong Zidong, Die. Call. It seemed like a simple slap, but it was like a landslide and a tsunami. Before Rong Zidong could hit Yi Tiance with his fist, he was slapped hard. Boom. A loud bang. Rong Zidong flew backwards, and the trees and rocks along the way were destroyed and shattered by the violent impact. The body slid on the ground, leaving a 50-meter-long ravine in the end. This shows how powerful the impact is. Puff. Rong Zidong lay in the ravine, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Many parts of his body have changed shape and he can't stand up at all. Why? Rong Zidong's eyes were filled with despair and disbelief, and his outlook on life was shattered. In his mind, a god of war level warrior represents invincibility. It is a legendary existence. However, in front of Yi Tiance, he was defeated with just one slap. It's really hard to accept, let alone unbelievable. Yi Tiance walked to Rong Zidong and stopped, looking down at him. Is this the horror you're talking about? How disappointing. You. Rong Zidong was so angry that his chest heaved. He couldn't hold it back and spit out another stream of blood from his mouth. Puff. Blood stained the clothes on his chest red. The whole person's appearance is also aging at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the muscles and cheeks are quickly withered. The martial arts aura has long since disappeared, as if the vitality has been drained out by something. Yi Tiance's pupils shrank. Is this a side effect of the red liquid in the syringe? Rong Zidong suddenly thought of something. Shocked, I heard rumors that you are now living in Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong. Is it possible that you are really the legendary Jiangnan god of war? In his opinion, only if Yi Tiance is the god of war of Jiangnan can he defeat himself, who is also the god of war. After all, the Jiangnan god of war achieved the god of war strength many years ago, and he must be more powerful than someone like him who was forcibly promoted to the god of war strength by external forces. Yi Tiance shook his head and said, I am not the Jiangnan god of war, but he is just a slap in the face in front of me. Even if he treats me as a cow or a horse, it depends on my face, so don't use him to insult me. He is not worthy at all, okay? Boom. Rong Zidong only felt his scalp numb. At this moment, he no longer doubted that Yi Tiance was bragging, because there was no point in bragging to a person who was about to die. Ha ha ha. Rong Zidong suddenly laughed miserably, so much that tears flowed from his eyes. Why are you laughing? Rong Zidong looked self-deprecating and desperate. I laugh at why I overestimated my ability to go against you in the first place. It would be great if I could keep a low profile and let me just be a rich young master. I laugh even more at the Ji family and the Rong family. They are a bunch of idiots who don't know anything. They still don't understand that they have offended the people they least deserve to offend. They are simply a bunch of clowns. Ha, I'm going to die, and they will die soon too. It's good, they're all good, it's good to have company together. Yes. He could already foresee the ending of the Ji family and the Rong family, or the ending of Yi Tiance's opponent. None of them will end well. So what if I just regret it again? It's already too late. Ha ha. Ahem. Rong Zidong coughed violently and vomited blood, and his body couldn't stop shaking. Suddenly, after a violent twitch, his body stopped moving, his pupils were dilated, and he had lost his breath. At this point, Rong Zidong, the eldest son of the Rong family in the former provincial capital, was declared dead. Yi Tiance's expression was calm. This kind of person's death is his own fault, and there is nothing worthy of pity or lamentation. Yi Tiance glanced at it. Seeing the syringe dropped by Rong Zidong on the ground, he walked over and took it in his hand, observing it carefully. Just by holding it in his hand, Yi Tiance can feel the strong life force from the little red liquid left. There seems to be a little bit of weirdness in this life force. It can turn ordinary people into martial arts masters in a short time, and it can recover regardless of multiple injuries. With Rong Zidong's level, he definitely didn't make it himself. Could it be the Rong family behind him? If the Rong family really has the ability to produce this kind of thing, once it is mass-produced, I am afraid that not only the martial arts pattern of the entire Tiannan province, but also the martial arts pattern of the entire Dragon Kingdom will be greatly rewritten. Yi Tiance put the head of the syringe in front of his nose and smelled it. He narrowed his cold eyes slightly. There are so many ingredients? At least 5 of them I can't even identify. Are they mixed with rare Western medicine ingredients? Or is it something else? However, this potion is obviously very demanding to make and cannot be mass-produced, and... He glanced at Rong Zidong again. And with such powerful side effects, I am afraid that many people may not be able to bear it and die before they can enjoy the improvement in martial arts strength. Buzz. At this time, there was a vibrating sound of WeChat messages on Rong Zidong's trouser pocket. Yi Tiance went over to take out his phone and unlocked it with Rong Zidong's corpse finger. After clicking on WeChat, he found that Luo Yuanliang had sent him a message. Luo Yuanliang, Mr. Rong, how is the mission? Yi Tiance thought for a while, edited the message and replied, Yi Tiance has been dealt with, but I was seriously injured and can't go back, but it's enough to take revenge. The other side was silent for more than half a minute. Sent a message, Mr. Rong, go well, Luo will ask for credit from the second master on your behalf. Then no more news. Yi Tiance murmured, a life is used to the end and thrown away casually without even asking for extra care. You, the young master, think it means nothing at all. Ouch ouch. A siren blared on the road in the distance. Needless to say, it must have been the previous incidents of the gunmen blocking the road and surrounding and shooting that attracted them. In order to avoid extraneous branches, Yi Tiance took out his mobile phone and called Su Qiangwei. The other person answered quickly. A familiar excited voice came, Hey! Why are you calling me all of a sudden? Do you miss me? Yi Tiance said, there are two things. The first is that I have found all the medicinal materials to remove the remaining toxins in your body. I will be able to prepare an antidote for you in a short time. Su Qiangwei said happily, You bastard, I know you are thinking about me. I can't wait to appear next to you right now, push you to the ground and eat you up. It will make you so happy. Yi Tiance. Let's get down to business, can you please stop driving suddenly? Cough cough. Yi Tiance coughed lightly. The second thing is this. Yi Tiance briefly explained what had just happened. I need to trouble you to send someone over to control the scene and avoid unnecessary complications. Su Qiangwei knew it was serious business. He immediately said seriously, I'll take care of this matter. I'll call and arrange for Anchuan City's martial arts action team to go over and seal off the scene. The news will never be leaked. Yi Tiance nodded and said, Thank you. Su Qiangwei said dissatisfied, What's the point of saying thank you verbally? Ha? How can I thank you? Su Qiangwei said without any shyness, Send me a photo of the bird quickly? Can you satisfy your craving? Chapter 383 Let you two relax. Yi Tiance had a dark look on his face. This woman is so terrifying. She is worthy of the bloody rose. She knows how to take his blood day by day. If this goes on, Su Qiangwei might even find something fancy to do. Well, the signal here is not good, hang up first. Yi Tiance found a random reason and pressed the hang up button. Yi Tiance looked into the distance. He murmured, I hope that when we return to Jiangnan City, your Ji family and other dogs can give me a little surprise. Night, Jiangnan City. Since last night until now, the top business leaders in Jiangnan City have been in a state of turmoil. Rumors spread from various rumors that Yi Tiance was so frightened that he fled Jiangnan City. Anyone, any force, or any capital that had been involved with him before had been severely hit by the Ji family and the forces behind it. Because of this, everyone can foresee that the business structure of Jiangnan City will undergo a subversive rewrite. Xiao Group Building, in the CEO's office on the top floor. Xiao Qingcheng looked down at the busy traffic downstairs through the car window and thought a little. Behind him stood Assistant Sun in professional attire. Assistant Sun respectfully reported, according to my investigation, the Han family is now surrounded by people and no one is allowed to enter or leave. It is said that Han Tianjiang has transferred assets to the Ji family and the transfer process is nearing completion. In addition, the project worth 100 billion orders was also threatened by the Ji family with strong force. The demolition work is about to be completed, which means that the Ji family will successfully complete the project and make a lot of profits. A rebellion broke out within the Black Tiger Society. Zhang Chunlei successfully seized power. Zhang Xiaohu's life and death were uncertain after he was seriously injured and escaped. Now, all 3,000 brothers of the Black Tiger Society are controlled by Zhang Chunlei. In addition, Master Xiaoping, Dean Wuxingye and others who were close to Yi Tiance were all captured and controlled by people sent by the Ji family and the Black Tiger Society. The specific situation is unknown. Xiao Qingchang was frightened hearing each incident one after another. This is simply a change of pace. She frowned and asked, "Where is Lu Ruyan?" Assistant Sun shook his head and said, "Nothing has been found, but it should be related to the sudden revolt of the Ji family." Xiao Qingchang sighed. Anyway, Lu Ruyan used to be her best friend. Although they broke up because of Yi Tiance, she didn't want to see Lu Ruyan get implicated for this. But what can I do to help her? Nowadays, the Ji family is very powerful. Ji Budwan came here to offend him before, and the two of them had a complete breakup. Even if she went to plead in person, it didn't seem to have any effect. Assistant Sun saw Xiao Qingqing's thoughts. He quickly reminded, "Mr. Xiao, this matter has nothing to do with us, you must not get involved." This time, the Ji family, Black Tiger Association, Yuanyang Valley and other powerful forces have joined forces, not to mention many other forces in Jiangnan City have expressed support. This is simply not something we can fight against. Ugh. Xiao Qingcheng nodded. How could she not understand this? Assistant Sun sneered, "In the end, all this is Yi Tiance's fault. If he hadn't been causing trouble everywhere, he wouldn't have attracted so many forces to jointly target him. Now that he has run away and has tricked everyone around him, he is really a timid guy who is afraid of death. You are right to ask for a divorce from him." Xiao Qingcheng did not answer. Although she still believes that she was right to propose a divorce, she has countless complaints about Yi Tiance. But all her experiences during this period made her feel that Yi Tiance was not someone who could do that kind of thing. Could it be that there is something else hidden here? Still is. Xiao Qingcheng fell into deep thought again. Jiangnan City, Wulong Manor, Han family villa. In the living room at this time. Wei Xingbo leaned on the recliner and closed his eyes to rest. His brothers were sitting on the coffee table fighting the landlord with faces full of joy. These thug brothers are very excited. After tonight, the Ji family will be completely victorious. I heard from the gossip that many people with meritorious deeds will be rewarded. Even we will receive awards and get a lot of money. What a great relationship. We have been able to earn so much money just by guarding here for the past 2 days without putting in any effort. I hope this kind of good thing happens every day. TSK, it's a pity that the two beauties imprisoned in the bedroom are the most stunning in the world. They don't have the chance to try something new. Hey, this kind of beauty must be enjoyed by the big guys. Working people like us may not even be able to drink soup, so don't worry about it. Sudden. Wei Xinghua opened his eyes and looked outside the villa. Somebody is coming. Okay? The thugs who were fighting the landlord stood up one after another and looked outside cautiously. Who is it? The man walked out of the shadows and said calmly, "It's me." When everyone saw the appearance of the visitor, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The visitor is Ji Buxiao, the second young master of the Ji family. Everyone respectfully said, "Second young master Ji." "Good evening, second young master Ji." Ji Buxiao nodded and asked Wei Xinghua, "How are those two women?" Wei Xinghua stood up and replied, "They are all locked up inside. They were dishonest and made a lot of noise in there before. I have asked people to tie them up with ropes. Nothing will happen to them." Ji Buxiao nodded and said, "After Han Tianjing and his wife signed the asset transfer agreement, they were brought to our Ji family. On my brother's order, I took these two beauties to the Ji family to wait for their fate. Then I'll ask someone to bring them two out right now?" There's no rush. Ji Buxiao showed a lewd smile. "It's still very early, I want to go in and have a little chat with those two beauties." Wei Xinghua and his brothers all looked at each other. "Good guy, I'm thinking that you don't want to have a small exchange here. I'm afraid you don't want to have an in-depth exchange, right? But with your current physical condition, can you still communicate?" Of course, these words are just thoughts in my heart. Ji Buxiao was Ji Budwan's younger brother. He could do whatever he wanted. Wei Xinghua and others had no power to refuse, so they nodded and agreed to Ji Buxiao's request. Ji Buxiao came to the door of Han Ruoyun's bedroom on the second floor. He ordered the two thugs, "You two go down and wait. I will go down in half an hour. No matter what happens during this period, no one is allowed to come up and disturb me." Yes. The two thugs obeyed and went downstairs. Ji Buxiao opened the bedroom door and walked in boldly. Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruoyan were seen tied to chairs with ropes, and their mouths were stuffed with cotton cloth. They looked pitiful. When they saw Ji Buxiao coming in, their expressions couldn't help but change. Ji Buxiao smiled evilly, "Two beauties, long time no see." While talking, he walked up to the two of them and licked his lips, showing his lewdness to the extreme. Han Ruoyan and Lu Ruoyan stared at him fiercely, as if they were warning him not to do anything excessive. Ji Buxiao grinned, Don't stare at me like that. I came here to let you two relax. After all, you must be uncomfortable after being tied up for so long, right?" He took off the cotton cloth from Han Ruoyan's mouth. His eyes became cold and he said, "Yun Yun, have you decided how to serve me?" Chapter 384 Yi Tiance is back. Ji Buxiao stared at Han Ruoyan, with anger, hatred, and greed in his expression. Back in the Han family, it was Han Ruoyan who smashed his little brother with a red wine bottle, causing him to be unable to become a man now. During this time, he thought about revenge all the time. I wish I could completely destroy Han Ruoyan. After all, the more beautiful a woman is, the more beautiful she becomes when her moment is ruined. Han Ruoyan mocked, "Haha. With your appearance, you are not even a man anymore. What qualifications do you have to say whether to serve or not?" This sentence can be said to have hit Ji Buxiao's weakness. He immediately became furious. "Press it on Han Ruoyun's head," he said sternly. "Han Ruoyun, don't be so fucking shameless. I pursued you so hard back then, but you pretended to be cold and pure and rejected me again and again. Don't you feel disgusted when you turn around and go after that bastard Yi Tiance, and would even rather share him with other women?" Han Ruoyan looked directly at him, showing no intention of flinching. "Compared with Yi Tiance? Are you worthy? I like him, no matter what happens, I will like him. Sharing with other women can only prove that he is excellent and that my vision is not wrong. But you, a dog eunuch, even the old ant who sweeps the streets can't look down on you. You." Boom. These words once again allowed Ji Buxiao to break his defense. His entire face was almost distorted, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching. Okay. You said I am a eunuch, right? I will use the eunuch method to torture you today to see how lewd you are in front of me. After saying that, he suddenly pulled out an electric stick weapon from his pocket. It is more than 20 centimeters long. The shape cannot be explained clearly, but it is so vivid that everyone can understand it. Han Ruoyun's eyelids twitched, and he had a very bad feeling. "What are you going to do?" Ji Buxiao smiled evilly and said, "What are you doing? Of course I'm going to use this to fuck you, and hit you hard. How can you pretend to be innocent? If you can, just hold it in and keep silent." Ha ha ha. He turned on the switch, and the thing immediately made a buzzing and vibrating sound, which was spectacular. Han Ruoyan gritted his teeth, unable to conceal the anxiety and panic in his eyes. Lu Ruoyan was also very anxious and wanted to help Han Ruoyan. However, his body was trapped by the rope and his mouth was stuffed with cotton, so he could only make whining sounds. Ji Buxiao glanced at her. He said with a lewd smile, "Don't worry, big star. I'll stab you after I stab Han Ruoyan. Not only that, I will also take a video of it later and upload it to the internet so that netizens all over the country can see you two sluts." Ha ha ha. Han Ruoyan scolded, "You shameless person and pervert, you will not die a good death." Ji Buxiao shook the vibrating thing in his hand. "That's right, I am a pervert. I became a pervert because you made me like this. What can you do to me if you don't accept me? With that said, he reached out to pull Han Ruoyun's pants. Han Ruoyun struggled violently. Angrily, he threatened, "Ji Buxiao, you bastard, let go, otherwise Yi Tiance will not be able to spare you when he comes back." Ji Buxiao sneered and said, "Huh? It's already this time, and you still expect that bastard Yi Tiance to come and save you? I might as well tell you the truth, I just got confirmation that the man named Ji has been killed by our people." Boom. Hear this. Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruoyan were both stunned at the same time. Incredible. Yi Tiance is dead? This is impossible. You must be lying to us. Ji Buxiao sneered, "Stupid woman, if Yi Tiance was not dead, why didn't he come to save you? Instead, let me bring trouble to his two women now? If you don't believe it, just shout Yi Tiance's name loudly, and I will stab you at the same time. It's exciting just thinking about it, ha ha ha." Ji Buxiao laughed loudly. He speeded up to pull off Han Ruoyan's pants, but because they were tied with ropes, the speed of undoing his pants was much slower. Han Ruoyan's eyes were red, she felt extremely wronged. My heart was filled with shame, anger, and despair at this critical moment. She couldn't help but shouted loudly, "Yi Tiance! Where are you, bastard? I will never lose my temper with you again, woo-woo. I'm sorry." Ji Buxiao couldn't help but sarcastically said, "You stupid woman really shouted out, just scream. Yi Tiance won't be able to show up to save you even if you scream." But just as he finished speaking, then a familiar cold voice suddenly sounded faintly. "Really?" Ji Buxiao immediately opened his eyes and raised his head. "Who is it? Take a closer look." At some point, the bedroom window on the second floor had already been opened, and a very familiar figure appeared in the bedroom, looking at him with a cold face. Yi Tiance? You are actually still alive?" Ji Buxiao suddenly stuttered, as if he had seen a ghost. "Wasn't this guy killed by young Master Rong himself? Why are you still alive? How come it appears here? It's not just him." Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruoyan were both shocked, and then their faces were full of excitement and joy. "Ha, Yi Tiance is still alive as expected. Just hope he's fine." Yi Tiance waved his hand casually and immediately whipped up two strong winds, cutting off the ropes on Han Ruoyan and Lu Ruoyan. The two women finally found relief and took off the broken rope. The stone in my heart finally fell to the ground. Yi Tiance said indifferently, "You even dare to touch my woman, tell me, how do you want to die?" Ji Buxiao's body couldn't stop swaying, and his legs became weak and he knelt on the ground. He begged for mercy with a mournful face, "Yi Tiance, this is all a misunderstanding. It's all my fault. I deserve death. Can you please let me go? You can do whatever you want." At this time, Ji Buxiao was desperate. In his heart, he cursed Rong Zidong, Luo Yuanlian, and others. The promised plan this time was foolproof. Only after killing Yi Tiance would he have the courage to come here to take revenge, otherwise he would have come here yesterday. As a result, she didn't even take off her pants before she turned around like this. Damn it, hate it. Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "You can be forgiven for doing evil by God, but you can't live for doing it by yourself. Ji Buxiao, you can go down and accompany your father, a piece of trash like you." He raised his palm and was about to slap Ji Buxiao on the forehead. "Wait a moment." Han Ruoyan suddenly spoke to stop him. Ji Buxiao thought Han Ruoyan was going to be soft-hearted and let him go. He hurriedly struck while the railway was hot, Yun, please help me intercede with Yi Tiance, let him let me go, let me be a grandson to you too, or a great-grandson." Han Ruoyan ignored him. Said to Yi Tiance, "He just humiliated us so much, I don't want him to die so easily." Lu Ruoyan also echoed, "That's right, we can't let him be so easy." Ji Buxiao's eyelids twitched wildly. Instantly, he thought of the previous scene of Han Ruoyan destroying his little brother with a red wine bottle. This woman has done something very dirty. Are we going to be doomed today? Yi Tiance asked, "Then what do you want to do?" Han Ruoyun picked up the vibrating weapon. She sneered and said, "I'm going to put this thing into his mouth and let him suffocate to death." Chapter 385 Ji Buxiao, Die. What? Ji Buxiao's eyes suddenly widened. He was so frightened that he quickly kowtowed and said, "No, this is absolutely not possible. Please try another method." When Han Ruoyun scrapped his little brother, he had already destroyed his dignity as a man. If you are suffocated to death by this method now, even if you go to hell, you will be embarrassed. Yi Tian said coldly, "Another way? Do you want to go out the back door? You don't find it disgusting, but we still find it disgusting." Han Ruoyun scolded and ordered, "Open your mouth." Ji Buxiao shook his head like a rattle and gritted his teeth. He would definitely not be obedient and keep his mouth shut. Ah! Yi Tian sneered and raised his foot to lightly kick Ji Buxiao on the chin with lightning speed. Click! The tricky angle instantly dislocated Ji Buxiao's jaw and opened his mouth uncontrollably. What? Ji Buxiao was so painful that he subconsciously screamed. However, Han Ruoyun moved the vibrating weapon in his hand faster and accurately into his mouth, with rough force and no mercy. Ouch! Ouch! My day! Ji Buxiao struggled hard, with snot and tears streaming down his face. Hold it! Yi Tian's clicked a few times and broke Ji Buxiao's limbs. The latter could only kneel on the ground limply, without even a chance to stand up. Ouch! Ouch! Ji Buxiao's whole body twitched in pain, and he wanted to shout out, but was silenced by Han Ruoyun's vibrating weapon. He was in an extremely miserable state. Such a humiliating thing has never been experienced before, or even unheard of. His fearful eyes were filled with regret and begging for mercy. In this regard, Yi Tian and the other three people have no mercy at all, let alone feel that what they have done is excessive. Because Ji Buxiao deserves all this. Han Ruoyun scolded, "I asked you if you were happy? Didn't you just tell me to hold back my voice? Why are you speaking out now? You bastard!" Ji Buxiao's lips were bleeding from the blow, and his whole body was in severe pain, like a wild dog on the verge of death. And at this time, in the living room downstairs, the thugs heard vibrations and groans coming from upstairs from time to time. All of them had strange expressions. TSK TSK. Why is the battle with second young Master Ji so fierce? It's such a big commotion. He's already like that. He must be panicking inside, and his methods are abnormal. It's a pity that these two top beauties are treated like this, it's so cruel. Why does the sound a little wrong to me? The voice that moaned was second young Master Ji's? Could there be some accident? What accident could happen? I advise you not to think about going up. Second young Master Ji just told us that no one can go up to disturb him. If we make him angry, we will all be in trouble. Wei Xinghua, who was sitting on the recliner, frowned. Something's wrong. He suddenly stood up. He said seriously, something has happened. Everyone, please go upstairs quickly, otherwise it will be too late. But the words just fell. A cold voice sounded from the direction of the stairs on the second floor. No need to go upstairs, I have brought him down to you. You. Call out. I saw a man being thrown from above and fell to the ground. Everyone took a closer look and were stunned for a moment. The person on the ground is none other than Ji Buxiao. It's just that all the bones in his body were broken, causing his body to be almost completely deformed. Yu Qi had an indescribable weapon stuffed in his mouth, which was still buzzing and vibrating, and he was extremely humiliated. Others are already dead, their eyes are still wide open, full of unwillingness and pain. It was obvious that he had just endured extraordinary torture. Hiss. Everyone was so shocked by Ji Buxiao's death state that they gasped. It was fine when I went in, but why did it look like this in the blink of an eye? Who did it? Did they? Look up. 3 people slowly walked out from the stairs. 2 women and 1 man. The women on the left and right are Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan, their looks are breathtaking. The young man standing in the middle looked a bit handsome, and his movements gave people a strong sense of oppression that enveloped his heart. Some of the sharp-eyed thugs immediately exclaimed. He is Yi Tiance. Isn't he dead? Why are you here? Second young Master Ji must have been killed by him. Damn it! Wei Xingguo's face was gloomy, his eyes almost split open. He was sent to guard Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan on this mission. Not only was he saved, but the second young Master Ji was killed. If word of this comes back to the Ji family, he may not be able to live with it. Wei Xingguo said angrily, "You bastard! You killed second young Master Ji and still have the guts to show up on your own initiative. I will avenge him today and take your life. Brothers, come on!" The thugs in the living room immediately rushed towards the stairs. It's just that he hasn't gotten close to Yi Tiance yet. He was slapped away by one person. Crackling. Each and every one of them hit everywhere. Under the huge force, the body exploded, blood and flesh splattered, and everything was blurred. Death could not be more miserable. Yi Tiance's expression was cold. These bastards locked their two fiancés in a room and suffered a lot, so they should enjoy the consequences. Yi Tiance said, "It's okay if your house is dirty, right?" Han Ruoyun shook his head. "If it's dirty, it's dirty. The worst we can do is move to another place to live." Yi Tiance nodded and his eyes fell on Wei Xingguo. "You were unconvinced just now, right?" Gulu. Wei Xingguo swallowed nervously, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Just judging from Yi Tiance's recent move, he could clearly feel that the opponent's strength was far superior to his own. "No! Gotta run away quickly." He rolled his eyes and shouted towards the door of the villa, "Where are the people dead? Come in quickly." Yes. He wanted to call the brothers who were guarding outside the villa to stop Yi Tiance and delay, and he took the opportunity to escape and report the news to the big bosses of the Ji family. The words fell. Two footsteps sounded immediately outside the door. Wei Xingguo was overjoyed and was about to run away, but when he saw the appearance of the person coming, he was instantly stunned. Leading the way were two familiar faces. A tall, bald man is Zhong Tao, who is well known in the martial arts circles of the provincial capital. Next to him is a stocky middle-aged man, his right hand is wrapped in a bandage, but his eyes are bright. It's actually Pang Huayuan, the president of the Black Fox Club? Wei Xingguo's eyes widened. He said in disbelief, "Zhong Tao? And Pang Huayuan? Why are you two here?" You must know that when he heard that Zhong Tao and the Tian Kamen assassins assassinated Yi Tiance, he went there and never came back. He must have died in Yi Tiance's hands. Still alive? Pang Huayuan was even more difficult for him to understand. Didn't this person live in Anchuan City? Why are you here? And many more. Are these two people arranged to save me? After all, Zhong Tao was once a follower of Taoist priest Yunlong, and Pang Huayuan was very familiar with Wang Wanchun, the leader of the tiger-shaped sect. Think of this. Wei Xingguo hurriedly greeted him with a grateful smile. "Brothers, I'm so grateful for being able to come to rescue Mr. Wei in such a dangerous situation." The voice just fell. Zhong Tao and Pang Huayuan looked at each other, then punched Wei Xingguo on both sides of his eyes. Bang! Bang! Oh shit! Wei Xingguo screamed and flew backwards. Chapter 386, Competing with me for the position of being a dog? Thump! Wei Xingguo fell heavily to the ground and felt that all the bones in his body were falling apart. The two eye sockets were even more black and blue, like a giant panda. Regardless of the pain, Wei Xingguo struggled to sit up. He complained with a dark face, "Brothers, why are you beating me? The one who deserves to be beaten is Yi Tiance." Zhong Tao and Pang Huayuan didn't even look at Wei Xingguo. They turned around and knelt down to Yi Tiance. "Master, the bodyguards guarding the door have been dealt with. Please give your instructions." "Mr. Yi, all the brothers of the Black Fox Club have been dispatched according to your request. Boom. Saw this scene. Wei Xingguo's whole body trembled violently, as if he had been struck by thunder. These two people actually listened to Yi Tian's? Can anyone tell me why this is? At this moment, he had a very bad premonition, that is, the Ji family and other forces seemed to have made a wrong judgment on the entire situation, and it was a big mistake. Yi Tian said to Zhong Tao and Peng Huayuan, both of you, stand up. Yes. The two stood up, still looking very respectful. Yi Tian looked at Wei Xingguo. He said calmly, tell me, how do you want to die? Wei Xingguo's lips trembled. He gritted his teeth and said, I remind you not to be impulsive. I am the deputy sect master of the tiger-shaped gate, and my back is against the tiger-shaped gate. If I have any shortcomings, the tiger-shaped gate will definitely not let you go. Peng Huayuan sneered, forget about your tiger-shaped gate, Wang Wanchun went down to see the king of hell just a few hours ago. What? The hair on Wei Xingguo's body stood up. This news is incredible. Peng Huayuan continued to add, oh, by the way, even the Filong gang has been completely wiped out. No one can avenge you. What? Wei Xingguo opened his mouth wide, feeling his head buzzing, and he was so confused that he was at a loss what to do. Why does this happen? Apart from the shock, there is also endless fear. He quickly discussed with Yi Tian with a sad face, all this was directed by the Ji family and they don't care about my affairs at all. Please let me go, please? As long as you nod, I am willing to be your dog, and I will bite whoever you ask me to bite from now on. Hear this. Zhong Tao's expression immediately changed. Good guy, are you trying to compete with me for my position as a dog? Are you worthy of it? What? Wei Xingguo was stunned for a moment, unable to realize what Zhong Tao meant by his words. Zhong Tao has been used as a dog? But Zhong Tao didn't give him a chance to analyze at all. He walked up directly, raised his palm and slapped Wei Xingguo on the forehead with all his strength. Bang! Hit the vital point with one palm. Wei Xingguo rolled his eyes, bleeding from all his orifices, and died on the spot. There is no way, in order to ensure his status as a dog, he must do this. Finish these. Zhong Tao knelt down to Yi Tian and said, Master, I failed to control my temper just now and killed him. Please punish me. Yi Tian said calmly, I don't want to accept that kind of fool as a dog, I will kill him. But you have worked hard these past 2 days. Zhong Tao said respectfully, hey, these are what I should do. Master, what should we do next? Yi Tian said, go and join them. Then act according to the plan. Yes. Zhong Tao responded, stood up and left. Peng Huayuan followed closely behind. He looked at Zhong Tao's back, still feeling a little incredible. They are both martial arts masters. Although Zhong Tao is not as strong as him, he is still at the level of a late master and is quite famous in the martial arts circles of the provincial capital. However, he chooses to be a dog for others and seems to be addicted to it and enjoying it. This was unthinkable before. There is only one possibility, that is, Yi Tian's methods seem to be more unfathomable than he imagined. It seems that I will be even more cruel to Mr. Yi in the future. Peng Huayuan secretly said in his heart. After the two left, Han Ruoyan finally asked the doubts that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. Hey! What's going on with all this? Where have you been these 2 days? Do you know that Zhaoping and I are worried about you? Yi Tian didn't hide much. I briefly recounted my various experiences in Anchuan City. After listening, both beauties Han Ruoyan and Lu Ruoyan puffed their mouths, obviously unhappy. Han Ruoyan snorted coldly, okay, we have been making trouble for a long time. It turned out that we were collecting medicinal materials to treat other women's illnesses and left us two alone, you bitch man. Lu Ruoyan curled her lips and said, that's right, if you had come later, Big Daddy and I would have been. Yi Tian said seriously, even if I don't come, Zhong Tao will help delay the time. Han Ruoyun was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Yi Tiance explained, actually, before I left Anchuan City, I guessed that the Ji family might make some big noise, so I told Zhong Tao in advance to protect you secretly and to keep an eye on all the trends in Jiangnan City and report to me at any time. If you are really in an extremely critical moment, Zhong Tao's strength may not be able to turn the tide, but he can still save you too. Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan were stunned. It turns out that he knows everything. Han Ruoyan said in confusion, then why didn't you let Zhong Tao rescue us? Although we were not bullied here, we suffered a lot. Yi Tiance said, the reason for this is because once Zhong Tao takes action, the Ji family will be alert. Not only will they send people to hunt you down, but they may also attack others if they are pressed. Furthermore, by paralyzing the enemy in this way, some people hidden in the dark can jump out, so that they can be cleaned up altogether. Yi Tiance looked at the two of them. He continued softly, of course, I know you two have been wronged, so when I came back from Anchuan City this time, I bought you a gift specially. I will give it to you after the matter is resolved. Don't be angry, okay? After hearing that I was given a gift. The two beauties' initial a little bit of unhappiness disappeared instantly. That's pretty much it. I forgive you, miss. If anything like this happens in the future, remember to tell your sister in advance. With her acting skills, I can easily cooperate with any of your plans. It is good. Yi Tiance smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that after the explanation was completed, these two ladies would not forgive him and would even make a big fuss. Looking at it now, giving gifts is indeed the best weapon. Fortunately, I prepared in advance. This is the experience of dealing with women, there is no end to learning. Han Ruoyun seemed to have thought of something. Worried, by the way, I heard that the Black Tiger Club is controlled by Zhang Chunlei, and Zhang Xiuhu's life and death are uncertain. What should we do? After all, there are 3,000 brothers in the Black Tiger Club. Once they all move out, we are afraid. Yi Tiance said calmly, don't worry, everything is within the plan. The person who tied the bell needs to be untied. Someone from the Black Tiger Club will solve it. We don't have to worry about it. Lu Ruyan asked curiously, then what should we do next? Yi Tiance's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Naturally, go to the Ji family, take back everything you lost, and then send some people to where they should go. Chapter 387 Desperate Zhang Chunlei. Jiangnan City, Black Tiger Club headquarters, in a luxurious private room. Zhang Chunlei was sitting in a wheelchair, smoking a cigar in his mouth. Two young girls in low-cut sexy uniforms squatted next to him, rubbing his shoulders and beating his legs. Zhang Chunlei's right hand occasionally explored the middle of the opponent's ravine and kneaded it vigorously. It made the girls cry out. I hate it, you're hurting me. Oh, Master Chunlei, you are the most handsome. Ha ha ha. Zhang Chunlei smiled obscenely and sighed proudly, is this the happy life of the president of the Black Tiger Society? I should have taken the position from that old bastard earlier. Now that I have suffered so much, I can only stay in a wheelchair, and I don't know when I will be able to recover. Sitting on the sofa opposite Zhang Chunlei was a man with a scar on his face. He is none other than Zhang Xiaohu's original capable man, Feng Lei. At the Tianlong Chamber of Commerce, he had a conflict with Zhang Chunlei and Yi Tiance. I thought Zhang Xiuhu could avenge them, but in the end, both of them were beaten violently by Zhang Xiuhu. After this incident, he had the idea of rebellion, and he hit it off with Zhang Chunlei. Zhang Chunlei was responsible for getting in touch with the Ji family and received strong help from the Ji family. Feng Lei secretly made a fuss about the 3,000 brothers of the Black Tiger Society, and while he was recuperating in Zhang Xiuhu Hospital, he replaced all the core middle-level brothers with his own people. In the end, the entire Black Tiger will be infiltrated from top to bottom by the two people and fall into their hands. Feng Lei crossed his legs. It's a pity that bastard Zhang Xiuhu hasn't been caught yet. It's really strange. He was seriously injured alone. Where can he run? Zhang Chunlei looked indifferent. Now that he is alone, he can't make any waves wherever he goes. What's more, 3,000 brothers of our Black Tiger Society have been distributed in various districts of Jiangnan City, conducting a blanket search. It will be a matter of time to find him and kill him. Okay. Feng Lei nodded. He looked at the time and reminded, it's almost 10 o'clock in the evening. We should go to Ji's house as agreed and prepare to attend the celebration party. It is good. Zhang Chunlei could not hide his expectation. As we all know, the Ji family made a wonderful turnaround this time and eliminated all enemies. After 12 o'clock tonight, the first phase of the cooperation project between the Ji family and the Tianlong group was successfully completed. At that time, not only will the 20 billion mortgage deposit be recovered, the 30 billion liquidated damages will be cancelled, but also a one-time payment of 50 billion yuan will be received from Tianlong Group. In this way, it can be foreseen that the rise of the Ji family is inevitable. Therefore, all partners with Ji family and supporters of Ji family are invited to attend the celebration party tonight. Naturally, this includes Zhang Chunlei, the new president of the Black Tiger Club. Zhang Chunlei said proudly, I heard that the group of people who are close to Yi Tians have now been captured by the Ji family, and they will be tried at the celebration banquet. Even a top-notch woman like Han Ruoyun is here. After discussing with young Master Ji, I might be able to have some fun with her. It's exciting just thinking about it. Feng Lei stood up from the sofa and shouted to the door. Someone, send President Chunlei and I out to Ji's house. But there was silence outside the door, and no one responded. Feng Lei said dissatisfied, are all the people outside fucking dead? Didn't they hear what I said? The words fell. A rich man's voice sounded outside the door. Yes, they are indeed dead. Squeak. The room door was pushed open. I saw a very familiar person slowly walking in. He has a slick-back hairdo with a logo, a tall and burly figure, and a face full of flesh. Who is it if it's not Zhang Xiaohu? Feng Lei was so frightened that he immediately took 2 steps back. His eyes widened, Zhang Xiaohu. It's you? Zhang Chunlei was also shocked and his body trembled. The comfortable mood that I had enjoying the service of the beautiful lady disappeared in an instant. He said in a deep voice, how dare you come back? Zhang Xiaohu sneered, Black Tiger will be my territory, what's the problem if I come back? Zhang Chunlei narrowed his cold eyes. He said gloomily, from yesterday to now, we have been worried about not being able to find it, but you took the initiative to deliver it to the door. In this case, don't blame my nephew for being rude. He pressed the doorbell switch on his wheelchair. Jingle bell. The alarm bell rang instantly throughout the Black Tiger Association headquarters, calling for the brothers who were guarding the headquarters. But the bell rang for more than a minute. No one rushed here. Zhang Chunlei shouted angrily, where are the people? Where have all the people died? Zhang Xiaohu said calmly, I just said, they are all dead, no one can come to save you. This is impossible. Feng Lei immediately expressed doubts. There are obviously hundreds of brothers at the Black Tiger Association headquarters. Even if your strength has reached the peak of a warrior, you still can't kill them without us noticing. You must have used some trick. Zhang Xiaohu laughed at himself. I really can't do this with my strength alone. But who told you that I will be the only one here tonight? While talking, there was the sound of leisurely footsteps outside the door, slowly walking into the room. He complained, Little Huzi, the younger brothers in your lair are not very good and they are not easy to kill at all. No wonder they are still like this after coming out for several years. When you have time someday, send your little brother to my place for training for a month, and I'm sure his strength will increase at least tenfold. Zhang Chunlei and Feng Lei took a closer look. I saw a tall and straight young man walking in. The face is sharp and angular, like a knife and an axe, revealing an unruly evil nature. There is also a folding fan shaking in his hand, with several big characters written on it, sitting on the country and the beauty. The top of the folding fan is stained with a layer of red blood, which is very eye-catching. Obviously, all the boys at the Black Tiger Club headquarters died at his hands. When you see this person, Feng Lei looked at it carefully first, and then reacted suddenly, and was instantly shocked. You are Zhao Feiyu from the provincial capital, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Feiyu's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Hey, I didn't expect anyone to recognize me in the small Jiangnan city. It seems that I am quite famous. After getting a positive answer, Feng Lei and Zhang Chunlei were already sweating profusely and their scalps were numb. Zhao Feiyu of the provincial capital, one of the three heroes of the provincial capital, has reached the legendary half-step god of war realm. Such a big boss is not from the same world as them at all. Why is it here? And it seems that he and Zhang Xiaovu are still very familiar with each other? This kind of thing is simply unheard of. Little did they know that Zhang Xiaovu and Zhao Feiyu were both criminals imprisoned in the fallen city. The two had known each other since that time. Later, after they were released, one of them operated in the provincial capital and the other developed in Jiangnan City, and they never interacted with each other. Because there are strict regulations in the fallen city, released prisoners are not allowed to communicate privately without permission. Otherwise, if the secrets of the fallen city are leaked, he will be executed. This time, Zhao Feiyu came to help Zhang Xiaovu only with Yi Tian's permission. Facing the strong aura of the two people, Zhang Chunlei breathed quickly nervously. Then, he seemed to think of something. He threatened sternly, so what if Mr. Zhao in the provincial capital? Don't forget, our Black Tiger Association still has 3,000 brothers outside, and they can come back at any time. Can you two still kill all 3,000 people? Chapter 388 Zhang Chunlei, die. Hear this threat. The expressions of Zhang Xiaovu and Zhao Feiyu did not change at all, and there was no fear at all. Zhang Chunlei and Feng Lei looked at each other with confusion on their faces. Why aren't these two people afraid? At this moment, Feng Lei's cell phone rang, and it was the person in charge of the East District of the Black Tiger Club calling. He pressed the answer button. Panic and anxious sounds immediately came from the opposite side. Brother Feng. Oh no, something big has happened. Please call someone over to support us. Feng Lei frowned and said, what happened? Speak slowly. Just now, our brothers in the East District were suddenly attacked. There were at least hundreds of people. They are all highly skilled in martial arts, and there are many warriors among them. The brothers have been beaten to the ground. What? Feng Lei's eyes widened. This is impossible. Now that the underground forces in Jiangnan City are under our control, who else can have so many people under his command? Judging from their uniforms, they should be from Hongfeng Hall. We are no match at all. Hongfeng Hall? Feng Lei's face instantly became confused. Isn't Hongfeng Hall the remnant force left by Jiangnan war god Lin Feng? Why did they suddenly attack the Black Tiger Society? Feng Lei was about to continue asking when a scream suddenly sounded on the other end of the phone. Then there was a series of beeping busy signals. The phone was hung up. However, the call was hung up, and another call came in. This time it was from the person in charge of the Southern District. Answer the phone. An anxious voice came from the phone, Brother Feng. Asking for support. Asking for support. We have been attacked, and our brothers have suffered heavy losses. Behind the anxious voices, you can still faintly hear the shouts of fighting and screaming. Feng Lei quickly asked, you were also attacked by Hongfeng Hall? That's right, it's Hongfeng Hall. The person in charge of the Southern District said, not only the Red Maple Hall, but also a team that is a member of the Black Fox Club in Anchuan City. They are all brave and good at fighting. We simply can't stand it. What? Are there people from the Black Fox Club? Feng Lei felt that his brain was going to shut down. If it is said that Hong Maple Hall came to make a sneak attack, it can still be explained that both forces are in Jiangnan City. Zhang Xiaovu once led the Black Tiger Association to seize the territory from Hong Maple Hall. However, the Black Fox Society is located in Anchuan City, hundreds of kilometers away, and the forces of the two parties have had almost no interaction before. Why did it appear in Jiangnan City? Even helped Hong Feng Tang to attack together? This sounds like something that 8 poles cannot fight together. At this moment he was stunned. The person in charge of the southern district suddenly screamed, "Damn it! Brother Foam, we can't hold on any longer, please send someone quickly." Ah! Beep! With a scream, the phone hung up again. Buzz. Feng Lei was completely confused and at a loss. Zhang Chunlei, who also heard the call, shouted anxiously, "Why are you still standing there? Call the brothers in other areas quickly. I don't believe they have all been attacked." Ah? Yes, yes. Feng Lei trembled and called the persons in charge of the North District and West District respectively. Then, the phone didn't go through, no one answered. Wow. At this moment, Feng Lei felt a chill all over his body and he was completely sweating. More than 3,000 brothers from the 4 major districts of the Black Tiger Society were all taken away. This kind of thing is really unexpected. Thump. Feng Lei shook his hand and dropped the phone to the ground. Zhang Chunlei's face was pale, and he stared at Zhang Xiaohu in disbelief. "You were beaten to death by us yesterday. Why were you able to gather so many people to kill you in a short period of time? Why would Hongfeng Hall and Black Fox Society listen to you?" This is what Zhang Chunlei can't figure out the most. Zhang Xiaohu said coldly, "With my ability, Hongfeng Hall and Black Fox Club will naturally not listen to me, but how dare they not listen to Mr. Ye's words?" Yi Tiance? Is it him again? Hearing this familiar name, Zhang Chunlei couldn't help it and broke his guard. He slapped the armrest of the wheelchair angrily, his eyes turned red. Fuck! It's him again. Why is it him again? Ah! I want to see him, I want to see him. In his opinion, his smooth life was ruined by Yi Tiance. I don't know how many times I was one step away from success, but it all came to nothing because of Yi Tiance's intervention. Now Yi Tiance has become his inner demon, and he can't get rid of it. Of course I'm not willing to give in. Zhao Feiyu shook his fan and rolled his eyes. You're not stupid enough to show off your own virtues by soaking in urine. Mr. Yi, a piece of trash like you can see whenever you want? You should just think about what kind of death you can leave to this world. Ha ha ha. Zhang Chunlei suddenly laughed wildly. Zhang Chunlei, lost. You guys had the last laugh, but even if I die, I will have someone to support me. Swish. He suddenly pulled out a pistol from under the wheelchair and pointed the muzzle at Zhang Xiaohu's head. He smiled coldly and said, My good uncle, you didn't expect me to hide this trick from my nephew, right? Since you don't want me to live, let's go to hell together. Click. He pulled the trigger, but no gunshot was heard. Okay? Okay? Zhang Chunlei's head was full of questions. What's going on? He held the pistol in front of him and looked at it carefully. His eyes almost popped out of his head. The magazine in the pistol was missing. Where's the magazine? Where's my magazine? Zhang Chunlei panicked. Is this what you're looking for? At this moment, a beautiful girl with an exposed body standing next to his wheelchair slowly raised a magazine in her hand and looked at Zhang Chunlei with a smile. Zhang Chunlei quickly urged, Why did the magazine escape from your hands? Give it to me quickly. However, the pretty girl casually threw the magazine to Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Chunlei's eyes widened and he asked in confusion, Is this? The beautiful girl gently leaned against his ear and said with a smile, Young Master Chunlei, can't you understand the situation now? Zhang Chunlei's body trembled. You have been the second uncle's people from the beginning? The two beautiful girls smiled charmingly, obviously acknowledging his question. Damn! Bastard! You two are dead. Ah! Zhang Chunlei cursed and reached out to hit the two of them. But because his body lost his balance, he fell directly from the wheelchair. The dog eats shit on the spot. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu had already walked up to him and looked down at him. Zhang Chunlei raised his head with difficulty and said unwillingly, You knew from the beginning that I would betray you? Zhang Shouhu nodded. He said indifferently, Mr. Yi has long said that you are rebellious, but I never believed that my nephew would betray me, but what happened yesterday was so disappointing. Fortunately, Mr. Yi made arrangements in advance and allowed me to save my life by chance. So this time I come back to make you pay for your life. Do you have any complaints? Zhang Chunlei suddenly turned pitiful and emotional. Begging for mercy, second uncle, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. You only have me as your nephew, your only blood relative. If you kill me, you will have no heirs. Zhang Shouhu sneered and said, I forgot to tell you that Mr. Yi has cured my infertility long ago, so I don't need you as a descendant anymore, so you can die in peace. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped heavily on his feet. Put! Zhang Chunlei's head exploded like a watermelon. Chapter 389 The Ji Family's New Business Alliance. Zhang Chunlei died so tragically. Saw this scene. Feng Lei was already trembling with fear, his legs were weak and he knelt on the ground. He pleaded, Master Hu, I did this because I had no choice but to be deceived by Zhang Chunlei. Please be kind and let me go this time. Please, please. Dong dong dong. His head hit the ground so hard that blood came out. But there was no wave in Zhang Shouhu's eyes. People always have to pay for the wrong things they do, so you'd better die. He picked up the empty gun in Zhang Chunlei's hand and loaded the magazine again. No! Feng Lei was so shocked that he stood up and ran towards the door. But how can his speed compare with a pistol? Bang! Zhang Shouhu fired without hesitation, and the bullet penetrated his back. Feng Lei fell straight into a pool of blood. After a few convulsions, he died without closing his eyes. Zhao Feiyu shook his fan and sighed. Tisk, tsk. Little Huzi, in one fell swoop, he killed his own nephew and his brother who had been with him for many years. How do you feel? Can you share your feelings? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. How can I feel? From the moment they betrayed me, I decided to kill them. They deserved it and they don't deserve any extra feelings. The only pity is that the Black Tiger Club that I have been running for many years has almost nothing left overnight. Zhao Feiyu patted Zhang Shouhu's head with his fan. You, just be satisfied if you can save a life this time. Besides, you will have a good time with Mr. Yi in the future. With him here, the Black Tiger can easily copy another good person with this little power. Bar. Zhang Shouhu nodded, yeah. What's next? Zhao Feiyu's lips curled up into a smile. Of course I will go to Ji's house to help Mr. Yi and cheer up to liven up the atmosphere. Same moment. Outside the Ji family manor, many luxury cars had been parked for a long time and it was very lively. Many wealthy businessmen and nobles entered the Ji family manor in twos and twos. On the lawn surrounding the pavilion, dozens of wealthy businessmen were mingling and chatting with each other. They all came to attend the celebration banquet. Many of them were wealthy businessmen from the Ji family alliance. You must know that at the last bidding meeting, after Ji Wuli and Lai Jingye were killed on the spot, the Ji family business alliance fell into disarray. The group of businessmen who originally supported the Ji family avoided it for fear of being affected. But this time the Ji family suddenly made a comeback and rose again. The situation was different. They regained their natural instinct of kneeling and licking, and came to Ji's house to cuddle his thighs. Ji Buduan held a red wine goblet and walked among the crowd, feeling the adulation of everyone. Tsk tsk. As expected of the Ji family, their methods are profound. I admire you. Master Ji, can you accept our return this time and reform a business alliance? From now on, I promise that we will advance and retreat together with the Ji family. After tonight, the Ji family will definitely become one of the most influential forces in Jiangnan City. With our help, we will definitely be invincible. This can be regarded as revenge for the death of Patriarch Ji, Mr. Lai, and others. If they know about it, they will definitely be happy. The atmosphere in the manor was lively. Ji Budwan said with satisfaction, "From now on, you will follow our Ji family's saddle, and I guarantee that you will enjoy the spicy food." At this moment, he couldn't help but feel lightheaded. No. When his father Ji Wooly was around, he only formed a business alliance of more than 20 people. And tonight, not only are there more people joining the business alliance, but they are also supported by powerful forces such as the Rong family and Yuanyang Valley. I will definitely be able to lead the Ji family to greater glory. Ji Budwan thought secretly in his heart. The time has come to around 10:30 p.m. At this time, the pot-bellied manager Ma walked quickly. He said happily, "Master, I just came back from the construction site. The demolition project has been successfully completed. I'm just waiting for the people from Tianlong Group to come and accept the project." Ha ha ha. Good. Ji Budwan raised his chin and said excitedly. In the final analysis, this is all thanks to the Han family who contacted many construction companies in other cities and asked them to help with the construction. Our construction got a big deal. Why don't we thank him for this? He waved his hand and ordered, "Bring those guys here first." Yes. Immediately there were several thugs who tied up several people and took them up. They are Han Tianzhang, Li Xiuqin, Master Xiaoping, Wu Xingye, Zhu Shanshui, Zhu Jingjing, A Qing and others. They are all people who usually have a good relationship with Yi Tians. Ji Budwan said coldly, "Let them kneel down." The thugs forced these people to kneel down. Ji Budwan waved to everyone in the Ji family alliance and said, "Everyone, come here and take a look. Let you all see what it looks like when these guys who are usually aloof are kneeling down in embarrassment." Everyone gathered around. Everyone smiled sarcastically and pointed. Ha ha. This is the result of going against the Ji family. I asked you to support Yi Tians. Are you going to suffer now? I didn't expect that even King Zuoyao was captured. It's quite interesting. This old guy doesn't know what's good and what's good. I heard that the death of Yuanyang Gu Yunlong, Taoist priest and his disciples, is closely related to him. Ji Budwan walked up to Han Tianzhang first and slapped his cheek a few times with his palm. He sneered and said, "Han Tianzhang, I would say that you are the most shameless person. When my father kindly invited you to join our Ji family business alliance, you insisted on supporting that bastard named Ji. I didn't expect that you would fall into this situation today. Is this a good place?" Han Tianzhang raised his head. His eyes were almost on fire. You Ji family are a bunch of morally corrupt scum. What's the difference between joining your business alliance and voluntarily committing suicide? Fuck you. Ji Budwan's face darkened and he kicked Han Tianzhang in the stomach. The kick made Han Tianzhang bend over, veins popped up on his forehead, and he was sweating profusely. Old Han. Li Xiuqin shouted worriedly and wanted to go over to check on Han Tianzhang's condition, but someone held her shoulders firmly and she couldn't move. She was so anxious that she burst into tears. Ji Budwan didn't even look at Li Xiuqin. Walked to Master Xiaoping. Old man, if you don't play well with jade carvings, you have to get involved in colluding with Yi Tians many times, so today I forcefully took over your treasure pavilion, you deserve it. But for the sake of your craftsmanship, as long as you are willing to kowtow and apologize, sever ties with Yi Tians, and cooperate with us in the future, I will spare your life, how about it? Xiaoping frowned and responded, even if Xia dies, he will not cooperate with you morons. The corners of Ji Budwan's eyes twitched. Slap him twice and see if he has a long memory. Two thugs came forward and slapped Xiaoping twice, causing his cheeks to swell up. Ji Budwan walked up to Wu Xingye, Zhu Shanshui and others, and also threatened and induced them to give up Yi Tians and cooperate with him in the future. But without exception they were rejected. Ji Budwan's face turned livid with anger. He didn't expect these people's bones to be so hard. Finally, he came to A Qing. He lifted her chin with one hand and pulled out a knife with his left hand. Gloomy and threatening, little girl, I'm in a very bad mood right now. So I remind you, think about the consequences before you answer my question. Chapter 390 Deliver a Coffin. Ah Cheng bit his lip, his face full of dissatisfaction. Scum, do you know the consequences of doing this? What? Do you want to use Rong Mei Yen to suppress me now? Your young lady's plan in Jiangnan City has come to nothing. It is foreseeable that her status within the Rong family will plummet. What are you using to compete with the second master? What capital do you have to suppress me? He bent down slightly and licked his lips. Unless your lady takes the initiative to sacrifice herself and let me fuck you hard for 3 days and 3 nights, maybe I will be willing to help her. Ah Ching gritted his teeth and said angrily, you are shameless. Bastard. You will definitely not end well. Ji Budwan sneered and said, you can't see whether I will end well or not, but if you dare to talk back to me again, I will scratch your face and ask someone to drag you down and kill you on the spot. The voice just fell. A familiar voice sounded dissatisfied from behind. You are now the head of the Ji family. You have lowered your status and still quarreled with a woman. Can't you have some pattern? Ji Budwan turned around and took a look. It was discovered that Luo Yuanliang, Tung Bite, and Taoist priest Yunhai were coming over. Facing Luo Yuanliang, Ji Budwan was still very afraid. After all, this person is extremely powerful and ruthless, and he is Rong Tianli's spokesperson. The Ji family's counterattack this time was inseparable from Luo Yuanliang's strategizing. Ji Budwan hurried forward to greet him. He said with a smile, Mr. Luo, aren't I trying to suppress the arrogance of the people around Yitiance? Whoever made these guys support Yitiance like that in the first place must be taught a lesson. Luo Yuanliang glanced away. These few people don't count. The most important thing is Yitiance's woman. Where are they? Ji Budwan replied, I have asked my brother to bring them here. Depending on the time, they should be back soon. Luo Yuanliang nodded. As soon as those 2 women arrive, we will execute them together to set an example and let everyone in Jiangnan City know what the consequences will be if you go against us. Well. Ji Budwan nodded in agreement awkwardly. It's not that he was reluctant to execute these people. The main reason is that I feel sorry for the 2 beauties Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan. They are so beautiful. It is a pity to execute them without playing with them. Jingle bell. At this moment, Ji Budwan's cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was a series of unfamiliar numbers. After hesitating, he slid the answer button. I am Ji Budwan, who are you? A voice that was cold to the core came from the other side. I am Lu Yinji. Ji Budwan couldn't help but be stunned. I thought to myself that we have never been able to go together, so why are you calling me all of a sudden? Could it be? Ji Budwan said with a proud smile, Ms. Lu is calling because she wants to attend our Ji family's celebration party tonight? If you are willing, we will naturally welcome you. Lu Yenji's teasing laughter came from the other side. Ha ha. When Yenji passes by, I'm afraid the celebration party won't be able to catch up. Maybe a memorial service would be more appropriate. What do you mean? Ji Budwan's face darkened, and he immediately became unhappy. No one can accept being said such depressing words on such a good day. Lu Yinji smiled coldly. It's nothing interesting, I just want to remind you to run as fast as you can, otherwise you can go down and reunite with your dad and your brother. Do. The other party has hung up the phone. Ji Budwan muttered displeasedly, fuck, what the hell, it's inexplicable. If it weren't for the fact that you are the eldest daughter of the Lu family, I would have caught you and ravaged you. He didn't take the call seriously. And this time, Luo Yuanliang, Taoist Master Yunhai, Tung Bai and others were already sitting on chairs around the lawn, chatting happily. Enjoying the joy of this victory. At this time, a wealthy businessman said flatteringly, to celebrate the Ji family's victory this time, I have specially prepared an ivory jade pendant worth 500 million yuan to give to the Ji family. As soon as these words came out, other wealthy businessmen also came forward to offer gifts. they had prepared this in advance. In this way, he could get closer to the Ji family and the forces behind them. Saw this scene. Ji Budwan proudly showed off to Han Tianzheng and others who were kneeling on the ground. TSK. Did you see that so many people from our Ji family gave gifts, but it was you who regretted giving me gifts and begging for mercy? We will be executed together later. Go down and accompany Yi Tians. Just when Han Tianzheng and others were in despair, a cold voice, with extremely penetrating power, suddenly sounded outside the manor. Since you keep asking for gifts, I will give you this as a gift. Be sure to accept it. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked and looked around. Who's talking? The voice sounds so familiar. You have the courage to speak out, but you don't have the courage to stand up, right? Everyone was talking. Call out. A sound broke through the air. Everyone took a closer look. I saw a black shadow in the night sky that kept getting bigger and bigger, and finally fell heavily on the ground in front of everyone. Rumble. Roll up a cloud of dust. Taking a closer look, everyone was stunned. I saw that this thing turned out to be a dark, brand new coffin, exuding an uncomfortable and terrifying smell. On the great day of the celebration banquet, someone actually delivered the coffin. And this coffin fell from the sky. Was it thrown in? How much effort is this? Is this really something humans can do? Ji Budwan didn't think about this, because he was already enraged. He shouted angrily towards the door of the manor, "Damn it, who dares to send a coffin to our Ji family? Who is not smart? Stand up for me." As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people also looked outside the manor with indignation. After all, they are now allied with the Ji family and must maintain the dignity in face of the Ji family. Day. At this time, footsteps could be heard outside the manor. Then, the figure of the owner of the footsteps slowly appeared in everyone's sight. 3 people in total. Standing on the left and right were Han Ruoyan and Lu Ruyan, and in the middle was a man they were all too familiar with, Yi Tians. When seeing Yi Tians, Ji Budwan, who was originally arrogant and furious, all the hair on his body stood up instantly, and his eyes almost popped out. He shouted out loud, It's you? Are you still alive?" Yi Tians narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Ha! Even a scum like you is still alive, how could I die?" At this moment, it's not just Ji Budwan. Luo Yuanliang and others, who were sitting on their chairs and ready to celebrate, all stood up with horrified expressions on their faces. Tang Bai said in a deep voice, "Lao Luo, didn't you confirm that Yi Tians is dead? What on earth is going on?" Luo Yueliang's face turned ugly. That bastard Rong Zidong lied about the military situation and deceived us all. The group of wealthy businessmen and guests attending the celebration banquet were all frightened and took several steps back. They had seen Yi Tian's methods, killing people like crazy and never being polite. Is this scene going to happen again tonight? At this time, Yi Tians glanced at Han Tianzheng and others. Everyone had minor or serious injuries. A trace of bloodthirsty coldness flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth and said, "It seems that this coffin is very suitable for everyone here today. Please accept it with a smile." Chapter 391 I don't believe you can kill everyone? Yi Tian's words were so powerful that many people present were frightened. After all, most of these people have seen Yi Tian's methods, and they have left an indelible impression to this day. Especially Ji Budwan felt that his internal organs were in knots with panic. Only then did he realize that the call Lu Yinji just made was not a joke, but serious. And many more. Ji Budwan suddenly realized something. He first glanced at Han Ruoyan and Lu Ruyan, then widened his eyes and said, You rescued the 2 of them, then my brother Ji Buxiu and those people stationed at the Han family." Yi Tians replied coldly, "They have already gone to fight the landlord with the king of hell, and it will be your turn soon." Boom. Ji Budwan's expression changed drastically. His last relative in the world also died in the hands of Yi Tians? Damn! Damn it! He was screaming inwardly. The expressions of Luo Yuanliang and Taoist priest Yunhai were extremely gloomy. Such a big thing happened, and they once again knew nothing about it. Is that bastard Wei Xing was such a waste? In comparison, Han Tianzhong, Wu Xingye and others all looked happy. Originally, they all learned the news of Yi Tian's murder from Ji Buduan. They were all sad and desperate, but they were still alive in the end. Very good. At this time, Manager Ma rolled his eyes. Thinking that now that the Ji family has united so many powerful forces, Yi Tian's actually came here with only 2 women who were powerless. No matter how powerful he is, can he still kill everyone? It's your turn to step up and impress the big guys. I saw him take half a step forward. He shouted coldly to Yi Tian's, today the big bosses gathered in the Ji family manor to hold a celebration party, it's not your turn to act wild. If you are wise, plead guilty and be punished, otherwise you will die without a burial place. Yi Tian's glanced at Manager Ma lightly. The distance between the 2 sides is about 10 meters. For Manager Ma, this seems to be a relatively safe distance. Since you like to show off so much, let's start with you. Yi Tian suddenly stamped the ground with 1 foot. A stone vibrated and flew up and landed in his hand, followed by a flick of his finger. Call out. The stone penetrated the air like a bullet and hit Manager Ma directly between the eyebrows. Manager Ma's eyes widened and he fell straight down. Manager Ma's death immediately caused an uproar. Killing! Killing! Run! It's too late if you wait any longer. Damn it, if I had known better, I wouldn't have come to this bullshit celebration and tricked us all. The whole manor was in chaos. Luo Yuanliang's face was extremely gloomy. He casually grabbed a fleeing wealthy businessman and pinched his neck. He shouted loudly, calm down, everyone. If anyone messes up again, I will kill him. This move immediately shocked the wealthy businessmen who were fleeing in confusion. For a moment, everyone stood there, trembling with fear, and even more at a loss. Luo Yuanliang pretended to be calm and said, everyone, don't panic. Now Han Tianzhang and others are in our hands. If he dares to act rashly again, I will order them all to be killed. I don't believe he can watch this. Many people died in our hands. This statement came out. The wealthy businessmen all breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Han Tianzhang and so many hostages are in the hands of the Ji family, I believe Yi Tian's will definitely not. Swish. However, Yi Tian's body suddenly disappeared from the spot at a speed that could not be caught by the naked eye. The next moment, he appeared in front of Han Tianzhang and others. Crackling. Just a few moves. The thugs who controlled Han Tianzhang and others all flew backwards, fell to the ground, and died suddenly on the spot. Wow. Everyone in the Ji family was shocked. Is this speed possible for humans? Yi Tian's did not hesitate and quickly untied the ropes from Han Tianzhang and others. Han Tianzhang said excitedly, Nephew Yi Xian, it's great that you are not dead. We were almost worried about you to death. Wu Xingye, Xiaoping, Zhou Shanshui, Zhou Jingjing, Cheng and others also looked excited. Finally saved. Faced with Ji Buduan's previous threats and persecutions, they were all tough and refused to give in. They were indeed right. Yi Tian said seriously to everyone, I'm sorry, because of my reasons, everyone got involved and suffered a lot, but don't worry, I will definitely uphold justice for everyone today and let these garbage people get the punishment they deserve. Han Tianzhang and others nodded. They believed Yi Tian's words 10,000 times. Although, the current situation seems to be still at Ji's home court, and the risk is still high. At this time, Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan also trotted over. Han Ruoyun saw injuries on the faces of Han Tianzhang and his wife, and her eyes were red with distress. The anger couldn't stop surging. She wished she was a master of martial arts and could rush up and kill all these bastards. She approached Yi Tian's. He lowered his voice and said, You can give that bastard Ji Buduan a breath later and let me handle it. When the time comes, you can let me serve you in any way you want, in any position. Gulu. Yi Tian swallowed. However, he pretended to be calm and just nodded. Wow. At this moment, a group of bodyguard thugs stationed at Ji's manor appeared. There were hundreds of people, surrounding Yi Tian and others on 3 levels inside and 3 outside. Luo Yuanliang said coldly, "So what if you rescue Han Tianzhong and others? These thugs have been hired by us with a lot of money recently. Each of them is brave and good at fighting. I don't believe you can kill them all with the surname Yi. What's more, now many forces in Jiangnan City have been integrated by us. As long as we give the order, they will come to support. No matter how good you are in fighting, can you still fight against everyone with your own strength?" Hear these words. The wealthy businessmen in the Ji family alliance were all excited. Mr. Luo's words are right, we can't mess up our position. That's right, he, Yi Tian, is just a man with 2 women, how can he cause any disturbance? The new president of the Black Tiger Club, Zhang Chunlei, will also come over later, There are 3,000 brothers from the Black Tiger Club going there, and this guy named Yi will be scared to death. Yes, I heard that Zhang Xiaohu, who was originally colluding with Yi Tian, was beaten into a loser, and he may not even know where he died. With this lesson learned, who else can help him? A voice sounded coldly at the door of the manor. Hey! I heard that I am dead. Why didn't I know about this? Everyone turned to look. I saw 2 figures coming side by side. It was Zhang Xiaohu and Zhao Feiyu who had just finished solving the Black Tiger Society headquarters and rushed over. Chapter 392. Let my people give you a sample. When they saw the appearance of these 2 people, everyone in the Ji family was instantly stunned. Zhang Xiaohu. He is actually still alive? Wait a minute, aren't the people from the Black Tiger Society trying to capture him? Why can he still come here safe and sound? The person next to him seems to be Zhao Feiyu from the provincial capital, the legendary Mr. Zhao whose strength has reached the level of a half-step god of war? Why did such a big shot come to Ji's house? In the midst of everyone's discussion, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhao Feiyu walked over, and the surrounding thugs all made a tacit understanding to get out of the way. Finally, the 2 men walked up to Yi Tian. He said respectfully, Mr. Yi, Zhang Chunlei and his loyal followers and other traitors have been killed. Now the Black Tiger Society has returned to my hands. Mr. Yi, Jiangnan City where you are is really interesting. Thank you for bringing me here to have fun this time. The attitude of the 2 people once again shocked everyone in the Ji family. This time it's not just the wealthy businessmen. Even senior executives such as Ji Boduan, Luo Yuanliang, and Taoist Yunhai felt numb and confused. The Black Tiger Club, which Zhang Chunlei had just rebelled against, was suddenly taken back by Zhang Xiaohu. The point is, we don't know anything about this. This is the Black Tiger Society with 3,000 brothers. Even if more than 3,000 pigs are taken away, it will not be so fast and there will be no movement at all, right? Also, why does Zhao Feiyu appear here? Why do you have such respect for Yi Tian? What is their relationship? For a moment, they felt that their 3 views were about to be overturned and exploded. It was more unreal than a dream. Luo Yuanliang's expression was quite ugly. He first raised his hand to Zhao Feiyu. Mr. Zhao, I wonder why you came to Ji's manor? Zhao Feiyu shook his fan. He replied very naturally, nothing, I just came to help Mr. Yi, and I will send you all to see the King of Hell, hee. Boom. Everyone in the Ji family trembled and their faces turned pale. Luo Yuanliang frowned and said in confusion, Mr. Zhao, do you know that behind the Ji family is the Rome family in our provincial capital? There are also friends from Yuanyang Valley present? Kill all of us, even if you are one of the 3 heroes in the provincial capital, you can't afford the consequences, right? Not to mention, we have never had any grudges with you in the past or today. Isn't this? Zhao Feiyu rolled his eyes. Who stipulates that I can't kill you if I don't have any hatred? Do you need a reason to kill? What a fucking idiot. Luo Yuanliang. What the hell, why doesn't this person make any sense? How did he know that when Zhao Feiyu was in the fallen city, the rules were that the strong should be respected, and killing only requires fists and no reason? This concept has been deeply rooted in his heart for a long time and cannot be changed. In short, the appearance of Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Xiuhu made everyone in the Ji family alliance feel the pressure. Ji Buduan held his breath and slowly stepped backwards, one step at a time. His intuition told him that before long, the entire Ji family manor might become a purgatory. And what he had to do was take this opportunity to run for his life. Damn it. It's all this bitch Lu Yanji's fault. She knew this would happen a long time ago and she didn't even make it clear on the phone. Ji Buduan complained unhappily. At this time, Luo Yuanliang stared at Yi Tiance and gritted his teeth coldly and said, "Yi, do you think that with the help of Mr. Zhao, you can make a comeback today and ruin our plan?" Yi Tiance said coldly, "You don't need Xiao Yuzi's help, you are doomed to fail today." Hear the words. Luo Yuanliang suddenly laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Yi Tiance, I admit that you are very smart and have many tricks. This time you caught us off guard. But it's a pity. Fortunately, Luo had thought of this most unfortunate result in advance, so he spent a lot of money in advance, and in addition to Yuanyang Valley's reputation, he hired a large number of top killers from the Dishes sect, more than 50. Nowadays, these killers have been lurking throughout Jiangnan City, just waiting for something to happen. If something unexpected happens, they will be fully mobilized. Sure enough, they finally came in handy. Just now, I sent a text message. These killers have already set off and will rush over to help immediately. Hear this. Everyone in the Ji Family Business Alliance was pleasantly surprised. Let me go, Mr. Luo actually still hides this trick, we didn't even know it. The Dishes sect? Isn't that the top assassin organization in Tiannan province? Their methods are very cruel. There are countless strong people. With them here, Yi Tiance has no chance even if Mr. Zhao helps him. More than 50 killers? Then there are almost half of the people in the Dishes sect, right? As expected of Mr. Luo, he is so powerful. Ha, you surname Ji, you didn't expect that, did you? Mr. Luo has a backup plan, let's see how you kill us all. Hear these words. The expressions of Han Tianjing and others changed. They had heard of the name Dishes sect, and it was a frightening existence. If they were to dispatch more than 50 killers, the difference in numbers would definitely put them at a disadvantage. However, Yi Tiance's expression was calm. He said calmly, then where are the Dishes sect killers you mentioned? Why don't you let them come out and take a look? He. Luo Yuanliang sneered, since you are so anxious to die, I won't be polite. I saw him raising the fan in his hand. He shouted loudly, please also ask all the killer friends from the Dishes sect to show up immediately. This shout is very loud and impactful. However, the response to him was silence. What's going on? Luo Yuanliang frowned and murmured. He raised his voice again, friends of Dishes sect, please show up immediately as agreed. It was still quiet. This time, it wasn't just Luo Yuanliang who looked weird. Even the wealthy businessmen from the Ji Family Alliance were whispering. What's going on? Could it be that Mr. Luo has never contacted the Dishamen killer and has been deliberately intimidating him? I'm sorry, if this is really the case, we will be cheated. I have a very bad feeling. Is something really going to happen? See this. Yi Tiance shook his head and said with a faint smile, since your friends here don't want to show up, why not let my friends here give you a sample first? Bang bang bang. Yi Tiance clapped his hands and saw countless figures leaping in from all directions of the manor. Swish swish swish. After they landed, they all surrounded the central area of the manor. When Luo Yuanliang and others saw the appearance of this group of people, his eyes widened instantly. Lots of familiar faces. Coming from the east is Pang Huayuan, coming from the south is Zhu Guruiji and Wu Muhan, coming from the east is Zhong Tao, and coming from the west is a lean man holding a short sword. This person was one of the 3 Tiananmen gold medal killers sent by Luo Yuanliang. The guy who finally came and assassinated Taoist master Yulong and then left without a trace. Luo Yuanliang said in disbelief, why are you all here? Chapter 393 Luo Yuanliang, die. Luo Yuanliang felt that his brain was going to be unable to turn around. I really can't figure out why these people who couldn't go together would stand together and support Yi Tians. Especially the lean Tian Kanmen killer standing in front of him. Actually came back? Luo Yuanliang gritted his teeth and asked, Han Xing, why did you listen to Yi Tians? He has killed so many killers of your Tianjin sect and deserves death. The killer named Han Xing replied coldly, those people who want to kill Mr. Yi deserve death. Luo Yuanliang shouted coldly, your behavior is tantamount to betraying the Tianjin sect. If word spreads inside the Tianjin sect, you will be severely punished. Aren't you afraid? The voice just fell. Swish swish swish. From all directions, more than 20 figures jumped out of the darkness. Each of them exudes a cold and murderous aura, and their eyes are fierce. At first glance, it looks like something someone who has been killing people all year round would have. Everyone in the Ji family was horrified. Oh my god, isn't the third life-chasing soul on the left, Sua Feng? The Tiananmen's gold medal killer, a late-stage master, and I've seen his photo on the dark web. Look, the tall man on the far right is also the gold medal killer of the Tiananmen, the beast hunter, Bo Hong. He is also the late-stage master of the strength. What is this? The one in the middle is the most powerful one, the Tianjin sect's diamond killer, Shadowblade Feng Tianmeng. The person in charge of the Tianjin sect's branch in Jiangnan City, it is said that his strength has reached the state of Grand Master perfection. But why do so many Tiananmen killers suddenly come here? Could it be that they found a traitor among them and came to clean up the door? It's very possible that we can be saved. Luo Yuanliang's expression was ecstatic. Ha, it's better to come sooner than later. With these Tiananmen killers coming to help, they have enough power to fight against Yi Tians and the others. He said respectfully to the almost tightly wrapped man in black standing in the middle. Mr. Shadowblade, you also heard our conversation just now. Han Xing, your gold medal killer, actually publicly stated that your brothers were killed, and he also helped the enemy to do things. You can't sit idly by and watch. But Shadowblade's response made Luo Yuanliang's eyes widen instantly. Those people who assassinated Mr. Yi were indeed worthy of their death. Han Xing did nothing wrong. Then he turned around and bowed respectfully to Yi Tians at 90 degrees. Mr. Yi, according to your order, we have just cooperated with Zhong Tao, President Pang, and others to find all the killers of Disha sect lurking in Jiangnan City and kill them all. Yi Tians nodded slightly. Well done. Everyone else present was almost stunned by this conversation. Everyone in the Ji family alliance was completely panicked. Why would the killers of the Tiananmen help Yi Tians? They should obviously be enemies. No wonder the Disha sect killers didn't respond. It turns out they were all killed by the Tianzan sect killers. Although the Disha sect is the top killer organization in Tiannan province, it is still not enough in front of the top killer organization in the Dragon Kingdom like the Tianjin sect, even though it is only a branch force in Tiannan province. It's finished. We're all finished. Damn it, you shouldn't have come to this bullshit celebration tonight. This is simply a memorial service. It's not just them. Even Han Ruoyan, Lu Ruoyan, Han Tianzhong and other people who were close to Yi Tians looked incredulous. You know, just when many killers from the Tianjin sect appeared, they were all worried about Yi Tians. The result was a 180-degree reversal. This also made them more curious about Yi Tians. This man always seems to bring them surprises and surprises. Only Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Xiuhu had calm expressions. Because they knew very well that the reason why the people of Tianjin sect were respectful to Yi Tians was because Yi Tians had found the leader of Tianjin sect who was imprisoned in the fallen city. After all, that guy had to be respectful in front of Yi Tians. That's exactly what happened. Yi Tiance gave the killer Han Xing the water of Mandala and controlled him to kill Taoist Yunlong. This person escaped from the pursuit by Luo Yuanliang and others, but after the medicine wore off, he was so frightened that he immediately returned to the Tiannan province headquarters of Tianquan sect. After reporting the matter, the whole Tianzanmen clan was furious. The person in charge, Shadow Blade, immediately stated that he would send a large number of masters to kill Yi Tiance. However, at this moment, he received a long-lost phone call. It was actually the door manager who called. You must know that after the sect leader was arrested many years ago, there is no news about his life or death, and the Tianzan sect is crumbling and falling apart. Shadow Blade was once the sect leader's attendant and was very loyal to him. He had struggled to maintain the power of the Tianzan sect over the years, just waiting for the sect leader to return. When he learned that the sect leader was not dead, Shadow Blade was extremely excited. The sect leader solemnly confessed that he must obey Mr. Ye's orders and respect Yi Tiance more than respecting him. Although Shadow Blade didn't understand the reason, the sect leader's words were the decree. Afterwards, Shadow Blade took the initiative to contact Yi Tiance and jointly formulated this plan. It just so happened that nearly half of the forces of the Disha sect were wiped out this time, which could be regarded as a serious loss of a competitor for the Tianzan sect. At this moment, Luo Yuanliang's whole body was numb. He thought that he had done all the tricks, but in the end he was defeated by a young boy. He was really unwilling to do so. Puff! With the intense fire attacking his heart, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lao Luo, are you okay? Tang Bai quickly helped Luo Yuanliang. Luo Yuanliang shook his head. He stared at Yi Tiance unwillingly. Since you have such rich connections and such a strong background, why didn't you expose it earlier? If you had shown it from the beginning, we would not have been your enemy at all, and things would not have turned out like this. Yi Tiance responded lightly, you still think that what you see now is all my background? Ha, ants are indeed ants. No matter when, their vision is always so shallow. Luo Yuanliang's eyes widened. With the support of many powerful forces such as Tianzanmen, Zhaogonzi, and Black Fox Club, isn't this his entire background? You must know that with this background alone, even the 4 major families in the provincial capital must avoid his edge. Something suddenly occurred to him. For this 100 billion order project, the attitude of the most important party, Tianlong Group, seemed ambiguous from the beginning. Everyone says that there is a big shot behind the Tianlong Group. Could it be that? Luo Yuanliang's eyes widened. Wrong. It was so wrong from the start. Second Master, you have offended the person you least deserve to offend. Luo Yuanliang wanted to inform Rong Tianli about this immediately, but this was obviously impossible to achieve. Because Yi Tiance's figure has appeared in front of Luo Yuanliang. Without any hesitation, he slapped his Tianling guy directly. Bang! The latter's head exploded like a watermelon. The red and white liquid burst out, and the body fell straight down. Chapter 394 Soul-Destroying Curse. After Luo Yuanliang's death, the scene was in an uproar again. Those wealthy businessmen from the Ji family alliance were completely unable to hold on any longer. It's murder. Another one dies. This man named Ji is simply a devil. What should I do? I want to live, no matter what the cost, I want to live. Immediately, a wealthy businessman knelt down and kowtowed to Yi Tiance without any regard for dignity. Mr. Yi, please let me go for once. I was threatened by the Ji family to attend this celebration. This was not my intention at all. After someone took the lead, others immediately followed and knelt down. And me, I am also being forced, don't kill me. Mr. Yi, as long as you let me go, I am willing to dedicate 50% of my net worth to you, please. For a time, the entire lawn of the manor was filled with wealthy businessmen kneeling down. All of them were pale and trembling. Yi Tiance glanced at them, his expression unmoved. There is no regret medicine in this world. If you make a mistake, you are wrong. Besides, I have given many of you opportunities before. If you don't know how to cherish them, then go down and keep company with them. Hear this. These wealthy businessmen were frightened to death. They don't want to die and will not give up any chance of survival. So someone kneeled and crawled towards Han Tianzheng and others, crying, "Master Han, please help us speak and ask Yi Tiance to let us go. I'm sorry, we shouldn't have ridiculed you just now. Please lend a helping hand. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Considering the fact that we have known each other for many years, you can't just ignore him. I kowtow to you." This scene formed a very sharp and ironic contrast with the previous scene where they collectively mocked Han Tianzheng. If it were in the past, Han Tianzheng might consider interceding for them. After all, many people present have known each other for many years, and some of them are even partners. But after these 2 days of detention, and just seeing the successful faces of this group of people, he had already understood a truth: to be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Therefore, Han Tianzheng simply refused. You have chosen this path yourself. There is nothing Han can do to help you. The most I can do is help you burn a piece of paper when you are in your first 7 years. The rest of the people treated him coldly, with no intention of standing up and speaking out. Everyone is completely desperate. And this time, Shadowblade stepped forward and said to Yi Tiance, "Mr. Yi, there is no need to dirty your hands with this garbage. Just leave it to us. We guarantee that they will experience the most enjoyable service." Yi Tiance nodded. Shadowblade gave him a look. The gang of killers under his command, without any sloppiness, stepped forward and each drew out their daggers, and neatly wiped the necks of the wealthy businessmen. Puff! Blood splattered and he died. In less than 10 seconds, more than 30 corpses were left on the ground. The professional team takes action and the efficiency is high. At this time, the only people in the Ji family in the manor were the high-level bosses such as Taoist priest Yunhai, Tung Bai, and the elite thugs. It's just that these thugs were paralyzed by fear and lost all will to fight after the Tiankan sect killers appeared. Elder Yunhaido's face was filled with complex expressions. He gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, Pindao is the elder of Yuanyang Valley. He was deceived by these bastards from the Ji family and got into this situation by mistake. It was not his intention. If there is nothing else, Pindao will leave. He wants to grease the soles of his feet and run away. Although he is strong, he is only at the peak of his master's level. Facing so many masters in front of him, even with Shinmen skills, he will not be able to survive for long." Wait! Yi Tiance's cold voice sounded. Taoist priest Yunhai's heart skipped a beat, but he still pretended to be calm. "Little friend Yi, what advice do you have?" Yi Tiance said calmly, "You can leave if you want, stay if you want to stay." "What do you think we are?" Taoist priest Yunhai frowned. "Pindao has already explained that this matter has nothing to do with me. Pindao was not involved in the kidnapping of your friend and other matters, and he had no fault at all. How can he still be involved? Don't forget, behind Pindao is Yuanyang Valley, one of the 3 major Shinmen forces in Tiannan province. Pindao also wants to represent Yuanyang Valley in the Shinmen conference. Does Yi Xiaoyu really want to cause trouble?" Taoist Master Yunhai believed that Yi Tiance would take a step back when he said this. After all, Yuanyang Valley's influence in Tiannan province should not be underestimated, and the Tiannan province Shinmen conference will be held soon. At any juncture, no one with some sense will deliberately offend the Shinmen forces. But it's a pity. The person he faced was Yi Tiance, and he was the most unfavorable person to hear threats. "Ha, old Taoist priest, don't describe yourself as too important. The fish will die and the net will break? Are you Yuanyang Valley worthy? Can a fat-headed fish like you still tear through my shark net?" Taoist Master Yunhai said in a deep voice, "So today, it's not okay for the poor Taoist not to hand over his life here?" Yi Tiance smiled lightly and said, "It seems you are not completely confused yet. Crazy kid, even if I die, I will take you, the little bastard, away with me. He pulled out a red mahogany sword from his sleeve. I saw lines of tiny strange runes engraved on the surface. He shouted loudly and stabbed Yi Tiance in the chest as fast as he could. Facing the stabbing sword, Yi Tiance did not dodge, and easily caught the tip of the mahogany sword with his 2 fingers. The dignified elder of Yuanyang Valley, is this all his strength? Taoist priest Yunhai smiled coldly. Crazy kid, you really fell into the trap. Urgent like a law edict. Taoist priest Yunhai roared loudly. Buzz. I saw the Taomu sword shaking slightly. A layer of red runes appeared on the surface of the sword, and then moved quickly and spread to Yi Tiance's arm. The moment it touched Yi Tiance's arm, his whole body trembled slightly and he took half a step back. Moreover, these runes spread on Yi Tiance's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Saw this scene. The expressions of everyone present changed. What is this? It looks very sinister. At this time, Taoist Master Yunhai laughed proudly and said, "Ha! Mr. Yi, it seems that this is your first time fighting against our Xianmen people, so you don't know the depth. You must know that martial arts practice is nothing more than physical fitness for us. The reason why our Xianmen has been passed down for thousands of years and has the status it has today is actually due to the mysterious and unpredictable mystical methods. Just now, your fingers came into contact with the secret soul-destroying curse of Yuanyang Valley that I planted in Tao Mujian, and the curse seal has attached itself to your body. As long as you silently recite the mantra and activate the spell, you will die suddenly within 3 seconds. So now that the tables have turned again, how do you get out of this predicament? He. Chapter 395 The Spell Rebounds. This statement came out. Everyone was horrified. No one expected that Taoist Master Yunhai would have a backup plan in this situation. Is this the background of Elder Yuanyang Valley? Han Ruoyan gritted his teeth and said, this stinky old man actually uses such insidious means, it's damning. Lu Ruyan hated the iron and said, this pervert was carelessly tricked at the critical moment. My sister and I are so angry. The expressions of Zhuge Ruizhi, Pang Huaduan, Zhong Tao and others could not hide their worries. No. I've heard of this soul-destroying curse before. It kills people invisible and is impossible to guard against. It's just that as far as I know, the soul-destroying curse is very difficult to practice. Only the Valley Master of Yuanyang Valley can master it completely. I didn't expect Taoist Master Yunhai to be able to use it. It's hidden deep enough. The panic and fear he showed just now must have been staged on purpose. He just wanted Brother Yi to be careless, this old bastard. Han Ruoyan said quickly, smelly Taoist priest, I remind you not to act rashly. Taoist Master Yunhai smiled sinisterly. Haha, little girl, please understand, the initiative in the situation is now in Pindo's hands. As long as Pindao has a thought, your sweetheart will die suddenly. He looked around. He said vigilantly, I know that a few of you are stronger than me, and are you planning to sneak attack and kill Pindao when I am not prepared? I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible, because even if you kill me, the soul-destroying curse will not be broken. Swish. Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan became very pale. Han Ruoyun bit her lip. Then what are you going to do to let Yi Tiance go? No matter what conditions you offer, I will try my best to agree to it. Taoist Master Yunhai smiled proudly and said, Pindo's conditions are very simple. Let me go and let me take this man named Ji with me to Yuanyang Valley. Our Yuanyang Valley is willing to invite him as a guest. Ha ha. Everyone looked very ugly. In fact, as things stand now, it doesn't matter if Taoist Master Yunhai leaves. But asking him to take Yi Tiance away to Yuanyang Valley, wouldn't that be sending a sheep into a tiger's den? Han Ruoyan bit her lip and said, I am willing to follow you for Yi Tiance. As long as I am in your hands, they will not kill you. Hear the words. Lu Ruyan said quickly, Big cow, you don't need to take my place. Let me take my place. No matter what, I am still the eldest lady of the Lu family. People from Yuanyang Valley won't dare to do anything to me if they take me away. Han Ruoyan said seriously, "It's now time, you little mediocre person, don't get involved. This lady is Yi Tian's first fiancée, I have to stand up." Lu Ruyan was about to say something. Taoist Master Yunhai sneered, "Ha! Young people just like to stage this kind of love drama. It's a pity that Pindao is not interested in any of you. Either let me take Yi Tian's away today, or I will die with him. You have no chance. Select." A voice suddenly sounded faintly, "Old man, why do you think you can make decisions about my life and death?" Taoist priest Yunhai immediately turned his head and found that the person speaking was Yi Tian's. He frowned. "You must know that people who are hit by the soul-destroying curse will fall into a state of coma and sluggishness within a short period of time. But Yi Tian's didn't seem to be affected much? Could it be that the soul-destroying curse has failed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The soul-destroying curse is a top-notch spell passed down from generation to generation in Yuanyang Valley, and it has never failed. Maybe it's just that Yi Tian's mental strength is relatively strong, so he didn't faint and become sluggish? But no matter what, as long as the spell is still cast on him, this kid's life and death will be in the hands of Pindao." I felt relieved. Taoist Master Yunhai said arrogantly, "Boy, I admit that you are very strong, and you will definitely not be your opponent in a head-on fight, but unfortunately, no matter how strong you are, it will be in vain in front of the soul-destroying curse. Be honest and obedient, and don't seek death." The corner of Yi Tian's mouth curled up. "Oh? Then I want to see what is going on with this self-destruction." Taoist Master Yunhai frowned and said, "What do you mean? It's not interesting, I just want to see if the soul-destroying curse is really that powerful, or are you bragging on purpose?" Yi Tian suddenly took a step forward, clasped Taoist priest Yunhai's wrist with his right hand, and twisted it harder. The latter suddenly grimaced in pain. "You brat, are you crazy? Are you really not afraid of the poor man reciting the mantra silently?" Yi Tian said indifferently, "Whatever you want." He continued to twist Taoist Master Yunhai's wrist. If he continued like this, he would soon break it. Damn it! Taoist priest Yunhai was extremely anxious. He originally thought that the soul-destroying curse could shock Yi Tian's, but he didn't expect that this kid would be so brave and choose to be tough. Are all young people today so bold? Not only him, but everyone else present was confused and shocked. Han Ruoyan said anxiously, "Yi Tian's, don't provoke him. If this stinking Taoist priest recites the incantation silently, you will be finished." Lu Ruyan also said, "We don't need to have a hard conflict with him. We can easily negotiate any conditions." Yi Tian's turned a deaf ear. He stared at Taoist Master Yunhai silently, with a mocking expression on his face. "Old man, I'm telling you that your soul-destroying curse is just a trick to scare people. You have to brag about it so much. It's the secret of Yuanyang Valley, it's just bullshit. You fart." Taoist priest Yunhai was so angry that his face turned red, veins popped up on his forehead, and his chest heaved violently. The reputation of Yuanyang Valley cannot be insulted. You asked for this. In this case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Go to hell. The enraged Taoist priest Yunhai couldn't care less. Immediately recite the mantra silently. Buzz. The red runes attached to Yi Tian's body were about to spread to all parts of Yi Tian's body. Everyone on Yi Tian's side looked anxious and at a loss. But at this moment, an unexpected scene occurred. The red runes originally attached to Yi Tian's body moved along Yi Tian's arm to his right hand at extremely fast speeds, and then quickly passed from his right hand to Taoist priest Yunhai's arm and entire body. Taoist Master Yunhai's soul-destroying curse actually bounced back to him? And all this happened in less than 2 seconds. Fuck. This? Taoist priest Yunhai's eyes widened. What did this kid do? You kid also knows the magic of Xianmen? Taoist Master Yunhai asked in disbelief. A harmless smile appeared on Yi Tian's lips. How about you take a guess? I'm already in my 70s or 80s, and I'm not a child. What a silly guess. Taoist priest Yunhai has broken through the defense. Buzz. The runes on his body suddenly glowed brightly, and quickly penetrated into Taoist master Yunhai's skin, eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and other places. The soul-destroying curse has struck. Not good. Taoist master Yunhai wanted to recite the mantra silently to stop the spell, but it was already too late. Oh my god. Poof. Taoist Yunhai roared unwillingly, but as a mouthful of old blood spurted out, his heart stopped beating instantly and he fell down on his back. I will never die with my eyes in peace. Chapter 396 The Origin of the Injection Medicine. The death of Taoist master Yunhai shocked everyone. Pang Huayuan, Zhuge Ruizhi and others were excited. As expected of Mr. Yi, even mystical magic like the soul-destroying curse has no effect on him. It turns out that Mr. Yi also knows mystical arts, which is amazing. Taoist master Yunhai, this old thief has done many evil things and deserves to die. Both Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, as long as Yi Tiance is fine. Zhao Feiyu and Zhang Xiaohu were the only two people present, and they never showed any worried expressions from beginning to end. After all, in their hearts, Yi Tiance is invincible. Regardless of whether you are a master of martial arts or an elder of Shinmen, in front of the young city lord, you are just an ant and cannot make any waves. After Yi Tiance finished dealing with Taoist priest Yunhai, he looked at Fujibuji, who had already turned pale. Yi Tiance had never had any dealings with this old guy before. All I know is that this old guy is quite accomplished in medical skills, and he prepared the mandala water, which is quite mysterious. Yi Tiance took a step forward. Swish. The figure instantly appeared in front of Fujibu Medical. Tang Bai swallowed nervously. His strength is only at the early stage of Grandmaster, and he knows that he is no match for Yi Tiance. But he still managed to maintain his composure. What do you want to do? Yi Tiance said calmly, it's nothing, I just want to ask a question. If the answer satisfies me, I may consider letting you live. Is this true? Yi Tiance nodded. Tang Bai's eyes flashed with excitement. You said that as long as I know the old man, I will tell you everything. Yi Tiance took out a small syringe and handed it to him. You should know this thing, right? Tang Bai's pupils shrank suddenly. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, I know him, I gave it to Rong Zidong. Where did it come from? For this eye. Tang Bai hesitated, his eyes evaded, and he was unwilling to answer honestly. Ha ha. Yi Tiance sneered, grabbed Tang Bai by the neck, and lifted him up. Don't want to say it? Then go down and accompany them. Don't. I said it all. Tang Bai was so panicked. The potion here was given to me by the second master, not prepared by me myself. Rong Tianli? He also knows how to prepare medicine? Tang Bai shook his head, how did he know this? I only know that he bought it from others. The price of each potion is as high as 5 million, so even the second master only has a few in his hands. Moreover, this kind of medicine has requirements for matching the human body. The failure rate of injecting it into the human body is as high as over 90%. Anyone who fails will die on the spot. This resulted in a very high cost of success, and Eri only purchased a small amount. Yi Tiance nodded. He had made speculations about this before. This kind of perverted potion definitely cannot guarantee a high success rate, otherwise the world would have been in chaos. Then do you know where Rong Tianli bought it from? Tang Bai replied, I can't confirm where it comes from, but I know that every time he purchases this potion, he will have contact with people from the Blue Dragon Society in advance. King Longhui? Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly. Isn't this King Longhui the underground force created by Emperor Chengqing back then? At its peak, it was the strongest underground force in Tiannan province. But later Chen Qingdi and Lu Yanji left the Dragon Kingdom, and the Qinglong Society gradually disappeared in Tiannan province. It wasn't until Lu Yenji suddenly reappeared a few months ago that the Qinglong Society seemed to be taking action again. This powerful potion is actually related to Qinglong. Does that mean Lu Yenji is also involved in this matter? Yi Tiance was thinking secretly in his heart. He asked, have there ever been any intersection between Rong Tianli and Lu Yenji? What? Fujibuyi was stunned for a moment. His expression seemed to be tangled for 2 seconds, and then he gritted his teeth and said, I can only tell you about this, actually. But in the middle of his answer, Yi Tiance suddenly felt a strong danger signal coming. He subconsciously wanted to pull Tang Bai's body back. The result is still 0.1 seconds slower. Call out. A sharp sound broke through the air. A bullet directly shattered Fujibuchi's head. Yi Tiance's eyes narrowed and he looked in the direction where the bullet came from. I saw a black shadow jumping down from a tall tree hundreds of meters away and disappearing in the blink of an eye. If you want to catch up from such a long distance, it will definitely be too late. This sudden scene. Not only was it beyond Yi Tiance's expectation, it was also beyond the expectations of everyone present. Ah Cheng stepped forward quickly. After looking at Fujibuchi's body, he checked the warheads left on the ground. He frowned and said, it was a sniper. From such a long distance, he can shoot a headshot with one shot. He is very professional. After all, Ah Cheng is a sniper. When Rong Meiyan was almost kidnapped, Ah Cheng had killed someone with a long-range sniper. Yi Tiance narrowed his pupils slightly. Obviously, this sniper got there in advance. But who is this sniper? And why did he suddenly kill Tang Bai? Is it? Just when Yi Tiance was analyzing. At the same time, Shadowblade had already led the killers of Tianzanmen and chased in the direction where the sniper had just fired. Although I am not sure whether I can catch it, I still have to try. Hey! Hey! The attention of these guys has been distracted. What a God-given opportunity. On the other hand, behind a rockery somewhere in the manor, Ji Buduan couldn't help but proudly came up with this idea. As early as Yi Tiance appeared, the intuition developed from many previous struggles told Ji Buduan that he must escape quickly, otherwise his life would be difficult to save. As for Luo Yuanliang, Taoist Master Yunhai and others, ha ha! He had no hope at all. After all, if Yi Tiance dared to come to the door like this, it meant that he must have been behind the scenes. So Ji Buduan took advantage of the chaos and carefully escaped from everyone's sight. Right now, there happened to be an accident where Tang Bai was killed by a sniper. It gave him a good opportunity to escape. I remember that behind the rockery behind the corner in front, there was a tunnel we secretly hidden. It was intentionally left by my father when we built the manor. It can lead directly to the outside of the manor. As long as I enter the tunnel, even if they have the ability to reach heaven, they will be able to reach the sky. It's impossible to find me. Ji Buduan murmured in his heart. Carefully walked towards the direction of the hidden tunnel. And he didn't meet anyone along the way. Soon, he came to the back of the rockery at the corner. And an iron manhole cover was found in the grass behind the rockery. Ji Buduan gritted his teeth and sighed, we will meet again later, Mr. Yi. I will remember this hatred. Just when he opened the manhole cover and was about to jump down, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Hey, Master Ji, where do you want to go? Chapter 397 Please fly first. Swish. Ji Buduan turned his head sharply. He saw a familiar figure squatting on the rockery directly in front, staring at him with a sneer. Isn't it Ji Tiance or who? What? What? Ji Buduan screamed in fright and took 2 steps back. He asked in disbelief, why are you here? He was obviously very careful, and no one should have noticed his movements at all, but he was still discovered. Yi Tiance said calmly, you took advantage of the chaos in the last bidding meeting and sneaked away. Why do you think you can succeed this time? Depend on. Ji Buduan clenched his fists and was about to escape, but in the end he failed. Not reconciled. Yi Tiance jumped down from the rockery and walked slowly towards Ji Budwan. Ji Budwan threatened with a trembling voice, "You, don't come here, otherwise I will hit the rockery immediately and die, leaving you with nothing to gain and no way to ask questions." Really? Then hurry up and take a look, let me see your determination. Ji Budwan glanced at the rockery beside him, with all the sharp bumps and convexities. If you hit it hard with your head, you might really be able to kill him with one blow. But what if he survived the collision? How much does that hurt? The point is, he hasn't lived enough yet and doesn't want to die at all. Not to mention that he is the only one left in the Ji family now. His death means that the Ji family is completely gone. What's more important is that if he dies with such a great hatred, he will definitely die in peace. He gritted his teeth and made an instant decision. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Thump. Just kneel down. Grandpa, my grandson has realized his mistake. My grandson will never dare to do it again. Please let me go again. As long as you let me live, I am willing to dedicate all the assets of the Ji family to you, and I will not keep any of it. Please, please. Dong dong dong. He knocked his head hard and hit his head on the stone pavement. It was soon bruised and bleeding. Ah! Yi Tiance sneered. Master Ji, have you ever counted how many times you have knelt down to admit your mistake to me, and how many times you have called me grandpa? Ji Budwan looked embarrassed. In fact, he couldn't remember how many, because there were so many times. Yi Tiance continued, as the saying goes, there is no such thing as over and over again, so this time Grandpa is not going to forgive you, so please. He stepped forward, grabbed Ji Budwan's neck, and picked him up. Ji Budwan immediately felt a strong sense of suffocation, kicked his legs wildly, and his pupils were wide open. No! Don't kill me! Yi Tiance stared at him. I'd better ask you to fly first. He suddenly threw Ji Budwan away, and the latter turned into a parabola and flew directly from the rockery in the garden to the lawn where everyone was. Call out. At this moment, Ji Budwan enjoyed the freedom like the wind and the feeling of flying. The whole person flew more than 40 meters away. Finally, he fell heavily on the lawn. Bang! It rolled on the ground several times before stopping. What? Ji Budwan felt that his internal organs were about to be shattered, and he was in so much pain. Puff! He also vomited a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. This time, he almost fell to death. Hua hua hua. Everyone on the lawn surrounded him. Isn't this Ji Budwan? Where was this kid hiding just now? I almost forgot about him. This time the Ji family suddenly launched an attack. Although it was Luo Yuanliang's plan, it is inseparable from this bastard. We must not let him go. Ji Budwan, you knew earlier why you did it in the first place. You're still alive after falling from such a distance. You're pretty lucky. Yi Tiance returned to everyone. Zhang Xiaohu asked, Mr. Yi, how do you plan to deal with this guy? Yi Tiance said, I promised Yun Yun just now that I would leave Ji Bo's fate to her. Let's see what she thinks. Hear this. Han Ruoyun walked out. He looked down at Ji Budwan, who was lying on the ground vomiting blood. Han Ruoyun said coldly, Ji Budwan, you asked people to forcibly transfer our Han family's assets and kidnapped my parents to be punished. Do you know your crime? Ji Budwan felt desperate at this moment. He didn't understand that his plan was perfect and foolproof every time. The result was all kinds of slaps in the face and constant defeats. Driven by his survival instinct, he struggled to make a sound. All this was planned by Luo Yuanliang's bastards. Ahem. I'm just a puppet who was put in front of me. It's really not my fault. Ji Budwan, as a man, you dare to do it but don't admit it. It's really disgusting. Han Ruoyun raised his foot and stepped hard on Ji Budwan's arm. You must know that Ji Budwan was seriously injured by the fall, and his limbs were broken. If he applied even the slightest force, he would be in excruciating pain, let alone Han Ruoyun's foot. It's so sour and refreshing that I can't describe it. Ah! Damn it! I was wrong. Ji Budwan stretched his neck and roared like a killing pig, his eyes almost popped out. But his begging for mercy and apology did not inspire the slightest sympathy in Han Ruoyun. Because during the 2 days she was detained, she had secretly made the decision that no matter what the cost, she would make these bastards who hurt her and her family pay with their lives. So she raised her foot and stepped hard on Ji Budwan's other arm. Creaky! Accompanied by Ji Budwan's screams. Not far away, Lu Ruyan's scalp felt numb. Even though she always bickered with Han Ruoyun, she was never afraid. But at this moment, when she felt Han Ruoyun's true anger, she realized how scary this woman was when she became ruthless. It seems that if you quarrel with the big cow in the future, you must not become your enemy. Otherwise, sister, I won't be able to bear it. Lu Ruyan sighed secretly in her heart. It's not just him. Zhang Xiaowu, Zhuge Ruizhi, Zhao Feiyu and others present were all filled with emotions even though they were well informed. TSK. As expected of Mr. Ye's woman, not only is she beautiful, she is also very decisive. Sister-in-law is too fierce. Can Brother Yi be able to handle it in the future? You have to carry it even if you can't bear it. Ji Budwan was tortured by Han Ruoyun for only a few minutes before his eyes darkened from the pain and he passed out. Han Ruoyun said dissatisfied, "It's really boring. It won't work so soon." In that case, little Cici, why don't you send him down to reunite with his family? Yi Tiance nodded. After fighting against this Ji Budwan until now, it's time to end this game today. But that's it. A female voice suddenly sounded from a little distance away. Wait a moment. Everyone turned their heads. But I saw a very unexpected person trotting in. Even Yi Tiance frowned. What is she doing here? The person who came was a familiar face wearing a black hip-hugging skirt and exuding an aloof and cold air. It turned out to be Xiao Qingcheng. Chapter 398. What qualifications do you, Xiao Qingcheng, have? The appearance of Xiao Qingcheng surprised many people. Zhao Feiyu asked in a low voice, Xiao Huzi, who is this woman? She looks very good. Zhang Xiaohu replied in a low voice, she is Xiao Qingcheng. She has been married to Mr. Yi for 3 years. In the end, she fell in love with Mr. Yi and took the initiative to file for divorce. Now the two of them are in the divorce cooling-off period. It seems that there are only a few days left before receiving the certificate. Zhao Feiyu twitched the corners of his eyes. Good guy, you can't even look down on people like Mr. Yi, but you are still willing to propose divorce? This woman's brain circuit is a bit strange. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, who says it's not the case? But no matter what, this is Mr. Ye's private matter. If you want me to see it, it is better for us to see no evil and hear no evil. The more you know, the more dangerous it is. Hey! That makes sense. Zhao Feiyu coughed lightly. He cupped his hands to Yi Tiance and said, Mr. Yi, I still have some urgent matters in the provincial capital. I'm going back first. You can greet me when you go to the provincial capital another day. He. Put down this sentence. The figure flashed and disappeared. Zhang Xiaohu also held up his hands and said, Mr. Yi, the Black Tiger Association has just stabilized internally, and there are still many things waiting for me, so I will withdraw first. Quickly turn around and sneak away. Which of the other people present is not a human being? Everyone found reasons to say goodbye or go elsewhere to see if there was anyone left in the Ji family. Some members of the Black Fox Club were left behind to dispose of the bodies of Taoist priest Yunhai, Luo Yuan Liang, and wealthy businessmen from the Ji family alliance at the Ji family manor. The elite thugs were also controlled one after another. Things seemed to be coming to an end, but they seem to be just the beginning. This is of course because of the appearance of Xiao Qingcheng. She glanced around at the bodies being processed and the bloodstains on the ground that had not been cleaned up, and took a deep breath. So many people died. She looked at Lu Ruyan again. He breathed a sigh of relief. His former best friend was fine. Then, she looked at Yi Tiance again, with slightly complicated emotions. Previously, she heard rumors that Yi Tiance died outside, so the Ji family held a celebration party for this. Although she kept hinting that her fate with Yi Tiance was over, she even complained and disliked him. But after hearing the news, I couldn't help but feel worried and agitated. After much hesitation, she decided to come over and take a look. If possible, I still plan to ask Ji Buduan to ask him not to do things too badly. After all, the people implicated by Yi Tiance do not deserve to die no matter what. As a result, Yi Tiance not only did not die, but also saved everyone, leaving the Ji family in complete defeat. Although she didn't know the details of what happened during the whole process. But seeing that Yi Tiance was fine still made her feel a lot more relaxed. Han Ruoyan asked warily, "What are you doing here?" Xiao Qingcheng opened her mouth. I wanted to tell the truth, but after thinking about it, I still felt it was unnecessary. He shook his head and said, "Nothing." Han Ruoyun said coldly, "You are not here to attend the celebration party, right? After all, I heard that your divorced husband died, and we died together. Isn't it worth being happy?" Xiao Qingcheng frowned. "Miss Han, please don't slander others and make everyone think so bad." Lu Ruyan hesitated. He lowered his voice to Han Ruoyan and said, "Big cow, although Xiao Qingcheng and I have broken up, I know very well that she is not the kind of woman who would add insult to injury and be ruthless. Of course, the problems of being overly conceited, overly strong, and self-centered cannot be changed." Humph. Han Ruoyun pouted. She also understood Xiao Qingcheng's character and knew that the other party would not do such a thing, but she couldn't help but want to lash out when she saw Xiao Qingcheng. This woman gets angry every time she sees her. After all, who allowed her to occupy her own family, Xiao Sisi, for 3 years and not cherish it at all but kick her away? It's really hateful. Xiao Qingcheng glanced at Ji Buduan, whose life or death was uncertain on the ground. He said to Yi Tiance, Can you let him go for once? Okay? Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly, not expecting that she would suddenly make such a request. Han Ruoyun's face darkened. Hey! Xiao Qingcheng, do you know what you are talking about? This bastard Ji Buduan has done so many disgusting things and committed so many crimes. You actually plead for such a person? Lu Ruyan was also displeased and said, Qingcheng, are you really interested in this kind of garbage? She really couldn't figure it out. Xiao Qingcheng looked down on an outstanding man like Yi Tiance, but instead looked at a humble guy like Ji Buduan? Do you even want to plead for him? Faced with the two questioning, Xiao Qingcheng said seriously, how could I fall in love with that bastard Ji Buduan? I wish he would die here right away. After all, just 2 days ago, Ji Buduan almost defiled her in the office of the president of Xiao Group. As a result, she has been having nightmares for the past 2 days. Lu Ruyan was even more puzzled. Then why do you still plead for him? This time, Xiao Qingcheng did not answer her question. Instead, he said to Yi Tiance, I just want to ask you to spare his life, is that okay? Yi Tiance's expression showed no emotion. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Qingcheng, making the latter feel on pins and needles. About 10 seconds later, Yi Tiance finally spoke. The voice was indifferent. What qualifications do you think you have to ask me to do things now? Boom. These emotionless words made Xiao Qingcheng tremble instantly, and her heart seemed to be stabbed hard by the tip of a needle. Unspeakably uncomfortable. Once upon a time, the latter would always obey 100% of what she said to Yi Tiance. But at this moment, she was asked what qualifications she had? Even if I file for divorce, you shouldn't show no mercy at all, right? So Xiao Qingcheng's stubborn temper came back again. She frowned. Can't you ask for help if you don't have the qualifications? Yi Tiance, don't think that you don't take anyone seriously now that you have become powerful. I, Xiao Qingcheng, asked you to let Ji Buduan go. I was obviously thinking about it for you. Don't make it look like I'm begging you to do something. Hear this. Han Ruoyun immediately became unhappy. President Xiaode is so eloquent. Why can't I see that letting this bastard Ji Buduan go is for the benefit of my little Cici? What kind of alien brain circuit is this? Lu Ruyan also looked confused. Xiao Qingqing said solemnly, the Ji family was almost wiped out tonight. It is known that the Ji family is behind the Rong family. If you leave Ji Buduan alive, there may be room for communication. Once we kill them all, Rong Tianli will not let him go. What will Yi Tiance do then? Yi Tiance spoke calmly. It's easy for the Rong family not to let me go, so let them go down together and accompany the Ji family. Chapter 399 The Key Chapter? Hearing Yi Tiance's answer, Xiao Qingqing's brows furrowed even more. Yi Tiance, I know you are a good fighter, and you seem to have a lot of support now, but that is the Rong family in the provincial capital, one of the 4 major families. Even if you have the strength to resist, aren't you worried about the consequences? Do you have to make rivers of blood flow before you can give up? Of course, I say this not for the sake of your personal safety, but for the relationship between Jiangnan City and the provincial capital's business community. There are still many innocent people waiting to consider, so don't do things too recklessly. Faced with Xiao Qingqing's complaints, Yi Tiance frowned and said, Mr. Xiao, when did you become such a holy mother? Besides, what does my conflict with the Ji family or the Rong family have to do with you? Xiao Qingcheng was stunned for a moment. Yes, he has already filed for divorce, so Yi Tiance really has nothing to do with her. But for some reason, this feeling of losing control over Yi Tiance has always made her very awkward since she filed for divorce, and she always felt like she had lost something. Han Ruoyun expressed dissatisfaction. Xiao Qingcheng, I would like to remind you that now Yi Tiance is my and Xiaoping's man. Please clear your mind and stop meddling in our own business. We don't need you to meddle in our own business either. Lu Ruyan hesitated. He also added, Qingcheng, please hurry up and urge the Civil Affairs Bureau to end the divorce cooling-off period as soon as possible, so that you don't have to worry about our affairs in the future, otherwise you will always be involved in our affairs in your current status. Too strange. It has to be said that the words of these 2 women are lethal enough. Hearing this, the corners of Xiao Qingqing's eyes twitched slightly. Especially the pronoun we made her feel offended from the bottom of her heart. But she knew she couldn't show it in front of them. After all, doing so would mean she was admitting defeat and admitting that she still cared about Yi Tiance. It was a mistake to file for divorce in the first place. She took a deep breath. Try to calm down your emotions as much as possible. Now that this is the case, I won't beat around the bush anymore. There is actually another reason why I asked you to let Ji Buduan go for once. Yi Tiance said calmly, say. Xiao Qingqing said, it was Lu Yanji, Miss Lu, who asked me to remind you to spare Ji Buduan's life. Lu Yanji? Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly. This reason was beyond his expectation. Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan were equally confused. Hey! What's the relationship between Lu Yanji and Ji Buduan? Why do you want Xiao Cici to let him go? And you are asked to send a special message? Are you lying? Xiao Qingcheng shook her head. I don't have the time to lie to you, everything I say is true. In fact, on the way here, she suddenly received a call from Lu Yanji. Phone. Lu Yanji told her that if she went to the Ji family and found out that the Ji family had failed, she would have to plead with Yi Tiance to spare Ji Buduan's life. At first, she didn't take it to heart. After all, in anyone's opinion, the Ji family's victory is certain, how could it fail? In the end, Lu Yanji's words were taken seriously. Originally she didn't want to mention Lu Yanji in front of Yi Tiance. After all, it would appear that she has become Lu Yanji's follower and no longer has the so-called independence and aloofness she once had. So I thought about convincing Yi Tiance on my own. As a result, Yi Tiance didn't give her any face, so he had no choice but to move out Lu Yinji. Yi Tiance said, "Why should I listen to Lu Yinji's suggestion? Just because she is the eldest lady of the Lu family? Or is she the so-called business empress?" Xiao Qingcheng was speechless. He didn't even listen to Lu Yinji's words. What else can be done? At this time, the vastness of the world is my love. Yi Tiance's magical cell phone ringtone rang. After seeing the call, Yi Tiance narrowed his pupils slightly. He had an impression of this number and had called him before. It is Lu Yinji, that elusive woman. What was she doing on the phone? After thinking for 2 seconds, Yi Tiance chose to answer the call. A familiar cold voice came from the other side. "Congratulations to Mr. Yi, you successfully smashed the Ji family's conspiracy and saved your relatives and friends with just a wave of your hand. You are worthy of it." Yi Tiance sneered. Ha. Miss Lu's news network is really fast enough. Lu Yinji chuckled and said modestly, "What kind of intelligence network is just a small fight?" Yi Tiance asked, "Why don't you open the skylight and speak frankly? What is the purpose of letting me spare Jibo's life?" Lu Yinji said, "What purpose can Yinji have? Everything is considered for Mr. Yi. What are you thinking about for me? Don't Mr. Yi want to know the truth about the fire in Ye's house?" Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes slightly. "Ms. Lu used this matter to tease me before. What's going on? This time she is using this matter as a threat to make me let Jibo off the hook for once? I'm afraid this little calculation is a mistake." Lu Yinji said, "How dare Yinji threaten you, Mr. Yi, with such a thing? I just want to remind you that this Ji Budwan is one of the key links in your investigation of the truth. If he dies, even if Yinji tells you everything, you still can't find the final truth. So whether to kill him before knowing the truth is entirely up to you. It has nothing to do with Yinji. I'm just giving you a warning." Yi Tiance frowned slightly. This bastard Ji Budwan is actually one of the key links in finding the truth? Real or fake? Even Ji Wooly only knew a little bit about what happened back then. Could it be that this woman is deliberately muddying the waters? Still is. Just when Yi Tiance was thinking. Swish swish swish. Several figures appeared, and the leader was the person in charge of Tiannan province of Tian's Hanman, Shadow Blade. He handed over to Yi Tiance and said, "Mr. Yi, I just led my men to search for the sniper who killed Teng Bai. Unfortunately, that man was experienced enough to escape quickly. We only found bullet casings at the scene and no other clues." After listening to the report, Yi Tiance seemed to have thought of something. He opened his mouth and asked, "Miss Lu, we just sent people to kill Teng Bai. Is it your order?" Hear this question. The person on the other side said in a normal tone, "Yinji doesn't understand what Mr. Yi is talking about. How can a little girl do such a thing as murder?" Yi Tiance's voice became colder and he said, "Are you sure?" At the same time, on the other end of the phone, in the Lu Manor, the villa where Lu Yinji was located. In the living room, Lu Yinji was wearing black pajamas with the collar slightly open. She crossed her legs, holding a mobile phone in her left hand and a glass of red wine in her right hand, shaking it slightly. She pursed her sexy lips and replied, "Of course I am sure, Mr. Yi." Done. She glanced straight ahead. On the floor of the living room, there was a man wearing black night clothes, half kneeling there respectfully. On his back, he carried a pitch-black sniper rifle. Chapter 400 Brother-in-law, Save My Sister. Lu Yinji drank a sip of red wine, leaving a black lipstick mark on the mouth of the wineglass, which was full of sexual tension. She continued, "Mr. Yi, if you don't believe it, feel free to come over and investigate in person to see if there is a sniper in my house that you are looking for." She gave him a look. The man in black nightclothes stood up and exited the living room. Yi Tiance said calmly, "Since Miss Lu said it has nothing to do with you, why should I go there?" Lu Yinji said coldly, "Don't say that. What if Yinji has the news you want? Besides, I have been to your Zijin Tiangong villa as a guest. Due to both emotion and reason, Yanji should also invite you once. Yi Tiance remains silent. Lu Yanji deliberately provoked the general and said, "Oh? Mr. Yi, don't you dare? Are you afraid that Yanji will eat you?" Yi Tiance sneered and said, "Haha, we don't know who will eat who." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lu Yanji's mouth. "In this case, would you please Mr. Yi to come to my house tomorrow night to see who can eat whom? By the way, we can also talk about the fire that year." Do. Then she hung up the phone. What kind of medicine is this woman selling in her gourd? Yi Tiance squinted his eyes and couldn't help mumbling. Naturally, Yi Tiance would not believe Lu Yanji's statement that the sniper was not hers. Because Tang Bai had already explained half of the content, that is, this strange potion was purchased by Rong Tianli and Qinglong Society after contact. Now that Chen Qingdi, the president of the Qinglong Society, is not here, the actual manipulator behind it is Lu Yanji himself. Just like this, Lu Yanji has a reason to kill the vine without treatment. But why did this heaven-defying potion appear in the hands of the Qinglong Society? How is it made? What is Lu Yanji's purpose? To be honest, over the years, Lu Yanji was one of the few women that Yi Tiance couldn't see through. It seems that when dealing with her in the future, it is better to be more cautious. At this time, Han Ruoyun pouted and complained, "This Miss Lu is always so arrogant, she doesn't seem to be holding her shit in. You go over as a guest tomorrow, be careful, don't get drugged and wiped out." Sweat. Yi Tiance was speechless for a while. I thought to myself that no matter what I say, I am extremely talented in medicine. How could he be tricked and drugged by others? Say. Lu Yanji didn't seem to have any intention of taking advantage of me. Xiao Qingcheng, who was standing opposite, frowned. She didn't expect Lu Yanji to have so many connections with Yi Tiance behind the scenes. The point is, the conversation between the two sounded like there was a little bit of flirting. This made her unspeakably uncomfortable. So he couldn't help but said angrily, "Ha, a certain man's relationship with women is really good enough. I think he must be very satisfied with this situation now, right?" Yi Tiance naturally responded not to be outdone. "Yeah, anyway, it's much easier and freer than being in the prison of a 3-year marriage to someone. After all, I still want to thank her. Without her letting go, I wouldn't be where I am today." Me. You. An unknown fire suddenly surged in Xiao Qingqing's chest, and her pink fists were clenched. This bastard definitely said it on purpose. Am I that bad in your eyes? But in front of Yi Tiance, she never wanted to show her resignation. He said with a cold face, "So you really thank her? It's a pity that deceiving a woman's feelings through unreasonable means will not always work. Don't think that any woman can be deceived by you and want to be with you. Hear this." Han Ruoyun was unhappy. "What do you mean by this? Are you mocking me and Ruoyun for not having good vision?" Xiao Qingcheng raised her chin slightly. "You can think so. In short, I believe that most women have clear eyesight. I don't believe that any woman who appears will fall in love with Yi Tiance at a glance and even be willing to be his woman." But just as she finished speaking, a voice sounded from the direction of the door. "Mr. Yi. No. Brother-in-law, please save my sister." Swish. Several people turned their heads. I saw a few people hurriedly running into the manor. Saw these people. Yi Tiance frowned slightly. It's them? Because these people are none other than Su Haoshuan, the unknown old woman, Bai Jia, and the most beautiful woman being carried on a stretcher by 2 bodyguards in black, Su Zishi. The bodyguards placed the stretcher on the ground. Su Haoshuan knelt down to Yi Tiance without saying a word. He begged, "Brother-in-law, please help me save my sister. Only you can save her in this world." Boom. When hearing this sentence, everyone present looked at each other. Lu Ruoyun glanced at Su Zishi on the stretcher. His eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my god, isn't this Miss Su Zishi? She is the eldest lady of the Su family in the capital. She is now in charge of the entire Jubao Pavilion business and is very famous among the elite circles in the capital. Han Ruoyun also looked at Su Zishi. The eyebrows are long and powerful, like two sharp swords, the bridge of the nose is high and the lips are full and powerful, giving people a very insightful sense of oppression. The ear collar of the white shirt is slightly open, hiding a proud career line deep inside. Even though her face looked a little sickly pale, it still couldn't stop her beautiful appearance. It even made her feel a little bit of pressure. Fortunately, my E-cup is genuine, and this Su Zishi should look like a D-level cup. It's just that this young man asked Yi Tiance to treat her sister, and it was obviously Su Zishi. He also called Yi Tiance's brother-in-law. Is this Su Zishi also one of Yi Tiance's fiancés? At this time, Yi Tiance looked around. He said calmly, Mr. Su, you are mistaken. I have nothing to do with your sister. I am not your brother-in-law. Hear this. Su Haoxuan, Bai Jia, and the old woman looked at each other and immediately realized. Yi Tiance must be in a bad mood because of Su Zishi's previous cancellation of their engagement. So the old woman stepped forward. He cupped his hands to Yi Tiance and said, Master Yi, please don't hold grudges about what happened before. All this is due to our poor consideration. After all, my young lady is your fiancée. You can't just die without saving her, right? Su Hao. As long as it doesn't fall on the paper, you will be her fiancé, that is, my brother-in-law. You can't deny this, right? This. Yi Tiance frowned slightly. There is no way to deny that the engagement between him and Su Zishi has not been officially cancelled on paper. What should I do? Due to emotion and reason, he should save Su Zishi. But the girl's attitude with her nostrils turned upward made him feel very uncomfortable, just like standing in front of Xiao Qingcheng. Xiao Qingcheng? Thinking of this name, Yi Tiance subconsciously glanced at Xiao Qingcheng standing opposite. I found that the other person's face was burning. His eyes widened, as if he was in a state of shock. Chapter 401 Methods of Treatment. Yes, Xiao Qingcheng was indeed in a state of panic at this time. Just from the conversation just now, it is not difficult to tell that Su Zishi, the eldest daughter of the Su family in the capital, is actually Yi Tiance's fiancée? How can this be? Why? The point is, 1 second she said that no other woman would be with Yi Tiance, and in the next moment she was slapped in the face. She bit her lip tightly and couldn't help but look at Yi Tiance. There was some resentment in his cold eyes. How many other things have you hidden from me? Why are so many excellent women your fiancé? The point is that every woman is better than her in all aspects, and even her most proud appearance and figure cannot take advantage of her. This made her feel like she was a clown again. Naturally, she would not directly express these thoughts in her mind. Continue to observe quietly. Su Haoxuan was still discussing, brother-in-law, please help me. As long as you can save my sister, no matter what the conditions are, as long as I can do it, I will do my best. Yi Tiance lowered his eyes and thought. At this time. Cough cough. Su Zishi, who was lying on the stretcher, suddenly coughed violently. He even coughed up a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. The blood on his face further faded, and there was still a faint layer of black energy in the center of his eyebrows. See this. Su Haoxuan became even more anxious and continued to discuss with Yi Tiance. The unknown old woman and Bai Jie also started discussing. Ugh. Yi Tiance sighed, forget it, let me take a look first. Now, on the one hand, Su Haoxuan's attitude is so sincere, and on the other hand, after all, Su Zishi is one of the fiancés left by his master. The two have not officially broken off their engagement, so it is really inappropriate to do nothing to save them. Yi Tiance knelt down and grabbed Su Zishi's wrist to feel the pulse. It's so cold on my wrist, it really is. Yi Tiance's pupils shrank slightly. When he met Su Zishi for the first time in Anchuan City, he pointed out that the other party was terminally ill and would not live long. Feeling his pulse now confirmed Yi Tiance's diagnosis. And the inside story is more complicated than imagined. Su Haoxuan asked cautiously, "Brother-in-law, what is my sister's condition? Has it been diagnosed?" "It's not just him." The unknown old woman, Bai Jia and others beside him were also waiting nervously and expectantly for Yi Tian's answer. Yi Tian's replied calmly, "The diagnosis has been made. In fact, your sister was born with a special constitution. This constitution can easily lead to excessive consumption of vitality and is easily corroded by evil spirits. Generally speaking, it is good for a person with this kind of physique to live to be 20 years old. Your sister's ability to live to this day is probably due to the excellent medical conditions that forcefully support her body, and her strong personal will." Hear this. Su Haoxuan and the unknown old woman looked at each other with deep horror in their eyes. The unknown old woman couldn't help but said, "Mr. Yi, what you said is true. My young lady has not been in good health since she was a child. She has visited many famous doctors for diagnosis and treatment, but to no avail. Until many years ago, when her parents were still alive, she visited an expert. The expert said exactly the same thing as you, and also said that this kind of body is the legendary Xianin body, which is very rare. However, the expert was helpless and said that the only way to cure it is to find a destined person. Mr. Yi, do you know what this so-called destined person means?" Yi Tian's did not answer this question. Instead, he said, "Your young lady has been tortured by the Xianin body. Let me help her get through tonight's disaster first." He put the index and middle fingers of his left hand together and tapped several acupuncture points on Su Zixi body. Then he bit his middle finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, and dripped it into Su Zixi's mouth. Then a strange scene occurred. Su Zixi's pale face gradually turned red, the black air between her eyebrows disappeared, and her breathing calmed down. See this. Su Haoxuan, the nameless old woman and others all looked happy. It really works. Su Haoxuan asked in confusion, "Brother-in-law, how did you do this?" Yi Tian said calmly, "It's nothing. Your sister's current main problem is the erosion of yin evil energy in her body, which overdraws her vitality. I just used acupuncture and blood essence to remove the yin evil energy from her body. She should be fine in the short term." "Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you, brother-in-law." Su Haoxuan was very excited. At this time, the old woman seemed to have captured some key information. "Mr. Yi, you just said that my young lady is fine in the short term. Does that mean she will have physical problems in the future?" Yi Tian's nodded. "That's right, her own Xianin body cannot be changed, so after a period of time, the yin evil energy in her body will regroup, and it will naturally recur, and it will become stronger each time. In the end, even if she uses acupuncture and other methods to eliminate the yin evil energy, the effect will become weaker and weaker." Hear this answer. The faces of Su Haoxuan and others became worried and anxious again. The old woman frowned and said, "Then there is no radical cure? Also, what is the destined person that the expert mentioned at the beginning? Could it be said that only destined person can cure it?" Yi Tian's hesitated. See this. Han Ruoyun pushed lightly on his waist. Somewhat dissatisfied, "Hey! What are you struggling with? It is natural to treat diseases and save people. If you know, just tell others." Lu Ruoyun also said, "Exactly, when did you suddenly become such a mother-in-law?" "Okay, in that case, I'll just tell you." Yi Tian smiled bitterly. He told Su Haoxuan and others, to put it simply, if the human body wants to be healthy, it must pay attention to a balance of yin and yang. Su Zixi's natural body of mysterious yin lacks yang energy, so she needs to find a destined person who can make up for her yang energy. And this destined person needs to have an extremely yang body. After all, an extremely yang body has inexhaustible yang energy. As long as the two parties have intercourse according to certain techniques and achieve yin and yang complementation, that's it. Han Ruoyun suddenly realized. Soga. In other words, if Miss Su and a man with an extremely yang body clap for love, the disease can be cured? Yi Tian's nodded. Lu Ruyan sighed with emotion. The world is really big and full of wonders, but it's quite interesting to think about it. Master Su, why don't you take your sister to find the destined person with the extreme young body? I believe that no matter who learns about this, they will not die without saving his life. Besides, your sister is so beautiful. Han Ruoyun also said, that's right, I support you in this matter. If you need help, just ask. If it doesn't work, I can help you find it. Su Haoxuan had a sad face. And according to my brother-in-law, the extreme young body should be the same as my sister's Xianin body. They are both very rare. Where can I find them? As soon as these words came out, everyone was a little at a loss. Indeed, this thing sounds nice, but how can it be so easy to find the person with the extremely young body? Even if it is found, how long will it take? Cough cough. At this time, Yi Tiance touched the tip of his nose and said, actually, it doesn't have to be that troublesome. The extreme young body is far away in the sky and right in front of you. Chapter 402. Want to steal Yi Tiance's blood? Wow. Yi Tiance's words immediately caused a commotion and made everyone's eyes widen. Han Ruoyan said in disbelief, are you the extreme young body? Lu Ruyan blinked her big eyes, isn't this a coincidence? Su Haoxuan said excitedly, great. This is simply a God-given fate. The old woman and Bai Jie also breathed a sigh of relief. The destined person and the fiancé turned out to be the same person. This couldn't be better. The lady is finally saved. A little further away, Xiao Qingqing bit her lip tightly, her face turning blue and white. I don't know what I'm thinking. Faced with several people's questions, Yi Tiance affirmed, yes, I am the body of extreme young. This matter is not a big secret. It is also true that Yi Tiance is not afraid of contamination by the generally evil spirit at all. The essence and blood in his body can even suppress and eliminate the evil spirit. The old woman asked in confusion, my young lady has a mysterious body, which has caused many physical problems. Logically speaking, Mr. Yi, your extreme young body should also have the opposite problem, but why should I look at you, old lady? Yi Tiance just smiled mysteriously and did not answer. No matter how much he said that he had been with his master for many years, he still knew a lot of ways to suppress the side effects of the extreme young body. Of course, that doesn't mean there are no side effects. For example, I often have erotic dreams when I go to bed, and when I wake up every morning, I feel like I have a pillar holding up the sky. So much so that he had to vent it frequently by himself in order to expel the Yuan Yang Qi, otherwise, if things went on like this, it would also have an impact on his body. But Yi Tiance really didn't expect that this Su Zishi turned out to be the body of Xianin. From the complementary perspective of yin and yang, she is indeed the most perfect match for her. Could it be that master knew about her a long time ago, so he left himself such a fiancé? While thinking, Su Haoxuan's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Brother-in-law, since you have a very young body, what are you waiting for? Treat my sister quickly. He immediately gave orders to the two bodyguards. I think this manor villa is good. Why don't you two quickly carry my sister into the bedroom inside and let my brother-in-law treat her? The old woman also nodded and said, without further delay, I would like to ask Mr. Yi to use up his energy and help my young lady compliment her. No. This lady doesn't allow it. Han Ruoyan suddenly spoke to stop him. Swish. Everyone looked at her. Don't know why. Su Haoxuan asked in confusion, beautiful lady, didn't you just say you supported my sister's treatment? Treatment? Why did you suddenly not allow it? This. Han Ruoyun bit his lower lip. This lady is Yi Tiance's chief fiancé. If he wants to treat diseases in this way, he must get my permission. After speaking, she subconsciously glared at Yi Tiance. It doesn't matter how other men have sex with Su Zishi, but Yi Tiance can't, at least not now. After all, I haven't taken his first blood yet. How can you easily take advantage of others? What's more, even according to the order of his fiancé, Su Zishi can't even compare to a small tablet, let alone get ahead of her. This is why Han Ruoyun blocked it. Lu Ruyan also reacted. He hurriedly said, "What Big Cow said makes sense, besides, this matter is related to Miss Su's innocent reputation. It's not good to be too hasty." Su Hao. The old woman also nodded and said, "Yes, as long as the young lady's illness can be cured, the old woman will inform the Su family of the matter later and be ready to organize the wedding at any time." G.A. Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan were even more confused. "I thought that not only did your young lady want to get Yi Tian's blood before us, but now she also wanted to get married? You simply don't take us seriously." Feeling the low pressure of the two beauties beside him, Yi Tian's looked at his nose and heart. Although from a physical point of view, he was still willing to help treat Su Zixi illness. But he knew very well that once he agreed, these two might have to chop him up. The less trouble, the better. Choose silence first. Just when the atmosphere was slightly awkward, an unhappy and cold voice sounded. "I don't need his treatment." Su Zixi, who was lying on the stretcher, slowly sat up with support. "Sister, are you awake?" Su Haoshuan asked quickly. Su Zixi replied coldly, "I woke up a long time ago, and I heard your conversation just now. Help me up." "Oh." Su Haoshuan carefully helped Su Zixi up. Su Zixi is very tall, 175 centimeters tall, and wearing high heels. She is almost the same height as Yi Tian's. She stared at Yi Tian's. The expression doesn't change much. "Thank you for saving me just now, but forget about the follow-up treatment, I don't need it." Hear this. Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan looked at each other and relaxed slightly. "I thought this woman was quite discerning. You still have to make your position very clear." Not only the two of them, but even Xiao Qingqing felt inexplicably relaxed. Even she herself didn't know why she felt this way. Su Haoshuan suddenly became anxious. "Sister, what are you talking about? Now only my brother-in-law can save you, why do you refuse?" Su Zixi straightened her face slightly. "Haoshuan, let me correct you on two things. First, don't call others brother-in-law casually in the future. Second, he is not the only person in the world who can save me." Su Hao. "Shut up." Su Zixi simply interrupted Su Haoshuan's words. She raised her chin and stared at Yi Tian's with an arrogant and cold expression. "You just saved my life. I will remember this kindness in my heart, but this is not an opportunity for you to take advantage of others' danger, so please take back such dark thoughts in the future. Don't be too obscene." Heard this comment. Yi Tian's frowned and asked in confusion, "What do you mean by this? What do you mean by taking advantage of others' danger, and what are some dark little thoughts?" Su Zixi narrowed her eyes, "Ha! Are you still pretending to be innocent? Do you have to let me expose you in public?" Yi Tian's crossed his arms around his chest. "Ha! Please tell me, I want to see what Miss Su can figure out. This is what you asked me to say." Su Zixi said solemnly, "The method you said to treat my body may sound reasonable, but in fact it is all a deliberate excuse for you to covet beauty and take advantage of me. I don't believe that sex between a man and a woman can heal my body, Mr. Yi. Don't think that just because you are my fiancé, you can do whatever you want. But don't forget, I have already asked you to cancel the engagement, and this will never change." Chapter 403. Are you worthy of being with me? Hear this. Yi Tian's couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Ha, good guy, you are really an old lady getting under the covers and making me laugh." Su Zixi frowned and said, "What do you want to laugh about?" Yi Tian said calmly, "First of all, I have already said that I, Yi Tian, am more than just your fiancé. Don't take your body and appearance too seriously. What I said before is true. Even if I really have some dirty thoughts, there is no need to waste my time on you." After he finished saying this, Han Ruoyun immediately stood up to express support. "That's right. I am Xiao Sesei's chief fiancé. Don't think you are the eldest lady of the Su family and deliberately belittle my man. She is just a D-cup and is not worthy of my man playing tricks on you." Lu Ruyan also stepped forward. Humph. Sister, I am Tian's second fiancé, and I haven't even gotten his first blood yet. If you don't want it, my man is not willing to give it to you. Su Zixi's face turned slightly ugly after hearing what these two people said. Only then did she notice the two women. Although I don't know this one with big breasts, her appearance, temperament, and skin are all top-notch. Even if it is placed in the capital, it is still a top-notch existence. Needless to say, Lu Ruyan next to her is a well-known popular movie star and is known as the national goddess. These two people are actually Yi Tian's fiancé? It turns out this guy really wasn't bragging. But Su Zixi has never lost in front of others since she was a child. Especially in front of women. She said displeased, humph. It's your business to like Yi Tian's, but it doesn't mean that I have to like him too. Don't think that all women are so superficial. Hear this. Xiao Qingcheng, who was standing not far away, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but said, as expected of Miss Su, your words show the true nature of a daughter. Su Zixi turned her head and looked Xiao Qingcheng up and down. You are? Xiao Qingcheng showed a slight smile. I am Xiao Qingcheng from the Xiao family in Jiangnan City. Have you heard of Miss Su? Do not know. Su Zixi shook her head simply. She grew up in the capital, and she doesn't even know the details of Jiangnan City, let alone the Xiao family, or even Xiao Qingcheng. Xiao Qingcheng's face was a little embarrassed. No matter where she goes in Jiangnan City, she always stands in the spotlight and is praised by everyone. As a result, Su Zixi had never heard of it. At this time, Han Ruoyan added in a nonchalant manner, she is Yi Tian's wife. We have been together for 3 years. However, she disliked that her husband was not good enough, so she filed for divorce a long time ago. The two are in the divorce cooling-off period, and there are only a few days left. We will officially obtain the divorce certificate. Oh. Su Zixi responded. Then he asked Xiao Qingcheng, are you really Yi Tian's ex-wife? Xiao Qingcheng has been targeted by Yi Tian's, Han Ruoyun and others from the moment she entered the Ji family manor. Seeing that Su Zixi was incompatible with them now, she seemed to have found some common ground. Then he nodded and said, I am his ex-wife-to-be, and I am about to formally file for divorce. Miss Su, I think you always feel that we are the same person, and there are many topics to talk about? Su Zixi raised her eyebrows and said, why do you think so? Xiao Qingcheng was stunned for a moment, thinking about how to answer. But Su Zixi has already spoken. Don't you think that my proposal to cancel the engagement with Yi Tian's and your proposal for divorce are different? So we have similar ideas? Okay. Xiao Qingcheng nodded subconsciously. The rumored Miss Su is indeed smart. This feeling of recognition made her feel very comfortable. After all, countless people had said before that she shouldn't mention divorce because she didn't have the right vision. Now it seems that she is not the only outstanding woman who has similar ideas to her. However, just when she was feeling relaxed, something unexpected happened. Su Zixi's expression was cold, and she said with an attitude of rejecting people thousands of miles away, Miss Xiao, please don't force your stupidity on me. I am different from you, let alone the same person. Xiao Qingcheng's expression froze. Miss Su, what do you mean? Su Zixi said without changing her expression, the reason why I propose to cancel the engagement is not because I think Yi Tian's is not good enough. On the contrary, after getting to know him briefly, I found that his martial arts skills, financial resources, connections, medical skills, etc. are all outstanding, and he is even the most dazzling person I have ever seen among his peers. But you think he is not good enough and file for divorce. This only shows that you are short-sighted and you have the nerve to compare yourself to me? He. Swish. This sentence directly made Xiao Qingcheng feel warm. My chest was heaving with anger. Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan discussed quietly. Xiao Tablet, did you hear that? This Miss Su is also a very talkative person. She doesn't give Xiao Qingcheng any face. Although this is a bit exaggerated, it makes sense if you listen carefully. Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip tightly. tightly. Since you think Yi Tiance is so good, why do you still propose to cancel the engagement? Isn't this contradictory? Su Zishi said matter-of-factly, because I don't accept sharing a man with other women, it's as simple as that. Unless Yi Tiance immediately expresses his intention to sever ties with other women around him, I promise to be his woman tonight. Hear this. Han Ruoyun immediately became unhappy. Hey! What are you talking about? You want little Cece to sever ties with me and live out your big dreams. Lu Rian was also unhappy and said, the eldest lady of the Su family can actually say such things. I thought you were so condescending, sister. On the other hand, Xiao Qingcheng was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Only now did she understand that it was not that Su Zishi looked down upon Yi Tiance, but that she did not accept sharing Yi Tiance's burden with other women. In other words, Su Zishi very much recognized Yi Tiance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that as long as he severed ties with Han Ruoyun and others, she would be his woman tonight. Why? Why do all women recognize Yi Tiance? Even if he is a little better than before, they won't be able to do this. Xiao Qingcheng complained unwillingly in her heart. Su Zishi did not respond to Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan's words, but looked at Yi Tiance with cold eyes, waiting for his answer. In this regard, Yi Tiance put his hands in his pockets. He responded with a natural expression, I'm sorry, since I was divorced, I made a decision that from now on I will not give up an entire forest for a tree. If you don't accept it, then please go back to where you came from. After all, it's getting late, especially for a body like yours, you need to rest early and take care of yourself, otherwise it won't last long and you will die. Ha, you said, right? Chapter 404 You're short of money. Yi Tiance's attitude made Su Zishi's expression become increasingly ugly. What does it mean not to give up an entire forest for a tree? Doesn't this fully demonstrate the characteristics of a scumbag? That's quite high-sounding. She suppressed her displeasure and asked Han Ruoyan and Lu Ruyan, don't you two feel angry when you hear what he said? Are you really willing to share a man with other women? Han Ruoyan curled her lips and said, I am unhappy. But it is not Xiao Cece who is unhappy, but... She raised her hand and pointed at Xiao Qingcheng. Complained, if this stupid woman hadn't delayed little Cece for 3 years, both this lady and him would have been pregnant with 3 children. Because of her decision, little Cece's thoughts on relationships have changed greatly. She is the culprit. Xiao Qingcheng? Can this be blamed on me? Isn't that unreasonable? Lu Ruyan also agreed at this time, it makes sense. Besides, we and Yi Tiance are both engaged. Since it is God's arrangement, I can only accept it, sister. What's more, he is so good, he deserves all this. Anyway, I won't imitate someone who abandons such a good man without distinguishing between right and wrong. Su Zishi's eyes twitched. I wonder if these 2 women have been brainwashed. Xiao Qingcheng even broke her guard. Good guy, no matter what you say, you will end up ridiculing me, right? She bit her lip and said, no matter how many times I emphasize it, I, Xiao Qingcheng, will never regret my decision to file for divorce. I will definitely prove that the only people who made the mistake are Yi Tiance and you. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hedong Hushi, I will definitely become better than all of you. Put down this sentence. She turned and left quickly. But the moment he turned around, tears of grievance flowed down his cheeks, but no one else noticed. Su Zishi glanced at Xiao Qingcheng's back. He said calmly, this woman seems to have average abilities, but she is quite ambitious. Unfortunately, she lacks self-awareness, and she will suffer big losses sooner or later. Fortunately, Xiao Qingcheng did not hear this comment, otherwise the tears would have been even more unstoppable. Yi Tiance had a dark look on his face. He finally understood. This Su Zishi was not targeting him, but everyone seemed to be merciless. What a warlike woman. Su Zishi took out a bank card. I never owe favors. After all, you, Yi Tiance, just saved my life. Although I will not become a couple with you, I must thank you. There are 3,000 million in this card, and the password is 6 ones. Just think of it as your reward for saving me this time. She stepped forward and put the bank card into Yi Tian's hand. Yi Tian shook his head and was about to say something. Su Zishi had raised her chin and said coldly, I know you are not short of money, but you can't refuse it. No one can refuse the money I give you. Although she said this, Su Zishi was quite satisfied. Although Yi Tian seems to be a bit of a scumbag, he is still very particular about his work, and he actually wants to refuse the reward he offers. It shows that this person does not value money and material things. But Yi Tian's next words almost broke Su Zishi's defense. Yi Tian's held the bank card. With a disgusted expression, he said, Miss Su misunderstood me. I want to say that I will give you 3,000 million for saving your life. Is the life of you, the eldest daughter of the Su family, so worthless? Can you give me a little more? Just this 3,000 million is not enough to give our two little beauties as pocket money. What the hell? Even Su Zishi, who has a cold personality and always has a stable mood, almost cursed at this moment. This bastard. Not only is he a lecherous scumbag, he is also fucking shameless and greedy for money. Why did my parents arrange such an engagement for me in the first place? I'm furious. Su Zishi's D-cup cup was so angry that it was shaking wildly under her white shirt. She almost gritted her teeth and said, it's my fault for not thinking carefully about this matter. Since you think 3,000 million is not enough, I will give you some more. She turned to Su Haoxuan and ordered, why don't you hurry up and give Yi Tian some compensation? Su Haoxuan was a little confused. He thought that after finally recognizing Yi Tian as his brother-in-law, his sister's illness would be cured, but this turned out to be the case. But he knew Su Zishi's character too well, and she had a very stubborn temper. No one could change her mind on whatever she decided to do. Ugh! Su Haoxuan could only sigh. He took out all the cash cards he carried and collected a total of about 7,000 million. Including Su Zishi's previous 3,000 million, it's exactly 1 million. Yi Tian's took the bank card. That's about it, Miss Su. Next time the side effects of the Xianin body occur again, you can come to me, but remember to prepare the consultation fee in advance. It's too little, and I won't take action. You. Su Zishi stared. In all her life, she has never seen such a shameless man. I don't understand why such a big bastard has excellent conditions in other aspects. God is unfair. Su Zishi suppressed her displeasure. He snorted coldly, no need. Even if I, Su Zishi, get sick again in the future, even if I get hit by a car when I go out, or jump from a building, or even if I am tortured to death by my illness, I will never come back to you for treatment. Let's go. Su Zishi didn't want to stay for a second longer, turned around and left angrily. The unknown old woman and Bai Jia followed closely behind. Ugh! Su Haoxuan sighed helplessly. He cupped his hands to Yi Tian and said, brother-in-law, don't be as knowledgeable as my sister. She has such a bad temper. Don't worry, I will do homework for him every day after I go back. Sooner or later, let her accept you and wait for my good news. Then he trotted away. Yi Tian didn't take this matter to heart. He gave his bank card to Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan. The two beauties were in a wonderful and bright mood. Han Ruoyun pursed her lips and said, it seems that my love for you is not in vain. She even knows how to give me pocket money. Lu Ruyan said happily, although my family has frozen my account, I have made up a lot of pocket money recently, which is faster than being a star actor. Seeing the two women in a happy mood, Yi Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, he thought that Su Zishi's appearance would make the two of them vent their unhappiness on him. But that's it. Yi Tian's pupils suddenly shrank, sensing a strong danger signal. Turn your head. Ji Buoduan, who was lying on the ground half dead, stood up again at some point. The serious injuries he suffered seemed to have healed. Ji Budwan's eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, his whole eyes were red, and he looked very manic. This is... Yi Tiance narrowed his eyes and immediately made a guess. And just then, Ji Budwan suddenly let out a tearing roar from his throat. Yi Tiance, go to hell. Chapter 405 The Rabbit is Big. This sudden scene. Both Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan were shocked. How did Ji Budwan, who had clearly passed out, suddenly stand up again? Yi Tiance subconsciously opened his arms to protect the two beauties behind him. At the same time, be prepared for Ji Budwan's attack. But after Ji Budwan roared loudly, he suddenly turned around and ran out of the manor at an extremely fast speed. Its speed has far exceeded that of ordinary people. See this. The assassins from the surrounding Shadow Blade and other Tianzanmen sect hardly paused and chased after him one by one. Yi Tiance did not follow. After all, in the Ji family now, the danger has not been completely eliminated. If he chased out and left Han Ruoyan and Lu Ruyan behind, he would regret it if something unexpected happened again. Besides, there is only one person in Ji Budwan. If nothing unexpected happens, with the skills of Shadow Blade and others, they should be able to catch up. Hey! Doesn't the back of your hand feel so good? Han Ruoyun's slightly provocative voice suddenly sounded. What's so cool? Yi Tiance turned around and took a look. Only then did he realize that he had just raised his arms to protect the two beauties behind him, and the back of his right hand had just touched Han Ruoyan's E-cup. It feels so soft and warm when pressed against each other, it feels really good. Fortunately, the relationship between the two is much closer now. This small ambiguous touch would not cause too much embarrassment or disgust to Han Ruoyan. Yi Tiance joked, as the saying goes, you'll be healthier and grow faster. I'm doing this for your own good. Hate. Han Ruoyun's cheeks were slightly red. He deliberately hit Yi Tiance and said, Miss, this big rabbit is already very big, right? There is no need to grow anymore. Hear this. Lu Ruyan, who was standing on Yi Tiance's left side, curled her lips and lowered her head. He and Han Ruoyan were clearly standing on the same level, but their chests were 3 centimeters away from the back of Yi Tiance's hands. Is this the difference between C-cup and E-cup? How fucking unfair. Lu Ruyan felt indignant in her heart, but she couldn't keep herself short in front of Han Ruoyan. So she actually moved forward an inch and deliberately pressed her breast against the back of Yi Tiance's hand. He raised his chin slightly and said, the pair of white rabbits my sister raised are not bad either. Don't always put your eyes on the same person. Yi Tiance. Han Ruoyun. The two of them looked at each other and saw through it without saying anything. They all had a tacit understanding and did not tease Lu Ruyan. Yi Tiance lowered his arms. He walked to where Ji Budwan had just been lying unconscious and bent down to check around. Finally, a small syringe was picked up on a lawn. It is exactly the same as the one in Rong Zidong before. Obviously, Ji Budwan used this special medicine to recover from his injuries. And he was promoted from an ordinary person to a martial arts master. In the end, he caught them off guard and took the opportunity to escape. Yi Tiance murmured, it seems that Tang Bai had given him a potion a long time ago as a last resort to save his life, but he didn't expect it to be used by him. Han Ruoyun came over. He asked out of curiosity, isn't this bastard Ji Budwan unconscious long ago? Who injected him with this medicine? Yi Tiance narrowed his cold eyes slightly. According to my speculation, there are only 2 possibilities. One is that Ji Budwan was tortured before and deliberately pretended to be unconscious, and then injected himself with medicine when no one was paying attention. However, based on my understanding of Ji Budwan, he disappeared. You have to have that kind of strong will. Another possibility is that someone among the people present tonight secretly injected him with medicine behind our backs. The second conjecture is not groundless. Because the sudden appearance of Su Zishi and others distracted all his attention, during this period, it was a good opportunity to inject Ji Budwan with medicine. Han Ruoyan said seriously, if it is the second possibility, who did it? What is the purpose of doing this? Yi Tian stood up. Calmly said, in this case, you only need to analyze who wants Ji Budwan to live more, and you will probably know who did it. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up. You mean Lu Yanji? Yi Tian's nodded. Although I can't be 100% sure, it must have something to do with her. After all, she personally called me earlier to ask me to spare Ji Budwan's life, and even brought out all the old things about our family. Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan looked at each other. They all heard about the fire in the Yi family 15 years ago, in which everyone except Yi Tian's was killed in the flames. Understand that this matter is Yi Tian's inner scar, even the existence of Ni Lin. So I never take the initiative to mention it. Han Ruoyun hesitated for a moment and asked, what will you do if that woman Lu Yanji is really behind the scenes? To be honest, I have never seen through her and will subconsciously reject dealing with her. Yi Tian said calmly, it doesn't matter. Anyway, she made an appointment with me to visit Lu's house tomorrow. I want to see what kind of medicine she sells in her gourd. Lu Ruyan asked worriedly, isn't it too dangerous for you to go there alone? Yi Tian joked, oh? Do you think you want to follow me there? Are you worried about what will happen to Lu Yanji and me? Lu Ruyan rolled his eyes. Sister, that's not what I meant. I know very well that going with you will only hold you back. I want you to bring some experts with you. Han Ruoyan also said, that is to say, we were worried about something between you and Lu Yanji before, but now it seems that that kind of woman is too dangerous and full of bad intentions. With your personality, you shouldn't deliberately provoke her, right? Yi Tian smiled bitterly. Indeed. Although Lu Yanji is beautiful, she even has a different kind of attraction. But Yi Tian didn't want anything to happen to her. On the one hand, this alluring black rose looks dangerous, but is actually not safe at all. On the other hand, in the letter left by Master, he warned that he must never have a relationship with Lu Yanji. Yi Tian hit him hard. Okay, it's getting late, let's not dwell on these things for now, and let's wrap up everything tonight. Yi Tian took the lead in finding Pang Huayuan, the president of the Black Fox Club. The latter knelt down respectfully to Yi Tian. After all, he owed Yi Tian his life, and the other party had the power to take it away at any time. In addition, what happened tonight with his own eyes made Fat Huyuan fully aware that the gap between him and Yi Tian was as big as heaven and earth. This shows how stupid it was to target Yi Tian with those bastards from the Filon gang. Yi Tian said, for the sake of your efforts to help tonight, the hatred between us has been wiped out. Pang Huayuan said repeatedly, Mr. Xie is magnanimous. Yi Tian continued, I heard that your brother is not in good health. If you have time, bring him over and let me take a look. Chapter 406, Reward Yi Tian when he goes back. Boom. Pang Huayuan's body trembled, his eyes filled with surprise. This news was so surprising to him. He kowtowed to Yi Tian excitedly. I understand, and I am deeply grateful. From now on, I promise that I will fight for you on my behalf. My life will belong to you at any time. Yi Tian raised his hand. He was not interested in Pang Huayuan's life, let alone needed it. But this news is already a great gift to Pang Huayuan. After all, his biggest obsession now is his brother's body, and he doesn't even know how much he is paid for it. Now that Yi Tian is willing to help with treatment, the opportunity comes but cannot be sought, and he is even more grateful. So he kowtowed to Yi Tian 3 times in a row, then turned around and left with his men, immediately rushing back to Anchuan City. At this moment, Pang Huayuan already had a vision in his mind. That is, now that the Filon gang no longer exists, and after his brother's body is cured, the power of the entire Anchuan City will be unified by the Black Fox Society. Of course, since he decided to hang out with Yi Tian, no matter how far the Black Fox Club will grow in the future. And will always obey Yi Tian's command. Not long after Pang Huayuan left, everyone from the Tianjin sect led by Shadowblade appeared on the back. Shadowblade bowed to Yi Tian. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry, that Ji Budwan ran away. Yi Tian frowned and said, although that guy's strength has suddenly improved, but with your methods, you can't catch up with him? Thump. Shadowblade knelt down directly. Mr. Yi, it's our incompetence. We were about to catch up with our target, but suddenly more than 10 people appeared. These people are all masters of martial arts, and their strength is generally from the middle to the peak of the master, and the leader's strength has reached the perfect state of the master. Their appearance helped Ji Buduan delay some time, allowing the latter to take the opportunity to slip away. Oh? Yi Tiance raised his eyebrows slightly. Have you figured out the origins of those people? Shadowblade shook his head. The opponents all have their faces covered, and their whereabouts are hidden and weird. The key point is that judging from their skills and moves, they don't seem to belong to any powerful sect in Tiannan province. I have never seen them before. Yi Tiance narrowed his cold eyes. With more than 10 master-level experts, they are a force that cannot be underestimated in the entire Tiannan province. Since Shadowblade has never been seen before, there is a high probability that it is not a force in Tiannan province. But why did this force cover Ji Buduan's escape? What is their relationship with Ji Buduan? I thought that almost uprooting the Ji family this time would clear up the current situation, but I didn't expect that the situation seemed to be even more complicated and confusing. However, the special medicine Ji Buduan injected had endless side effects. Whether he can survive this or not is unknown. Yi Tiance waved his hand and said, I understand. You go back with your subordinates. If anything happens in the future, I will contact you. Yes. Shadowblade nodded respectfully, and then left with many of his killers. Han Ruoyan said with emotion, why does this lady feel that it is becoming more and more blurry? It seems that there is someone behind all this, which makes people confused. Lu Ruoyan also nodded and said, Sister, I feel the same way, Tiance, no matter what you do in the future, you must be careful and don't be too pushy. We too don't want to be widows so early. By the way, there is also the one in the provincial capital. Rong Mijie definitely doesn't want to be one. Yi Tiance smiled and said, Young master, I haven't even finished enjoying the fun in this world. I am not willing to let you be a widow. Don't worry, no matter who is behind the scenes, they will be dug out one day and wiped out. But after hearing Lu Ruoyan mention Rong Meiyan, I wonder what her situation is like in the provincial capital. I haven't seen her for a while, but I really miss her. At the same time, the provincial capital of Tiannan province. The provincial capital has a population of nearly 10 million and has very strong influence and economic strength. The forces of all parties are intertwined and unpredictable. Today, among the many families in the provincial capital, none are more dazzling than the 4 major families, which represent the absolute power and status of the provincial capital. The night is deep and the neon lights are flashing. Located in the heart of the provincial capital, Rong's manor covers an area of dozens of acres and is like a small independent world. The manor is surrounded by tall iron walls, covered with green vines, and guarded by 2 bodyguards in black every 10 meters away. The strength of each bodyguard has reached the level of a warrior, which shows the tightness of the defense. In the center of the manor is a huge fountain square. The water column shows colorful colors under the light, like a giant dragon soaring in the sky. Around the square are various buildings of the Rong family, each of which is full of history and the glory of the family. In short, no matter in terms of scale, pomp and atmosphere. The Rong family is many levels higher than the Ji family, one of the 3 major families in Jiangnan City. In the attic of the villa on the west side of the manor. I know, you go to bed early. You've been working hard lately. Rong Meiyan hung up the phone and took a deep breath. She couldn't hide the excited smile on her face. Because just now, she learned from Ah Ching everything that happened at Ji's house tonight. When the news of the sudden reversal of the Ji family's revolt reached her ears yesterday, it was almost like a bolt from the blue. On the one hand, I heard that Yi Tiance was dead, on the other hand, everything in Jiangnan City was controlled by the Ji family. Rong Meiyan has decided to return to Jiangnan City immediately. But I thought about it later. You must trust Yi Tiance no matter what. After all, he promised from the beginning that he would take care of everything, and he will do what he says. So, she finally chose to stay in the provincial capital and wait and see what happens. Sure enough, Yi Tiance really did everything he promised. And it's so devastating. Now the Ji family's power has been almost uprooted, and the first phase of the 100 billion order project has been successfully completed. Everything she had worked so hard to lay out in Jiangnan City finally came to fruition. All this is because of Yi Tiance. He is indeed a man that people like. When he returns to Jiangnan City this time, he will be rewarded well. Rong Meiyan bit her lip and murmured charmingly. But then, her expression turned solemn again. But if this happens, I'm afraid my second uncle won't be able to sit still. Rong's manor, in the living room of the villa on the east side, snapped. Rong Tianli slammed the teacup to the ground. Rong Tianli has a tall and well-proportioned figure. Although he has entered middle age, the years do not seem to have left too many traces on his body. His face was cold and resolute, and his deep eyes seemed to be able to see into people's hearts. The whole person exudes a very powerful and domineering aura. But at this moment, he was in a state of rage. Because just now, what happened in the Ji family tonight had reached his ears. Details of what happened are unclear. But what can be confirmed at the moment is that two capable men, Luo Yuanliang and Tang Bai, were killed. All the hard work invested in the Ji family over the years was in vain. Rong Tianli raised his head and roared, Yi Tiance. I, Rong Tianli, will definitely kill you. Otherwise, I swear that I will not be a human being. Chapter 407, Gonghua Villain. After Rong Tian roared loudly. Suddenly I felt a blockage in my chest. I took a few deep breaths and then reluctantly sat down. But the hatred and anger in his eyes did not weaken one bit. Damn it! At this time, an old man wearing a yellow coat walked in from outside the door. Although he is old, his posture is upright and his spirit is strong. This person's expression is very ugly. He said in a deep voice, Jiangnan City's plan failed? Rong Tianli looked at this person and nodded. Second elder, this person named Ji is much more difficult to deal with than I thought. Our plan fell short. The old man in the yellow coat is the second elder of the Rong family. He has a very high status in the Rong family and is an absolute helper in supporting Rong Tianli. The second elder walked to the chair next to him and sat down. He snorted coldly, I have long said that you have been keeping an eye on the Jiangnan City side from the beginning, and you have to train the people below. Now it's a good time, and you can get everything. Rong Tianli frowned and did not respond. If he had known today, he would have thought of a way to give that boy named Ji a fatal blow from the very beginning. Careless. The second elder stroked his beard and asked, hasn't that young man named Yi Tiance investigated all the information yet? Rong Tianli shook his head. From the time of the Yi family fire to when he returned to Jiangnan City 3 years ago, no information was known about him. It seemed like there was an invisible big hand shrouding everything. Every time a key clue was explored, the information was suddenly cut off. Clues. The second elder frowned and analyzed. If this is the case, could this person named Ji have taken refuge with some super powerful force or family? Has he been pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, causing our people to suffer again and again? Rong Tianli clenched his fists and said disdainfully, so what? Our Rong family is a superpower in family. This kid caused us heavy losses, and we must settle this account with him. His sinister eyes gradually narrowed and he continued. Not only him, but also Rong Meiyan, who has always supported him. This bitch has become more and more arrogant since she returned to the provincial capital. The second elder said disdainfully, in the final analysis, we are still young. I really thought that I have grown a lot in these years and have full wings, so that I can compete with us. However, I don't know that all this is because we are afraid of the family master, and we are deliberately showing weakness. Rong Tianli asked, how is the old man's condition? The second elder sneered, old illnesses recur frequently, and they are getting worse every day. Maybe people are afraid of death as they get older, but no, there are only 10 days left for the Xianmen conference in Tiannan province. This old guy said he wanted to participate, dreaming of having some bad luck, meeting a mysterious boss in Xianmen, and helping him live for a few more years. Rong Tianli said disdainfully, looking at how anxious he is. He probably knows very well that he has only a few days to live. How can it be so easy to meet the mysterious boss in the Xianmen conference? In this case, we can consider moving ahead with our plans. This time, I want to get back everything I lost 10 times and 100 times. The second elder nodded. I will make arrangements now. As for Jiangnan City? Rong Tianli gritted his teeth and said, of course we won't let those bastards go, but our original plan is more important. We don't have too many people to go over at the moment, but before that, we can let those stupid Taoist priests explore their background. The second elder raised his eyebrows and said, are you talking about those old guys in Yuanyang Valley? Rong Tianli nodded. Although I don't know the details of what happened at Ji's house tonight, it is confirmed that Taoist priest Yunhai of Yuanyang Valley died at the hands of Yi Tiance. Coupled with the previous Taoist master Yunlong and his disciples, the hatred between Yuanyangu and Yi Tiance is overwhelming. All we have to do is add fuel to the fire, and the rest is to watch the show. Ha ha! This plan is very clever. No matter who loses or wins, it will be beneficial to us. However, among the people you just mentioned, it seems that one person is missing. Who? The second elder said, from the news reported by Luo Yuanliang and the others before, it was said that an old guy named Gongsun Taoist master had always been very close to the Ji family, including Yuanyang, who also helped bring him in. But it seems that he is not among the dead people you just mentioned. Rong Tianli said indifferently, he is just an old liar with no ability. Whether he dies or not has no impact on the overall situation, so don't worry about him. Okay. I'm going to contact Yuanyang Valley to add fuel to the fire. Rong Tianli said grimly, then I'm going to start dealing with this bitch Rong Meiyan. In a forest on the outskirts of Jiangnan City. A man staggered and ran wildly, and suddenly he tripped over a dead branch and fell down. Oh shit. The man rolled twice and stopped, extremely embarrassed. He climbed up with difficulty and leaned against a tree, breathing heavily. This person was wearing a light yellow Taoist robe, had a goatee, and was slightly thin. He was Taoist priest Gongsun, who was very famous in Jiangnan City. But now he looks a little embarrassed. Grandma, I was so anxious tonight, I almost gave up my life. Taoist master Gongsun raised his head and sighed, recalling everything that happened tonight. He couldn't help but feel scared. The reason why he was able to save his life by chance was not because of his personal strength, but because he had a bad stomach after eating seafood yesterday. When the Ji family incident happened tonight, he happened to run away in the toilet. Later, there was a lot of commotion outside. He opened the window to take a look, and his anus tightened in fear. It seemed like the Ji family couldn't stand up to Yi Tiance. So he didn't hesitate at all and slipped away through the back door before Yi Tiance's men surrounded Ji's manor. And the reality was exactly as he expected. The Ji family really couldn't withstand it, and was almost wiped out by Yi Tiance in the end. This kid is really scary. If I had known it would be like this, I shouldn't have messed with him in the first place. Damn it, in the final analysis this is all the fault of Luo Yuanliang and the Rong family behind it. If they hadn't deliberately brought the people from Yuanyang Valley in, my senior brother and the others wouldn't have died tragically. A bunch of villains know how to fight against the fire. Taoist Gongsun was very angry. I will go to Yuanyang Valley to report this matter to the Valley Master and other elders, and let them make a decision. Taoist Gongsun staggered to his feet and continued running towards Yuanyang Valley. Things are going wrong outside. Villa number 1 of Zijin Tiangong in Jiangnan City is as warm as ever. In the courtyard of the villa, Zhong Tao slept peacefully in a wooden doghouse. He was exhausted from working all night. Inside the villa. In Yi Tiance's bedroom. He had just taken a shower and was lying down. The bedroom door was pushed open, and a beautiful little head poked in. It was Han Ruoyun. She was wearing the familiar yellow Pikachu-patterned pajamas. With the blessing of the E-cup, Pikachu looked very three-dimensional and stylish, making people want to pounce on it and grab a few. Yi Tiance asked with a smile, is there something wrong at this late hour? Han Ruoyun slipped in and closed the bedroom door. She said with a serious look on her face, I have made a decision. I am going to take your first blood tonight. Are you ready? Chapter 4082 Women Seize Husbands. Hear this. Yi Tiance, who was already sleepy while lying on the bed, immediately became energetic and no longer sleepy at all. What did you say? Han Ruoyun raised his chin slightly. With a seductive expression, she said, Isn't what I said clear enough? If you don't want to, forget it. Why don't I want to? Of course I do. Yi Tiance nodded hurriedly. But he was a little confused. But didn't you say that you would wait until Xiao Qingcheng and I were officially divorced before you would do that with me? Why today? Han Ruoyun sighed. After these 2 days, I understand 2 truths. First, things in the world are impermanent and fate is unpredictable. If one day someone suddenly dies before they have time to applaud you for your love, you will still be there until you die. If you are a young child, why don't you go to grandma's house? Sweat. Yi Tiance was speechless. What is the reason for this? Normally, this kind of thing should be said by male compatriots, right? Then what's the second truth? Han Ruoyun said seriously, you have 9 fiancés, all of them excellent and beautiful. Although I always say that I am the chief fiancé, I still feel a little guilty when I think about it carefully. Therefore, I have decided that as long as I am the first to have sex with you and the first to conceive your baby, no matter how many powerful and charming bitches there are behind me, my title will always be at the back in front of me, hee hee. Yi Tiance. This brain circuit is really a bit novel. But it makes sense when you think about it. No matter what, among the 9 fiancés, the one who has been with him the longest is Han Ruoyun, and he will never let her down no matter what. Now that the other party has spoken so freely, how could he still be so coy? What kind of man is that? Yi Tiance took off his pajamas without saying a word. He smiled evilly and said, Then tonight I will do as you wish, please don't complain about pain later. Swish. Han Ruoyun's face turned slightly red. But not to be outdone, he said, I also hope you can hold on longer and don't surrender in less than 3 minutes the first time. The atmosphere in the bedroom is becoming more and more ambiguous, and the temperature seems to be rising. The 2 untouched men and women had their heartbeats speeding up unconsciously, their hormonal auras overflowing, and they were constantly clashing. A fierce battle is about to begin. Squeak. The bedroom door was opened. A slightly lonely and resentful figure stood there blankly, with a pout on his lips. Isn't it Lu Ruoyun or who? Her appearance immediately dispersed half of the atmosphere that had been preparing for action. Yi Tiance's eyes twitched. Damn it, why did this bitch show up again at this critical moment? It's her every time. He suppressed his impatience and asked, It's so late, what are you doing here? Lu Ruoyun glanced at the 2 of them. Yin and Yang said angrily, I'm not doing anything, I'm just here to enjoy my fiancé and my sister's little movie. You go on, don't worry about me, sister. She walked in naturally, got on the bed and lay on Yi Tiance's right-hand side. He supported his head with his palms and stared at Yi Tiance and Han Ruoyun intently. Han Ruoyun was a little unhappy. Hey! Did you do this on purpose, you little tablet? You just wanted to destroy both of us? Lu Ruoyun denied, Big cow, please don't wrongly accuse a good person. Sister, I'm just here to appreciate it. I won't delay you and continue to do your job. Sister, I promise not to make a sound. Yi Tiance. What the hell does this have to do with whether or not you can make a sound? But if you are here, we will be embarrassed, right? Lu Ruoyun seemed to see Yi Tiance's thoughts. He raised his eyebrows and asked, Are you thinking that my presence here, sister, will embarrass you? Hello? We are all a family. Someone even said that he wanted to have a threesome? Sister, I can't accept it just by watching you from the sidelines, so if I really join in, can you still bear it? Yi Tiance was speechless for a moment, this seemed to make sense. Han Ruoyun also said in a strange tone, Since a certain tablet likes to watch, let her watch it, and the 2 of us will continue. We will inevitably ask her to help give guidance and evaluation later. While talking, Han Ruoyun also climbed onto the bed. He grabbed Yi Tian's right hand and placed it on his Pikachu. He also deliberately made a provocative expression towards Lu Ruyan. Xiao Sisi, check if I have grown a little bit more recently? I will let you take good care of me later. Such bold words and actions not only stunned Yi Tian's, but also made Lu Ruyan's eyes widen. Good guy. Sister, I'm already here, and you actually come here for serious matters? What's the difference between this and being close to me? Tolerable or unbearable? Lu Ruyan's competitive temper came to the fore. She grabbed Yi Tian's left hand, put it on her chest, and pressed it on it. It's so comfortable, Tian's. Use a little more force, sister. I like how you feel rough with others. Boom. Yi Tian's was completely numb. You two are bickering, but can you stop dragging me into this? But I have to admit that this feeling is still very unique. One in each hand, one large and one small, the feel is different. Especially the charming expressions deliberately made by the two people have a strong sense of empathy, which is far more real than the heroines of Japanese love and war movies. Okay, are you serious about coming with me? I'll make it happen for you tonight. Han Ruoyun's head started to heat up, so he simply took off his pajamas and lay directly into Yi Tian's left arms. The burning upper body was in contact without any hindrance. This was the first time the two of them had been so close. Han Ruoyun's face was red and his heart was beating fast. The corner of his mouth was close to Yi Tian's ear, and he said softly, Xiao Sisi, come here quickly, what are you waiting for? Gulu. Yi Tian swallowed, his whole body was so hot that he was about to explode. After all, he has an extremely young body, and the yang energy in his body is far higher than that of a normal man, although there are methods taught by his master to suppress it. But in the face of this extreme temptation, it is naturally difficult to remain calm, like a volcano about to erupt at any time. See this. Lu Ruyan refused to be outdone. Just take it off, what's the big deal? Swish. Lu Ruyan also pulled off her pajamas, and leaned against Yi Tian's right side in a smooth motion, sticking close to him and not letting go at all. He even spread his two straight, white legs and clamped Yi Tian's right leg tightly. Han Ruoyan frowned and said, Xiao Ping, you clamped him so tightly that he couldn't move at all, and you still let me take Xiao Sesei's first blood? Lu Ruyan said indifferently, it's up to you. Don't you keep saying that you are very capable? Otherwise. She raised a smirk on her lips and said, how about you sit on it and try it yourself? Chapter 409, I'm disturbing the three of you. Swish. Han Ruoyun's eyes twitched when he heard this. This little tablet was driving her to a dead end. Now it's a bit difficult to ride a tiger. Not sitting on it would be equivalent to losing in front of Lu Ruyan. But it was awkward to sit on it. Lu Ruyan continued to be weird. What's the matter? A certain big cow doesn't dare to sit down? Don't worry, my sister is here. If you can't help it, she can help support you. I will definitely not embarrass you. Han Ruoyun's face turned red. Biting her lip, she forced herself to say, sit down, I don't need help from others, what's the big deal? She stared with almond-shaped eyes and grabbed Yi Tian's big pants. Why are you still standing there? Take off your pants quickly, young lady. Yi Tian's. Is it so direct? At this moment, he seemed to have a feeling that he was like a young girl who was captured by bandits and taken into the mountains. She was pressed on the bed by two bandit leaders and forced to do things inappropriate for children. It's like a strong man locking up men. He still prefers to take the initiative. Yi Tian smiled bitterly and said, how about, forget it tonight? Han Ruoyun said dissatisfied, what do you mean forget it tonight? Do you not like me anymore? Why don't I like you? I always love you wholeheartedly, right? Since you like me, let me sit on it. Why don't you take it off? Lu Ruyan said a little sourly, the big cow has spoken, why don't you hurry up and obey? Alas, it's a pity that my aunt is not completely clean yet, and my fiancé is at the back of the list, and she doesn't even have the chance to ride a horse. Comparing people with each other is so irritating. You too, hurry up and start. Sister, I can watch and learn to ride a horse. Yi Tian's heart skipped a beat. At this point, what kind of man would he be if he backed down again? Just do it. Just as he was about to take off his pants. The vastness of the world is my love. The familiar cell phone ringtone rang. Do you have any sense of ethics when you call someone so late? Yi Tian subconsciously grabbed the phone and hung up. But after seeing the caller ID clearly, I couldn't help but be stunned. Because the name displayed above turned out to be Xiao Qingcheng. Why is this woman calling all of a sudden? You must know that Xiao Qingcheng has almost never taken the initiative to call him since the two filed for divorce. Nowadays, the relationship between the two of them is almost like strangers, not just enemies. Especially tonight at Ji's house, the relationship between the two parties is about to reach a freezing point. Han Ruoyun saw the caller ID. Asked, why don't you answer the phone? Yi Tian frowned and said, I don't really want to talk to her. In the past 3 years of marriage, he had been exposed to too many PUAs, which made him subconsciously resist Xiao Qingcheng. Not to mention that after the divorce, this girl misunderstood him again and again. Yi Tian didn't want to talk to her at all. But Han Ruoyun said suspiciously, oh? Are you sure you don't want to talk to her? It's not that you still have her in your heart, and you even contacted her secretly, for fear of being discovered by us, right? Lu Ruyan also said, that's right, if you don't feel guilty, why are you afraid of answering the phone? Yi Tian said seriously, who is guilty? Isn't it just to answer the phone? Just answer the phone. He directly pressed the answer button. Why are you calling me so late? At this moment, Xiao Qingcheng was sitting on her bed, her body curled up, and her eyes were still red and swollen. She did not answer Yi Tian's question. Instead, after a few seconds of silence, he asked, what are you doing so late? She actually didn't know why she suddenly asked this. In short, after returning from the Ji family manor, her entire mental state has been in chaos. But he didn't wait for Yi Tian to speak. Han Ruoyun had already grabbed the phone. He deliberately said, what else can a handsome man and a beautiful woman do together in the middle of the night? Of course it's to make love. Mr. Xiao, as an adult, don't you even know this? Boom. Boom. Xiao Qingcheng's body trembled and she subconsciously clenched her phone. Although he had already guessed that Yi Tian and Han Ruoyan would definitely have a relationship after they got together. But after hearing it with my own ears, I still felt heartbroken. It's just that she has a stubborn personality and will definitely not admit her unhappy emotions. Then he sneered and said, haha. That really delays your work. Han Ruoyun smiled nonchalantly and said, what's the delay? We've just fought a few hundred times, so it's good to take a break and chat, isn't it, Xiaoping? Lu Ruyan said lazily, that's right, sister and I are exhausted. Boom. Thunder resounded in Xiao Qingcheng's mind again. What the hell? Lu Ruyan is also here? The three of you actually did it together? Xiao Qingcheng almost gritted her teeth. I'm really sorry for delaying you three. Yi Tian was speechless for a while. I don't know why Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan deliberately lied in front of Xiao Qingcheng. He took the phone and asked calmly, is this the reason for calling so late? If you don't have anything else to do, just hang up. Xiao Qingcheng said coldly, wait until I finish speaking before you hang up. She took a deep breath and said, tomorrow is Grandpa's birthday. He said he would set up 2 tables at home and invite you to come over for lunch. Do you have time? Yi Tian suddenly realized. Good guy, I've been so busy these days that I forgot about this. He nodded and agreed, I have time. Because Xiao Hongming called him before and told him about this, and said he hadn't seen him for a while and missed Yi Tian. At that time, Yi Tian also promised the old man that he would definitely attend the birthday banquet. Although he has only a moderate relationship with many people in the Xiao family now, he still has great respect for the old man. Must go for his birthday. Xiao Qingcheng hummed. The second thing is that I just contacted the Civil Affairs Bureau through my connections and urged them to speed up the cooling off period process. I got a reply saying that they can apply for a divorce certificate for us tomorrow morning. You see. Don't look at Xiao Qingqing's calm words. But my heart was beating rapidly for no reason, and I felt strangely nervous and even a little scared. In fact, she has always had a feeling of expectation in her heart. That is because Yi Tian still cares about her, and the reason why he became like this is actually because he deliberately made her angry. It's not that I really want a divorce. After all, they had been married for 3 years, and during those 3 years, he treated her in every possible way. But Yi Tian didn't hesitate at all and simply said, "No problem, we will meet with the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning." Han Ruoyun also shouted excitedly, "Ha, we are finally getting divorced officially." Oh yeah. Lu Ruyan also said excitedly, "Sister, I want to order midnight snacks and beer to celebrate." Come on, Zhaoping, as long as you drink, you better not be embarrassed by drinking. I want you to take care of it. Sister, I am happy. Tian's official divorce means that he is completely out of the sea of misery. Our happy days are coming. Listen to the excitement on the other end of the phone. Xiao Qingcheng almost spit out blood. She just wanted to use this sentence to test Yi Tian's thoughts, and even retreat in order to advance, but she didn't expect that Yi Tian simply agreed, which further fulfilled Han Ruoyun and the others' wishes. Xiao Qingcheng was so angry that she hung up the phone without saying anything. At this moment, I couldn't hold my emotions any longer. I saw her covering her head under the quilt, and finally couldn't help but burst into tears. Chapter 410, Divorce is really going to happen now. In contrast, Xiao Qingcheng cried bitterly alone. The atmosphere at Yi Tian's side was quite harmonious and happy. Han Ruoyun said with emotion, "Because of this 1-month cooling off period, I was very angry. Now it's finally ended early." It seems that Xiao Qingcheng still has some face. Lu Ruyan blinked her big eyes. Looking forward to it, Tians, you will be officially divorced tomorrow. Would you like to take the opportunity to get the marriage certificate with my sister? Hear this. Han Ruoyun immediately got upset and said, "Hey. Can you be a bit smart with your little tablet? Even if little Cici gets a marriage certificate, he still talks to me first. What's the matter with you?" Lu Ruyan curled her lips and said, "Which law stipulates that I have to get a marriage certificate from you? This kind of thing is always between you and me. Whoever mentions it first will get it, right?" Hear the words. Han Ruoyun grabbed Yi Tian's and put his hand on his e-cup. He said seriously, "To touch my conscience, tell me. Will you get your marriage certificate from me tomorrow? As long as you agree, not only will I be yours, but everything in our Han family will be yours." Hear this. Not to be outdone, Lu Ruyan grabbed Yi Tian's other hand and placed it on her C-cup. "Then please tell the truth based on your sister's conscience. Can you get a marriage certificate from me? If you agree, not only will the person be yours, but the Lu family that originally belonged to me will also be given to you." The reason why the two of them care so much about the marriage certificate is obvious. That is, as long as you have a marriage certificate, you are equivalent to being officially recognized as the main palace. No matter how many fiancés appear in the future, no matter what, your status will be ranked behind. This opportunity is rare and must be seized. Yi Tian's had a dark look on his face. Although one in each hand is quite comfortable. But you two women share the same hatred for one moment, and then refuse to give in to each other. Can't you be more honest? Faced with the requests of these two women, Yi Tian certainly would not agree. On the one hand, no matter which one you agree to, you will offend the other. On the other hand, since I have decided to be a scumbag, I will not get a marriage certificate from anyone and imprison myself again. Isn't that stupid? So Yi Tian changed the topic with a smile. Didn't we just study whether to sit on it? I'm ready, let's start now. Unexpectedly, Han Ruoyun rolled his eyes. Sit down. Do you agree or not? Lu Ruyan also urged, hurry up and give me a happy word. Yi Tian suddenly rubbed his head. Ouch, I'm a little dizzy, I need to go to bed early. Then lie down straight and close your eyes. Han Ruoyun was so angry that he pushed Yi Tian's. Hey! Just pretend you didn't hear it and get up. Lu Ruyan also said, you scumbag, are you pretending to be mute with your sister? She pinched Yi Tian's waist hard. Yi Tian's didn't move at all. No matter how much Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan tried, he pretended they couldn't hear them at all. The two beauties were tired after working hard for a long time. In the end, he gave up and continued to toss, and could only fall asleep leaning on Yi Tian's side. The night passed and I woke up the next day. Yi Tian's is full of energy and is holding up the sky. Looking at the beauties lying on the left and right, he smiled with satisfaction. This is the life of a good scumbag. Just waiting for Rong Meiyan to come back in 2 days, so that we can all live together. But I'm afraid this bed needs to be replaced with a wider one, I'm afraid it won't be able to be used now. Of course, after he and Xiao Qingcheng get the divorce certificate today, he will no longer have any moral constraints and can play whatever he wants from now on. Hurry and get the first blood of these fiancés to save them from making trouble. After getting out of bed, washing up, and making some breakfast, Yi Tian's called the two beauties up to have breakfast. Yi Tian's originally thought that the two of them would continue to mention the matter of receiving the certificate last night at the dinner table. But fortunately, neither beauty made the slightest mention of this. But Han Ruoyun suddenly said, by the way, didn't you say before that you wanted to give us two an apology gift? Where are the gifts? Oh. Wait a minute. Yi Tian slapped his forehead before he remembered this matter. He went to the garage and took a few boxes out of the trunk. Zhuge Ruizhi drove the car back yesterday, and all the items from the Jubao Pavilion auction are here. 2 of the boxes contain jade hairpins and jade earrings respectively. He opened the box and pushed it towards the 2 of them. He smiled and said, how about these 2 gifts? You choose one each. Both Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan came from wealthy families and had seen the world. And these 2 treasures are worth a lot of money at first glance. Han Ruoyun chose a jade hairpin, while Lu Ruyan chose jade earrings. What a beautiful hairpin. As expected of the man I chose, I like it very much, hee hee. This jadeite looks like high-quality jadeite at first glance. It matches my sister and my temperament very well. I didn't expect you to be so attentive when you look like a straight man. Watching the 2 women complimenting each other. Yi Tianji said proudly, it's just a little thought, it doesn't count. As long as you like it, I will buy it for you in the future. Han Ruoyan asked, how much did you spend on auctioning these 2 gifts? Yi Tian subconsciously wanted to answer 1,000 million. But then he thought that Lu Ruyan's jade earrings cost 3,000 million. If we tell the truth, comparisons and conflicts will definitely be inevitable. So he said without changing his expression, both items are exactly 2,000 million, no more, no less. Sure enough, this answer is indeed high in emotional intelligence. The 2 of them stopped struggling with this issue and couldn't put it down while holding the gift. Yi Tian's glanced at the time. It should be time for the Civil Affairs Bureau to start working. I will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to apply for a divorce certificate. Han Ruoyun stood up and said, I want to go too. Lu Ruyan also raised her hand to follow. Yi Tian's was puzzled, Xiao Qingcheng and I divorced, what did you 2 do in the past? Han Ruoyan said seriously, of course I will follow you to supervise you. What if you go there and see Xiao Qingcheng crying with pear blossoms in the rain, and then become soft-hearted and refuse to divorce? Yi Tian said speechlessly, do you think I am that kind of person? Han Ruoyan curled her lips and said, I don't care about that, miss. If you can't, you can go over and set off firecrackers to celebrate. Lu Ruyan also said, if you don't take us there, it will prove that you are guilty. Yi Tian said, am I guilty? Just follow me. Let's go. Half an hour later. Yi Tian drove Han Ruoyan and Lu Ruyan to the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau and stopped. Just stopped a while ago. Xiao Qingqing's car also stopped slowly. Xiao Qingqing, who was wearing a light red dress, got out of the car and walked over with a cold face. When seeing Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan, he couldn't help but said angrily, "Ha! You didn't forget to bring someone over when you were going through a divorce. The relationship between the three of you is so harmonious." Han Ruoyun responded directly, "Are you angry that the three of us as husband and wife live more harmoniously?" Chapter 4:11 Official Divorce. Xiao Qingqing's eyes couldn't help but twitch. "We haven't even received a marriage certificate yet, but we treat each other as husband and wife." As expected of the eldest lady of the Han family, she is really open-minded. Han Ruoyun pouted and said, "I like to be open-minded. It's much better than some people who pretend to be innocent after being married to their husbands for 3 years and then flirting with other men." Xiao Qingqing's defense was a bit broken. "When did I start flirting with other men?" Han Ruoyun said calmly, "Doesn't it count with Ji Buduan?" Xiao Qingqing frowned and said, "He and I only have a cooperative relationship, and we have already broken up." Lu Ruyan added faintly, "What about Morong Fan?" Xiao Qingqing said coldly, "He and I also have a cooperative relationship." "Don't you know this better?" Lu Ruyan said indifferently, "You know clearly why they cooperated with you, but you still stay close to them. On the surface, you say you don't accept them, but in your heart you enjoy their pursuit. Qingqing, what are you doing? When will I stop deceiving myself?" Boom! Xiao Qingqing's delicate body was stunned and she was speechless. Ask yourself. She had never liked Ji Buduan and Morong Fan. At best, she had some appreciation for them. After all, they were both young talents. But she had to admit that she enjoyed the feeling of being pursued by outstanding young people, because it meant that she was different and good enough. It also proved that she was right to file for divorce from Yi Tiance. After all, people go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. It's just that this most real thought has always been suppressed deep in her heart. At this moment, Lu Ruyan exposed it in public. Of course, only this former best friend knew her so well. Call. Xiao Qingqing took a deep breath and glanced at Lu Ruyan with complicated eyes. This former best friend of hers actually betrayed her because of a man, and it was her soon-to-be ex-husband. In the past few days, we have been standing together with Han Ruoyan, sharing the same hatred. It made her irritated and hated deeper and deeper. Therefore, she doesn't care about the past relationship. He said coldly, "Lu Ruyan, you are not much better. You are a band star who has passed away. The young master from the provincial capital pursues you and does not know how to cherish it. You have to compete with other women for a man. As an independent and confident woman, I am ashamed of you now." Lu Ruyan rolled his eyes. "Then I really thank you for thinking about me. It's a pity that when my sister is with Yi Tiance, she doesn't need to be independent and confident at all, because he can satisfy her needs. To tell you the truth, he has given me more than 2,000 million in pocket money from other places in the past 2 days. He also bought me a pair of jade earrings worth more than million. For such an outstanding man, in the end, I have to thank you. Leave it to us." Xiao Qingqing stared at Yi Tiance with complicated eyes, unable to hide his complaints and grievances. "Thinking about the 3 years since I have been married to him, when did he spend so much money on gifts for me, or what kind of effort did he put into himself? It seems that nothing has been able to help her in the past 3 years except obeying her words and shouting at her. Not even basic emotional value can be provided. On the contrary, after the divorce, he, Yi Tiance, was so attentive to other women. With this kind of behavior, he actually had the nerve to say that it was wrong for me to propose a divorce. Yi Tiance is the one who has been irresponsible for this marriage from the beginning and doesn't love me enough, right? Think of this." Xiao Qingqing wiped away all the regrets that had remained in his heart before. From this moment on, she became even more determined that she was right to propose divorce. She took a deep breath. He said coldly to Yi Tiance, "Since they keep saying that you are excellent, they wish you could get divorced soon. Why are you standing around waiting? Hurry in. It is good." Yi Tiance nodded without changing his expression. Then she and Xiao Qingcheng walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau, followed by Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan. This is Yi Tiance's third visit to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The first time was her marriage to Xiao Qingcheng, and the second time she applied for divorce, she was given a 1-month cooling-off period. And today we can finally get officially divorced. Because Xiao Qingcheng had said hello, the divorce process went smoothly this time. From filling out the form to getting the divorce certificate, it took less than 10 minutes. After the two received the divorce certificates respectively, they had their own emotions. For Yi Tiance, this means that the originally fateful marriage has finally come to an end. His life will open up a new world in the future, without any legal or moral constraints. For Xiao Qingcheng, it means that from this moment on, she must work harder to prove to everyone that she was right to choose divorce, and that everyone who blamed her was wrong. But I don't know why. When she opened the divorce certificate and saw the information on it, Xiao Qingcheng felt a little empty in her heart. It seems that something very important is completely lost at this moment. Han Ruoyun took Yi Tiance's divorce certificate and checked it carefully. He said excitedly, my little Cece is finally divorced. From now on, she will be a serious unmarried person, so that no one will always say that I am hooking up with other people's husbands. Lu Ruyan echoed, hurry up and hide the divorce certificate, lest someone regrets the divorce one day and takes it to the Civil Affairs Bureau to remarry. Yi Tiance said helplessly, a good horse never turns around, so don't think I'm so worthless. Xiao Qingcheng. If you remarry me, will you be called a loser? Dear Yi Tiance, when I, Xiao Qingcheng, become even better than you expected in the future, I will tell you to take back these words. She suppressed her discomfort and calmed herself down. He said calmly to Yi Tiance, Grandpa's birthday party is being held at home, will you come over? Yi Tiance nodded, of course. Then, he said to Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan, you two go home first, I will go back after I finish my work. Aha! Han Ruoyun nodded obediently, then stepped forward to Yi Tiance. She opened her lips slightly and whispered, congratulations on officially completing the divorce. I will definitely do what I say. When you go back tonight, I will reward you well. You have the final say on the posture. Gulu. Yi Tiance swallowed and nodded repeatedly. Lu Ruyan heard this. Immediately, not to be outdone, he said, sister, my aunt has already left, so tonight is fine. Tell me which uniform you like, and I will definitely satisfy you. While talking, he also gave Yi Tiance a wink, endless temptation. What a pair of beautiful and troubled little fairies. At this moment, Yi Tiance is already looking forward to arriving early tonight. He handed the car keys to Han Ruoyan, it's hot outside. Outside, you two drive my car back. Han Ruoyan asked, what about you? Yi Tiance smiled and said, I'll just take a taxi there. But it was unexpected. At this time, Xiao Qingcheng hesitated for a few seconds and said calmly, it's not convenient to take a taxi here. You can take my car and go back together. Chapter 412 Xiao Hongming's Birthday Banquet. Han Ruoyun immediately warned, Xiao Qingcheng, what do you mean by this? Don't forget, you and my little Cece have divorced. Xiao Qingcheng said displeased, I know we're divorced. But don't think too much. I, Xiao Qingcheng, have no other intentions. It's just basic etiquette. If you're worried, just ask him to take a taxi back. Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan looked at each other. Then Han Ruoyun said calmly, what can you be worried about? Nothing has happened to you two after 3 years of marriage. What will happen after the divorce? I am not that stingy. She said to Yi Tiance, Xiao Cece, you can take her car, we are upright and not afraid of the shadows being distorted. Xiao Ping and I both trust you. Yi Tiance sighed helplessly and nodded in agreement. Anyway, he didn't have any extra thoughts, nothing to feel guilty about. Afterwards, several people left the Civil Affairs Bureau. Han Ruoyun and the two drove back to Villa No. 1 of Zijin Tiangong. Yi Tiance got into Xiao Qingcheng's car and headed to Zhao's villa. En route. Yi Tiance sat in the passenger seat, looking at the busy traffic reversing outside, feeling comfortable and comfortable. Especially when I think about the benefits of the two beauties that are coming in the evening, I feel even more excited with anticipation. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Xiao Qingcheng, who was in the driver's seat, glanced at Yi Tiance. Noticed the small smile on his face. She couldn't help but frown. Ha ha. I'm officially divorced. Is it worth being so happy? Yi Tiance responded without emotion, I can laugh whenever I want. Do I need to report this to you? Xiao Qingcheng's expression was very unnatural when he heard this attitude. You know, during the 3 years of marriage, Yi Tiance always gave in to her and spoke gently. Ever since I filed for divorce, every time I spoke, I was either angry or expressionless. Why? Could it be that in the 3 years since you have been married to me, all your feelings have been just an act? Are you the most real at this moment? Think of this. She couldn't help but feel even more disgusted with Yi Tiance in her heart. Just stop talking to Yi Tiance. It was like this in silence all the way, and 20 minutes later, we arrived at the Xiao family villa. Today is Xiao Hongming's 70th birthday party. According to common sense, with the status and influence of the Xiao family, it should be held in a hotel with a crowd of guests. But this time, Xiao Hongming didn't want to make a high-profile affair. He just invited important relatives and friends of the Xiao family and set up a few tables. The two got out of the car and walked into the Xiao family villa. Many relatives and friends of the Xiao family had gathered in the courtyard of the villa. When they saw Yi Tiance arriving, all of them looked unhappy. What's this guy doing here? What else can I do? Of course I want to attend the old man's birthday banquet, and I heard that this birthday banquet was personally invited by the old man. Humph. Even a white-eyed wolf like this has the nerve to come over, but he's just a loser who specializes in eating women. Don't say that. I have a good relationship with Rong Meiyan and Miss Han. I don't have to worry about food and clothing. Ha! Doesn't that further prove that he is a freeloader? Qingcheng should just file for divorce from him. At this time, Zheng Huilan and Xiao Nan, mother and son, walked towards each other. When they saw Yi Tiance, both of them looked disgusted. If it weren't for this bastard, the Xiao family wouldn't be what it is today. Fortunately, Miss Lu Yinji helped, otherwise the family would have gone bankrupt. Zhang Huilan said calmly, my surname is Yi, don't think that just because you helped Rong Meiyan complete the first phase of the 100 billion order project, you think it's amazing. Let me tell you, in our Xiao family, we should keep your proud little tail. Take it easy. Learn to be low-key. The details of what happened at Ji's house last night were kept secret. Now no one outside knows the truth. None of them believed that Yi Tiance had the ability to make a comeback. After all, it was the alliance of four powerful forces including the Ji family, the Rong family, Yuanyang Valley, and the Black Tiger Society. The reason was the disastrous defeat of the Ji family. It must be that someone among the four parties has offended a mysterious and powerful force, because the intervention of this force caused the Ji family and others to suffer a disastrous defeat overnight. Yi Tiance just happened to get a big bargain. Especially Zhang Huilan, mother and son, have this idea. After all, if Yi Tiance is really that awesome, then why didn't he give the Xiao family any help despite being unknown in the Xiao family for the past 3 years? After all, apart from being a better fighter, he is not worth mentioning in other aspects. Faced with Zhang Huilan's ridicule, Yi Tiance said without changing his expression, who do you think you are, talking to me like this? Boom. As soon as these words came out, many relatives and friends of the Xiao family present were stunned. Yi Tiance, are you talking too arrogantly? That's right, although Qingcheng filed for divorce with you, it has not been officially divorced yet. Sister Zhang is your mother-in-law, so be respectful. You're an unqualified man, no wonder Qingcheng wants to divorce you. Yi Tiance glanced at them. He sneered, you don't know yet? I have officially divorced Xiao Qingcheng just now, so Zhang Huilan is no longer my mother-in-law. Why should I respect her sarcasm? If she dares to say anything nonsense again, I will slap her in the face. She. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Although they all hated and looked down on Yi Tiance, there was one thing they knew very well. That is, once Yi Tiance shows his power, he is simply a madman. Dare to hit anyone, dare to kill anyone, no kidding. The corners of Zhang Huilan's mouth twitched fiercely. Even though he was unhappy, he still didn't have the courage to continue mocking Yi Tiance. However, when she thought of Xiao Qingchang and Yi Tiance's official divorce, her displeasure disappeared. He quickly asked Xiao Qingcheng, "Qingcheng, have you two really completed the divorce?" Xiao Qingcheng glanced at Yi Tiance first, and then nodded. "I asked the Civil Affairs Bureau to speed up the process through my connections. I just received the divorce certificate." Zhang Huilan said excitedly, "You kid, you don't tell us about such a big happy event in advance. It's better to get divorced, so as not to have a relationship with someone and be criticized by others outside." Xiaonan also said, "Sister, I will officially divorce you on your terms, and I guarantee that you will find someone better in minutes, better than Ji Buduan and Murong Fan." Xiao Qingcheng frowned and said, "If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. This stupid little brother of mine really doesn't care about anything." She said calmly to Yi Tiance, "Please find a seat and sit down. It will be noon soon and the banquet is about to begin." Yi Tiance naturally found a place to sit down. He took out his cell phone and played with it, but no one paid any attention. "Anyway, I am here to attend the birthday banquet. Have a meal, wish the old man a birthday, then turn around and leave." The relatives and friends of the Xiao family all whispered and were unwilling to talk to Yi Tiance. About 10 minutes passed like this. An old cough sounded. Swish. Everyone turned their heads and saw Xiao Hongming walking down the stairs, wearing a red-based shroud, looking slightly happy. Everyone in the Xiao family greeted each other respectfully. "Homeowner. Master. Grandfather." Xiao Hongming just nodded calmly and walked straight to Yi Tiance. Showing a kind smile, "Tiance is here? Long time no see. Grandpa misses you so much." Without waiting for Yi Tiance to answer, Xiao Nan's weird voice sounded. "He has officially divorced his sister, so what right does he have to call you grandpa?" "What?" Xiao Hongming's old body trembled and he asked in disbelief, "Really divorced?" Xiao Nan and everyone in the Xiao family nodded. Swish. Xiao Hongming's face suddenly darkened. Then, without saying a word, he turned around and slapped Xiao Qingcheng firmly on the face. Chapter 413. Come to the birthday banquet with empty hands? Snapped. The crisp sound of a slap resounded throughout the courtyard of the Xiao family villa. Everyone present was shocked. The old man beat his granddaughter on her birthday. Is the old man crazy? Xiao Qingcheng covered her red and swollen cheeks and said in disbelief, "Grandpa, why did you hit me?" Xiao Hongming was so angry that his chest heaved together. He hated the iron but said, "Why did you apply for a formal divorce? Aren't there still a few days left before the cooling off period?" Xiao Qingcheng said harshly, "I divorced my own marriage when I wanted to." Is this still wrong? You unfilial thing. You didn't even inform me of such a big event in advance. Xiao Hongming was about to slap Xiao Qingcheng again, but was quickly stopped by relatives and friends of the Xiao family. Master, what are you doing on this special day? Old man, please calm down, aren't you just getting a divorce? It will happen sooner or later, it's not worth worrying about. Qingcheng is the one who has the most difficulty, you have to be considerate of her. Everyone helped Xiao Hongming sit on the chair. Xiao Hongming's old body trembled slightly, and his lips turned pale with anger. He glanced at Xiao Qingcheng, full of disappointment and helplessness. Honestly, one of the reasons why he asked Yi Tiance to come to this birthday party was that he hadn't seen him for a long time and wanted to meet Yi Tiance. Another reason is to take this opportunity to let Yi Tiance and Xiao Qingcheng explain their misunderstanding and get back together. In this way, both parties can withdraw the divorce application before the divorce cooling-off period has expired. In the end, it was Xiao Qingcheng who took it upon himself to formalize the divorce in advance, causing all his plans to go to waste and leaving no room for maneuver. Can you not be angry? Xiao Qingchang resisted the tears of grievance from flowing down. Grandpa, even if you kill me today, the divorce has been finalized. From now on, Yi Tiance and I will go our separate ways, and you don't need to worry about it anymore. Bang! Xiao Hongming patted the table. Nonsense! Do you know what you are talking about? Divorcing Tiance, what other path can you take in the future? It can only be a dark road, and then our Xiao family will be finished. Xiao Qingcheng said unconvinced, Grandpa, you are wrong. Everything we have today in the Xiao family is the result of our concerted efforts. Although we have encountered some twists and turns recently, it does not affect the overall situation. Zhang Huilan also echoed, that's right, Miss Lu is very fond of our family. With the help of the Lu family, our Xiao family will only skyrocket. Xiaonan also said, Grandpa, I really don't understand why you always protect Yi Tiance. If he really wanted to help the Xiao family, he would have taken action 3 years ago. There is no need to count on it. Ugh. Xiao Hongming sighed deeply. His expression was full of disappointment and helplessness. He turned his head and looked at Yi Tiance, and said with emotion, Tiance, our Xiao family is sorry for you. Yi Tiance shook his head and smiled, Grandpa, there is no need to say that, there is nothing to be sorry for. Xiao Qingcheng is right, from now on we will go our separate ways and not disturb each other, no matter what my relationship with her is, you are my grandfather and will come to visit you often. Ugh. Xiao Hongming's eyes were slightly red and he nodded. At this point, he knew that no matter how much he said, it would be impossible to save the marriage between Xiao Qingcheng and Yi Tiance. Maybe this is destiny, you can't force it. Watching Xiao Hongming's mood gradually stabilize. All the relatives and friends of the Xiao family breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it would be troublesome to make the old man angry again on the big day. After a simple incident, everyone took their seats and prepared for the birthday banquet. Xiao Hongming asked Yi Tiance to sit on his left side. Saw this scene. All the relatives and friends of the Xiao family had unnatural expressions. I thought that Yi Tiance was just a white-eyed wolf, and now he was an outsider who had nothing to do with the Xiao family. Why can I sit next to the head of the family at the birthday banquet and be treated so kindly? Is it worthy? Therefore, naturally some people are unbalanced. I saw Xiaonan glance at a distant cousin named Xiaohang at the same table. The latter nodded. He stood up and cupped his hands to Xiao Hongming and said, Uncle, today is a good day for your birthday. As a junior, I naturally have to give you a gift. Please accept it. I saw him take out a box and put it on the table. After opening, it contains exquisite tea leaves. Xiaohang introduced, this is a high-quality dahanpo that I bought through my connections. Although it only costs 2 taels, it is worth more than 20. I gave it to my uncle as a birthday gift. Xiao Hongming nodded and said, thank you for your trouble. Xiaohang smiled and said, this is what juniors should do, don't bother. With Xiaohang taking the lead, relatives and friends of the Xiao family presented gifts one after another. Antiques, jades, valuable calligraphy and paintings, etc. are generally worth tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Xiao Qingcheng gave an ebony cane as a gift, which is also a treasure. Xiaonan gave a piece of Ganoderma lucidum. The Ganoderma lucidum looks like an umbrella, is purple with gold in color, and has a warm luster. See it. Xiaohang exclaimed and asked, what a beautiful Ganoderma lucidum, what kind is this? Xiaonan said proudly, this thing is 1000 purple Ganoderma. After taking it, it can prolong life and strengthen the body. It is most suitable for grandpa. It is very hard to find. Xiaohang immediately cooperated and asked, such an awesome effect must be very precious, right? Xiaonan smiled and said, it's about more than 300 million. Although it's a little expensive, it's worth it as a birthday gift for grandpa. Relatives and friends of the Xiao family could not help but praise. Xiaonan finally grew up and became sensible. He is so filial to his grandfather. Buying more than 300 million Ganoderma lucidum as soon as I asked for it shows my filial piety. If the owner of the house takes this Ganoderma lucidum, he will definitely live longer and remain youthful forever. Xiao Hongming also nodded slightly. After all these years, Xiaonan finally did something normal. Xiaonan couldn't help feeling proud after being praised. There's no need for you to praise me like this. I just did what a grandson should do. It's better than some people calling me grandpa in various ways, but actually coming here to eat and drink for free without even bringing a gift. That's so nice. Swish. Everyone present looked at Yi Tiance with strange eyes. It was obvious that Xiaonan was talking about him. The atmosphere immediately became awkward. Xiao Hongming coughed lightly. He smoothed things over and said, "It's just a birthday. It doesn't matter if you don't give me a gift. There's no need to take it too seriously. Forget it." Xiaonan obviously didn't want to let it go. "Grandpa, how can it be okay to give a gift? I don't care about how valuable the gift is, but I care about the thought. Even if he only gives a thermos cup today, it is much better than having empty hands." Everyone said, "Isn't it?" "Ah." Everyone nodded in agreement. "That's right, you can just buy any gift. I think he just doesn't have the intention. As stingy as ever, no wonder Qingcheng divorced him, I would have divorced him too. Look at Xiaonan's Ganoderma lucidum, and then look at you. They don't look shabby in comparison." Everyone pointed and pointed, wishing to reduce Yi Tiance to the dirt. Although Xiao Qingcheng didn't speak, his expression wasn't very good either. He spent 2,000 million on gifts for two women, Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan, but Grandpa forgot about them. I felt even more disappointed with Yi Tiance. However, Yi Tiance raised his head at this time. Neither humble nor arrogant, he asked, "How do you know that I didn't give you a gift?" Chapter 414 Xiaonan Gets Beaten. Yi Tiance's words. Everyone present burst into laughter. Xiaonan shook his head and said, "Yi Tiance, sometimes when I think about it, I really admire you as a person. You have a good attitude and a thick skin. If you didn't bring a gift, just say you didn't bring it. If you insist on pretending that you did, let me ask you, where is the gift? You can't hide it in your crotch, right?" Ha ha ha. In the villa, the jeers became louder. He didn't believe that Yi Tiance had brought a gift. This couldn't help but make Xiaonan feel happy. After all, I had suffered a lot at the hands of Yi Tiance before, and in the end I could only swallow my anger. Today I can finally ridicule him. Cool. But at this moment, Yi Tiance said calmly, "My gift for Grandpa is on the way, and someone will deliver it to me shortly." Xiaonan sneered, "Stop delaying time with little tricks, do you think everyone is a fool?" Yi Tiance said calmly, "It's not sure whether I regard you as a fool, but it is obvious that you regard us as a fool." Xiaonan immediately frowned and said, "What do you mean? If you are a man, just say it boldly." Yi Tiance glanced at the 1,000 purple Ganoderma lucidum on the table. He said coldly, "What I mean is that your 1,000 purple Ganoderma lucidum is fake. Not only will it not make Grandpa live longer after taking it, it will actually cause him to be poisoned and die. Originally, I wanted to remind you privately after the birthday banquet, so as not to affect everyone's mood for attending the birthday banquet, but since you insisted on letting me say it, I said it." Boom. These words were like thunder. Everyone's expressions were shocked and unbelievable. Xiaonan opened his eyes wide and retorted, "You're talking nonsense. This is obviously the real Qianzi Ganoderma. I asked someone to buy it. How could it be fake?" Zhang Huilan said calmly, "Yi Tiance, I see that you are deliberately targeting my Xiaonan and using this method to slander and frame me. Don't you feel shameless?" Relatives and friends of the Xiao family present also expressed their opinions. That's right, although Xiaonan sometimes messes around a bit, he doesn't have the guts to do this kind of thing. I think Yi Tiance is deliberately taking revenge on Xiaonan. He is really a villain. Master, don't listen to him. I know a little bit about Chinese medicinal materials. This 1000 purple Ganoderma lucidum is genuine at first glance. Everyone was doubtful. Even Xiao Qingcheng was a little unhappy. Yi Tiance, my brother has some conflicts with you, but is it too much to target him in this way? In her opinion, her brother would never harm her grandfather. Yi Tiance responded, Mr. Xiao, are you questioning my medical skills? Xiao Qingcheng couldn't help but be startled. Yi Tiance's medical skills have been demonstrated many times. Not to mention other things, the last serious illness that made Grandpa angry was Yi Tiance's treatment in public in the hospital. Even Dean Wu Xingye admires him, and his medical skills are beyond doubt. Is there really something wrong with this 1000 purple Ganoderma lucidum? But this time, Zhang Huilan frowned and said, even if the man surnamed Ji knows some medical skills, it does not mean that he has not made mistakes. Besides, just because he knows medical skills, he can use this identity to deceive us, so that no one can question it. Okay. Black Heart. Xiaonan nodded repeatedly, my mother is right, this kind of villainous behavior is really despicable and shameless. Everyone present also nodded. Hear these words. I almost got mad. There are so many idiots in the Xiao family, so why worry about the family being completely ruined in the future? Xiaonan frowned and said, why are you laughing? Yi Tiance said, I laugh at you for deceiving yourself and others and being ignorant. Since you said that I wronged a good person, you might as well ask an authoritative person to help verify whether what I said is false. Xiaonan sneered, ha, you invite me, I want to see if you can invite that authoritative man? Yi Tiance didn't talk nonsense. Directly dialed Zhuo Shanshui's WeChat video call. 3 seconds later. Zhuo Shanshui answered the call and said respectfully, Mr. Yi, do you have any advice for making a video call? Yi Tiance said directly, Mr. Zhuo, I want you to help identify some medicinal materials. Is it convenient? Zhuo Shanshui smiled bitterly and said, Dr. Yi, you were so skilled in medicine and you asked the old man to help you with the screening. Isn't this a joke? Yi Tiance said, I'm not joking, but some people don't believe what I say, so they can only come to you as the authority. Zhuo Shanshui twitched the corners of his mouth. I couldn't help but complain, you don't even believe it, Mr. Yi? Is there something wrong with your brain? I happen to know an expert in treating the brain, and I can help contact him. This conversation was clearly heard by everyone present. Embarrassment was written all over their faces, and they were extremely red. They all know the reputation of Zhuo Shanshui, the king of medicine in the south of the Yangtze River and the Taishan Beidu in the world of Chinese medicine. Actually no Yi Tiance? And his attitude was very respectful? Yi Tiance pointed the camera of his mobile phone at the 1000 purple Ganoderma lucidum on the table. Please tell me, Zhuo Lozhen. Zhuo Shanshui carefully screened them for more than 20 seconds. He opened his mouth and said, this thing looks like 1000 purple Ganoderma, but it is not the case. The root of the real 1000 purple Ganoderma is light golden, and the umbrella handle will be larger. The one in front of me should be Ganoderma lucidum, which contains chronic toxins. Long-term use will shorten your life. Taking it by the elderly and weak will endanger your life. It is a bad medicine. Wow. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. Oh my god, this Ganoderma lucidum is actually fake. Yi Tiance was right. Mr. Zhuo has spoken, how can it be false? I didn't expect that this kid Xiaonan had evil intentions and actually gave poisonous Ganoderma lucidum to Grandpa at his birthday party. Even Xiao Hongming's expression became very ugly. He looked at Xiaonan. How do you explain it? Me? Xiaonan's lips were trembling and she couldn't say a complete sentence. Snapped. At this time, Xiao Qingcheng slapped him. Hating iron but not steel, he said, asshole, everyone trusts you so much, you actually want to poison Grandpa? Are you a beast? Thump. Xiaonan was so scared that she knelt on the ground. He said tremblingly, I really have no intention of killing Grandpa. I asked someone to buy this Ganoderma lucidum, which costs a total of 3 million. How did you know it is poisonous? Zhuoshanshui in the video said calmly, the market price of real 1000 purple Ganoderma lucidum is at least tens of millions. 3 million can't even buy a Ganoderma root. Boom. Xiaonan's face turned pale. I was actually deceived. Damn it. Zhang Huilan was so angry that she kicked Xiaonan hard several times. You're a cerebral palsy, you've been defrauded of 3 million, what's your use? You're a waste. Xiaonan felt extremely aggrieved. I thought that the title of trash used to belong to Yi Tiance, but now it belongs to him? Not reconciled. He glanced at Yi Tiance and couldn't help but said, even if there is something wrong with the gift I gave, at least I gave it. It's better than some people saying for a long time that they didn't give any gift at all. The voice just fell. There was a voice outside the door. Which trash said that Mr. Yi didn't send any gifts? Everyone turned their heads. When they saw the appearance of the visitor, they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 4:15 Billion Birthday Gift. I saw a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walking quickly. Behind him followed a bodyguard in black, holding a gift box in his hand. Everyone looked directly at this middle-aged man and almost held their breath. Because the visitor is none other than the famous king of Jiangnan in Jiangnan City, Zhao Hailong, who is now the chairman of Tianlong Group and a superboss in charge of the group's assets worth hundreds of billions. The villa was filled with excitement. Oh my god, Master Long is here? I have only seen Mr. Long on TV before. This is the first time in real life. He is so domineering. TSK. Mr. Long made an order worth 100 billion some time ago. It's a pity that our Shao family didn't get it in the end. Tell me, did Mr. Long come here because we have good relations with the Lu family, so he came to Qingqing to cooperate? After all, Xingcheng is a strong woman considered by Miss Lu. It makes sense, our city is worth it. At this time, Shao Qingcheng could not conceal his excitement. After being offered an olive branch by Lu Yinji, did Mr. Long also come over to offer an olive branch? As expected, Your Excellence will be recognized by real bosses. She walked forward quickly and said hello with a smile. Master Long, it would be a great blessing for the Shao family to come over and attend my grandpa's birthday party today. Zhang Huilan also flattered. Long Yi, please go inside quickly. We are about to have lunch. Let's wish you a happy birthday first. If there is any cooperation, let's sit down and chat slowly. From now on, your Tianlong Group and our Shao family will definitely be a strategic partnership. Zhao Hailong frowned. Who told you that I came to the Shao family to celebrate my birthday and discuss cooperation? G.A. Everyone present stared at him for a moment. You came here specially for the old man's birthday party. The bodyguards behind you are holding gift boxes. What are you doing if you're not here to celebrate your birthday? Shao Qingcheng frowned and said in confusion, Master Long, what are you? Zhao Hailong ignored Shao Qingcheng. He walked straight to Yi Tiance. He cupped his hands and said, Mr. Yi, I brought you the gift you asked me to choose. There was a traffic jam on the road and it took some time. Please punish me. Boom. Everyone in the Shao family was dumbfounded by this action. Damn it, why does Mr. Long respect Yi Tiance so much? I'm not blinded. Although this person named Ji has been in the limelight recently, he is not qualified to have Master Long's attitude. That is to say, Tianlong Group's 100 billion order has just been given to Yi Tiance and Rong Meiyan. Lord Long is a serious father of Party A. At this moment, even Shao Qingcheng was dumbfounded. In her inherent impression, Yi Tiance and Zhao Hailong were two people who couldn't get along. Why do they look so familiar at this moment? The key point is Zhao Hailong's attitude towards Yi Tiance. What is going on here? Could it be that he is hiding other unknown secrets from me? Yi Tiance didn't care at all about everyone's unexpected shock. He took the gift box from Zhao Hailong and opened it. I saw a dark red pendant placed in the gift box. The pendant presents a dragon head, a turtle body, and a snake tail, exuding an ancient and majestic charm. This is Xuanwu among the 4 legendary beasts. It's absolutely extraordinary at first glance. Yi Tiance handed the Xuanwu pendant to Xiao Hongming. Grandpa, this is a birthday gift for you, please accept it. Xiao Hongming took the pendant, rubbed it in his hand, and felt a slight warmth entering his body. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Is this? Zhao Hailong introduced with a smile, this object is a magic weapon, specially purchased from a top Taoist force. It can ward off evil spirits, pray for blessings, and nourish the body when worn on the body. Mr. Yi asked me to collect it and give it to you. Magical weapon. Xiao Hongming's eyes trembled slightly. He had heard of this kind of thing. Generally speaking, only the mysterious and unpredictable Taoist forces know how to refine this item, which has many functions. It is said that the cheapest magic weapon on the market costs more than 5 million per item, which is rare but not sought after. Generally, only top forces and family bosses are qualified to wear magic weapons. This time it's not just Xiao Hongming. All the relatives and friends of the Xiao family opened their mouths wide, as if they were about to swallow a tea egg. After all, they had previously ridiculed Yi Tiance for being stingy and not giving gifts at the birthday party, but in the end they gave him a magical weapon, which was priceless. In front of the magic weapon, these gifts they gave are no different from rags. Xiao Hongming returned the Xuanwu pendant. He said seriously, Tiance, this gift is too expensive. Grandpa doesn't want it, so you can keep it for yourself. Yi Tiance smiled and said, it's just a magic weapon. It's not valuable. Just accept it. I can have as much of this thing as I want. This sentence is not bragging. Because he also knows how to refine magic weapons, but he is too busy recently and can't take the time to refine them. Otherwise, the magic weapon he can refine will be at least a lot stronger than the Xuanwu pendant. Yi Tiance returned the Xuanwu pendant to Xiao Hongming. Then he was ready to get up and say goodbye. After all, it's a shabby place and it's awkward to wear, and I don't want to eat with these idiots, it will make me feel sick to my stomach. But that's it. A familiar and cool voice sounded at the door, it's such a lively birthday banquet. I'm not late, am I? Swish. Everyone turned their heads. I saw a woman wearing a long black dress and black silk gloves on her hands slowly walking in. She has a tall and sexy figure, her straight legs are wrapped in a layer of thin black stockings, and she wears a pair of black Valentino high heels, attack shoes. Her unique aloof and cold and dangerous temperament, like a black hole, attracts everyone's attention to her and cannot be diverted. Not Lu Yanji or who? Xiao Qingcheng hurried forward to greet her and said unexpectedly, Miss Lu, why are you here? Lu Yanji smiled faintly, today is the 70th birthday party of the Xiao family. As a junior and your partner, I have to come to celebrate your birthday. She went straight to the table. Place a silver bank card on the table. He said to Xiao Hongming, Master Xiao, there are 10 billion in this card. It is a little thought from this junior. Please accept it. I wish you a long life. Boom. These words were like thunder, making everyone stunned. 10 billion gift money? Did we hear it right? Even Xiao Hongming trembled slightly, obviously shocked by the amount. He stood up and said seriously, Miss Lu, it's enough for you to come to the old man's birthday party. As for the gift, please take it back. Hear this. Before Lu Yanji could react, Zhang Huilan said anxiously, Dad, what are you talking about? Miss Lu has her whole heart and cannot let her down. Xiaonan also said, that's right, when someone gives you a gift, there's no reason to refuse. This is a gift of 10 billion. Over the years, the Xiao family has only accumulated this amount of assets, and was deceived by Morong Fan. It's such a great gift, wouldn't you be a fool not to accept it? This is not only the thought of Zhang Huilan, mother and son, but also the thoughts of other relatives and friends of the Xiao family. Some people even have plans in mind. After the birthday banquet is over, I will try to find a way to get some wool from Xiao Hongming. After all, it is 10 billion. But to everyone's expectation, Xiao Hongming's attitude was very firm. He said seriously, as long as I am still alive, old man, I will not accept this gift. Chapter 416 The identity of the big shot is exposed. Xiao Hongming's attitude made all the relatives and friends of the Xiao family look at each other. I wonder if this old man has Alzheimer's disease. With the support of this cash, the Xiao family's rise will only be smoother. Why insist on not giving it up? Lu Yinji played with her bank card. His expression was calm and he said, Master Xiao, I wonder why you refused. Don't you believe me, Lu Yinji, and are you worried that my 10 billion gift money is digging a hole for your Xiao family? Xiao Hongming took a deep breath. Then he nodded and said, That's right, old man, I won't believe you, so please take back the gift money. Hear this. All the relatives and friends of the Xiao family looked ugly. You know, since the Xiao family was tricked by Morong Fan last time, their vitality has been severely damaged. It was Lu Yinji's check that helped the Xiao family tide over the difficulties. As a result, the old man said in public that he didn't trust Lu Yinji. Isn't this a slap in the face? It's a huge honor for someone with such a distinguished status to wish you a birthday, right? Even Xiao Qingcheng frowned. Grandpa, you have misunderstood Miss Lu, but she is still worthy of our trust. Xiao Hongming said seriously, you have to believe it yourself. Anyway, I don't believe it, old man. Lu Yinji smiled coldly and said, Master Xiao doesn't trust Yinji, who would he rather trust? Could it be Mr. Yi? While speaking, she glanced at Yi Tiance. The waves in his eyes flickered, and he didn't know what it meant. Xiao Hongming nodded seriously, yes, I only believe in Tiance, and this will never change. Lu Yinji asked back, you keep saying you believe Mr. Yi, but it's a pity that he doesn't trust you. Xiao Hongming raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Lu Yinji smiled lightly and said, if Mr. Yi really believes in you, then why did he stay in your Xiao family for 3 years without telling you that he is the actual helmsman of Tianlong Group, that is, the identity of the legendary big shot? Woolen cloth. Boom. These words were like thunder, shocking everyone present and their jaws almost dropped. Zheng Huilan opened her mouth. He is the big shot of the Tianlong Group? How is this possible? Xiaonan shook his head dully. It must be fake news. How can he deserve such an identity? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Assistant's son a little further away had a look of disbelief on his face. Ms. Lu, your joke is a bit too big. If he were that big shot, we would have known about it for the past 3 years. Xiao Qingqing's eyes widened. Although he didn't express his position, it was obvious that he didn't believe the truth either. Lu Yinji's cold eyes narrowed slightly. I couldn't help but sigh, Mr. Yi, it seems that in the past 3 years of your marriage, the concept of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger has really taken root in the hearts of the people. It's really interesting that you don't even believe Yinji's words. There was no wave on Yi Tian's face. As for Lu Yinji leaking his identity, it was leaked, it was no big deal. After all, this matter has not been a secret for a long time. Xiao Hongming's voice was trembling, and he asked Yi Tiance for confirmation. Tiance, are all her words true? Okay. Yi Tiance did not deny it and nodded calmly. After getting confirmation from Yi Tiance, Xiao Hongming immediately became excited. He took a step forward and couldn't help but slap Yi Tiance twice on the shoulder. Okay. You deserve to be the grandson of Xuanying. You deserve to be the one who was said to be a dragon and a phoenix among people by that expert fortune teller. I really saw it right, old man. I knew you were good enough. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hongming laughed. It seemed that he was laughing out all the resentment that had been held in his chest for many years, and he couldn't help but shed his muddy tears. You know, Yi Tiance and Xiao Qingcheng have been criticized a lot in the 3 years since they got married. As the head of the family, he supported Yi Tiance and shouldered a lot of pressure against all odds. I don't know how many times I've been scolded by others behind my back. Today, it turns out that he was not confused at all. Yi Tiance is excellent. You guys have taken a wrong look, you are really confused. Yi Tiance asked curiously, Grandpa, don't you blame me for keeping this secret? Xiao Hongming shook his head and said, don't complain, you must have your own considerations for doing this. In short, I am very happy to see you truly outstanding, very happy. Everyone in the Xiao family present was confused as they listened to the conversation between the two. It seems that Yi Tiance is really that big shot. After all, Lu Yenji admitted it and Yi Tiance admitted it. The point is that Lord Zhao Hailong was right in front of him and did not deny it. No wonder he respected Yi Tiance so much before. Now everything can be explained. How could this happen? How could this happen? Xiao Qingcheng stood there and murmured, still unable to accept this fact. After all, she said she would prove herself before, making Yi Tiance regret it. Now Yi Tiance's true identity is the helm of a group with a market capitalization of 100 billion. It is almost impossible to surpass him. Of course, this is nothing. What he couldn't accept the most was that Yi Tiance had this identity. Why didn't he tell him earlier? She bit her lip and complained, Yi Tiance, you have made me suffer so much. Yi Tiance felt a little baffled. When did I hurt you? Xiao Qingqing's voice couldn't stop feeling aggrieved. Since you are the big shot, why didn't you tell me earlier? Yi Tiance said calmly, on the day you filed for divorce, I told you my identity, but you didn't believe it at all. You even thought I was being unreasonable. Are you embarrassed to say that I didn't tell you now? Xiao Qingqing was slightly startled. Yi Tiance had said that he was that big shot, but who would have believed it at the time? Even if I don't believe it, can't you explain it a few more times? After all, you just didn't want to tell me on purpose. Xiao Qingcheng continued to complain, then you know that these 100 billion orders are very important to me, and you deliberately set up the Tianlong Chamber of Commerce and the Tendering Chamber of Commerce. In fact, you are deliberately retaliating against me because I filed for divorce? Is it wrong to deliberately watch my jokes? Yi Tiance rolled his eyes. Xiao Qingcheng, I have said it many times, don't take yourself too seriously. I don't have the energy or mood to retaliate against you, just to see your joke. Your many previous failures can only prove your inability, nothing else. Phew. This sentence was like a knife in Xiao Qingqing's heart. Her face turned blue and white, and she was on the verge of breaking through. The high-sounding words you say will only prove your guilty conscience and prove that you have only thought about yourself during the 3 years of marriage. All of these are just excuses for your selfishness. The voice just fell. Zhao Hailong's slightly dissatisfied voice sounded. Mr. Xiao, let me tell you something that I shouldn't say. If Mr. Yu was really selfish, do you think the Xiao family would still be here today? Chapter 417 Yi Tiance, shall we reconcile? Zhao Hailong's words not only interrupted Xiao Qingqing's thoughts, but also made everyone in the Xiao family look over. Zhang Huilan curled her lips and questioned, I don't understand this. Our Xiao family is what we are today because of the hard work of everyone in our Xiao family, plus the excellent results of my daughter. What does it have to do with Yi Tiance? Xiaonan also said, that's right. Even if Yi Tiance is really a big shot, it still can't prove that he is not selfish. The other relatives and friends of the Xiao family also spoke to each other. There were various complaints about Yi Tiance's attitude. On the other hand, the corners of Lu Yenji's mouth curved in a cold and charming way. She sat on a chair, elegantly raising her legs. The black Valentino high-heeled shoes under her feet were swaying slightly, and her behavior was full of seduction. She was very comfortable, as if she was quietly watching the show. Face complaints from everyone. Zhao Hailong snorted coldly. I'm so embarrassed to say it all. 3 years ago, your Xiao family was at a low point. Business was squeezed out by everyone, and your assets were tens of millions in debt. Under those circumstances, why do you think the Xiao family could suddenly receive business orders from companies under the Tianlong Group? Why can tens of millions in debt be exempted from interest? Why are so many business people willing to cooperate with the Xiao family and even give priority to profits? At this moment, many relatives and friends of the Xiao family held their breath subconsciously, with a vague feeling of bad premonition. Zhao Hailong continued word by word in front of everyone. That's because Mr. Yi arranged all of this. It was he who asked the Tianlong group to take good care of the Xiao family, and it was he who asked the Tianlong group to protect the Xiao family secretly. Otherwise, do you think that based on the state of the Xiao family at that time, how could they achieve more than 10 billion in assets in just 3 years, and even make Mr. Xiao the most beautiful CEO in Jiangnan City? Because Mr. Yi gave you all this, but you say he is selfish. This is nonsense. In my opinion, you guys are selfish vampires relying on Mr. Yi. Just like that, you still have the nerve to slander Mr. Yi again and again as a free-spirited wolf. Bah! A bunch of wolf-hearted things. Zhao Hailong became angrier as he talked. In the past 3 years, as a bystander, he has also been angry for Yi Tian's. If it weren't for Yi Tian's pressure, he couldn't control it and vented it out. Now I can say it in one breath, it feels really good. He glanced at Yi Tian secretly from the corner of his eye and found that the latter seemed lifeless, which made Zhao Hailong feel that he had done a very right thing. As for the Xiao family, at this moment, everything in the villa was completely silent. Everyone was stunned. Zhao Hailong's words were like a sharp knife, revealing the bloody truth in front of everyone. The rise of the Xiao family was given by Yi Tian's. This has nothing to do with the Xiao family's hard work or Xiao Qingqing's talent. The truth is the sharpest knife, and the truth is the most hurtful. Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan both looked pale and lowered their heads. They didn't even have the courage to look directly at Yi Tian's. After all, in the past 3 years, it was the two of them who were the most dissatisfied with Yi Tian's and ridiculed the most. The results of it? They are the vampires, they are the white-eyed wolves. Such a reverse slap in the face is not only painful, but also shatters the worldview. The expressions of the others were not much better. Especially Xiao Qingqing, her delicate body trembled and she almost fell to the ground. His originally cold and calm expression was now filled with unprecedented panic and confusion. In fact, she has always been curious in her heart. In the past 3 years, my business has always been smooth sailing. I have never been deliberately suppressed, harassed in the workplace, or owed funds. You always get what you want. Especially the Tianlong Group, the business giant in Jiangnan City, takes great care of the Xiao family group. It was precisely because of this that she was very curious about that legendary big man, and she wanted to see him once in her dreams and express her gratitude in person. As a result, it turns out that the man she wanted to thank in her dreams was actually the man who initiated the divorce. How ironic and ridiculous this is. Pat. A tear couldn't help but flow down the corner of his eye. It's piping hot and it's also cold. She bit her lip, clenched her fists, and raised her head to look at Yi Tian's. Confirmed again and asked, is everything Mr. Long just said, all true? Okay. Yi Tian's nodded calmly. Now that things have come to an end, now that it's been said, it's been done. Ha! Ha ha! Hearing these words, Xiao Qingqing couldn't help but laugh miserably. Her tears couldn't stop anymore. Then you have obviously done so much for me, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did you hide it? Yi Tian said calmly, because I know your character, you have strong self-esteem and good face. I'm worried that telling you from the beginning will make you feel more pressured and even refuse. So I'm waiting for an opportunity, which is our 3rd wedding anniversary. I plan to send you an order worth 100 billion on that day, and then tell you the whole truth. But you also know the result. On the day before your wedding anniversary, which is also the anniversary of the death of everyone in my Yi family, you filed for divorce. Boom. Xiao Qingqing's head was buzzing. His body staggered, and he might have fallen to the ground if Assistant Sun hadn't stepped forward to help him. At this moment, she felt like her heart was pierced by a knife, and the pain seemed to be bleeding. It turns out that this is the truth. From the beginning, he had wrongly blamed Yi Tian's, and he made mistakes again and again, pushing the other party further away step by step. Not only that. It was clear that he was what he was today, but it became a reason to look down on him. Not only did they say that the two parties' visions were not on the same level, they also proposed divorce on the anniversary of the death of Yi Tian's family, blindly listened to Ji Buduan, and questioned Yi Tian's words and deeds. Now that I think about it, I wish I could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it with embarrassment and regret. Hiss. Xiao Qingqing's heart ached terribly, sweat flowed down her face, and her beautiful face turned pale. Assistant Sun quickly asked with concern, "Mr. Xiao, are you okay?" In fact, Assistant Sun was no less shocked than Xiao Qingqing. She had looked down upon Yi Tian's before, but she was slapped in the face so quickly. Ugh! Xiao Hongming sighed deeply. He said with emotion, "I have long told you not to be impulsive and to have more trust in Tian's, but you always turn a deaf ear to me. What else can I say now?" Xiao Qingqing bit her lip tightly. A picture gradually flashed through her mind, which was the scene of their marriage in the first 3 years. Yi Tian's poured her water when she was thirsty, cooked for her when she was hungry, and made her happy when she was sad. Little things that seemed inconspicuous at first. Now it seems so precious and unattainable. Tears welled up in my eyes. The inner defense finally collapsed. She choked and said, "Yi Tian's, I'm sorry can we reconcile?" Chapter 418 I refuse. Wow. Everyone present was in an uproar. Xiao Qingqing actually apologized? She has been admired by many stars since she was a child, and has developed a well-known stubborn and strong character. She has never heard her apologize to anyone. I actually apologized today, and it was to Yi Tian's. This is a picture beyond everyone's expectations. Sitting on the chair, Lu Yenji poured herself a glass of wine, took a sip, and curled up the corner of her mouth into a smile that was not a smile. Keep watching the show. Not only her, but everyone present was waiting for Yi Tian's answer. Yi Tian's looked at Xiao Qingqing's red and swollen eyes, as well as the pity and pleading light in his eyes. He took a deep breath. Calmly, "We are officially divorced, so let's forget about reconciliation." Boom. Xiao Qingqing's delicate body trembled again. She gritted her teeth, feeling regret boiling in her chest. Why? Why am I so anxious and insisting on urging the Civil Affairs Bureau to speed up the divorce process? Now there is no chance of recovery? She took a deep breath and wiped her tears. He continued in a negotiating tone, "Then let's remarry, okay? Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to apply for a new marriage certificate now." As she spoke, she unconsciously stepped forward and grabbed Yi Tian's hand, tightly. Red and swollen eyes, bulging mouth, and sobbing from time to time. The whole person has never felt pitiful and helpless. This was also the first time Yi Tian saw her in this state. After all, the two have known each other since childhood and have been married for 3 years. It would be absolutely nonsense to say that Yi Tian's heart was calm at all. After all, he was not a robot and had no heart. If Xiao Qingqing could apologize earlier, maybe you will really be impressed. But it's too late now. Yi Tian's took a deep breath and took Xiao Qingqing's hand away. He said seriously, "Mr. Xiao, I hope you can do what you said before. From now on, you and I will go our own ways and be well." Xiao Qingqing's lips trembled, and the complex emotions of regret in her heart became even stronger. "I wish I could give myself 2 slaps. Why did you say such stupid things in the first place? It's a pity that it's too late to take it back." In the end, how to do? She really didn't want to lose Yi Tian's just like that, especially after she learned Yi Tian's true identity and everything he had done. Once he is lost, he will be taken away by women such as Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan. It will be as difficult as climbing to the sky to get him back. Zheng Huilan took a step forward and said dissatisfiedly, "Yi Tian's, my Qingqing has already apologized to you, what else do you want?" Xiao Nan also said, "That's right, my sister has apologized. As a man, shouldn't you forgive her?" The rest of the Xiao family kept talking to each other. The core meaning is to express that the matter is over, don't embarrass Xiao Qingqing anymore. Yi Tian sneered, "Ha! I should forgive her when she apologizes and do what she asks? Where does this nonsense come from? Hear this. Xiao Qingcheng bit her lower lip and clenched her fists. He said, Yi Tiance, what exactly do you want me to do to remarry? Do you have to kneel down and apologize before you agree? Yi Tiance lowered his eyes lightly. This has nothing to do with whether you kneel or not. You still don't understand what I want. What he wants now is freedom and no longer wants to be bound by the shackles of marriage, because that will only make his life more miserable. Not to mention, everyone understands the simple truth that a good horse never turns around. But Xiao Qingcheng obviously didn't know what Yi Tiance was thinking. She bit her lower lip. As if he mustered up all his courage, he gritted his teeth and said, I know, don't you just regret that I never let you touch this matter during our 3 years of marriage? Good. Let's go upstairs right now, let's make love right now, and make up for everything we've owed you in the past 3 years, isn't that okay? When he said these words, Xiao Qingcheng was trembling all over, and his neck and ears were all red. You must know that with her cold and proud character, it would have been absolutely impossible for her to talk about such topics in public before. But now, all she can think of is doing this is the only way to retain Yi Tiance. This is the last concession she can make. Wow. Everyone present was also talking quietly. No one expected that Xiao Qingcheng would make such a concession in order to save her marriage. Although Yi Tiance was surprised that Xiao Qingcheng would say such words, his answer once again exceeded everyone's expectations. Why do you have to do this to yourself? Since you are divorced, then accept this reality and stop trying to get into trouble. I will not agree to remarry. Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled, and tears burst out of her eyes uncontrollably. Ha ha, ha. She let out bursts of laughter, and her whole face had a mixed expression, as if she was in a daze. Qingcheng, are you okay? Zhang Huilan hurriedly stepped forward and took Xiao Qingcheng's hand and asked with concern. It's okay. Xiao Qingcheng bit her blood-stained lips and answered. She didn't understand why Yi Tiance still didn't forgive her even though she had made such a huge sacrifice and concession. This simply made it impossible for her to get off the stage. As a man, what's wrong with giving in to women? Swish. A flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. She got it. I saw her eyes fixed on Yi Tiance. The original light of discussion and prayer had disappeared, and was replaced by unwillingness and coldness. His eyes were bloodshot, and his tone was extremely cold. Yi Tiance, you are very good. You deliberately used this method to retaliate against me for filing for divorce and trample my dignity into the soil. But it doesn't matter, this will not defeat me, but will make me stronger and grow until you look up to me one day and regret today's decision. Yi Tiance was speechless. Got it. This woman started to add drama to herself again. Really served. Seeing Yi Tiance, there was no reaction. Xiao Qingcheng's mood became even more intense. She raised her voice and said, Remember, today is the last time I apologize to you. From this moment on, you and I will not owe each other or interfere with each other. Yi Tiance smiled lightly, that's the best. Xiao Qingcheng's face turned blue and white, and his chest rose and fell even more violently. Yi Tiance turned around, cupped his hands to Xiao Hongming and said, Grandpa, I'm busy with some urgent matters here, so I can't wish you a birthday. Tiance takes his leave now and will come see you when he has time. After saying that, Yi Tiance turned around and left with Zhao Hailong. From beginning to end, he didn't even look back. Ugh. Xiao Hongming was sitting on the chair, and he seemed to be several years older. He shook his head and murmured helplessly, how could everything turn out so well like this? A good hand was beaten to pieces by Xiao Qingcheng. Everyone in the Xiao family present lowered their heads and remained silent. All the twists and turns that happened at today's birthday banquet were so unexpected, and I'm afraid it will take a long time to digest them. Puff. At this time, Xiao Qingcheng, who was standing there, finally couldn't hold on any longer and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Then he fell straight down. Chapter 419, The Maid in the Same House? Same moment. Yi Tiance still doesn't know what happened to the Xiao family after he left. He asked Zhao Hailong to drive the car and take him to Fingrong Group first. After all, Fingrong Group and Tianlong Group have just completed the first phase of the 100 billion order project, and there will be a second phase of cooperation next. So Fingrong Group was busy at the moment, and he needed to come over and take a look. When getting off the car, Zhao Hailong smiled flatteringly and said, "Mr. Yi, as expected of you, you just deliberately slapped them in the face at the Xiao family, which made my subordinates very happy." Yi Tian said, "I didn't mean to slap you in the face, I just told the truth." Zhao Hailong smiled awkwardly and said, "My subordinate made a mistake, but I have to say that this incident has dealt a great blow to Mr. Xiao. If her temper is confused by others, it is easy for her to go to extremes. When the time comes, my subordinates will be worried." Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you saying that Xiao Qingcheng is very close to Lu Yanji and you are worried that Lu Yanji will seduce her and target me?" Zhao Hailong nodded seriously. "This Lu Yanji is hard to see through. Take today's birthday banquet as an example. She is the one who exposed your identity. It seems that she didn't say it accidentally, but she wanted to tell everyone deliberately on this occasion. And the subordinates also felt that Lu Yanji seemed to have guessed from the beginning that you would reject Mr. Zhao's idea of remarriage." Yi Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. At the birthday banquet just now, after Lu Yanji exposed his identity, he just sat there watching the show without saying a word, and he had everything under control. If you think about it carefully, since Lu Yanji and Xiao Qingcheng had contact before, they did not inform him of his identity as the actual helmsman of Tianlong Group. Instead, I specifically chose to say it on this special occasion today. If you say it was not intentional, no one will believe it. What kind of medicine is this woman selling in her gourd? But it just so happened that Lu Yanji made an appointment with him to meet at Lu's house tonight, and maybe everyone would know by then. Go and do your work, I'll come back to you if I need anything." "Yes." Zhao Hailong drove away. Yi Tian went upstairs to the Fingrong Group office area. The busy employees all looked at Yi Tian. You must know that in the past, their attitude towards Yi Tian was mostly doubtful and disdainful. After all, in their opinion, Yi Tian got the position of general manager because of his relationship with Rong Meiyan. Actually nothing. Especially in a series of operations such as the previous 100 billion order bidding, I felt that Yi Tian was messing around. The result has been a huge turnaround in these 2 days. Although the specific details are unclear, there are already rumors from the outside world that it was all thanks to Yi Tian to turn the tide and finally allow Fingrong Group to complete the first phase of the project on time. Now Fingrong Group not only received the 50 billion down payment from Tianlong Group, but also received the 20 billion mortgage from the Ji family in Tianlong Group. The huge profits brought about by such a magical operation are unheard of even though they have been in business for so many years. The next rise of Fingrong Group is a sure thing, and employees' salaries are naturally rising. Now their peers are even more envious of them. This naturally made the employees of Fingrong Group admire Yi Tian with admiration. It seems that the initial misunderstanding that Yi Tian was a free-spirited pretty boy was an outrageous misunderstanding. Therefore, when Yi Tian appeared this time, they all stood up and greeted him respectfully. "Good afternoon, Mr. Yi." "Hello, Mr. Yi." "Mr. Yi, you are so handsome today." "Ha, when will I not be handsome?" Yi Tian responded to the employees with a smile. After walking around the public area, he went straight to Ah Ching's office. When he opened the office door, he couldn't help but be stunned. I saw Ah Ching wearing a black OL professional short skirt today. She looked mature and steady, but she was squatting on an office chair and typing on a laptop. Maybe it was because of the heat, but the top 2 buttons of her white shirt were opened, revealing her delicate collarbone. Unfortunately, there was nothing but a flat plane below. The 2 slender straight legs were wrapped in a layer of flesh-colored stockings, and the white feet were firmly planted on the chair. You can also see the red toenail polish through the reinforced layer of stockings, which is quite unique. Her hair was tied back and was a little messy, and she had a pair of dark circles under her eyes. It looked like she had stayed up late. Although Ah Ching's chest is very flat, her appearance is 90 percentile. She can be called a beauty. She also has a capable image on weekdays. It was the first time he had seen such a sloppy appearance today. Ah Ching looked up and saw Yi Tiance coming in, and was frightened. Immediately jump off the chair and put on black heels. He complained, "Hey! Why did you come in without saying hello?" While speaking, he looked at Yi Tiance warily while buttoning up the 2 buttons at the collar of his white shirt. Yi Tiance rolled his eyes. "There's no need to guard against me like a wolf. I'm not interested in being a washboard. I've told you this many times." This sentence naturally hit Ah Ching's weak spot. Swish. Her expression changed. "You bastard. Dare you mock me? I want to make you look good." Ah Ching turned over the desk, kicked Yi Tiance, and ran straight to his door. Naturally, Yi Tiance blocked it easily and grabbed his right ankle. "Hey! With this strength, you should avoid fighting with others in the future, otherwise you will suffer big losses sooner or later. I want you to take care of it." Ah Ching was about to pull his foot back and try again. As a result, a high-heeled shoe that Yi Tiance held onto his right ankle suddenly came loose and fell down. Pat! The high heels landed at Yi Tiance's feet. Ah Ching's right foot, wearing flesh-colored stockings, was directly exposed in front of him, with the distance between the 2 sides being at most 10 centimeters. Even with Yi Tiance's eyesight, he could see the veins and skin texture of the feet under the shredded flesh. In addition, Ah Ching raised one leg, so that as long as his eyes moved down slightly, he could see the beauty under the skirt of the professional skirt along the silky legs. Swish! Ah Ching's face instantly turned red. He said angrily, "You bastard, what are you looking at? Why don't you let go of my foot quickly?" This sentence was blurted out loudly, and even the employees outside the office heard it. In an instant, there was a small discussion. "I'll go." Mr. Yi grabbed Assistant Ching's feet in the office. "Huh? I didn't expect Mr. Yi to have such a hobby." Although Assistant Ching has no breasts, she is tall and good-looking. It's normal for Mr. Yi to be unable to control her. I wouldn't be able to withstand it either. But isn't President Yi the man of Director Rong? Isn't it bad for him to tease Assistant Ching behind Director Rong's back like this? Hey, what do you know? Assistant Ching was originally Director Rong's life assistant. It was equivalent to the kind of maid in ancient times who was brought by a lady to help the male master solve some men's needs. It's normal. It's better than messing around with other women. Much more. That's right, Mr. Yi is handsome and capable. It's not surprising that Assistant Ching likes him. It makes sense. Everyone, just pretend not to know about this and continue working. Yes, I didn't hear anything. I don't know anything. Inside the office, Yi Tiance and Ah Ching looked at each other. Both of them are masters of martial arts, and their hearing is different from ordinary people, so they can roughly hear the conversation outside the door. Ah Ching's face turned red with embarrassment. This misunderstanding was too deep. She bit her lip and lowered her voice. How long will you continue to pinch me? Chapter 420, Pay Some Conditions. What? Yi Tiance was stunned for a moment, and then he noticed that he was still holding his ankle. Ahem. Sorry. He coughed awkwardly and let go of Ah Ching's ankle. I just listened to people talking outside and forgot about this matter. Ah Ching put down his feet and put on his high heels again. Feeling the residual hot touch on her ankle, there was still a blush on her face that had not subsided. This was the first time in her life that a man pinched her there. After all, women's feet are the third most private area. Her heartbeat sped up inexplicably. Call. Ah Ching took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He raised his head and warned, "You, don't listen to the nonsense of those people outside, and don't touch me again in the future." Yi Tiance put down his hand. He said speechlessly, "You were obviously the one who attacked me first, right? I was just passively defending, but it was you who washed your feet more frequently. The smell is so bad that it makes stars pop out of my eyes." What? Ah Ching's eyes widened. Just as he raised his voice, he suddenly realized something. She almost gritted her teeth and said, "Whose feet smell bad? I obviously wash my feet every day, right?" Unfortunately, although she was very angry, her chest did not rise or fall. Yi Tiance pretended to be disgusted and said, "Anyway, I smelled it. I don't believe it. Look in the mirror and see how sloppy you are now. You can see that you haven't washed your feet in a few days." Ah Ching was about to say something. But then he thought about being kidnapped and controlled by Ji's family for the past 2 days. After being rescued last night, she rushed back to deal with the company's business. She didn't have time to sleep, let alone take a shower and wash her feet. Does it really have a taste? Thinking of this, Ching dug her toes on the floor in embarrassment. It's finished, my beautiful image. In fact, she didn't know something. Yi Tiance didn't smell anything just now. He was just teasing Ching by saying that her feet smelled bad. Let this woman go against him for nothing? Yi Tiance pulled up a chair and sat down. Stop talking nonsense. How is the situation in the company? Tell me. Oh. Ching pursed his lips. Although he complained about Yi Tiance in his heart, he could only suppress it in front of work. She sat back in her chair. The first phase of the project between us and Tianlong Group has been completed, and the other party's 50 billion down payment has been paid, and there is an additional 20 billion in mortgage deposit. This time we paid 1 million yuan to all engineering teams. After deducting costs, the net profit reached 69 billion. After the completion of the second phase of the project, this number will further increase. When he said this, Ching secretly glanced at Yi Tiance out of the corner of his eye. Although this man looked very unreliable and lustful, he even got confused with Han Ruoyun and Lu Ruyan behind the young lady's back. But there is one thing she has to admit now. That is, his performance in business, planning, and martial arts prowess is perfect. What a pity for such an excellent man. Why are you so scumbag? Is it all because that stupid woman Xiao Qingqing filed for divorce? If you think about it carefully, that woman is quite stupid. I don't want such an excellent man, but let him out to trash other women. Outrageous and sexy operation. She pressed down on the gossip mood. He continued, just this morning, Tianlong Group has sent over the second phase project contract. Judging from the terms, there are no problems, and many of them are even beneficial to our Fingrong Group. To be honest, this is the first time that the lady and I have met such a generous and affordable party in such a long time. I didn't expect Mr. Long to be quite easy to talk to. Yi Tiance smiled in his heart. Nonsense. I asked Zhao Hailong to do this, how can he be so embarrassed? By the way, how is your lady doing? She knows all the news about us, and she is very happy. She said that the matter with the Rong family is almost settled, and she is expected to be back tomorrow. It is good. Yi Tiance nodded, still in a happy mood. After all, I haven't seen this charming lady for a while, and I miss her so much. Especially the Cheongsam outfit, I never tire of it. Cheng fiddled with his fingers and hesitated for a few seconds. Suddenly he asked with a look of expectation, there is something I have been holding in my heart for a long time. Can you tell me? What is the problem? What is your identity? Why do you ask this suddenly? Cheng said, because we have known each other for so long, I always feel that you have many secrets hidden in you, and you can do things that others expect every time. This is not a coincidence at all, but is brought about by your absolute strength and self-confidence. Yi Tiance smiled and said, keep talking. Ching said, this seems to be the case, if nothing else, I was at Ji's house last night. I'm not surprised that you came back, but Mr. Zhao from the provincial capital, Pang Huayuan from the Black Fox Society, and the killers from the Tiananmen, these 8 people can't fight together, but they are very influential in Tiannan province. Forces, why do they obey your orders? You know, even the 4 major families in the provincial capital can't order them to do things together, so I'm curious about your origins? You really want to know? Ching's little chicken nodded with pecks of rice. Yi Tiance pretended to be serious and said, but this is my secret. Isn't it too childish to just say it so simply? What? Ah Ching was stunned for a moment and asked tentatively, then what do you want to say? The corner of Yi Tian's mouth curled up in a harmless arc. He asked jokingly, think about it for yourself, what kind of conditions do you have to pay for me to tell you? As he spoke, he looked at Ah Ching up and down, very aggressively. Sensing Yi Tian's gaze. Swish. Ah Ching's face couldn't help but turn red again. Especially when I think about the behavior between the two of them in the office just now, I feel even more embarrassed. She angrily said, you are a big bastard, you always think of unhealthy things in your head, I will definitely tell the lady about this, ha. Yi Tian's crossed his hands behind his head. He said indifferently, whatever you want, my maid. You. Ah Chung broke his guard. He wished he could rush up and kick Yi Tian's to death, but he was no match for him at all, so he could only swallow his anger. She stood up while suppressing her anger and walked towards the office door. Yi Tian's asked in confusion, why are you going? Ah Cheng said angrily, I'm tired, go home and sleep. Oh. Yi Tian's let out a long one and said deliberately, then don't forget to wash your feet after you go back, so as not to infect anyone again. What the hell? Ah Ching's blood pressure soared. There was an urge to take off the stockings and stuff them into Yi Tian's mouth. If you tell me my feet smell, I'll kill you. Humph. Finally, he simply turned away and left the office on high heels. Ha! No need to tease. Yi Tian's leaned on the chair and smiled with emotion. The secret about his identity must not be told to others, so he deliberately teased Ah Ching to make her retreat. The vastness of the world is my love. The magic phone ringtone rings. Yi Tian slid the answer button to answer the call. Hey! A familiar cold voice came from the other side. Mr. Yi, you agreed to be my guest today. When will you come over? Yen, she can't wait. Chapter 421, Going to Lu's House. Yi Tian asked, weren't you attending the birthday banquet at the Xiao family and you went back so soon? Lu Yenji complained, I was originally going to attend the birthday banquet and have a meal before leaving. Unfortunately, your ex-wife suddenly vomited blood and fainted. The happy birthday banquet came to an abrupt end. I had no choice but to go home. Oh. Yi Tian's responded lightly without saying anything unnecessary. Lu Yenji asked curiously, you don't care why Xiao Qingqing vomited blood and fainted, and what is the situation now? Yi Tian's replied indifferently, she and I have divorced, and we will go our separate ways from now on. What does she do to me? Ha ha. Lu Yenji smiled coldly. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be unfeeling and a bit cruel sometimes. Yi Tian sneered in his heart. In terms of cruelty, you, a woman, can't help but give in too much, right? Lu Yenji continued, let's not talk about it anymore. Yenji called to invite you to come over as a guest. The address is at our Lu's house. Someone will pick you up when you arrive at the door of Lu's house. We will see you later and have a good chat. Do. The phone hangs up. Yi Tian's got up and left the office, heading to Lu's house. Half an hour later. Yi Tian's arrived at the Lu family in Jiangnan City. The Lu family is one of the three major families in Jiangnan City. It is also the most powerful and unpredictable family. It is located in the Lu Manor in the eastern suburbs of the city. The gate of the manor is spectacular and brilliant, with two majestic stone lions standing on both sides. Their eyes seem to be able to see into people's hearts, which is awe-inspiring. Standing at the door was a bodyguard in a white suit with a short haircut and a medium build. Yi Tian has seen this person before. This person had participated in the tendering Chamber of Commerce with Lu Yenji, and had also fought with Yi Tian and was defeated with one move. His strength was at the level of a grandmaster in the early stage. Later, when Lu Yenji went to Zijin Tiangong, this guy also acted as the driver. It seems that he should be Lu Yenji's confidant. The bodyguard in a white suit walked over quickly. He bent down to greet Yi Tian and said, Mr. Yi. The lady is waiting for you at home. I will show you the way. Yi Tiance asked, how many times have we met, and I still don't know your name? The bodyguard in white suit said, just call me Laifu. Blessing. Is there anything wrong? Yi Tiance's eyes twitched. No. Nothing. In fact, he really wanted to ask the other party if he knew a man named Chang Wei who was born with supernatural powers. Laifu took Yi Tiance into the Lu Manor. What comes into view is a wide lawn with several exquisite fountains scattered around. They sparkle under the sunlight and hang up small rainbows. At the end of the lawn are magnificent buildings. There are villas for family members to live in, banquet halls for holding banquets, and even separate gyms, libraries, etc. It is worthy of being the most secretive Lu family in Jiangnan City. In terms of specifications, it is more than one level better than the Han family and the Ji family. The two walked along the small stone road. En route, Yi Tiance glanced around and discovered a very strange phenomenon. That is, in the huge Lu Manor, there are not even a few people visible, giving people an empty feeling. This is completely inconsistent with the character that the Lu family should have. Your Lu family is so deserted. Where have everyone gone? What? Laifu was stunned for a moment and replied, everyone in the family has gone on vacation. Now the affairs of the Lu family are all managed by the young lady, so there seem to be fewer people. So that's it. Yi Tiance didn't believe Laifu's answer at all. So many people from the Lu family went on vacation together? Since everyone is out, why not take Lu Yinji with you? It just doesn't make sense logically. Moreover, there have long been rumors that Lu Yinji returned to the Lu family 3 months ago. He took the power of the family into his own hands with the power of thunder. Since then, news about other members of the Lu family seems to have disappeared. It can be seen that the rest of the Lu family is definitely not as simple as going on vacation as Laifu said. A few minutes later, Laifu led Yi Tiance to the entrance of the single-family villa on the west side of the manor. Laifu rang the doorbell. Mr. Yi has arrived. Lu Yinji's cold voice came from the door of the villa. Please come in, Mr. Yi, and then you can go down. Yes. Click. The villa door opened a crack. Laifu made a gesture of invitation to Yi Tiance. Mr. Yi, please come in. I'll take my leave now. Yi Tiance asked with a smile, if you don't protect Lu Yinji here, aren't you afraid that I will cause harm to her? Laifu smiled naturally and said, I am no match for you if I stay here, besides, this is arranged by the young lady, I am just a subordinate and just obey orders. He turned around and left, quickly disappearing. Mr. Yi, are you standing at the door and not coming in, are you worried that Yinji will eat you alive? Lu Yinji's voice came from inside the door. Oh, what can I be afraid of? Yi Tiance walked into the villa. The living room of the huge villa is very empty, and the entire decoration style is very monotonous, even boring. What caught his eye was Lu Yinji standing in the entrance hall. She wore a long black dress, which not only showed her graceful figure, but also exuded a confident and calm beauty. Her long black hair falls like a waterfall flowing down her waist, contrasting with the color of her long skirt. She is already close to 175 centimeters tall, but wearing a pair of Valentino high-heeled shoes makes her height exceed 180 centimeters. Standing in front of her, she has a unique cold and imperial temperament, as if the whole world has stopped because of her, which is eye-catching. Watch it many more times though. Yi Tiance had to admit that although this woman was not the most perfect woman he had ever seen in appearance or figure, she was the most distinctive and alluring woman he had ever seen. She deserves to be secretly known as the Black Poisonous Rose. Lu Yinji noticed the way Yi Tiance looked at her. Lang Yan asked, didn't Mr. Yi see me once at Zhao's house today? Didn't he see enough? That's not it. Yi Tiance changed the subject and said, your villa is quite spacious. Lu Yinji said lightly, what's the use of being spacious? Yinji doesn't live alone. Sometimes it's lonely and boring. Yi Tiance rolled his eyes. This sounds like there is something in it. Think about it carefully, Lu Yinji has been with Chen Xingdi for 5 years. Now that she has returned to Jiangnan City, there is no news about Emperor Qinsheng. To a certain extent, Lu Yanji can be regarded as a cool young woman who keeps an empty house alone. Is it empty, lonely, and cold? After all, as the saying goes, a woman is like a wolf at 30, a tiger at 40, and a woman at 50 can absorb dirt while sitting on the ground. Lu Yanji is just over 30 years old, which is when her desires are strong. What are you thinking about, Mr. Yi? Why don't you come in and sit down? Lu Yanji interrupted Yi Tian's thoughts. Ah. Yi Tian's nodded. Lu Yanji reminded again, no need to take off your shoes, just come in directly. Yi Tian's followed Lu Yanji directly into the living room of the villa. But when he saw the direction of the sofa in the living room of the villa, his eyes widened instantly. Chapter 422 Enjoying her? There was a woman lying on the sofa. She was wearing a light red dress, which looked like a blooming flower. The hem of the skirt hung gently, rising and falling slightly with her breathing. Her face was delicate and beautiful, and there was a circle of redness and swelling around her closed eyes, which was obviously from crying. Just judging from her pale face and lips, it was obvious that she was in a state of weakness and illness. Yi Tian's would not be so shocked if there was just a woman lying on the sofa. What shocked him was the identity of this woman, Xiao Qingcheng. Didn't she vomit blood and faint at Zhao's house? Why is she here? And why are you lying on the sofa in Lu Yanji's living room? Yi Tian's was puzzled. Lu Yanji noticed Yi Tian's confused expression. Jing Jing explained, just now at the Xiao family, she was so anxious that she vomited blood and fainted. I said there was a miracle doctor in the Lu family who could treat her, so I brought her here. Yi Tian's raised his eyebrows and asked, if you bring her here, will the Xiao family believe in and agree to you? Lu Yanji said softly, does the Xiao family have anything else besides believing in me now? Or do they have the guts to stop me? Although the voice is soft, the irresistible attitude is very obvious. What about your miracle doctor? Didn't you mean to treat her? Lu Yanji's beautiful eyes fell on Yi Tian's. Isn't this miracle doctor far away and right in front of you? Yi Tian's pointed at himself, looking confused. Good guy. After a long time of fussing, did you eat it on yourself? Lu Yanji smiled slightly and asked, isn't Mr. Yi a miracle doctor? Even if I am a miracle doctor, I don't mean to obey your orders. Why should I treat her? Lu Yanji said of course, because she is your ex-wife. After all, you will never sit idly by and watch the couple's kindness. Yi Tian sneered and said, although the couple's kindness is 100 days, it is a pity that I have not lived through it, so there is no kindness, and there is no reason to treat her. Lu Yanji was obviously stunned for a moment by this answer. Then she nodded and smiled bitterly. Although it's a bit rude, it really makes sense. She raised her jade hand wearing black silk gloves and held her chin in thought. His expression was a little confused, but Xiao Qingcheng is my approved partner. I promised her family that I could cure her. If it fails, wouldn't Yanji have broken his promise? It's a bit troublesome. Yi Tian's watched with cold eyes. I wonder if you are in trouble because you have a trading relationship with me? Lu Yanji suddenly rolled his eyes. Since Mr. Yi keeps saying that he has no life, so there is no kindness, then wouldn't it be enough for Yanji to let you have kindness? She stepped forward and lifted up Xiao Qingcheng's skirt naturally. What caught my eye was Xiao Qingcheng's pair of slender and fair legs, with skin that could be broken by blows. It was simply a work of art. This is not a big deal. The most important thing is that the pair of panties with Hello Kitty pattern on her body were directly exposed to the air. This view. Any man would be attracted if he saw it. This. Even though Yi Tian's was well informed and had a strong psychological quality, he never expected Lu Yanji to make such an unexpected move. Lu Yanji's black silk fingers gently stroked Xiao Qingcheng's beautiful legs. She sighed with emotion, TSK, she is indeed the most beautiful CEO in Jiangnan City today. She has a good figure and looks. I heard that Mr. Yi has been married to her for 3 years and has never had any physical contact. It just so happens that Yanji creates an opportunity for you and leaves her to you to let her vent. In the end, you just need to help cure her. Yi Tiance had a dark look on his face. Damn, are these bitches crazy? Do you know what you're doing? Of course I know. By eliminating your obsession over the past 3 years, Mr. Yi, you can also cure my partner. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. What's the problem? Lu Yanji's voice was cold, without any waves or hesitation. It seems like this is a matter of course. Yi Tian said seriously, Xiao Qingcheng and I have divorced and have nothing to do with each other from now on. I will not do anything to take advantage of others' danger. As for you, you keep talking about cooperating with Xiao Qingcheng. Is this how you treat your partners? Aren't you afraid that she will wake up and complain about you? Lu Yanji smiled coldly. I have always demanded obedience from others. Since Xiao Qingcheng agreed to become my partner, she must obey my orders unconditionally, including the so-called innocence and dignity. She is not allowed to complain. Yi Tiance. What a woman with extremely strong PUA abilities. Lu Yanji's fingers pulled down the shoulders of Xiao Qingcheng's skirt, exposing the black shoulder straps. Even the raised white snow showed its edges. Although Yi Tiance and Xiao Qingcheng have been married for 3 years, they have never seen her reveal so much. Lu Yanji praised, look, what a flawless body, she is still a virgin. I don't know how many men are thinking about it. She looked at Yi Tiance. He smiled lightly and said, Mr. Yi, just do it, and Yanji will handle all the consequences. If you think it is inconvenient for you to do it with me here, Yanji can give the villa to you, and I will wait outside. Half an hour? 1 hour? 2 hours should be enough, right? Yi Tiance had a dark look on his face. That's enough. I said, I will not take advantage of others, let alone do such a thing to her. That's it. Lu Yanji stopped pulling open Xiao Qingcheng's skirt. Looking directly at Yi Tiance. He said with a smile but not a smile, since Mr. Yi doesn't want to take advantage of others' danger, if that doesn't work, let Yanji sacrifice himself and let you vent your anger? But you have to promise to help Xiao Qingcheng's treatment after the end. The tone didn't sound like a joke. Lu Yanji smiled and continued, of course, Yanji's body is not clean. If Mr. Yi does not dislike it, Yanji will naturally not refuse and will listen to your command. As she spoke, her tongue licked her black lipstick lips. Full of temptation. But behind this temptation, there seems to be a stronger danger. Yi Tiance took a breath to suppress the restlessness in his body. No matter how tempting Lu Yanji is and what method she uses, he cannot have sex with her. After all, this is what the master strongly warned in his letter. Lu Yanji saw that Yi Tiance didn't answer. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Mr. Yi, do you think Yanji is joking? Then you might as well. While talking, Lu Yanji actually pulled the collar down. The outline of her fair neck and the upper part of her D-cup was actually exposed, and even the lace edge of her black underwear was clearly visible. Looming, the most deadly. But the most noteworthy thing is the scars left by cigarette burns on the outline of her chest, forming a plum blossom-like pattern. Lu Yanji's lips curved into a cold and charming smile. Mr. Yi, you seem to have said in the previous phone call that it's not certain which of us will eat the other alive. I'm standing in front of you right now, do you really not want to give it a try? Chapter 423, Death in Your Hands, I couldn't ask for it. Yi Tiance was about to refuse. Xiao Qingcheng, who was lying on the sofa, suddenly coughed violently. Ahem. Poof. He coughed up blood from his mouth. His face became paler, his lips began to turn purple, and his vitality was visibly draining away. Yi Tiance frowned. He knew that Xiao Qingcheng's anger was caused by his identity being exposed, and he had broken his defense. But even if the defense is broken, it won't be like this, right? In the final analysis, it is still caused by being too ambitious and too proud. Xiao Qingcheng's breathing became weaker and weaker. Ugh. Yi Tian sighed. Now that things have come to a point, I really can't just ignore him. This was not because he was nostalgic for the 3 years of marriage, but because he was worried that if something happened to Xiao Qingcheng, Xiao Hongming would definitely not be able to handle it. Forget it, just try to save her once. Yi Tian said to Lu Yanji, please give way. Lu Yanji asked with a smile, Mr. Yi really doesn't need treatment? Yanji is not kidding. There is no such shop after passing this village. Ah. Yi Tian sneered, I like beauties, but I want a vent. I have something ready at home, so there is no need to take off my pants outside to other women. That's Yanji being abrupt. Lu Yanji rearranged her black dress and returned to her previous cool and aloof posture. There was an unnoticed glint in his eyes. Yi Tian walked to the sofa and put down Xiao Qingqing's skirt again. After briefly checking her pulse, he took out a silver needle from his waist and applied it to Xiao Qingqing's acupuncture point. Day. Lu Yanji stepped on Valentino high heels, turned around and left, walked to a single sofa not far away and sat down. The lady's legs were raised and swayed slightly. The sunshine outside shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows on her beautiful black legs, making them look even more slender and sexy. Her deep gaze fell on Yi Tian's, quietly observing his every move, wondering what he was thinking about. Yi Tian's continued to treat Xiao Qingcheng without any distractions. About 10 minutes passed like this. Yi Tian's pulled the silver needle out of Xiao Qingqing's body. The latter's pale cheeks gradually regained a layer of blood, and their vitality no longer continued to flow away. Lu Yanji raised her eyebrows and asked, is this the end? Yi Tian nodded and said, she was so anxious that her heart was blocked by congestion. I used silver needles to remove the congestion and her body returned to normal, but the coma will continue for some time. Bang bang bang. Lu Yanji immediately applauded and said, Mr. Yi is indeed a miracle doctor. He can easily cure diseases and save lives with just acupuncture. Yanji admires him. No need for false praise. Yi Tian took back the silver needle. He turned around and asked Lu Yanji, let's get down to business next, right? Lu Yanji leaned back on the sofa. Put on a lazy and calm attitude. Oh? I wonder what serious matter Mr. Yi is talking about.